Darkness pressed in from all sides, as a vague, nauseating haze lingered in the back of her mind, yet she could not recall how she had ended up here. Only a dull awareness remained, as though the world beyond her was slipping out of reach, and no one could be held accountable for whatever might happen to her. Where am I? Unable to open her eyes, Zhongli felt her body slowly regaining a faint sense of the outside world. She realized she was enveloped in a gentle warmth, as if she had returned to her mother's womb, a cocoon that made her feel strangely safe. Her eyelids, however, refused to budge, heavy, as lids sealed shut no matter how hard she tried. Though her eyes remained closed, that womb-like warmth continued to cradle her. Team Lin, we've located the suspect's laboratory. All units on high alert, search for the hostages and move in to apprehend the suspect. Something was happening outside. The shattering crash of glass reached her, mingled with the overlapping voices of many. Zhongli tried to pry open her eyes, yet her upper and lower lids were clamped together, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, refusing to part despite all her effort. Right? She stopped struggling. Her mind, which had been blank and muddled, suddenly flooded with memories of the night she was taken. She had been a diligent student, rising early and returning late. One evening after self-study, she was walking back to her rented room when someone struck her from behind with a heavy club, plunging her into unconsciousness. So this place is. Her thoughts grew clearer, and those painful recollections surged back, one after another, pricking at her heart. I. As her emotions roiled, a fierce, wrenching pain erupted in her chest, wave after wave, forcing her to abandon any attempt to recall what had happened before. Team Lin, those children, they're all. Damn it, that lunatic was conducting biological experiments. That madman must still be in the lab, and there's another child still missing. The pain made Zhang Li's consciousness blur again. Through the haze, she heard two voices sounding very close to her, one male, one female. There's a hidden door. Come help. A rush of hurried footsteps followed, then the thunderous crash of the secret door being forced open. Zhang Li heard many footsteps. It seemed a crowd had rushed in. She once more fought with all her might to open her eyes, but managed only to pry them apart a sliver. Team Lin, the suspect appears to have no vital signs. A calm male voice echoed in the cramped, sealed room, only to be quickly cut off by a woman beside him. My God, what is this? Within the narrow slit of vision, Zhang Li possessed two blurry figures appeared standing right in front of her. Save her quickly. Of the four bound children, one is still alive. With the sharp crack of glass being smashed, Zhang Li felt the warm liquid that had been cradling her drain away at a rapid pace. The next instant, she was lifted into a warm embrace. Later in the hospital monitoring room, someone spoke. Doctor, are you sure there's no mistake? Lin Yun held a report in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Across from her, a doctor in his 50s, dressed in a white coat and clearly seasoned, nodded slightly. After thorough examination with our hospital's professional medical equipment, we can confirm that she is Bai Hao. But Lin Yun opened the report again, still unwilling to believe it. The records clearly state that Bai Hao. The doctor sighed, his expression tinged with regret. The facts are exactly as we've found. But her genes appear to be unstable. Someone forcibly altered her sex. As she is now, she is entirely, irrevocably female. How could this happen? Shock and sorrow mingled on Lin Yun's face. After hearing the doctor's words, she slumped dejected onto a stool in the monitoring room. Team Lin, try not to dwell on it. Things have already reached this point. No one can turn them back now. The attending doctor shook his head. After offering what little comfort he could, he left the monitoring room. Lin Yun sat for a long time before slowly rising. She opened the inner door and stepped into the deepest part. In that enclosed space stood a single hospital bed surrounded by assorted medical apparatus. Upon the bed lay a girl whose face was deathly pale. Even without a trace of makeup, the girl's features were stunningly beautiful, breathtaking to behold. Lin Yun stared at her in silence, lost in thought for a long moment. Who would ever imagine that such a lovely girl is actually? She broke off with a sigh. Lin Yun shook her head, her usually meticulous expression now marked by deep regret. Just then the phone in her pocket rang. She stepped out of the ward to answer, and Xiao Zhang's voice came through the line. How is it? Have Bai Hao's family arrived? No. They're extremely agitated, say they simply cannot believe it, and have even agreed to undergo a paternity test. Lin Yun remained silent for a while before speaking again. Since they're willing, then proceed. Tell them the paternity test will be handled by the police, but they must be present in 2 days. Understood, Team Lin. After hanging up, fatigue washed over Lin Yun. She had tracked the case all the way from Hangqing to Huaishi province, only to find the suspect already dead by his own hand, leaving behind a single innocent victim. Lin Yun sat for a while longer on the bench outside, then decided to enter the ward to change the nutrient solution for the girl lying within. The girl had been unconscious for 3 days now, and during those days Lin Yun had been the one caring for her. Opening the ward door, Lin Yun instinctively glanced toward the bed, and this time she met a pair of bewildered, sorrowful eyes. Bai Hao, or rather Zhang Li, had awakened. The moment she opened her eyes, Zhang Li felt utterly exhausted, as though someone had taken apart all her bones, leaving her unable to muster the slightest strength, not even enough to move her eyes. Fortunately, the crushing fatigue lasted only a few minutes. As some strength returned, Jiang Li struggled to sit up in the bed and began to take in her surroundings. Beside her stood a medical device, ticking softly. Everywhere she looked was white walls, white bed, white sheets, white door. Was I rescued? The door handle clicked, and a middle-aged woman in a crisp uniform, face etched with exhaustion, walked in from outside. Yet the weariness on her features was instantly replaced by delighted surprise the moment she saw Jiang Li awake. Lin Yun hurried to the bedside to ask about her condition. Soon Lin Yun realized that calling a doctor would be more appropriate right now. She rushed back out and returned with a group of white-coat doctors gathered around the bed. Faced with so many strangers suddenly crowding around her, Jiang Li instinctively curled in on herself. Her large eyes darted about like those of a startled fawn. "Don't be afraid, we're not bad people." Seeing Jiang Li's distress, Lin Yun moved to the other side of the bed, gently took her slender pale hand, and spoke to her in a soothing tone. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right." Looking at the woman before her, Jiang Li felt an inexplicable calm settle in her heart. She nodded, a faint smile lifting her lovely features. On her pale face, that sorrow-tinged smile appeared fragile enough to make one's heart ache. Inwardly, Lin Yun prayed that the worst outcome she feared would not come to pass. If it did, then the girl before her would be far too pitiful. 2 days had passed. Jiang Li had already been confined to the hospital ward for 2 full days. During these days, her body had begun to recover at remarkable speed. The pallor that malnutrition had etched upon her face was slowly receding, her complexion gradually returning to that of an ordinary person. Over these days, a number of people in police uniforms had come one after another to ask about her condition. With Aunt Lin Yun's help, Jiang Li finished giving her statement. Only at this moment did Jiang Li finally dare to be certain that she had indeed been saved. Yet in these 2 days she had seen only police officers and doctors. Where were her own family? Why had they not come to see her? Aunt Lin Yun and the doctors all seemed to be deliberately hiding something. There was no mirror in Jiang Li's ward, nor any object that could reflect light, and Aunt Lin, who stayed by her side, spent almost every day trying to divert Jiang Li's attention. Yet Jiang Li understood. They merely wished to postpone telling her the truth. But their efforts were entirely unnecessary, for in that past she refused to recall, Jiang Li had already come to know the changes her body had undergone. She had changed from he into she. There was no need to conceal it at all. How could a transformation of the body possibly go unnoticed? Lin Yun knew this all too well. Looking at the girl sitting on the hospital bed, her expression utterly tranquil, Lin Yun felt a sharp stabbing ache in her heart. She was far too quiet. There was no crying, no visible grief. For reasons she could not explain, from the very first glance, Lin Yun had always felt that Jiang Li's silhouette somehow overlapped with that of a certain friend of hers. The qualities the two of them carried were inexplicably alike. Both bore a quietness tinged with sorrow. The case had concluded, and soon Lin Yun would be transferred back to Hangqing. Before that happened, she wished only to care for Jiang Li a little longer. Sitting on the hospital bed, Jiang Li sensed that the atmosphere today was somehow unusual. Lin Yun held a report in her hand. After reading its contents, her expression darkened, and she stepped out of the ward. Immediately the sound of an argument rose from outside the room. Paternity similarity 98%. Do you all think I wouldn't understand? It has to reach 99% to be conclusive. Mister, why, please calm down. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? My perfectly fine son, and now you're telling me he's become a daughter. Uncle, please catch your breath first. Yes, Dad, don't panic. Whether it's brother or not, we'll know once we go in and ask. Several voices drifted in from outside. Voices Jiang Li found achingly familiar. She recognized them at once. They were the very family members she had longed for day and night these past few days. Paternity test. Jiang Li lowered her head, staring blankly at her own pale, slender hands. Her gaze and those pupils began to slowly lose focus. When you see her, no matter how intense your emotions become, I hope you can remain calm. Her condition is still far from stable. Lin Yun's voice sounded from outside, carrying into Jiang Li's ears. Jiang Li's gaze grew vacant, all color draining from her face. Her thin hands clutched tightly at the white bedsheet. The door clicked open. Several figures stepped in from outside. Bai Cheng entered the ward with his nephew and daughter here to confirm the identity of his son, Bai Hao, who had been missing for over half a year. When he stepped into the ward, he did not see the familiar face of his son. Instead, he saw a girl with long hair, cascading over her shoulders, sitting with her head bowed. Though he had prepared himself mentally, Bai Cheng still involuntarily retreated 2 steps upon witnessing the scene before him. Fortunately, his nephew stood close by and caught him steadying his retreat. Brother. Bai Cheng's daughter, Bai Lu, moved closer to the bed, cautiously addressing the girl who sat before her with her head lowered. At the sound of Bai Lu's voice, Jiang Li's shoulders began to tremble ever so slightly. Standing to the side, Lin Yun watched, her eyes filled with raw, aching compassion. Jiang Li, Bai Hao to be precise, slowly raised her head and looked at the younger sister standing before her. In the local dialect, she softly called out her sister's name. This. Disbelief froze across Bai Lu's face. She staggered back several steps, unable to accept that the brother she once knew had become this beautiful young girl. Jiang Li turned her head toward the other side of the bed, her gaze settling upon the two figures standing there. Then she quietly spoke, calling her father and cousin by name. As Jiang Li spoke, tears slipped from her eyes, tracing down her cheeks and soaking into the bedsheet beneath her. No, impossible, you're not my son. Bai Qing still could not believe that this girl, whose tone of voice was achingly familiar, could truly be his son, who had been missing for half a year. Uncle Bai Yi patted Bai Qing's shoulder, his own face reflecting a tangle of emotions. I'm afraid this really is Bai Hao. Looking at the three people before her, the family she had once loved more than anyone, Jiang Li felt a knife twist in her heart. This is impossible. Suddenly, Bai Qing's face twisted with rage as he lunged toward the bed where Jiang Li lay. Lin Yun reacted with lightning speed, seizing one of his arms, and the officers nearby rushed in to help restrain him, forcing him away from the bed. Watching her father thrash like a madman before her, Jiang Li could not stop her tears from flowing. Well, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to smile? Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Li's mind in an instant. She no longer knew whether she ought to cry or to laugh. What expression was she supposed to wear to greet this scene unfolding before her eyes? After a long hesitation, she told herself that meeting the family she had yearned for day and night should call for a smile. With that thought, Jiang Li forced an anguished smile to the surface of her tear-soaked face. Bai Lu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she retreated further back. Bai Ye's expression was equally heavy. Gazing at Jiang Li, who sat on the bed with that fragile smile, he felt as though his younger brother Bai Wu was slowly overlapping with this entirely unfamiliar girl. A demon. She must be a fake. My son Bai Hao is clearly a boy. Bai Qing's roar tore through the room, echoing loudly. Fortunately, the soundproofing of this ward was excellent, preventing his voice from carrying too far. Jiang Li's beautiful eyes moved slowly, passing over Bai Cheng, Bai Lu, and Bai Yi in turn. The family she had ached for night and day seemed unable to accept her. Lin Yun exchanged a glance with the surrounding officers, signaling them. They led Bai Cheng out of the ward and asked Bai Yi and Bai Lu to leave as well. They were taking everyone to a meeting room at the police station to discuss the outcome of the case. As the group departed, the ward once again held only Jiang Li. In the vast empty room, the only sound came from the machines at her side, beeping steadily. In Jiang Li's ears, Bai Cheng's earlier screams still seemed to reverberate, and in front of her eyes lingered the looks her sister and cousin had given her. Jiang Li lowered her head, placed both hands on the back of her head, and began tugging at her long black hair. The ward was very quiet. Only a sorrowful air drifted through the space, refusing to disperse. This is the personal file of the case I will bring back to Hangqin. Such documents are meant to protect the privacy of the victims, but since the confidentiality period has not yet begun, I will make an exception for you to take a look. After reading it, you should have a better understanding. After Lin Yun finished speaking, she pushed the file towards the three of them. Bai Yi did not rush to look at the file. He noticed Lin Yun's expression at that moment, and said, Officer Lin, it seems you have more to say. I have nothing more to say, but I hope that if you can change your mind after reading the file, you will treat her well in the future. Lin Yun's face showed sorrow. What happened is not her fault. Bai Cheng snorted coldly, tearing open the file on the table, revealing the reports and the attached photos. The first photo that came into view was of Jiang Li as Bai Hao. Upon seeing this photo, Bai Cheng's face lit up with joy, repeatedly mumbling, "This is my son, this is my son." However, as he continued to read the report, the attached photos began to change. Bai Cheng's hands started to tremble. After reading the first half, he chose to skip the middle part, lacking the courage to finish it, and decided to go directly to the conclusion. The photo at the conclusion of the report was that of the unfamiliar girl he had seen before. Haha. Bai Cheng let out a dry laugh. Lin Yun became tense upon seeing this, but Bai Cheng did not erupt as he had before. Instead, he set down the report and sat down on the chair, appearing to have aged 10 years. Bai Yi quietly took the report from the table and glanced at the final result. Brother. Ugh. The youngest Bai Lu could not accept such a turn of events and immediately burst into tears. Bai Yi then returned the report to Lin Yun, who was sitting on the other side. Lin Yun noticed that among the three, Bai Yi's emotions were the most stable. She pulled out a chair and signaled Bai Yi to leave the meeting room, heading into the corridor of the police station. The current situation is as follows: her physical condition has returned to normal, and she should be able to be discharged in a few days. If you are ready, you will need to start bringing her home, Lin Yun said to Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded silently, and then recalled something, asking Lin Yun, "Do we need to buy any medications?" "There is no need for that." Lin Yun shook her head. The two stood in the corridor of the police station, no longer speaking, and the atmosphere fell into silence. "Officer Lin, I would like to ask you one last question." Bai Yi turned around, a hint of confusion appearing in his steady eye. "Is she really my brother?" Lin Yun also turned around, but her gaze was particularly firm. "She was once your brother, but perhaps now she is your sister." Lin Yun paused and continued, "This is not her fault." "I understand, thank you, Officer Lin. We will take her home." Bai Yi nodded, deeply bowing to Lin Yun in front of him, and then returned to the meeting room. Lin Yun sighed and shifted her gaze to the outside of the glass. This small southern city enjoys spring all year round, but this year it inexplicably began to snow, the white scenery oddly reminding Lin Yun of Zhang Li, who was still in the hospital bed. Zhang Li, this name feels strange. When she was rescued from the massive incubator, she kept murmuring this name. This led everyone to believe her name was Zhang Li, only to find out later that it was not. Zhang Li did not know how she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already 8 a.m. in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the hospital room, followed by someone walking in. It was not Lin Yun who came into view, but her brother Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at Zhang Li lying on the hospital bed, unsure of how to address her, and could only awkwardly inform her about her discharge and return home today. Zhang Li nodded, not surprised by this outcome. Bai Yi then handed her a bag he was holding in his right hand, which contained clothes that Lin Yun had picked out for her, gesturing for her to change into them. After doing all this, Bai Yi left the room and waited quietly outside. Zhang Li looked around the now peaceful hospital room, sat up from the bed, grabbed the bag beside her, and took out a pair of unisex denim pants, a maroon short sleeve as an underlayer, and a set of white women's underwear. Zhang Li covered her eyes, although she had accepted the changes in her body, seeing the set of white women's underwear for the first time still stung her. After a brief silence, Zhang Li extended her trembling hands to pick up the underwear and began to put it on. 10 minutes later, Zhang Li was fully dressed. The hospital gown she wore had been neatly folded and placed on the bed, and the other items were also arranged quite orderly. After everything was done, Zhang Li turned the doorknob of the hospital room and walked out. Without the heating, the biting cold wind outside the hospital surged in, causing Zhang Li to shiver involuntarily. Bai Yi had a large down jacket appear in his hands at some point. Upon hearing the noise, he stood up, intending to drape it over Zhang Li, but was frozen in place. The girl before him had a pale complexion, dressed androgynously, yet her beauty could not be concealed. Her lonely gaze seemed to speak, drawing people in unexpectedly. Achoo! Zhang Li sneezed, which finally snapped Bai Yi out of his daze, and he hurriedly draped the down jacket. Once Zhang Li had put on the jacket, she began to warm up, finally dispelling the chill. Let's go, your uncle has come to pick us up, Bai Yi said stiffly to Zhang Li, then walked ahead, while Zhang Li quietly followed behind. After exiting the hospital, Zhang Li saw Aunt Lin, who was standing beside a black car, speaking to someone inside. This is her uncle's car. Zhang Li recognized it. Lin Yun turned her head and saw Zhang Li immediately walking over to her. How is it? Is everything all right? Lin Yun asked with concern about Zhang Li's condition. Don't worry, I'm fine, Aunt Lin. Zhang Li nodded and replied to Lin Yun. Bai Yi had already opened the back door and was looking at Zhang Li, seemingly urging her to get in the car. Remember, I will be here for another 10 days. If there are any problems, feel free to find me. Lin Yun looked at the girl before her, holding her hand and advising her. Zhang Li nodded, and as she was being urged from the other side, she hurriedly said farewell to Lin Yun, and then the pressure in the car was low, and the once close family members fell silent at this moment. Zhang Li dared not speak, squeezing into the corner of the car door, avoiding contact with the others. She sat in the back seat with Bai Lu and Bai Yi, while Bai Cheng occupied the passenger seat. Bai Lu sat in the middle, her expression strange as she leaned towards Bai Yi, clinging to one of his arms, seemingly fearful of her older brother Zhang Li, who had disappeared for more than half a year. Zhang Li lowered her head in the car, not uttering a word. Usually the most lively and chatty one in the family, everything had changed now. Thus the 5 of them remained silent in the car until they returned home. Following the others into the house, Zhang Li suddenly felt as if she had traveled through time. Upon seeing the familiar building and the neighbors she had long known, Zhang Li trembled with excitement. As she followed Bai Yi into the house, she suddenly remembered something and grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Bai Yi turned to look at Zhang Li, but his gaze quickly shifted away the moment it met hers. Where is Grandma? Where is she? Zhang Li ignored Bai Yi's actions, her pale face flushed with excitement and her beautiful eyes widened. She is in the room on the 2nd floor, Bai Yi informed Zhang Li of where their grandmother was. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Zhang Li immediately released his arm, disregarding Bai Cheng and her uncle's gazes, and rushed up the stairs in hurried steps, reaching the familiar 2nd floor. Crossing the living room with white-tiled floors, she stood before a slightly ajar door. Zhang Li gradually slowed her pace, her frail body trembling violently. Finally, she mustered the courage to push open the door and stepped inside. In the corner of the room was a vintage-style rack bed adorned with patterns of dragons and phoenixes, the colors of which had faded over the years. There was also a table, an old-fashioned LCD television, and a stool. Nothing else, as that was all the furniture in the room. Lying on the bed was her beloved grandmother. Upon seeing her grandmother lying on the bed, Zhang Li's vision was blurred by tears. Zhang Li remembered how as a child her grandmother treated her the best. Whenever there were snacks at home, she would secretly save a portion for her. Whenever the adults bought her something, her grandmother would keep it for her. Young Zhang Li would always suppress her cravings when refusing her grandmother, who would feign anger and insist that Zhang Li eat all of her snacks. Zhang Li knew her grandmother loved her the most, but now she couldn't comprehend how her grandmother would react to her current. Zhang Li couldn't accept her grandmother's estrangement, which was the most terrifying thing for her. Is it Hao Hao? Lying in bed, her grandmother seemed to notice someone standing by her side, instinctively calling out to her most beloved little grandson. Tears streamed down Jiang Li's face as she knelt beside her grandmother's racked bed, reaching out to grasp her grandmother's withered, aged hand. At that moment, she finally remembered why her grandmother had been calling her name. Her grandmother's surname was Jiang, and her name was Jiang Li. What she had been calling was not her own name, but her most beloved grandmother's. Grandma. Jiang Li choked back her emotions and managed to utter those two words. Upon hearing someone respond, her grandmother opened her cloudy eyes. Due to her age, her eyesight had deteriorated to the point where she could hardly see anything. Nevertheless, her grandmother looked in Jiang Li's direction, firmly grasping her frail hand. How you've lost so much weight. Where have you been? I miss you so much, her grandmother said. The family dared not tell the elderly woman about Jiang Li's disappearance, finding various excuses instead. Even the news of bringing Jiang Li home today was not shared with her, as they had no idea how to explain that by how had turned into Jiang Li. Tears overflowed, and the sadness that Jiang Li had struggled to contain for days burst forth, flooding her heart. She cried hoarsely but dared not let her grandmother hear her voice, fearing that her changes would be discovered. Enough, stop crying, don't scare your grandmother, a voice came from behind. It was her father Bai Cheng speaking to her. However, in that moment Jiang Li could not suppress her emotions any longer. She could only cover her mouth, yet the next moment Jiang Li was forcibly pulled away from her grasp with her grandmother. Bai Cheng lifted her up and carried her to the living room, throwing her onto a chair made of mahogany. What are you doing? Her uncle frowned at her father's actions and reprimanded him. What am I doing? Bai Cheng seemed like a ticking time bomb. Pointing angrily at Jiang Li, who had been thrown onto the chair, he exclaimed, Do you really think she is Bai Hao? What paternity test? I don't believe there is a way for a boy to turn into a girl in this world. His uncle fell silent at Bai Cheng's words. Though he did not want to admit it, he, like his brother, could not believe that Jiang Li was the same lively and cheerful boy he once knew. Jiang Li trembled all over, facing her father's accusations and her uncle's silence, not daring to utter a word. Pain radiated from her left shoulder, a result of being thrown onto the mahogany chair. All she could do was lower her head, curling up as much as possible to diminish her presence. You? Bai Cheng, seeing Jiang Li like this, was immediately filled with anger. He raised his hand to strike her, but fortunately Bai Yi came downstairs just in time to stop his uncle. Don't stop me. I want to see how long this brat will impersonate my son. Bai Cheng believed Jiang Li was an imposter and refused to accept it. What are you still doing? Don't stay here, hurry upstairs. Bai Yi blocked Bai Cheng from moving forward and turned to Jiang Li, urging her quickly. Jiang Li nodded timidly, then stumbled as she pushed open the glass door to the second floor, only to encounter her sister Bai Lu on the stairs. Bai Lu clearly heard the sounds of arguing from upstairs, but she dared not ascend to the second floor. At that moment she could only stand by the staircase near the second floor, her face betraying her fear. Upon seeing Jiang Li emerge from the second floor, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Jiang Li, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked at Bai Lu as though she were a lifeline. Bai Lu, I beg you to go comfort grandma in her room right now. A dad has a bad temper and must have frightened her just now. Jiang Li pleaded with her sister Bai Lu in an almost humble manner. After hearing Jiang Li's words, Bai Lu sluggishly nodded in agreement. Once she had done all this, Jiang Li dared not linger any longer and quickly dashed upstairs. She ran all the way to the very top of the house, where some iron sheets were piled up and a square water reservoir encircled by cement stood. Jiang Li hid behind the water reservoir. Tears flowed continuously from her eyes, and her already pale complexion appeared even more frightfully white. At that moment she was surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes. Snow continued to fall from the sky, and in a short while a white cap formed atop Jiang Li's head. Why would her most trusted family treat her this way? Jiang Li saw estrangement and unfamiliarity in everyone's eyes, as if she were no longer a member of their family, but rather a stranger intruding upon their world. Indeed, who could accept their brother, sister, or son turning into a girl? Who wouldn't find it absurd to hear such a thing? Yet this absurdity had indeed transpired in Jiang Li's life, and the origin of it all lay with that man. Jiang Li could not clearly recall how the change had come about, but every time she pondered that aspect, she felt a violent pang of pain in her heart, as if her brain were warning her not to remember the past. Hoo-hoo. The sorrowful Jiang Li felt another wave of pain in her heart, so intense that it even halted her. Disregarding the puddle on the ground, Jiang Li knelt down, clutching her chest, as cold sweat poured down. The heart-wrenching pain would strike her whenever her emotions ran high. The icy water soaked through Jiang Li's knees, and after 10 minutes the agonizing pain in her heart finally began to subside. Jiang Li dazedly lifted her head to gaze at the vast open sky. Snowflakes landed on her exquisitely beautiful face, creating a stunning picture. After staying on the rooftop for nearly 40 minutes, Jiang Li cautiously chose to descend. By now she was freezing cold and her knees were soaked, making her entire lower body feel icy. She did not dare to linger on the 3rd floor, as it was where her father Bai Cheng rested. Although she did not know where Bai Cheng was at that moment, an instinct told Jiang Li it would be best not to stay on that floor for long. Thus she had no choice but to return to the 2nd floor. Just as she arrived on the second floor, she coincidentally ran into her aunt who had just returned home from grocery shopping. Her aunt stood frozen in place, staring at the beautiful girl who was completely unfamiliar to her. Zhongli did not know how to explain herself, and could only walk into the living room on the second floor. She knew there was a room there that was usually piled with clutter and rarely occupied. Most importantly, it would allow her to be closer to Grandma. Her aunt's eyes were filled with confusion, and she hurried onto the second floor, coincidentally encountering Bai Yi, whom she promptly asked about Zhongli. After Bai Yi sighed, he told his mother everything he knew. Upon learning the circumstances, Zhongli's aunt, though incredulous, could only shake her head helplessly. The door opened, and Bai Yi walked in. He saw Zhongli sitting on the edge of the bed, also noticing the large patch of wetness on her knee. He carried a blanket and a set of bedding materials in his arms. He placed these items beside Zhongli, who showed no reaction. Ultimately, Bai Yi felt a pang of compassion and reached out to touch her. Zhongli slowly lifted her head to look at her brother, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness. Go take a shower, don't catch a cold. Bai Yi pointed at Zhongli's knee and reminded her, then left the room. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Zhongli remained unmoved. She simply walked to the edge of the room's cabinet, took out a pair of black pants she had worn before, and changed out of her soaked jeans. After doing all this, Zhongli sat back down in her previous position, curling up with her legs hugged to her chest, staring blankly at the table in front of her. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when Zhongli's stomach growled for the fourth time, her aunt's voice called from downstairs, inviting everyone to eat. She heard the sounds of movement around her. It seemed Bai Yi and the others had gone downstairs to eat. After hesitating for a moment, Zhongli ultimately gave in to the hunger in her belly and chose to descend. Zhongli carefully descended the stairs, not daring to make a sound. The people downstairs held bowls and chopsticks, scooping white rice from the rice cooker. Compared to them, Zhongli felt so out of place. After everyone had served their rice, she approached, scooped her own portion, and sat down in the spot where she used to sit under the watchful eyes of those around her. The others said nothing, silently eating their meals. The once joyful dining table filled with laughter seemed to have fallen silent because of Zhongli. Zhongli did not dare to look up, for sitting opposite her was her father Bai Cheng. Yet even with her caution, she could not avoid locking eyes with Bai Cheng for a fleeting moment, which instantly ignited his anger. He pulled out a chair and strode towards Zhongli. Sensing his approach, Zhongli halted her actions. Bai Cheng violently smashed the bowl of rice in her hand to the ground and slapped Zhongli hard. What gives this impostor the right to sit in my son's place? Get out of here. Bai Cheng's expression was ferocious, as if he wanted to devour Zhongli whole. Bai Cheng, what on earth are you doing? Can we not eat in peace? Uncle could not sit still any longer. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, standing up abruptly to shout at his brother. Elder brother, I told you she is just an impostor. Hearing his brother's words, Uncle frowned and looked at Zhongli. Zhongli, you should leave here for now. Upon hearing her uncle's words, Zhongli, who had been silent on the bench, swayed slightly and stood up silently, going upstairs and returning to that room. As she ascended to the second floor, the sounds of fierce arguing erupted once more from downstairs, even accompanied by the sound of a chair crashing to the floor. Zhongli's left cheek burned fiercely. Bai Cheng's slap had been incredibly powerful. If she hadn't been sitting on a stool, it might have sent her flying. Zhongli instinctively touched the corner of her mouth, discovering it had split open and was bleeding slightly. She curled up, her father's words echoing in her ears. The family's reaction felt like a steel needle piercing her heart. Her sensitive pride seemed to be mercilessly flayed, shredded into several pieces. Zhongli had no choice but to silently endure. As time flew by, in the blink of an eye, she had already been home. Despite having stayed at home for a week, her situation showed no signs of improvement. Instead, it was worsening. Due to the changes in her body, many neighbors who knew her were gossiping that her family had produced a monster that had transformed from male to female. Zhongli's home was located in a town where good news rarely traveled beyond its borders, but bad news spread like wildfire. In just a few days, it had become common knowledge. This made her father Bai Cheng, who already disliked her, unable to resist, wanting to punish her every time he saw her. Moreover, this change had also affected the rest of the family. Even her brother Bai Yi, who had previously shown a bit of concern for her, began to distance himself. The only thing that might remain unchanged was her grandmother. Just when Zhongli thought she could endure this life, the suppressed emotions of those around her erupted one night. Due to the previous incident, Zhongli was afraid to eat with everyone, and usually waited until they finished before coming down to eat, then washed all their dishes. However, this time Zhongli coincidentally encountered Bai Cheng returning home. His expression was grim. The townspeople had been looking at him strangely, and Bai Cheng knew it was all because of the family's disgrace. So that night, upon seeing Zhongli, he could no longer restrain his emotions and violently struck her on the head. Zhongli's cries drew the attention of everyone in the house. Bai Yi, Bai Lu, Uncle Ed. Almost everyone came downstairs except for the immobile grandmother. Yet none of those who came down intervened. They merely looked on coldly as Zhongli was beaten by Bai Cheng. These days, it wasn't just Bai Cheng who had had enough. Everyone was unable to bear the strange looks from the neighbors. They all simultaneously recalled the paternity test. Perhaps the Zhang Li before them was truly not the family member they once knew, but an imposter. Bai Cheng had had enough of beating her. He sat down in a chair and stopped speaking. Zhang Li lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her arms and thighs bruised from the beating, and the corner of her mouth had been split open once more. Zhang Li, you should leave. This is not your home. Bai Yi looked down at Zhang Li from above, speaking to her with an, What? What did you say? Zhang Li suspected she had misheard. She strained to lift her head, her face filled with disbelief. You should leave. This is not your home. No one will keep you here. Don't make me repeat myself. Bai Yi's words were still heartless, and the people around him looked at the fallen Zhang Li with cold indifference. Zhang Li lay on the ground motionless, her face growing paler, while the others ignored her and went upstairs. Damn imposter, don't let me see you again tomorrow. Bai Cheng spat at Zhang Li as he passed her, then went upstairs. Zhang Li did not know how long she lay on the ground. She only knew that when she got up, this town had fallen silent, devoid of any sound. The pale moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Zhang Li's face, and her once beautiful eyes were devoid of any sparkle. Suddenly, Zhang Li smiled. Zhang Li laughed while crying. She suddenly felt like a madwoman. Back in the hospital, she had laughed inexplicably, and now on the brink of being abandoned, she was still smiling. She was Bai Hao, not Zhang Li. Yet her family still refused to call her Bai Hao, continuing to address her by that name. It turned out she truly was the superfluous one. It turned out she had brought such great trouble to her family. It turned out each member of her family genuinely loathed her from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Li understood, or it turned out she had merely been deluding herself. From the very beginning, she had not been accepted. After all, who could accept a boy turning into a girl? Such things might be acceptable in novels, but once they happen in reality, who could accept it? People would only cast strange looks at you and secretly refer to you as a monster behind your back. Zhang Li laughed, and then suddenly knelt on the ground, clutching her chest, feeling wave after wave of excruciating pain emanating from within. The intense pain caused her to curl up like a cooked shrimp. After a long time, the pain began to slowly dissipate. Zhang Li gritted her teeth and stood up from the ground slowly, making her way upstairs, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes like a broken string. She pushed open the glass door on the second floor and entered the room where her grandmother was. Before being completely abandoned, she planned to say her final goodbye to her grandmother. Her grandmother had poor sleep, and at this hour, even though everyone else was asleep, she remained awake. As Zhang Li entered the room, her grandmother had already opened her eyes. Zhang Li knelt before her grandmother with a thud, gripping her hands tightly. She could not say a word, as she understood that this meeting would likely be their last. Her grandmother seemed to understand something about the recent events. With Zhang Li's late-night visit, she appeared to grasp the situation. Zhang Li released her grandmother's hand, respectfully kneeling on the ground and bowing 3 times. Grandma, I'm leaving, Zhang Li said as she looked at her. How, whether you are my good grandson or good granddaughter, you must remember that Grandma will always love you. The tremble in her grandmother's voice was palpable as she pulled out a round safety pendant from her bosom and placed it in Zhang Li's hand. Grandma has nothing of value, so I give you this safety pendant. How, if you ever meet someone worthy of your lifelong trust, give this pendant to them and let them take care of you as Grandma would. Do you understand? Her grandmother's voice was choked with emotion, and Zhang Li tightly clutched the safety pendant, afraid to linger too long, as she feared that if she stayed, she wouldn't be able to leave. Another wave of pain shot through Zhang Li's heart, but she could only choose to turn away step by step, leaving her grandmother behind, leaving the home she had lived in for over a decade. At this moment it was midnight, and Zhang Li was only wearing a thin coat, although the bright moon hung in the sky, illuminating the surrounding white land. After stepping out of the house, Zhang Li knelt again and forcefully bowed 3 times towards her home. When she unsteadily rose, her forehead was already bruised and bleeding. Zhang Li hesitated no longer. Despite her face being streaked with tears and her whole body aching unbearably, she understood that there was no turning back. She had been abandoned by her family. Zhang Li trudged through the snow, as the once spring-like homeland was now blanketed in heavy snow. Even without the wind, the cold numbed her wounds. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Li crossed the thick snow and reached the road, arriving at the distant bus station. When Zhang Li arrived outside the bus station, she could no longer contain the agonizing pain in her chest and leaned against the wall, clutching her heart. Her pride shattered on this snowy night, transforming into thorns that pierced Zhang Li's heart, leaving her forever. Snowflakes drifted down, landing on her pale face. Zhang Li gazed at the moon in the sky, murmuring, "From today onward I am Zhang Li." When Zhang Li appeared before Lin Yun, it was around 10 a.m. Since it was almost time for Lin Yun to return to Hanqing, the local police station had not assigned her any tasks. With nothing to do, Lin Yun strolled around the police station and unexpectedly ran into Zhang Li, who had come looking for her. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Li, who stood before her in surprise. Her black hair was disheveled, her lips cracked from the cold, and there was a clear wound on her forehead. "What happened to you?" Seeing Zhang Li swaying, her lips turning blue, Lin Yun hurriedly supported her and began walking in the direction of the police station. "Thank you, Officer Lin," Jiang Li gasped, expressing her gratitude to Lin Yun, who was helping her. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Yun noticed that Jiang Li was drenched. Since it was inconvenient at the station, she consulted the chief, and then led Jiang Li to her assigned dormitory. Lin Yun found a few pieces of clothing and handed them to Jiang Li, signaling her to take a shower first. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Li accepted the clothes and went into the bathroom. As the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, Lin Yun sat on the sofa pondering the reason for Jiang Li's. Though Lin Yun already had an answer in her heart, she still hoped Jiang Li would explain it to her. Thinking of this, Lin Yun pulled out a plastic box from the drawer under the table. Inside were various medications for click. The bathroom door made a sound as Jiang Li emerged dressed in the clothes Lin Yun had prepared for her. After taking a hot shower, Jiang Li seemed to have regained some energy and was not as disheveled as before. Lin Yun waved at Jiang Li, who obediently walked over. "Sit next to me," Lin Yun said, glancing at Jiang Li, who sat on the opposite sofa, and could not help but prompt her. Jiang Li remained silent, nodding as she sat down. When Lin Yun caught sight of her timid expression, her heart felt as if it had been pierced. She took out the iodine and approached Jiang Li. As she wiped Jiang Li's fair forehead with a cotton swab, Jiang Li instinctively flinched twice. While treating the wounds on Jiang Li's forehead and lips, Lin Yun's keen eyes noticed once again the purplish bruises around Jiang Li's collarbone. Lin Yun thought of something and seized Jiang Li's hand, suddenly pulling up her clothes only to discover her arms and thighs were covered in bruises from being beaten. Lin Yun's face turned pale as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Li, asking, "Did your family do this to you?" Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before nodding, but then immediately shook her head, as if remembering something. "Damn it!" Lin Yun trembled with rage. Jiang Li had only returned for a week and was already tortured by her family. Hadn't she warned them that none of this was Jiang Li's fault? Lin Yun took out her phone to call Bai Yi, wanting to inquire about what had happened. However, before she could dial, Jiang Li heard, "Jiang Li, don't stop me." Lin Yun's face was filled with anger, but despite this, she deliberately avoided Jiang Li's bruised hands as she faced her obstruction. "Officer Lin Yun, please take me away," Jiang Li said, lowering her head and releasing her hold on Lin Yun's. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yun not only lowered her phone, but also looked at Jiang Li, and with her head down, Jiang Li felt abandoned by her family and truly did not know where to go. She only remembered that Officer Lin Yun had once told her to seek her help if she encountered trouble. Now Lin Yun had become Jiang Li's only support, like a lifeline for someone about to drown. "Aunt Lin, I don't mean to impose on you. Oh, I just want you to take me with you. Once we reach Hongqing, I will find my own way." Perhaps fearing Lin Yun would misunderstand or reject her, Jiang Li quickly explained her intentions. "Silly girl," Lin Yun sighed and shook her head. She understood that Jiang Li could not return. If she sent her back, her family would likely use the paternity test as an excuse, even though 98% certainty in medical terms did not actually prove their relationship. But what identity would Jiang Li have in this world, being rejected by her family? Once they reached Hongqing with no one to rely on, how could a girl like her survive in such a big city? She could easily fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. After much thought, Lin Yun still felt something was amiss, but then an idea flashed in her mind. With this in mind, Lin Yun looked at Jiang Li and tried to ask, "Jiang Li, you are currently 17 years old. Do you have any thoughts on continuing your studies?" Hearing Lin Yun's words, Jiang Li slightly lifted her head. She thought carefully and realized she was too young and had nothing good to do, so she nodded. "Phew, then that makes things easier." Lin Yun patted Jiang Li's back and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of your situation." After receiving Lin Yun's affirmative response, Jiang Li sat up from the sofa, looking grateful as she bowed to Lin Yun. "But I have to tell you one more thing." Lin Yun's expression turned serious as she looked at Jiang Li, saying, "You are not recognized by your family now, and as for your previous identity, as by how it is no longer applicable. Therefore the police station will likely classify you as an orphan. You need to be aware of this." Jiang Li nodded, showing no objection. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment her stomach growled twice, and she quickly pressed her hand against it, appearing a bit embarrassed. Lin Yun noticed Jiang Li's slowly reddening face and smiled, shaking her head. "I'll go downstairs to buy some wontons for you." Jiang Li nodded, smiling at Lin Yun in gratitude. But Lin Yun stood frozen in place. Jiang Li noticed Lin Yun's unusual reaction and touched her own face, withdrawing her smile. "What's wrong?" Jiang Li cautiously asked Lin Yun. "It's nothing, I just think you remind me of a friend I once had." Lin Yun smiled and shook her head, no longer hesitating. She opened the dormitory door and walked out. Jiang Li sat alone on the sofa, instinctively glancing around, but then noticed that her left hand was tightly clenched. Earlier on the way here, Jiang Li had been in a tense state and had not realized the abnormality of her left hand. Now that she had relaxed, she slowly opened her left hand to find the round safety pendant her grandmother had given her lying inside. The craftsmanship of this safety pendant seemed rough, made from a piece of jade with yellow speckles. Jiang Li instinctively stood up from the sofa and walked toward the window, where sunlight streamed in, holding the jade safety pendant up to the light. Under the sunlight, the pendant emitted a gentle glow, looking remarkably warm. Jiang Li closed her eyes, placing the jade pendant against her heart while the warm sunlight outside enveloped her reminiscent of her grandmother's gentle embrace. "Are you cold?" Lin Yun, just back from buying wontons, saw Jiang Li standing by the window basking in the sun and thought she was chilly, so she immediately offered her coat. Jiang Li shook her head, revealing a faint smile. "No need, Aunt Lin, thank you." Lin Yun looked at the gentle Jiang Li and felt a pang of sorrow, though none of this was her fault. Fate had dealt her. "Let's eat first." Lin Yun placed the wontons on the table. Jiang Li took the chopsticks handed to her and eagerly picked up a wonton, sending it straight into her mouth. Hoo. As expected, Jiang Li was scalded, exhaling sharply. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh at the sight, saying, "Eat slowly." Jiang Li nodded but still swallowed the wonton. By the way, Lin Yun seemed to remember something, saying to Jiang Li, "Get ready, we are leaving here today." Jiang Li's hand holding the wonton froze as she looked up at Lin Yun. Lin Yun noticed the confusion in Jiang Li's eyes and explained, "There are quite a few orphans like you due to special circumstances. The specific procedures here are not as complicated as you might imagine. Of course, if you want to stay a little longer, I can arrange that too. It's all up to you." After hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Jiang Li nodded. As for whether she wanted to stay longer, a trace of sorrow crossed her homeland could no longer accommodate her. "Thank you, Aunt Lin, I'll leave today." Jiang Li bowed again to express, "All right then, prepare yourself," Lin Yun said, and left the house. Since she was taking Jiang Li to Hangzhou, she needed to handle the orphan paperwork simultaneously in both places, and Jiang Li's new identity would also require a new household registration. By 3 p.m., Lin Yun returned to the dormitory with a folder. She had already completed the necessary paperwork at the police station, and now they could prepare to head to Hangzhou. Meanwhile, Jiang Li sat by the window, staring blankly at the sky outside. When she saw Lin Yun return, she rushed over to greet her. "Here, take a look. Everything is ready. Let's take the high-speed train back to Hangzhou." Lin Yun handed the folder to Jiang Li, who instinctively opened it to find not only an orphan certificate, but also a brand new identification card belonging to her. The photo on the ID was the one she had taken at the police station earlier, and the gender field boldly stated female. The beautiful face, both familiar and unfamiliar, momentarily left Jiang Li in a daze. "Everything will be all right." Lin Yun patted Jiang Li's shoulder and assured her, "Get ready, we will leave soon." Jiang Li nodded, tightly clutching the ID and orphan certificate in her hand. They were in a small county in Huaishi province, over 800 kilometers from Hangzhou, taking 5.5 hours to arrive by high-speed train. Upon stepping off the train, Jiang Li realized that the city before her was a bustling place she had never visited. Whether it was the tall buildings still shining with lights in the night, the constant flow of traffic on the overpass, or the laughter of men and women on bustling commercial streets, all attested to the city's prosperity and vitality. Lin Yun settled Jiang Li into her new home, then hurried off to the police station in Hangzhou to file the necessary. Lin Yun's home was very spacious, located in a high-end community. Jiang Li hesitated to step outside, fearing she might get lost if she left Lin Yun's house. By 11 p.m., when Lin Yun returned home, she brought several good news. First, the local orphan certificate had been issued. Second, she had found a place for Jiang Li to live. Jiang Li was grateful to Lin Yun. They were not related, yet she was willing to help her so much. However, Lin Yun waved her hand, indicating that these matters were not difficult for her, which made Jiang Li speculate about her position at the Hangzhou police station. The next day arrived quickly, and Lin Yun took Jiang Li to her new residence, the 7th Welfare Institute in Hangzhou. The cost of living in Hangzhou is high, with rental prices starting in the 4 digits. Yet, relying on Jiang Li's orphan certificate, Lin Yun managed to secure a 1-bedroom apartment for her at the Welfare Institute. This apartment could be occupied until Jiang Li graduated from university. However, once she turned 18, a monthly rent of around 600 would be required, still saving a significant sum compared to renting elsewhere. After completing the handover procedures with the director of the Welfare Institute, they successfully obtained the keys to the room. Jiang Li's apartment was near the dormitory building where the staff lived. 301. Jiang Li glanced at the door number, muttering to herself. Then she inserted the key, turned the lock, and stepped inside. The room contained all the necessary furniture, a table, chairs, and a bed. Even a small refrigerator was placed in the living room. Though small, it was fully equipped. Lin Yun took out 2 pairs of cleaning gloves and some cleaning supplies from her bag, indicating that she was ready to clean. Seeing this, Jiang Li hurriedly put on a pair of gloves, and together with Lin Yun, they began cleaning. After a while, the whole place looked brand new. Since Jiang Li had no luggage, all the living essentials in the apartment were purchased by Lin Yun from the supermarket. After a big shopping spree, the two returned to the staff dormitory of the Welfare Institute, putting everything in place, making the room feel alive. Moreover, Lin Yun noticed from the start that Jiang Li didn't have a phone, so she specially bought one for her. Despite Jiang Li's repeated refusals, Lin Yun's stance was firm, and in the end Jiang Li accepted it. With the housing situation settled, Lin Yun planned to help Jiang Li find a school. She intended to leave after tidying up, but was called back by Jiang Li just as she was about to go. "Aunt Lin, thank you. I remember everything you've done for me these days, and I'll repay you double for the money you spent." As Jiang Li spoke, she began to bow again, but before she could finish her gesture, Lin Yun firmly held her arm. "What do you mean? I told you I gave that money willingly, you don't need to repay me. What? Do you look down on Aunt Lin? No, not at all. Jiang Li hurriedly shook her head, panic written all over her face. Haha. Lin Yun looked at Jiang Li's cautious expression, feeling both pained and amused. She reached out to lightly poke Jiang Li's fair nose. I've arranged your transfer to a new school. Just focus on studying and living well, that's enough to repay me. Lin Yun smiled gently and patted Jiang Li's shoulder before turning to leave. Aunt Lin, why are you so nice to me? Jiang Li called out to Lin Yun, who was walking towards the stairs. Lin Yun turned at the sound of Jiang Li's voice, hesitating for a moment before saying, I'm not really sure. It's just that in you I see the shadow of a friend. After saying that, Lin Yun left without looking back. As she turned to leave, a tear fell from the corner of Jiang Li's eye. The warmth she felt after being rescued came from someone she considered unrelated, the police officer. Jiang Li pressed her soft chest, vowing to repay Lin Yun. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the end of August in Hangzhou. In the months since Jiang Li arrived in Hangzhou, she had gradually adapted to the city, while Aunt Lin, due to her work at the police station, could no longer visit her as often as she initially did. Jiang Li also slowly became accustomed to living alone. Regarding school, Aunt Lin informed her that she could enroll as a transfer student at Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School when the new semester began on September 1st, becoming a senior. Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School was neither too far nor too close to the 7th Welfare Institute, where Jiang Li lived. With the money she earned from working as a student over the past few months, Jiang Li bought a bicycle for commuting to school in the future. As for the rest, she saved it for future tuition fees and various living expenses. Although her status as an orphan reduced her tuition somewhat, she still had around 4,000 left. Initially, Lin wanted to help Jiang Li pay this 4,000 yuan tuition, but the stubborn Jiang Li refused vehemently, as she insisted on paying the tuition herself, and Lin, unable to persuade her, had to compromise. Life went on in an orderly fashion, and Jiang Li became increasingly silent. Lin was keenly aware of this, as Jiang Li often seemed lost in thought, and her demeanor was lifeless, lacking any spark of vitality. Lin could only hope that once Jiang Li started school, she would be ignited by the youthful energy of her peers. That day Lin did not have to wait long, as September 1st arrived as scheduled, and Lin took time out of her day to drop Jiang Li off at the school gate. After watching Jiang Li enter the campus, Lin finally sighed in relief. Now she had to return to the police station to complete her tasks. Dingling dingling. Jiang Li walked along the familiar campus path, hearing the distant sound of the bell, causing her to fall into a daze. Early September in Hangzhou was still hot. Jiang Li wore black cropped pants and a Wynard cartoon t-shirt that Lin had picked for her, carrying a backpack on her back. With her smooth shoulder-length hair, pale skin, and beautiful eyes that seemed to carry a hint of sorrow beneath her slender brows, she looked like a protagonist from a painful youth literature. However, at that moment, Jiang Li did not think like that. Instead, she felt a bit anxious. Hangzhou No. 3 was large, and she seemed to be having trouble finding her way. After asking a few classmates along the way, Jiang Li finally arrived at the office of the homeroom teacher for her new class. Are you Jiang Li? Unlike the middle-aged woman Jiang Li had imagined, the homeroom teacher before her was a young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking quite youthful. Jiang Li had never met the homeroom teacher in person. They had only exchanged a few messages on WeChat. Looking at Jiang Li's expression, the homeroom teacher gently said, your written exam results are excellent. When you get to the new class and environment, don't be too constrained. Everyone is very friendly. Jiang Li nodded, saying, thank you, Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu stood up, picked up his thermos from his desk, and just as he was about to lead Jiang Li out of the office, he suddenly remembered something and turned around with a smile, saying to Jiang Li, you're so beautiful, you must not date when the time comes. I understand. Jiang Li's face turned pale as she lowered her head. Jiang Li followed closely behind Teacher Lu, clutching the strap of her backpack, and they made their way to the scene. At Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School, each building had a name. For instance, the senior department, where Jiang Li would study, was called Dream Building, while the teacher's office was known as the Cultivation Building. Jiang Li climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. As she passed through numerous classrooms, seeing the students inside made her inexplicably nervous. She clenched her small fists, thinking about the classmates she would soon face. In a classroom near the corner by the other staircase, Teacher Lu stopped his steps and led the way inside. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, looked up at the sign on the door that read Class 407, and then stepped in. Since there was no teacher in Class 407 at the moment, it was a scene of chaos. Several girls were gathered together, chatting animatedly, while the boys in the back row were playing around. Bang bang bang. Teacher Lu walked up to the podium, tapped on the desk, producing a dull sound that reminded everyone in the class to obediently return to their seats upon seeing their homeroom teacher arrive. Meanwhile, everyone also noticed the beautiful girl with black hair who followed the homeroom teacher. Quiet down, this will be your new classmate, your new comrade. Give her a warm welcome. Without further ado, Teacher Lu immediately clarified Jiang Li's identity to the class and led the applause. The boys in the class noticed that Jiang Li was a very beautiful girl, and each of them seemed to be pumped up. Clap. Alright, you lot, stop clapping. It's not like you've never seen a new classmate. Teacher Lu pointed at a few boys sitting in the middle, gesturing for them to stop. Laughter erupted among the students, and as Teacher Lu pressed down with his hand, the noise subsided, creating a quiet atmosphere. Over 40 pairs of eyes were fixed on Jiang Li by the podium, making her involuntarily lower her head. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Teacher Lu looked at Jiang Li, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. Gathering her courage, Jiang Li lifted her head and met everyone's gaze. "My name is Jiang." Before she could finish, the classroom door was pushed open and a boy with a messy school uniform and long bangs walked in, looking rather carefree. Jiang Li instinctively turned her head to look at the boy, who also noticed the unfamiliar figure at the podium and looked at Jiang Li with a puzzled expression. Their gazes collided, but Jiang Li quickly averted her eyes. The boy looked somewhat confused as he approached the podium and pointed at Jiang Li, saying, "Lao Lu, who is this?" "Mo Jingxuan, you're late for the opening class meeting again. Hurry up and sit down." Teacher Lu's face bore a complex expression of affection and exasperation as he shouted at Mo Jingxuan, who stood beside the podium. All right. Mo Jingxuan nodded and sat back in his seat near the back door, and the desk next to him happened to be the only empty seat in the class. "Now let's continue." Teacher Lu encouraged Jiang Li again. "My name is Jiang Li, and I come from Huaishi Province." With that brief sentence, Jiang Li completed her self-introduction. "Jiang Li, your seat is over there." Teacher Lu pointed to the empty seat next to Mo Jingxuan. Jiang Li nodded, shouldered her backpack, walked past the surrounding students, pulled out the chair, and sat down next to Mo Jingxuan, who appeared to be carefree. At this moment, the desk in front of Jiang Li was piled with books, all of which were the textbooks she would need for her senior year. Jiang Li glanced behind her. Now she was sitting in the last row against the cold wall, which relieved her and eased her tense nerves. She disliked sitting in the middle or front row, as it made her feel watched by many people. Then Jiang Li turned her head to sneak a glance at her deskmate. He seemed to be called Mo Jingxuan. What a lovely name. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and began to focus on tidying up the books on the table. Since it was the beginning of the school year, the first few classes in the morning were self-study, supervised by the homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu, who was keeping an eye on this group of energetic students. Jiang Li was not idle either. She scanned through the newly issued textbooks and found the content to be largely similar to what she had learned in Huaishi Province. Initially, she was concerned about discrepancies in the textbooks, but now it seemed she had worried for nothing. Teacher Lu, sitting at the podium, suddenly frowned as he picked up his phone, only to discover an unexpected message. "Dear homeroom teachers of the third year, please utilize the self-study time on the first day of school to fulfill the physical education requirements for the third year." Teacher Lu sighed. There were only 3 physical education classes in the first semester of the third year, and now it had become a mandatory requirement. However, there was no choice. It was the demand of the school leadership, and Teacher Lu had to comply. Glancing at his phone, he saw there were 5 minutes left in this class, and he stood up to convey the message to the students below. Upon hearing that the next class would involve physical education, the students below erupted in cheers. However, before they could enjoy their excitement for long, Teacher Lu poured cold water on them. Additionally, there will be a physical fitness test for both boys and girls, including a long-distance run, you understand. As soon as Teacher Lu finished speaking, the students' cheers turned into groans. Just then the bell rang, and Teacher Lu left his belongings at the podium and headed towards the playground, which was 2 buildings away. "Oh no, I don't want to run. Neither do I." Sob. "Why did the homeroom teacher schedule the fitness test now?" The girls lamented, and although some boys also wore unwilling expressions, most of them were exceedingly excited, as if they had already completed their self-discipline plans during the break. After all, this was a good opportunity to show off in front of the girls. Jiang Li's expression remained unchanged. It was just a fitness test. She could easily run 1,000 meters before, and now transitioning to the 800 meters for girls was no issue. As Jiang Li was a new student, those around her were hesitant to engage with her, but her pale face and delicate features still attracted quite a few secret glances from the boys. Jiang Li turned her head, using her hair to shield her face. Yet this action caused her to involuntarily look towards her deskmate. At that moment, Mo Jingxuan was shaking his leg, propping his chin on one hand, gazing intently out at the vast. Following Mo Jingxuan's line of sight, Jiang Li observed that the sky was cloudless, and amidst the azure expanse there seemed to be a small, indistinct shadow, the moon. At this moment, the moon was quietly gathering strength, awaiting its moment to shine at night. Dingling, dingling. The class bell rang, and everyone from class 407 hurried towards the playground. The surrounding students moved in groups while Jiang Li walked alone. Wait, it seemed there was one other person alone as well. Jiang Li quietly glanced at her deskmate, Mo Jingxuan, who was also by himself. However, unlike Jiang Li, he seemed to be walking alone on purpose. A few minutes later, they arrived at the playground where Teacher Lu had already been waiting for quite some time. He had a whistle hanging around his neck, a stopwatch in one hand, and a report form for recording the fitness test results in the other. The students of class 407 lined up neatly in 2 rows, boys in one and girls in the other. Standing at 167 meters, Jiang Li was considered tall among the girls, naturally taking her place at the back of the line. After a brief warm-up, Teacher Lu instructed all the girls to get ready. Jiangli stood on the track, a slight sweat forming in her palms, yet her face remained expressionless. The boys gathered in a cluster, seemingly discussing something. So how much are you betting? Zhu Hong pulled out 5 plastic meal tickets, each worth 10 yuan, and asked the boy opposite him. The boy gritted his teeth and pulled out a stack of meal tickets from his pocket, declaring, "This is my last chance, Bim." His action shocked many around him. A boy beside him clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Ashua, you can do it. That's a week's worth of meal tickets, right?" The other boys were ignited by his enthusiasm, all aware that this was their last fitness test in high school, and one by one, they eagerly pulled out their meal tickets. "Hey, can I join now?" Mo Jingshun walked over from the side, looking at the group gathered together. Zhu Hong raised an eyebrow at Mo Jingshun, hesitating for a moment before agreeing. "The rules remain the same, only those with female deskmates can participate. This time we will see who ranks in the top 5. The higher the rank, the more meal tickets you receive. How much are you betting?" Mo Jingshun smiled. This betting on meal tickets during the fitness test had become a unique feature of their class, typically only involving those with female deskmates. The rules were simple: meal tickets could only be bet on one's own deskmate, and whoever's deskmate finished first or ranked high would take home more meal tickets. Mo Jingshun had been unable to participate before, and now that he had a female deskmate, he naturally wanted to join it. Mo Jingshun reached into his school uniform pocket and pulled out a hefty stack of the highest denomination, 20 yuan meal tickets, tossing them onto the grass. Upon counting, there were more than 10. This instantly made Mo Jingshun the one with the most meal tickets there, even surpassing Ashua, who had bet. Zhu Hong sneered, pulling out 2 more 20 yuan tickets from his pocket to add to his bet. His deskmate had nearly always ranked 123 in fitness tests, so Zhu Hong felt confident this time. Another reason was that he disliked Mo Jingshun, feeling he was too pretentious. His deskmate, the new transfer student, was quite pretty, but had a pale complexion and looked malnourished. He couldn't believe she could outrun his own deskmate. As Zhu Hong pondered this, he turned his head to look at his deskmate standing on the playground. She was a slender girl with her hair pulled back, looking very capable. In contrast, Jiangli appeared weak, her hair cascading over her shoulders, which would surely affect her performance in the fitness test. Zhu Hong's grin widened. Confident, he tossed down another 20 yuan meal ticket, determined to make Mo Jingshun pay dearly. The other boys also enthusiastically threw down their meal tickets, which Zhu Hong recorded in a notebook. After placing his meal tickets, Mo Jingshun casually walked over to sit by a tree, looking relaxed, as if he was completely unconcerned about the more than 10 20 yuan meal tickets he had just tossed down. "Take your positions." While the boys were still discussing how many meal tickets to bet, teacher Lu had already begun organizing the girls to prepare. The girls lined up in 2 rows with Jiang Li standing towards the back of the inner lane. "Run!" At teacher Liu's command, the girls took off, running around the inner circle of the 400-meter track. "Go, go!" The boys stood at the edge of the track, cheering for their respective female classmates. Although the girls were puzzled as to why, even though they were the ones running, the boys seemed more excited than they were, looking as if they had been invigorated, yet they still put in great effort on the track. Zhu Hong glanced at his deskmate, who was maintaining a position among the top 3. He felt secretly pleased, but then looked at Jiangli, noticing she was still towards the back. "Mo Jingshun, your meal ticket is about to disappear." Zhu Hong slyly glanced at Mo Jingshun, who was leaning against a tree, thinking to himself. Jiang Li was adjusting her breathing. As the first lap ended, many people's stamina severely declined, while Jiang Li, who had been conserving her energy, began to surge in the final lap. The sudden acceleration allowed her to overtake several people around her, closing in on Zhu Hong's deskmate. The boys nearby, not expecting such a turn of events, were all focused on the 2 runners on the track. The tall, thin girl next to Jiang Li also noticed her approaching and quickened her pace, yet she could not prevent Jiang Li's overtaking. Jiang Li crossed the finish line first, and teacher Lu pressed the stopwatch to record her time. Next was Zhu Hong's deskmate, who had only finished in 2nd place. "Wow, Jiang Li is actually this impressive." "Yeah, I didn't expect that at all," the boys around exclaimed in shock as they looked at Jiang Li standing in the distance. Zhu Hong's expression turned sour. He clearly did not expect Jiang Li to come in first, which also meant that Mo Jingshun was the biggest winner of this game. Despite feeling unwilling in his heart, Zhu Hong still handed over the meal tickets won by Mo Jingshun. Mo Jingshun grinned as he stuffed a large pile of meal tickets into his uniform pocket. Jiang Li stood alone by a stone bench outside the playground, not sitting with the other girls in the class. Her pale face showed no expression, as she seemed accustomed to this feeling of being alone and did not want to get involved with anyone. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Jiang Li sat down on the stone bench, hugging her legs. The boys stood along the track, unable to control their gazes towards Jiang Li. Adolescent boys often develop inexplicable feelings for attractive girls, and they were eager to show off. At teacher Lu's command, the boys shot forward like arrows released from a bow, running with all their might. After a few minutes, Mo Jingshun unsurprisingly claimed 1st place among the boys. When Mo Jingshun stopped on the track, the girls in the class all turned to give him their attention. Mo Jingshun was tall and handsome with a carefree demeanor, but his academic performance was excellent. Logically, someone like him would get along well among both girls and boys. Yet Imo Jingshun had a peculiar temperament. Boys thought he was too showy, and girls found him hard to approach, which led to him having few friends in class, only one buddy from another class who would come to find him. After the physical tests were completed, Teacher Lu gathered everyone together, as usual, said a few simple words, and then dismissed them. Jiang Li's classmates dispersed around her, while she looked around, trying to find a quiet place to be alone, but at that moment Teacher Lu beckoned her over. Teacher Lu took Jiang Li to a secluded path behind another teaching building away from the playground, shaded. Your situation the teacher probably understands. If you have any issues with your studies or life, feel free to ask for my help. Teacher Lu smiled as he spoke to Jiang Li before him. Jiang Li, are you feeling unwell? Why does your face look so pale? Noticing Jiang Li's pale face, out of concern, Teacher Lu asked her. Jiang Li shook her head. I'm fine. After hearing Jiang Li's affirmative response, Teacher Lu nodded, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. You can talk to me about any problems you have. After finishing, Teacher Lu took Jiang Li back to the playground. Jiang Li then found a spot on the playground where no one was around, and sat down, spending the rest of the PE class in a daze. When the class bell rang, everyone returned to classroom 407. With the class nearing the end of the morning session, Teacher Lu seemed to have disappeared, leaving the class without a teacher, and for a while the students chatted with each other. As for Jiang Li, she remained quietly seated at the back, saying nothing. Her deskmate was nowhere to be found until halfway through the class, when she hurriedly came back through the back door. Imo Jingshun swept up his bangs and casually pulled out a chair to sit down, glancing at his deskmate. Her raven hair concealed her fair face, and her slender fingers flipped through the pages of a book, radiating an aura that could bring calm to those around her. Imo Jingshun rummaged through his pockets for a moment and pulled out a 20 meal ticket, tossing it onto Jiang Li's desk. As Jiang Li was flipping through her book, a light blue plastic card flew towards her. She instinctively picked it up and saw the number 20 written on it with the school emblem of the 3rd middle school printed on the back. Realizing this was the meal ticket thrown to her by her deskmate, Jiang Li turned to Imo Jingshun and asked, "What is this?" "It's a meal ticket. The school doesn't accept cash. The snack bar only takes meal tickets." Imo Jingshun, with his legs crossed and shaking one leg, replied to Jiang Li. Jiang Li found it strange. If this was a meal ticket, why was Imo Jingshun throwing it to her? Jiang Li said nothing and simply placed the blue meal ticket back on Imo Jingshun's desk. "Why don't you want it?" Imo Jingshun looked at the return meal ticket with a hint of confusion in his bright eyes. Jiang Li remained silent, but her action of lowering her head to read again spoke volumes. Imo Jingshun decided not to bother with it anymore, shoving the 20 meal ticket back into his pocket. Originally, he had intended to give some of the meal tickets he won to his deskmate as a thank you, but since she refused, Imo Jingshun didn't feel like being the good guy anymore. He rested his hands behind his head against the chair, while his long legs crossed over the desk resting on the chair. The two deskmates exhibited two completely different attitudes. One was diligently studying, while the other was carefree, just waiting for school to end. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops in the distance, and the swaying leaves seemed to confirm the beginning of their senior. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li had already been in Hangzhou No. 3 high school for a week. During this week, Jiang Li gradually adapted to the lifestyle and routines of this high school. It must be said that it was quite different from the high school she attended in Huaishi province, such as not being allowed to leave school for lunch and having evening self-study ending at 9:40 p.m. As for her interactions with classmates in the class, Jiang Li maintained her initial role as a quiet presence, avoiding communication with others and quietly staying in the corner of the classroom, which made her somewhat similar to her deskmate Imo Jingshun. However, unlike her deskmate, who was disliked and isolated, Jiang Li seemed to willingly choose to be alone and deliberately avoid contact with other students. Speaking of her deskmate, Jiang Li instinctively turned her head, and her deskmate Imo Jingshun was sound asleep, leaning on the desk and hidden behind a textbook, showing no signs of the tension expected of a third-year student. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze. Although she hadn't specifically observed her deskmate, he spent the entire day either sleeping in class or staring blankly at the sky, or idly stuffing love letters from his overflowing drawer into the desks of other boys in the class. What a strange person. Jiang Li realized she had zoned out, and hurriedly redirected her attention back to the class. Today was the last class on Thursday afternoon, and after this class, Jiang Li would ride her bicycle back to the No. 7 Welfare Institute. Although the prices in the campus cafeteria were much cheaper than outside, Jiang Li still adhered to the principle of saving money and planned to go home to cook some noodles. Not long after Jiang Li refocused, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the afternoon classes for class 407 as the teacher finished explaining the last question. Jiang Li quietly sat in her seat. Now was the time when there were most people around. She usually waited about 10 minutes in her seat before leaving the classroom to go outside. As for Imo Jingshun, he left the classroom almost simultaneously with the teacher, and it was unclear how he could go from being sound asleep to immediately getting up and leaving the classroom. Jiang Li rotated the black pen in her hand while checking her pocket to ensure her keys were with her. Once the time was right, she closed her book and left the classroom. The action of leaving 10 minutes late had a noticeable effect, There were very few people in the stairwell, and it didn't feel crowded at all. Jiangli kept her head down, her dark hair falling loose around her face, shielding her pale cheeks, not wanting to draw attention to herself. Once outside the school gates, Jiangli looked up to see students from No. 3 high school all around dressed in blue and white uniforms, and she too wore blue pants and a white blue short sleeve. Zhang Li's bicycle was not parked here as it was piled with electric bikes from other students. She turned left passing various shops until she reached a sidewalk near the bus stop, pulled out her bicycle, and unlocked it. The sidewalk was not long. Walking ahead was a downhill path to the left. Zhang Li decided not to ride, but to push her bike there first. "Hey, what are you doing?" At that moment, as Zhang Li was pushing her bike forward, she suddenly heard a hurried voice behind her, followed by the sound of someone falling to the ground with a muffled groan. When she instinctively turned around, a person wearing a mask and a black coat rushed past her side. Fortunately, Zhang Li stood to the side, otherwise she would have collided with that person. That person ignored Zhang Li and ran forward quickly. "Robbery! Catch that person!" An elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s with a head full of white hair, fell to the ground, crying out and pointing at the person in black who had just fled. "What? A robbery?" Zhang Li's mind hadn't fully registered it yet, and the passing students around her had a similar reaction. At that moment, a boy with his school uniform unzipped and slanted across his body suddenly snatched the bicycle from Zhang Li's hands. "Just borrowing it for a bit." The suddenly appearing Imo Jingshan moved quickly, jumped on the bicycle, and sped after the robber, who was about to turn onto the left sidewalk. Although the robber was fast, he couldn't match Imo Jingshan on the bicycle. In fact, the robber also had a means of transportation just parked elsewhere. He had originally planned to finish the robbery and leave by car from another location, but didn't expect to be chased, especially by a boy in a school uniform. As the robber ran desperately after turning onto the left downhill path, he aimed to enter a nearby alley. In the complex alley, Imo Jingshan's bicycle would be of little use. Imo Jingshan realized the robber's intention and immediately accelerated, ultimately blocking the robber first and using his bicycle to ram him hard to the ground. Bang! The bicycle, propelled by momentum, crashed into the robber and fell heavily onto the asphalt, with the front tire sinking and showing severe damage. As for the robber who was hit, he naturally felt the impact, clutching his left leg and letting out a painful wail. Imo Jingshan quickly grabbed a red fire hydrant from the ground, stood up, and then restrained the robber's hands on. "Daring to do such things in front of me, your days are going to get tougher." The commotion from the robbery attracted the attention of many students from No. 3 high school and passers-by. Many girls from the school cast admiring glances at Imo Jingshan after seeing him subdue the robber. "You little brat, how dare you stop me!" Ouch! The robber, who was pinned to the ground by Imo Jingshan, recovered from his previous pain and, gritting his teeth, threatened Imo Jingshan above him. However, the latter was not intimidated at all. Instead, he pressed hard on the robber's injured left leg, causing him to grimace in pain and no longer dare to talk back. Thank you, young man." At that moment, Zhang Li gently walked over to Imo Jingshan, supporting the elderly woman who had just been knocked down. "Old lady, is this your bag?" Imo Jingshan took a soft leather wallet with the skin peeling off from the robber's hands and handed it to the elderly woman in front of him. "Yes, thank you so much." The elderly woman looked at Zhang Li, who was supporting her, and Imo Jingshan, who had subdued the robber, her eyes filled with gratitude. Zhang Li turned her head, her dark hair obscuring half of her face, making it difficult for the surrounding crowd to see. Zhang Li didn't like to stand out, so at the beginning of the incident, she didn't rush to Imo Jingshan like everyone else, but instead she immediately helped the elderly woman who had fallen to the ground. People around called the police, and soon officers arrived to take the robber away. With solid evidence and dozens of witnesses, the robber was likely to face serious consequences. After expressing her gratitude, the elderly woman left with the police. As the victim, she still needed to go through certain procedures. The crowd of students originally gathered dispersed once they saw that the incident had ended, leaving only Zhang Li and Imo Jingshan. Without the crowd around her, Zhang Li immediately spotted her bicycle lying not far away, its front wheel dented. Imo Jingshan placed his hand on the back of his neck, saying, "Your bicycle is of poor quality. It got this way after just one collision." Zhang Li remained silent, quietly stepping forward to pick up her bicycle, puzzled by how Imo Jingshan had managed to do this. Not only was the front wheel dented, but even the chain was tangled into a mess. Seeing this, Imo Jingshan promptly took hold of the bicycle and started walking toward the nearby repair shop he met. Imo Jingshan walked ahead along the brick path beside the asphalt road, with Zhang Li following closely behind. The two turned right at the end of the downhill road, passing a few fast food shops emitting white steam, finally arriving at a bicycle repair shop. The repair shop was small, with only a middle-aged man in dirty work clothes looking around 40 years old inside. Zhang Li stood outside the shop, catching a strong smell of motor oil. Inside, a few motorcycles and electric bikes were parked, with rows of shining repair tools hanging on the wall and black oil stains scattered on the floor. "Boss, can you take a look at this bicycle and see if it can be repaired?" Imo Jingshan entered the shop with the bicycle, calling out to the boss. The boss, who was unscrewing bolts from a motorcycle, stood up after hearing the commotion, picking up a towel to wipe his hands clean of oil. Without wasting words, the boss took the severely damaged bicycle from Mo Jingshan. Upon first glance, his expression turned somewhat awkward. Young man, what did you do to this bike? The front wheel is like this, and even the frame has a crack in it. That's none of your concern. Mo Jingshan glanced at Jiang Li, who was pale beside him. Just tell us if it can be repaired. The boss shook his head, saying, I can fix the chain, but since the frame is cracked, this bicycle is basically beyond repair. You should buy a new one, young man. No, wait. Mo Jingshan wanted to say more, but someone tugged at his right sleeve. Let's go. If it can't be repaired, then forget it. Jiang Li lowered her head, preparing to leave the repair shop, while Mo Jingshan turned around, and the boss waved his hand helplessly. Seeing this, Mo Jingshan reluctantly picked up the already useless bicycle and followed Jiang Li outside. Unlike when they arrived, the two now walked side by side. Although Mo Jingshan was quite tall, Jiang Li's dark hair obscured her expression. Through the white smoke of the fast food shop, Mo Jingshan took the lead and stepped ahead of Jiang Li. Classmate, I broke your bicycle. Oh, don't worry, I will definitely compensate you with a new one. Mo Jingshan stared at Jiang Li, seemingly trying to see her eyes through her dark hair. As he spoke, Mo Jingshan reached into his school uniform pocket, but after checking all 4 pockets, he only managed to pull out a few pieces of 20 and 10 yuan notes. Mo Jingshan grabbed Jiang Li's hand and stuffed all the money he had into her palm. Jiang Li struggled to pull her hand back, appearing to dislike close contact with others. Ignoring her resistance, Mo Jingshan held tightly onto Jiang Li's wrist, assuring her, just wait, in a few days I will gather some money and definitely compensate you. Can you let go of me first? Jiang Li's clear voice rang out, and only at that moment did she slightly lift her head, revealing her eyes hidden beneath her hair. Having you as my classmate is really exhausting. It took ages to say a single word. Mo Jingshan pouted, releasing her hand, while still holding Jiang Li's wrist, unlike my previous. Weren't you without a classmate before? Jiang Li raised her head somewhat defiantly, retorting, blinking her beautiful eyes, but accidentally shedding 2 tears. You? Mo Jingshan doubted his eyes. You misinterpreted it. Jiang Li shook her head, choosing not to speak further as she walked ahead. Mo Jingshan stood there, his expression somewhat confused. It was just a bicycle that broke. What was there to cry about? Girls truly are emotional beings. Mo Jingshan expressed his inability to understand. He looked at Jiang Li, who had already walked far away, and immediately took long strides to catch up with her. So where should I leave this bicycle? You can't expect me to carry it to school, right? Mo Jingshan asked Jiang Li as he stood beside her. Just leave it back at the bus stop where the old lady was robbed earlier. As they talked, they had already walked up the previous downhill road. When they reached the bus stop, they suddenly heard a series of urgent sounds. Dingling, dingling. Jiang Li's expression changed. This was clearly the bell, signaling the start of evening self-study. Oh no, they had unknowingly wasted too much time, and didn't even realize that evening self-study had already begun. Jiang Li immediately sprinted toward the school with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Mo Jingshan, who initially seemed unconcerned knowing he was often late, couldn't help but follow her in a rush. As expected, the two were caught by the student council members stationed outside the teaching building and had to sign their names in the attendance book. Jiang Li looked dejected while Mo Jingshan appeared indifferent. They returned to their seats through the back door. Since the first evening self-study had just begun and the teacher had not yet arrived, the atmosphere in the classroom was still somewhat restless. Jiang Li took out a book, intending to immerse herself in the sea of knowledge, allowing herself to temporarily forget about the commuting issue after losing her bicycle. However, at that moment, Jiang Li's stomach inconveniently rumbled, interrupting her thoughts. Jiang Li rubbed her stomach, realizing that she had originally planned to go home and cook noodles, but due to the unexpected robbery, she had missed her meal and lost her bicycle. Suppressing her hunger, Jiang Li opened her book. Yet suddenly a white cake appeared in front of her. Jiang Li was taken aback. She thought she shouldn't be at the stage of starving to the point of hallucinations. Almost instinctively, Jiang Li reached out her finger to touch the cake that had appeared before her, and to her surprise, "Do you want some?" Mo Jingshan's voice sounded beside her. Jiang Li turned her head to look at him, only to find him biting into a piece of cake. She didn't know when, but he had magically pulled out 2 pieces of cake from his drawer and offered one to Jiang Li. Where did this cake come from? Jiang Li hesitated briefly before turning to ask Mo Jingshan, who sat. Mo Jingshan, speaking as he did, pulled out a love letter sealed in a pink envelope from his drawer. Someone sent it. I don't really eat this sort of thing anyway. No thank you. I'm not hungry. Jiang Li pushed the white cake back toward Mo Jingshan. It was meant for you. Why are you so stiff about it? His stomach rumbled audibly. Mo Jingshan shook his head, baffled by how peculiar his deskmate truly was. Still, I can't accept it, Jiang Li insisted. It's someone's heartfelt gesture. Whether or not you cherish it, I have no right to claim it. Fine, I'll eat it myself. Mo Jingshan shook his head and took a large bite of the cake before swallowing it whole in hurried, careless gulps. Conversations around them fell silent. The classroom, once buzzing with chatter, hushed instantly. The math teacher had just entered. Mo Jingshan, utterly unconcerned, nudged Jiang Li's arm. I'll gather the money for your bicycle soon. Jiang Li kept her gaze lowered on her math textbook and did not reply immediately. Instead, she tore off a sheet of scratch paper and swiftly scribbled something down with her pen. Mo Jingshun accepted the note passed under the desk, unfolded it, and found only 2 lines. No need to repay me. You're kind-hearted. I hold no grudge against you. Really? Mo Jingshun crumpled the scrap into a ball and tossed it carelessly into his drawer, then elbowed Jiang Li playfully. A strand of her raven-black hair swayed gently as Jiang Li gave a slight quiet nod. Then Mo Jingshun hadn't finished speaking when the math teacher interrupted him from the front of the class. Her gaze sharp behind her spectacles swept across the room before returning to her textbook. Mo Jingshun fell silent, picking up today's assignments from various teachers. Though he never paid attention during lectures, he always submitted his homework on time. He had no desire to invite trouble from any subject's class representative. The evening's self-study period was profoundly quiet, and since Jiang Li had no close friends, she immersed herself entirely in her work. When the bell rang at 9:40 p.m., she finally lifted her head. Instinctively, Jiang Li glanced toward her deskmate's seat. Just as usual, Mo Jingshun had already left. Jiang Li pressed a hand to her hollow stomach and decided not to stay and study further tonight. She would go home, and she wheeled her bicycle to a nearby scrap dealer and sold it for 80 yuan. Normally, it wouldn't have fetched that price, but the shop owner said several parts remained usable, so he agreed to the sum. Clutching the 80 yuan in her palm, Jiang Li boarded the bus and returned to the 7th welfare home. She inserted her key, turned the lock, and closed the door behind her. The same quiet ritual countless people performed upon returning home. After flipping the light switch, the bright glow of the incandescent bulb flooded the living room. Jiang Li retrieved some dried noodles from the kitchen and dropped them into a pot. 3 minutes later, she lifted the noodles into a bowl, then drizzled chili sauce from the bottle resting on the table. Her simple, solitary dinner. Since she was still in school, she could only take odd jobs on weekends. Weekdays brought no income. So Jiang Li lived frugally, tightening her belt each day. After clearing the table, washing her feet, and climbing into bed, Jiang Li decided to embrace the rare early return. Tonight, she would sleep early. Just as she set her alarm and settled onto the mattress, her phone chimed. A notification. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Teacher Liu. Jiang Li read Teacher Liu's message, replied, and lay back down. Night deepened. Most who'd labored through the day had long since slipped into peaceful slumber. Lying motionless on the bed, Jiang Li's pale forehead glistened with cold sweat. Her hands clenched the blanket tightly. Her relaxed supine posture gradually curled inward until she folded herself tightly into a trembling ball. She pressed herself hard against the wall, as if seeking solace, safety, even strength from its unyielding. Don't abandon me. In the deepest, heaviest hours of night, buried beneath layers of silence, lay Jiang Li's memories. Memories she refused to recall, nightmares that haunted her through countless restless nights. The next morning, Jiang Li boiled 2 eggs and headed out. Without her bicycle, she had no choice but to take. This added an invisible cost to her day. The bus was crowded, so she sought out a corner seat. She disliked standing too close to others. 15 minutes later, Jiang Li arrived at school precisely on time and began her day's studies. When afternoon classes ended, Teacher Liu called her over, and without hesitation, she followed him toward the faculty office. You sure you're up for this, Jingshun? Did yesterday's spotlight go straight to your head? A clean-cut boy, his uniform jacket tied around his waist, a light gray shirt beneath, spoke to Mo Jingshun beside him, bouncing a basketball rhythmically in his hands. Su Fan, sink that shot first. Mo Jingshun rolled his eyes at Su Fan, who stood poised at the 3-point line. Only those who make it earn the right to criticize me. Hey. Su Fan locked his gaze on the hoop, leapt swiftly from beyond the arc, and released the ball. It traced a graceful parabola through the air and dropped cleanly through the net. Blackie, speak up. Su Fan darted to Mo Jingshun's side, laughing as he shoved him hard. All right, I'm Blackie. Mo Jingshun shook his head. Today his aim was off, miss after miss. Su Fan meanwhile seemed unsteady. Mo Jingshun's gaze grew distant, then suddenly sharpened. His eyes pierced past Su Fan, locking onto the faculty office across the way. That's Jiang Li. What's she doing with old Liu? What did you say? Su Fan materialized beside Mo Jingshun, shouting directly into his ear, startling him completely. Damn it, don't do that. You nearly scared me to death. Mo Jingshun punched Su Fan lightly in the chest. My bad. Su Fan grinned and nodded. So that's your deskmate. He watched Jiang Li ascend the stairs beside Teacher Liu. She's quite beautiful. What do you think? Beautiful. My head. Mo Jingshun snatched the basketball from Su Fan's hands and hurled it toward the hoop, but missed again, the ball clattering harmlessly off the rim. You're slipping. Time to train harder. Su Fan teased, then dragged Mo Jingshun back into the game. After nearly 10 minutes of play, Jiang Li emerged from the office, holding a single sheet of white paper. Mo Jingshun happened to witness the moment. Mo Jingshun glanced over curiously. Having grown increasingly frustrated with basketball, he casually abandoned Su Fan beside him and strode toward the office across the court. Hey, Jingshun. What are you doing? We're not done yet. Su Fan called out, cradling the basketball as he sprinted after Mo Jingchuan, who had already crossed half the court. Without turning, Mo Jingchuan raised a hand behind him. I'm done, you're just too strong. Brat, Su Fan chuckled, shaking his head before falling into step beside him. Mo Jingchuan halted upon noticing Su Fan's approach and turned sideways, frowning. What do you want? Why are you following me? Why shouldn't I? Su Fan draped an arm over Mo Jingchuan's shoulder. Enough talk. If you leave, I'll only be bored anyway. Seeing no point in arguing further, Mo Jingchuan relented and led Su Fan along. After all, both were idle and neither harbored ill will. Side by side, they ascended the staircase of the teaching building, drawing covert glances from several passing females. Ignoring them, Mo Jingchuan strode boldly into the homeroom teacher's office on the 4th floor, where Teacher Lu sat at the central desk. What brings you two here? Teacher Lu looked up, startled, midway through organizing documents, only to find Mo Jingchuan and an unfamiliar student standing before her. Old Lu, what exactly did you assign to my seatmate? Mo Jingchuan cut straight to the point. Why do you ask? Teacher Lu composed herself. Let's set that aside for now. I haven't even addressed your repeated tardiness and unexcused absences. Alright. I admit I spoke too freely just now. At her words, Mo Jingchuan waved his hands dismissively, then seized Su Fan's arm and dashed out of the office in one fluid motion. That boy. Teacher Lu sighed, shaking her head. Though Mo Jingchuan consistently ranked among the top 10 school-wide, his irrepressible mischief was a constant source of exasperation. With a quiet sigh, she carefully sorted the financial aid documentation, partially buried beneath textbooks, and placed it neatly aside. Oh ho, so this is how it is. Su Fan grabbed Mo Jingchuan the moment they stepped outside. You claimed you didn't care, but look how deeply you're digging already. Wagging a finger teasingly before Mo Jingchuan's face, he added, when will you ever show half this concern for your best friend? Get lost, and stop being gross. Mo Jingchuan pushed him away with weary resignation, but Su Fan stubbornly clutched his arm again. Why must you always act like this around me? Mo Jingchuan pressed a palm to his forehead. I'm simply bored. Curiosity's just my way of seeking amusement. Disbelieve it if you wish. Well, I learned it from your sister. Su Fan released his grip, wearing an air of unapologetic self-righteousness. Don't slander her. My sister may have her quirks, but she's nowhere near as insufferable as you. Fine, so what now? Their bickering carried them downstairs, where the basketball court had already filled with another group of players. Let's go back. Seeing the court occupied, Mo Jingchuan tapped Su Fan's shoulder and headed toward the Senior 3 building. Just like that. Su Fan stood rooted, calling after Mo Jingchuan's retreating figure. It's still early. We've got time before evening's self-study begins. Yet Mo Jingchuan remained silent, walking resolutely toward class 407 in the Senior 3 wing. With a resigned shrug, Su Fan sighed, bounced the basketball once, and made his way back to his own classroom. She's not here yet. Mo Jingchuan entered class 407 to find only a handful of students scattered about. Most were still at the cafeteria or off campus. Though he'd never returned so early before, Mo Jingchuan recalled that his seatmate, unfailingly, always sat there steadfast as stone. Yet today, arriving deliberately early, he found her absent. Then his gaze fell upon her desk, laden with textbooks, where a sliver of white paper peeked from between the pages. Without hesitation, Mo Jingchuan slid it free. Bold characters leapt into view: financial aid application. The document surprised him. So that explained why Teacher Lu had saw Jiang Li. This was the reason. He'd barely heard of financial aid before. Most students at Hangqing No. 3 High came from comfortably affluent families. His eyes drifted downward until they settled on his seatmate's name at the bottom, Jiang Li. She was a recipient. Mo Jingchuan slipped the form silently back into place, expression unreadable. Moments later, Jiang Li entered the classroom. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of Mo Jingchuan, then swiftly softened into composure as she opened her textbook and began reading. But she scarcely read a page before pausing, distracted by an intense, unwavering gaze from beside her. She lowered the book and turned toward Mo Jingchuan. Is something wrong? Mo Jingchuan met her impassive stare and shook his head. Nothing. He withdrew his gaze, fixing it instead on the sky beyond the window. He remembered the bicycle incident. Now it made sense why Jiang Li had reacted so sharply when told it couldn't be repaired. She was a scholarship recipient. Mo Jingchuan despised owing favors. That day he'd taken center stage, but the loss had been hers alone. No, he wouldn't let it stand. Even if Jiang Li refused compensation, he would replace the bicycle. At the very least, he refused to profit from her hardship. Resolved, Mo Jingchuan heard the bell ring, the start of evening self-study. Time flowed onward, the sky deepened into twilight. Seated side by side in the corner of class 407, Mo Jingchuan opened the window. A cool night breeze swept in, lifting his bangs and gently stirring Jiang Li's hair. A thick textbook stood upright between them like an invisible boundary, yet the wind flowed effortlessly past it, touching Jiang Li all the same. After a long silence, Mo Jingchuan turned his attention back to the test paper before him, uncapped his pen, and signed his name with swift, confident strokes. Class 407 was hushed. Only the soft scratch of pens against paper broke the stillness. Tomorrow afternoon would bring Saturday's brief reprieve. Monday morning they'd return. Mo Jingshun had already decided how he'd make amends with Jiang Li. He planned to enlist Su Fan's help tomorrow afternoon. In the afternoon, as the sun set in the west, a 7-story building dominated by blue and white colors adorned with a decorative police emblem stood at a distance of 2 streets from Hangzhou No. 3 middle school housing the local police station. To the left of the police station's main entrance, a tall tree grew, its branches extending beyond the height of the surrounding wall, reaching outwards. Beside the outer wall beneath the tree, 2 boys in blue and white school uniforms stood, one on the left, and the Mo Jingshun leaned against the wall with his arms crossed while Su Fan stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Are you serious? Su Fan stood at the entrance of the police station, lowering his hand from his chin to look at his best friend, Mo Jingshun. Of course. Do you have a better plan? After saying this, Mo Jingshun straightened up, acting as if he intended to enter the police station, but Su Fan quickly grabbed him. Even if you want to catch him, you can't just run into the police station. Su Fan frowned and pulled out his phone from his pocket, opening the local police's official account. You said you saw the wanted notice mentioning that the robber had accomplices. Mo Jingshun nodded, reaching to swipe Su Fan's phone until he stopped at the picture of an unfamiliar middle-aged man tapping on it. That's him. You haven't told me yet. Su Fan put away his phone, scrutinizing Mo Jingshun. Why are you doing this? Don't tell me you're just a good Samaritan fond of justice or something like that. It's nothing much. Mo Jingshun felt there was nothing worth hiding, so he bluntly told Su Fan about his responsibility to compensate Jiang Li for the damaged bicycle. Is it really just for this? Su Fan couldn't believe it. You're asking me to help catch a wanted criminal who might have already fled, all for the police reward of 1,500. Oh heavens. Su Fan tilted his head aside. Are you trying to be funny? What can I do? I can't come up with 1,500 right now. Mo Jingshun waved his hand, looking helpless. Your dad. Su Fan's words were interrupted as Mo Jingshun's expression immediately changed. I broke Jiang Li's bicycle. What's my issue? I won't be asking him for money. All right. Su Fan patted Mo Jingshun on the shoulder. We're both young students with responsibility, relying on ourselves without our parents. So what are we doing now? We can't just wait at the police station for him to turn himself in and then rush in to take credit, right? Upon hearing this, Mo Jingshun mimicked Su Fan's earlier gesture, resting his chin on his hand. That's indeed a problem. Oh, I haven't thought that far ahead. You son of a... Don't get worked up yet. Mo Jingshun quickly covered Su Fan's mouth to prevent him from cursing. I have been doing some investigation as well. Oh, let's first check the nearby market since we've come this far. Okay then. Mo Jingshun and Su Fan circled the police station, heading towards a farmer's market in the southeast, the largest one in the vicinity. It was also one of the clues mentioned in the wanted notice. Although it's called a market, it now has a semblance of a large supermarket. Nevertheless, outside one could still encounter many elderly vendors selling goods on the ground, along with some stalls pushing carts selling buns and cold noodles. Sir, have you seen this person around lately? Mo Jingshun squatted at a small vegetable stall covered with a white plastic sheet, addressing an elderly man who appeared to be over 60. What? Young lad, do you want to buy spinach? The old man clearly had difficulty hearing, mistaking Mo Jingshun's inquiry for a request for spinach. No. Mo Jingshun shook his head while gesturing wildly to help the old man understand. What I mean is, have you seen this person? He's a wanted criminal who has appeared around here recently. What? You want hollow vegetables? Young lad, they're cheap here, just 3 yuan. The old man smiled broadly, reaching for some hollow vegetables and weighing out a pound for Mo Jingshun. Mo Jingshun stared at the hollow vegetables handed to him, momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed a bit difficult to communicate with the elderly. He took out 3 coins from his pocket and handed them to the old man, taking the hollow vegetables in hand. Sir, it's getting late. You should head home soon. The old man nodded with a smile, continuously thanking him. Mo Jingshun stood up from the stall, glanced at Su Fan, and then walked towards the center of the market together. 20 minutes later, the two emerged from the market carrying a large assortment of vegetables. Oh, Su Fan plopped down on a bench at the nearby bus stop. We didn't gather much information, but we bought a lot of vegetables. Do you want to eat potatoes or hollow vegetables for dinner? Mo Jingshun shook his head, ignoring Su Fan's jest. Holding his phone, he stared at the face of the wanted man, while also looking at the several marked suspicious locations by the police. Since they found nothing at the most suspicious market, where could he have gone? Mo Jingshun gazed at the middle-aged man, wearing a black hat, on his phone, momentarily lost in thought. Hey. Su Fan sat up straight. Where are we going now? It's almost 6 o'clock. Su Fan instinctively looked at Mo Jingshun, but the latter appeared dazed, as if his soul had been pulled away. Hey, what's wrong with you? Su Fan grabbed Mo Jingshun's arm and shook him vigorously to bring him back from his stupor. Wait a moment. Mo Jingshun rubbed his eyes, looking at the figure stepping out from the phone, wearing a black hat. He quickly looked down to confirm and found that although the person had their back to him, their physique and hat matched exactly with the wanted notice. I told you I wasn't mistaken. Mo Jingshun turned and punched Su Fan's shoulder. Dude, I help you out, and you hit me instead. Su Fan rubbed his shoulder. What do you mean, not mistaken? Did you find that man? Mo Jingshun quietly edged closer to Su Fan. Do you see that man across buying buns? Yes. That's him. Let's sneak over and confirm it first. Alright, Su Fan lowered his voice. But we're so far from him, we don't need to be that cautious he can't hear us. What do you know? Hurry up, or hell leave. Mo Jingshun suddenly stood up from the bus stop bench. What about these vegetables? Su Fan looked at the various bags of vegetables scattered on the ground, shouting towards Mo Jingshun, who had already walked a few meters away. Just leave them there or we'll grab them later. Su Fan set down the vegetables he was holding and dashed a few steps forward to walk alongside Mo Jingshun as they crossed the zebra crossing to the other side. How much are these buns? Mo Jingshun and Su Fan had already approached the vendor and inquired. 1 yuan each, all for 1 yuan. The vendor wore a cheerful smile, having already packed 3 or 4 bags of buns in a white plastic bag, which he then placed into a red plastic bag before handing it to a man wearing a black hat. As Mo Jingshun reached the man's side, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. The man not only wore a hat, but also a mask revealing only a pair of eyes, making it impossible to discern his identity. Su Fan also noticed this detail. He casually approached the man and feigned curiosity as he looked at him. Hey, isn't it stuffy wearing a mask in this weather? The man was taken aback, not expecting someone to initiate a conversation with him, especially someone dressed in a school uniform who looked like a student. However, he was very cautious. He understood that he was being closely watched and couldn't show any weaknesses, so he chose to ignore Su Fan's question and picked up his buns, preparing to leave. You? Su Fan's words were cut off by the vendor. So how many buns do you want? I have all kinds of flavors here. Thank you, auntie. You'll have 2 with meat filling. Mo Jingshun nodded. Wait, why are you actually eating? Su Fan was somewhat confused. This is truly a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuch is calm. That guy is about to leave. You wouldn't understand this, would you? Mo Jingshun took the meat bun handed to him by the vendor and took a bite. Let me tell you, I did my homework. Mo Jingshun took another bite of the bun, and feeling that it tasted quite good, he turned to the vendor and shouted, Auntie, I'll have 2 tofu buns, 2 kelp buns, and 2 meat buns. That makes 8, right? He'll pay you. Su Fan took the bun Mo Jingshun handed him and also took a bite. So you're saying you have a plan. What do you intend to do? Su Fan glanced down at the bun, noticing the red meat filling and some chopped green onions. It smelled very good. Look at his clothes. There are many signs of rough friction, and he's quite dusty. Mo Jingshun pulled Su Fan away from the vendor's stall and walked in the direction the earlier man had left. We can't confirm yet if he is the wanted criminal, so we have to sneak over for now. I suspect he must be hiding in a nearby unfinished building or construction site. Mo Jingshun took a bite of his tofu bun. At this moment, it was already 6 p.m. in Hangzhou, and the streetlights began to illuminate the dusk, gradually fading, and the night was about to arrive. Stop eating that. Su Fan snatched all the buns Mo Jingshun was holding. Consider these your reward for me. Mo Jingshun shrugged, unconcerned. He took out his phone and opened the map and indeed found a remote, unfinished building nearby. Once we confirm, we'll report to the police and let them handle it. Mo Jingshun patted Su Fan on the shoulder and led him towards the unfinished building. Alright, let's go. The 2 boys walked down the road, unafraid of what was about to happen, even feeling a bit excited. Perhaps this was a moment of youthful recklessness that everyone experiences. They turned a few corners and finally stopped by an empty building next to a construction site. This unfinished building had been left over from 2 or 3 years ago and was likely to be demolished along with the adjacent construction site in a couple of months. Standing before this group of unfinished buildings, night fell upon these incomplete structures, casting a few shadows. From the outside, some of the buildings appeared to have a Western-style design. However, with the unscrupulous developer absconding with funds, everything had come to a halt. All that remained were the hollow skeletons of the unfinished buildings, and at night the wind would whistle through, creating sounds that resembled the anguished cries of the cheated residents. If it were an ordinary person, they might be frightened by the scene before them. However, Mo Jingshun and Su Fan were not timid individuals, so they felt nothing. Since there might be an accomplice of a robber inside, the 2 did not walk in boldly, but were rather cautious. Upon entering the unfinished building, Mo Jingshun somehow obtained a metal rod for protection. Given the number of unfinished buildings here and their uncertainty about where the man was hiding, they had no choice but to search one by one. This won't work. The efficiency is too slow. Mo Jingshun stood on the stairs of the unfinished building, blocking Su Fan ahead. What do you think? Su Fan noticed Mo Jingshun's expression and immediately asked him, have you thought of a plan? Mo Jingshun nodded and shared his plan with Su Fan. We don't necessarily have to find him, we can lure him out. What do you mean? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, a look of contemplation appearing on his delicate face. How so? We just need to create some noise here. Mo Jingshun's face was filled with confidence as he confidently said, if he really is hiding in the unfinished building, it means one thing: there are police nearby watching him, which prevents him from leaving Hangzhou for a while and finding a suitable hiding place. If a sound suddenly erupts from his hiding spot, he will definitely become suspicious and check it out. Su Fan interjected. But our task is to confirm who he is. What if he is still hiding very well, and we can't see his face? If he shows up, it means he is the wanted criminal. Mo Jingchun smiled, and continued, after all, why would a normal person stay in an unfinished building? Even if someone really had no business, there would be no need to come specially to check out a noise after all. Mo Jingchun paused, and pointed to the wind whistling past. This place is constantly making noise. That's a good point. Su Fan admired Mo Jingchun, saying, if he shows up, it would prove he is the wanted criminal. You really have a great mind, no wonder you still do so, well, even while slacking off. If you weren't my brother, I would probably be jealous of you already. Haha, whether it works or not is another matter. Mo Jingchun took a step forward, observing the area. Feeling that this spot was quite good, he swung the metal rod he had been using for protection and struck it against the metal structure fiercely. Clang clang. The metal clashed, producing an incredibly penetrating sound. After Mo Jingchun struck it several times, feeling that the timing was right, he immediately pulled Su Fan to hide around the corner on the upper floor. Now the two just needed to wait quietly here to see if anyone would come. Once that person arrived, they could confirm everything. About 10 minutes later, a rustling sound came from downstairs. Mo Jingchun and Su Fan huddled closely together, hiding at the corner on the upper floor, intently watching below. Before long, a suspicious-looking person arrived at the spot where they had made the noise earlier. Though the light was dim, Mo Jingchun immediately recognized the black hat on his head, which belonged to the person they had encountered earlier at the bun shop. The man in the black hat ascended the stairs, but found nothing. He looked around in confusion, yet the abandoned building was entirely empty. Perhaps he was overthinking it, as the black hat man left after surveying the area. Mo Jingchun, hiding in the corner, heard the man sigh before stepping down the stairs. The two sat quietly on the stairs, making no sudden movements until they confirmed that the black hat man had left the abandoned building. Only then did Mo Jingchun take out his phone and call the police. Are you sure? Where are you right now? We will send officers right away. On the other end of the line was a young policewoman who immediately reported to the police captain after hearing Mo Jingchun's description. The police captain made a decisive decision and rushed a team towards the abandoned building where Mo Jingchun and Su Fan were located. The police will arrive soon. You must do your best to protect yourselves and avoid being discovered by the criminals. Hearing the voice on the phone, Mo Jingchun agreed, then hung up. Let's go outside to meet the police. Su Fan nodded and followed Mo Jingchun downstairs. Do you think we can consider this a successful report? Sure, but we were just lucky. Mo Jingchun nodded. I can't believe we. He suddenly grabbed Su Fan's collar and yanked him towards him. The sudden force made Su Fan bend over, being dragged towards Mo Jingchun. What are you doing? Su Fan looked at Mo Jingchun, who was suddenly pulling him. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. Mo Jingchun reacted quickly. The moment he saw the black hat man swing a crowbar at Su Fan, he swiftly, damn it, who are you? The black hat man, realizing he missed, stopped hiding. He stepped out from the shadows beside the abandoned building, holding a reddish-brown crowbar, his face filled with ferocity. Mo Jingchun helped Su Fan up, and they stood shoulder to shoulder. Who are we? They shared a knowing smile. We are the messengers of justice. What nonsense is this? The black hat man ignored their words, grateful he had stayed alert and hidden downstairs, unexpectedly finding company. What do they want with me? Are they trying to lure me out, or was it an accidental action? The black hat man felt uneasy. Ever since his accomplice was captured, he had been afraid of being discovered by the police. Thinking of this, the black hat man's gaze hardened. He had to leave immediately, or he'd lose his chance completely. But first he needed to deal with the two students in school uniforms before him. At the very least, he needed to knock them out with a blunt weapon. With that in mind, the black hat man charged at them with the iron bar, and Mo Jingchun, seeing his demeanor, focused his eyes and lifted his own iron bar. Clang! With a loud sound, their iron bars collided, the immense force causing both to flinch and involuntarily release their weapons. Run! Mo Jingchun threw down his iron bar, turned, and pulled Su Fan as they dashed towards the exit of the abandoned building. Don't let them escape. Seeing the two fleeing outside, the black hat man panicked, neglecting to pick up the iron bar on the ground, and hurried. Damn it, I shouldn't have come out to buy buns. This wouldn't have exposed my whereabouts. The black hat man scolded himself, internally failing to notice a pair of hands reaching out from around the corner ahead. In reality, Mo Jingchun and Su Fan had not run away, but were hiding around the corner of another abandoned building, quietly waiting for the black hat man. The moment the black hat man ran around the corner, Mo Jingchun punched him hard in the face, and before he could react, both grabbed one of his hands and pressed it firmly to the ground. Who are you? Let me go. The black hat man, pinned to the ground, began to struggle wildly, but under the combined strength of the two, he had no room to resist. Be still. Su Fan pressed his knee into the black hat man's back. You're done for, kid. You guys. Mo Jingchun pulled off his mask and confirmed that he looked exactly like the wanted poster. In the distance, the sound of police sirens echoed. Upon hearing it, the black hat man's expression changed to panic, and he struggled again, but it was still futile. Over here. Mo Jingchun waved one hand at the several police officers entering the abandoned building. The officers quickly rushed over, taking the place of the two and firmly pinning the black hat man to the ground, swiftly pulling out handcuffs to secure his wrists. After doing all this, they lifted the black hat man off the ground, held his head down, and escorted him into the police car, taking him back to the station. This is my first time in a police car. Su Fan looked around the back seat. It doesn't seem much different. Mo Jingshun said, nothing, sitting beside him with his legs crossed, likely calculating the reward he would get later. Upon arriving at the police station after a series of cumbersome procedures, the black hat man admitted his crimes and was led into the holding cell by the officers. Thank you both young gentlemen for your cooperation. A police officer wearing a cap said in the conference room, looking at Mo Jingshun and Su Fan. No problem, but I want to ask if the reward on that wanted poster still counts. Mo Jingshun said eagerly. Oh, so that's what you were after? The officer understood and nodded with a smile. Of course it counts, since you assisted in capturing the criminal. Not only will we give you a reward, but we will also present you with a banner. No, that's not necessary. Mo Jingshun shook his head vigorously. Just give us the money. Su Fan chimed in. Yeah, officer, a banner would be a hassle for us to deal with. Seeing their insistence, the officer chose to respect their wishes. 20 minutes later, the two exited the police station. Initially, they had arrived around 5 p.m., standing by the wall outside the police station, and now it was about 8:40 p.m. as they walked out. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Su Fan took a deep breath, feeling a bit emotional. Well, it helps to know who your friend. All right, enough with the bragging. Su Fan nudged Mo Jingchuan. We can't do this often. Don't forget what the officer told us. As they left, the officer wearing the cap had specifically reminded them not to be too impulsive in such situations and to wait for the police to handle it. Got it. Mo Jingchuan nodded. Thanks for today. Don't rush to thank me yet. The two walked side by side down a sloping road next to the police station, heading towards a nearby commercial street. As the scene around them grew livelier, Su Fan leaned closer to Mo Jingchuan. You seem really invested. Are you falling in love with your deskmate? I told you I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Can't you understand? Hey, now why are you getting worked up? I understand. If I had such a beautiful deskmate, I wouldn't be able to resist. You better not run, but if you have the guts, don't run. The two of them wove through the bustling commercial street, their blue and white school uniforms fluttering in the evening breeze along with the surrounding crowd. The shimmering lights illuminated their youthful faces, filling the night with the essence of youth. Half an hour break, eat, the manager announced, and Zhongli finally had time to eat. Cradling the staff meal, she found a quiet corner and began to eat. She was working at a restaurant beneath a large shopping mall. Normally, someone like Zhongli, who could only work 1 day a week, would hardly find any employment. Perhaps because she was pretty and the restaurant was short-staffed, Zhongli secured a job at this Sichuan eatery, only $500 a month, roughly 12 hours a day, stationed outside to attract customers. The owner had an eye for business. A delicately pretty girl standing outside drew in a several-fold increase in mail. She blew on the steaming food and ate a leaf drenched in chili oil. People from Huaishi province loved heat, and Zhongli was no exception. In fact, she had once been the family member who relished spice the most, almost to the point of needing it. Zhongli paused with her chopsticks. A trivial meal had again stirred memories of the past. She glanced out of the restaurant. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon. After a whole morning of work, she was bone-tired and hungry, yet inexplicably, she had lost her appetite. A small sound came from her pocket. Zhongli took out her phone and saw a friend request had arrived. Her chat list held only 2 contacts, Lin Ai and Teacher Lu. Who else could possibly know her account and take the initiative to add her? The message read, "It's me, your deskmate, Mo Jingshun. I have something to tell you, please accept." Mo Jingshun, what could he want? Puzzled, Zhongli tilted her head, and her long black hair fell to the other shoulder. Her pale, slender fingers hovered over the decline button. Someone suddenly leaned over beside her. Startled, Zhongli answered, stammering, "Nothing." She stuttered as she looked at the girl who had moved so close. "You don't like to talk?" the girl asked. The girl's expression was puzzled. To her, a pretty girl like Zhongli should not be living a difficult life. Zhongli shook her head, rose from her seat, and moved to another spot, ending the conversation. By 9 o'clock, exhausted, Zhongli finished her shift. She rode the bus for 6 stops and returned to the 7th Welfare Institute. Sweaty, she went to the bathroom, took off her clothes, and took out the school uniform she would wear tomorrow. She turned on the tap, and warm water streamed from the showerhead, slowly soaking her. White steam wrapped the crayon. Her skin was very pale, and her frame thin with no excess flesh. The only softness was at her chest. Her gaze remained cast downward, as if an unshakable sorrow had settled between her brows, preventing her eyes from ever opening in joy. After a quick wash, Zhongli dried herself, turned off the light, and went to bed early. She had no habit of staying up late. Each day left her so tired that she slept whenever she could. She zipped up her uniform and walked into the senior division building, arriving at the door of class 407. She was not early, most classmates had already gathered. She patted her chest. She had nearly overslept. Seeing no teacher inside, she slipped through the back door. The back door opened, and she glanced up. A tall, handsome boy stood there. His uniform hung askew, and Mo Jingshun's face carried a trace of displeasure. He and Su Fan had bought a suitable bicycle yesterday, and had planned to find Zhang Li only to discover they lacked her contact details and address. Mo Jingshun remembered the homeroom teacher must have Zhang Li's contact. After explaining the situation, he obtained her WeChat card, but she neither accepted nor responded. They had spent the afternoon aimlessly riding around and had been teased by Su Fan. Why didn't she accept? Mo Jingshun sat and asked Zhang Li. She suddenly recalled the message he had sent yesterday afternoon. She had forgotten it amid the busyness. Sorry, I forgot, Zhang Li apologized. No need to apologize, Mo Jingshun said. Remember to accept later. I already brought it to school. After class we'll go together. What is it? Zhang Li tilted her head, revealing much of her pale, lovely face. If I won't tell you now. They'll tell you this afternoon. Mo Jingshun recalled yesterday and decided to tease her a little. All right. Zhang Li nodded and turned her attention back to her desk. Aren't you curious? Mo Jingshun leaned over the desk somewhat indignant and stuck his head near her. Not curious, she said. She did not lift her head. Didn't you say you'd tell me this afternoon? He had no choice but to sit up and steady his breathing. Mo Jingshun turned his head and looked at the morning sky. For some reason, he had a particular fondness for the heavens. When he had the time, he would rest his chin in his hand and daydream at the sky. Zhang Li stole a glance at Mo Jingshun and felt increasingly that he was strange though a kind one. She drew back her eyes before he looked her way. Mo Jingshun watched his frail deskmate and smiled in a way that hinted at meaning. Woman, you have caught my attention. For some inexplicable reason, that domineering line from romance dramas echoed through his mind. In the afternoon, because of Zhang Li, Mo Jingshun remained at his desk instead of leaving immediately, which caused several classmates to cast odd looks as they passed. Isn't that enough? Aren't you going home this afternoon? Mo Jingshun stood and said, bored. Yes, but I prefer to leave 10 minutes later, so there won't be so many people, Zhang Li said solemnly, setting down. Why 10 minutes later? Mo Jingshun smiled as he watched the brilliant sunset. Hurry up and go, there won't be anyone earlier either. Zhang Li followed his gaze to the sunset that stained the clouds red and was silent for a moment. Let's go now. Mo Jingshun registered her words. I could have kept my promise yesterday, but you didn't accept the friend request. Now hurry up and go. Zhang Li nodded and followed behind him. They walked through the corridor, their silhouettes broken into patches by the setting. Mo Jingshun walked quickly and had already reached the next flight of stairs while Zhang Li lingered on the upper step. One after the other, they seemed to belong to different spaces with a sharp boundary between them. Yet that fractured sunset still bound them together. Hurry up, Mo Jingshun called, shading his face with his hand against the sun. Even the sun moves faster than you. From below, Mo Jingshun watched Zhang Li walk in sync with the sun. The sunset unfolded beside her, red clouds against blue sky, and in that blinding light, he could see only her perpetually sorrowful eyes. The two walked out of the school and arrived at the bus stop where it all began. What do you think? Mo Jingshun pushed a brand new bicycle from the side and presented it to Zhang Li. The bicycle was primarily white and gray, quite similar to Zhang Li's previous one. What is this? Zhang Li, still in her school uniform, grasped the safety pendant hanging from her chest. Didn't I say I would compensate you? Mo Jingshun patted the black seat of the bicycle vigorously, producing, hurry up. Mo Jingshun seized Zhang Li's other hand and placed it on the handlebar of the bicycle. Don't you? Thank you, Zhang Li said, subtly withdrawing her hand from Mo Jingshun's grasp while steadying the bicycle. You are a good person. Haha, Zhang Li, you are really strange. What do you mean? Zhang Li instinctively tilted her head to the side, a look of confusion appearing on her face. Did I say something wrong? If I say it like that, it should be fine, but... Mo Jingshun took a step forward while Zhang Li, holding onto the bicycle, stepped back with her left foot. I just feel like when you talk to people, it's not really a conversation. Mo Jingshun leaned in, his eyes filled with curiosity. It's like a battle. You're the one who's stranger. Zhang Li pushed Mo Jingshun away. Me strange? Mo Jingshun laughed. Where am I strange? Your strangeness is... Zhang Li paused. Indeed, aside from daydreaming and staring at the sky during class, Mo Jingshun's haughty nature and reluctance to associate with classmates didn't seem odd. At most, he was just not sociable. Although she was not as arrogant as Mo Jingshun, her behavior was similarly withdrawn, struggling with communication and possessing a reserved personality. The strange one should be herself. No. Zhang Li shook her head, feeling as if she had been led astray by Mo Jingshun. What exactly do you want to say? Zhang Li raised her head and fixed her gaze on Mo Jingshun. I don't have anything to say. Now we're even, Mo Jingshun said with a hint of a smile, turning to walk away. Goodbye, Zhang Li. Under the setting sun, half of the handsome boy's face was tinged with a reddish hue. Zhang Li stood there in a daze, only able to see the remnants of his smile at the corner of his mouth. Half a minute later, Zhang Li turned and rode the bicycle. What's wrong with you? Zhang Li set down her Chinese textbook and looked at her deskmate. Mo Jingshun returned his gaze, touching his earlobe. Nothing much. His attempt to conceal felt clumsy, and Zhang Li remained silent, the two of them falling into a heavy silence, as if the air had solidified. Stop staring at me. Zhang Li broke the silence first, then quietly lowered her head, writing her homework into China. Oh, Mo Jingshun pretended to be distracted, looking out the window, but after a while he secretly glanced at Jiang Li. Sure enough, Imo Jingshun thought to himself, although he had made a meaningless bet with Su Fan, he had to admit that his deskmate whom he had never truly looked at was indeed very beautiful. But pretty as she was far too gloomy. Imo Jingshun confidently flipped his hair thinking that someone as handsome as him had been staring at her for half a lesson, yet she showed no reaction at all. Imo Jingshun seriously suspected that his deskmate was expressionless. If it weren't for the love letters Imo Jingshun received daily, he would now be questioning his looks. Jiang Li frowned, feeling uncomfortable under Imo Jingshun's gaze. Jiang Li turned her head to look at Imo Jingshun. Wow. Suddenly the bright classroom was plunged into darkness. The unexpected power outage made the class erupt in exclamations. Quiet. The teacher pounded the desk to maintain order, which stabilized the previously chaotic situation. Thunder rumbled. Outside the window, a dull roar of thunder came from the sky in the corridor, and a sudden downpour was about to pour down. The teacher checked his phone and received news of a sudden power outage in the area with no clear estimate for when power would be restored. He first needed to keep the students calm. Let's light some candles. There should be candles in the classroom. The teacher called a few students to take out dozens of white candles from the classroom cabinet and distributed them to various corners. Jiang Li's words were interrupted by the sudden power outage. She turned her head and chose to remain silent. There's a lighter at the bottom of the drawer, teacher. Oh, okay. As the candles were lit, the originally dim classroom became visible again. Jiang Li and her classmates received a candle, which was placed on Imo Jingshun's desk. With a patter of rain. As several dull thunder rumbles passed, heavy rain poured down accompanied by howling wind. The strong wind blew out several candles, prompting the teacher to call for the students to close the doors and windows. The windows rattled in the wind, but at least the candles remained lit. By the faint candlelight, Imo Jingshun saw Jiang Li's composed expression. No, rather than a composed expression, it was more accurate to say she maintained that demeanor. She might truly be expressionless. Jiang Li slightly turned her head and noticed Imo Jingshun's stealing glances at her. I'm not staring at you, Imo Jingshun said as he saw Jiang Li's beautiful eyebrows furrow. I was just wondering when the power will come back on. Jiang Li remained silent, merely gazing at the flickering candlelight placed between them. Outside, the rain poured heavily, the howling wind incessantly crashing against the windows, while in the dim sky, bright lightning flashed and twisted. Is it going to last 4 hours? The teacher had already received news from the administration that this extensive power outage would last for 4 hours, and the school decided to let out early. For those who need to contact their parents for pickup, you can come to me now. The teacher tapped the desk and spoke to the students below the podium. As soon as she finished, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, just like the entire senior year department. The jubilant voices seemed to form a wave of sound, shaking the entire building. Unlike the cheering crowd, Jiang Li and Imo Jingshun made no moves, one silently gazing out the window, the other still fixated on the flickering candlelight. Two equally reclusive individuals, each lost in their own thoughts. The surrounding students gathered around the podium. Upon hearing that school was ending early, they all lost interest in staying in their seats. The teacher and the homeroom teacher had already sent this message to the parents group. They just had to wait for their parents to come and take them home. The rain seems to have lightened up a bit. Imo Jingshun opened the back door and stood there, turning to look at Jiang Li. Aren't you leaving yet? At this moment, only Imo Jingshun and Jiang Li remained in class 407E. The others had all been picked up by their respective parents. The once bustling senior year building had grown silent as time passed. In the dim, rainy night, the silent high-rise stood like a colossal beast, exuding an atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Li glanced at Imo Jingshun, who was blocking the back door. Just wait a bit longer. Imo Jingshun stepped outside a few paces. The rain had lessened significantly compared to the initial downpour, yet it still qualified as heavy rain. If we keep waiting, the senior year building will be locked up, Imo Jingshun said as he approached Jiang Li. Or are you like me with no one to pick you up? Jiang Li silently turned her head away, instinctively grasping the peace symbol at her chest. Haha, you really? Imo Jingshun smiled, reaching into his drawer, and after rummaging for a bit, he pulled out an umbrella. Let's go, or we'll miss our chance. Imo Jingshun opened the back door and stepped out first, the dim light making it hard to discern his expression. Jiang Li glanced at the extinguished candle beside her, stood up from her seat, and walked out of the classroom to close. The two walked side by side down the stairs. Imo Jingshun opened the black folding umbrella, and Jiang Li leaned closer, the two of them walking closely together out of the teaching building. Jiang Li had never been this close to anyone before. Since the black folding umbrella was not very large, she and Imo Jingshun had to huddle together to stay dry. What are you thinking about? Imo Jingshun's voice rang out beside Jiang Li. What? Jiang Li looked at Imo Jingshun in surprise. You seem to be always lost in thought, so what exactly are you thinking about? Jiang Li lowered her head and did not answer Imo Jingshun immediately. What about you? Jiang Li asked. After a day off, I feel like you have changed quite a bit. Changed? Imo Jingshun laughed as they walked in the rain, the sound of their footsteps echoing. I'm not different. No, I just want to talk. Just this. Jiangli interrupted Mo Jingxuan, looking at him seriously. You used to never take the initiative to talk to me or engage in conversation on purpose. So what does that mean? Mo Jingxuan casually jumped over a puddle ahead. It just means I want to talk to you now. No, it's also because of someone else's influence, right? Jiangli added. Is it a promise or something else? Mo Jingxuan halted his steps, and Jiangli silently stopped, as well the two of them standing under the umbrella. You? Mo Jingxuan looked at Jiangli in disbelief. In just one day, no, in half a day, this girl had already seen through his thoughts. Mo Jingxuan's sudden change did indeed stem from a bet. On Sunday, he and Su Fan had strolled around for an afternoon, but they didn't do nothing. It was a boring bet, the content of which revolved around the romantic aspect that Mo Jingxuan disliked the most. However, in order to slap his brother in the face, Mo Jingxuan agreed, but unexpectedly before it even started, Jiang Li had already seen through it. I'm very clever, Jiang Li said seriously, her expression earnest. Don't deceive me. After saying this, Jiang Li stepped out from under the umbrella and walked into the rain. Mo Jingxuan stood there holding the umbrella, staring at Jiang Li, who was getting soaked ahead. The dark sky was overcast with heavy clouds. The wind tousled Jiang Li's hair as she stopped 7 steps away from Mo Jingxuan, then turned back. At that moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, illuminating Jiang Li. Her flowing black hair and her face illuminated by the lightning along with the surrounding rain created a breathtaking scene. Standing in the center of the rain, Jiang Li resembled a celestial maiden descending to the earth. If you don't leave soon, Jiang Li said, her eyes shifting, the rain is going to get heavier. Boom. The sound of thunder rumbled right after Jiang Li finished speaking, snapping Mo Jingxuan out of his daze. All right. Mo Jingxuan took 2 steps forward, catching up to Jiang Li as they walked out of the school gate together. A basketball then hit the dazed Mo Jingxuan on the head, jolting him from his reverie. He instinctively touched his head and picked up the basketball from the ground. What's wrong with you? Spacing out while playing ball. Haven't you woken up or just not had enough sleep? Su Fan's voice rang out from beside him. Mo Jingxuan threw the basketball at him and walked over to a nearby bench. What's wrong with you? Su Fan walked over to Mo Jingxuan holding the basketball. So what if you lost the bet? Why dwell on it for so long? It turned out that on Tuesday morning, as soon as Mo Jingxuan arrived at school, he found Su Fan and admitted that he had lost the bet. In the following days, Mo Jingxuan often spaced out for no reason, which puzzled Su Fan. As for Jiang Li, Su Fan had already met her. On Thursday, he waited for Mo Jingxuan at the basketball court for a long time, but saw no sign of him. He specifically ran to their classroom, but found Mo Jingxuan sitting calmly in his seat, right next to his desk mate. I have to say, when Su Fan saw Jiang Li for the first time, he noticed a calmness in her eyes that was not typical for someone their age, along with an inexplicable emotion. This feeling was both magical and mysterious, making one unable to resist the urge to explore and understand this person. Hey, you really don't like her, do you? Su Fan patted Mo Jingxuan on the shoulder and sat down next to him. I don't, Mo Jingxuan retorted. I knew you would say that. Su Fan shook his head. You're quite a reserved person, aren't you? I just feel like she is a bit different. Mo Jingxuan raised his head, recalling the night of the blackout on Monday, when that girl stood in sync with the rain and lightning, her sparkling eyes. If you like her, go after her, bro. Su Fan patted Mo Jingxuan on the shoulder. I've never seen you care so much about a girl. Aren't you known as a lady killer? You haven't received enough love letters, or is it that you need to go into action? Don't give me strange nicknames. Mo Jingxuan pushed Su Fan away. It's about time to go, we still have an afternoon of classes. Mo Jingxuan said as he stood up. Tomorrow is Sunday. Should we invite Mo Ling along? Her. Mo Jingxuan seemed to recall something and shook his head. You can ask her yourself. All right, Su Fan nodded. Since you have duty this afternoon, I won't wait for you. Okay. Mo Jingxuan waved his hand, and the two walked to the senior building, parting ways on different floors. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the last class, it marked the beginning of the much-anticipated weekend holiday for the students. Teacher Lu finished explaining the precautions for the holiday, and after distributing the mobile phones of the boarding students, everyone paired up and exited the classroom. In just a short while, the once bustling classroom was left with only a few scattered individuals. It's our turn to take duty this week. Mo Jingxuan leaned against the wall beside him, addressing Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded, stood up, and picked up a broom and other cleaning tools from the corner. Mo Jingxuan stood up and grabbed the mop, leaning against the opposite wall. The two of them walked out of the classroom, heading toward an old teaching building at the far corner of Hangzhou No. Free Middle School. This teaching building had previously served as classrooms for repeat students, but it was now repurposed into special subject classrooms for the students. Inside were specialized musical instruments for music classes, as well as various hobby classes, microcomputer courses, and so on. At the top of this teaching building was the only library of Hangzhou No. Free Middle School. Actually, prior to this, there were many places in the school that had been called libraries, but due to adjustments in the grades and plans for the new teaching area, many reading corners were abandoned, and it was ultimately decided to set up the library on the top floor of this old teaching building. Class 407 of the senior year was responsible for the library's cleaning duties, which were carried out once a week, This week, it happened to be Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun's turn. Mo Jingshun opened the wooden door of the library, and upon entering, she could smell the distinct scent of books. It was a mix of paper ink and the aroma of camphor leaves used to repel insects. This floor had been transformed into a reading corner, and while the overall space was quite large, very few students came here to read on a regular basis, so cleaning dust once a week was sufficient. "They'll go over there," Mo Jingshun said, wetting her mop in a nearby bucket. Jiang Li had no objections as she walked through the rows of bookshelves to the far corner and began to sweep away the dust. The afterglow of the setting sun poured into the library, creating a Tyndall effect, while the cello music that played every afternoon during school dismissal resonated appropriately at that moment. Accompanied by the melodious cello from the broadcast and the sunset, Jiang Li couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression as she gazed at the glow from the window ahead. Each wall-facing bookshelf had a window in the center for light. After clearing the dust from the area around the first window, Jiang Li moved through the bookshelves to the second floor, but saw something strange there. It was a gray piece of cloth huddled in the corner of the bookshelf, trembling continuously, and as she got closer it seemed she could hear a voice. Jiang Li took a couple of steps forward, straining to discern the voice. "Hehe, this is a forbidden magic spell. You lowly demons, once I, the Knight of the Divine Radiance, master this, you will all be doomed." After hearing the strange sounds coming from ahead, Jiang Li's mind was filled with a large question mark. What on earth is this strange thing? Jiang Li shook her head, set down the broom in her hand, and approached the gray cloth, grabbing one corner and lifting it. Underneath the gray cloth sat a girl in a school uniform with red hair. "Who are you? How dare you interrupt my training as the Knight of the Divine Radiance?" After being uncovered, the girl stood up in a panic, pointing at Jiang Li. Jiang Li had never encountered such a situation before and was momentarily at a loss for words. "I didn't mean to." Seeing that Jiang Li showed no unusual reaction and even apologized obediently, the girl's confidence returned and the panic on her face disappeared. "I see you are here as a cleaner for the Holy Library," the girl said upon noticing the broom next to Jiang Li. "Huh." Jiang Li was somewhat confused. She was just here to clean a designated area. How did she become a messenger of the Holy Library? "Oh dear girl, don't be nervous. As your predecessor I can." The girl lifted her school uniform to reveal a black short-sleeved shirt adorned with various vintage medals. Before the girl could finish her sentence, they heard Mo Jingshun's voice behind them. "Mo Ling, what are you doing here?" Both Mo Ling and Jiang Li instinctively turned to look at Mo Jingshun, who was approaching while holding a dripping wet mop. "Servant." Mo Ling's expression turned urgent upon seeing Mo Jingshun. "I'm injured and urgently need you to buy me some time." "What?" Jiang Li was pushed in front of her by Mo Ling, blocking Mo Jingshun's advance. "Mo Ling, why are you still here after school? And what's with the red hair you are wearing?" 3. "But I am the Knight of the Divine Radiance." Stop. Mo Jingshun interjected, making a gesture to pause. "How long have you been in this delusion? Can you stop mentioning that title?" "The Knight of the Divine Radiance." Mo Ling, hiding behind Jiang Li, quietly completed her title and unwillingly retorted, "Am not delusional. I am the embodiment of light. How can mere mortals like you understand?" "Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow, feigning anger. Mo Ling immediately lowered her head, obediently calling out to her brother. "Why don't you two just talk? I feel a bit out of place standing in the middle," Jiang Li interjected, having pieced things together from their conversation. "No way." Mo Ling hugged Jiang Li's slender waist tightly. "Holy Library's servant, you cannot abandon me." Jiang Li shivered when Mo Ling held her, instinctively reaching to push her away, but Mo Ling's next words made her. "You cannot abandon me." Jiang Li's expression dimmed as she stood before Mo Ling. "I can't be bothered to talk about you." Mo Jingshun had no intention of continuing to discuss her sister's delusion and picked up a cloth from the side and tossed it to Mo Ling. "Since we met, help your brother clean up." "Oh." Mo Ling lowered her head, her pink lips pouting, looking very aggrieved. Jiang Li, standing beside Mo Ling, observed her expressions clearly. Although it was her first time meeting Mo Ling, and much of what she said was strange and hard to understand, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. This smile was fleeting, yet it was caught by Mo Jingshun, who had just turned around to urge them. The girl, usually silent, revealed a gentle smile, and the Tyndall effect formed a faint halo around her. In Jiang Li's subtle smile, Mo Jingshun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity surged in Mo Jingshun's heart once again after many years. Mo Jingshun shook his head vigorously, dispelling the sudden thoughts that had surged into his mind. With the addition of Mo Ling, the efficiency of cleaning the library increased significantly, and the three of them completed the task in just over 10 minutes. The three leaned against the curved pillar at the library entrance, and Mo Jingshun's gaze bypassed Jiang Li, landing directly on the red wig that covered his sister's pretty little face. "Stop wearing that thing," Mo Jingshun said as he lifted the red wig off Mo Ling's head. "It looks uncomfortable." "I don't." Mo Ling hurriedly reached up to protect the wig on her head, but it was too late. Mo Jingshun had already taken it. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened as she noticed the unevenly cut short hair of Mo Ling. "What happened here?" Mo Jingchun also noticed his sister's hair. He stepped forward and grabbed Mo Ling's shoulders. What did you do to your hair? I. Mo Ling's expression turned anxious. This is a mark left from my fight with an outer. Mo Ling forced a smile and patted her little chest. Don't worry, I've already defeated the demon. Mo Jingchun frowned. He grabbed one of Mo Ling's arms and rolled up her uniform, revealing numerous bruises and welts on her previously smooth and delicate arm. Mo Jingchun's expression grew cold. It was evident that his sister had been beaten, and both the wig and the uniform were her attempts to hide this fact. Mo Jingchun ran his fingers through his sister's hair, clenching his fists as his anger surged rapidly. Zhang Li frowned, glancing back and forth between Mo Jingchun and Mo Ling. Who did this? Mo Jingchun lowered his voice, questioning his sister. What? Mo Ling bowed her head, mumbling to herself. It's normal to get hurt fighting demons. I'm from the Holy Grace Academy. Mo Ling couldn't hold back her tears any longer. So who was it? Mo Jingchun was like a volcano ready to erupt desperately, trying to suppress his rising fury. Don't cry. Zhang Li comforted Mo Ling, patting her back. We'll stay here to help you, don't be afraid. Mo Jingchun's expression shifted and his clenched fists gradually relaxed. Woo-woo, Mo Ling cried, her face a mess of tears, and snot, completely losing the confident demeanor she had when she first met Zhang Li. 3 outer demons in our class were bullying the civilians, and I went to stop them, but ended up losing. So 3 people from your class bullied a classmate, and you tried to intervene, but got bullied instead. Zhang Li repeated Mo Ling's words to clarify the situation. Mo Ling nodded. What's their name? Who did this? Mo Jingchun asked, feeling it was his duty as a brother to protect his sister, a principle their mother had taught him. Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing. Mo Jingchun narrowed his eyes. He stood up from the curved pillar and walked toward the nearby library entrance. Mo Jingchun. Zhang Li's voice called from behind him. He turned back to see her worried expression. Don't act impulsively. Mo Jingchun stared at Zhang Li for a moment, then lowered his gaze and exited the library. Zhang Li stood in place, frowning as she watched the library doors close again. Feeling a tug on his uniform, Zhang Li turned to meet Mo Ling's gaze. In human features, the eyes carry the highest emotional signals. Through them one can discern a person's emotional changes, including whether they are happy, scared, or lying. Now Zhang Li looked into Mo Ling's eyes and saw fear and complexity. I can't let your brother go find Chun Xiaoqing like this. Zhang Li grasped Mo Ling's sleeve. Your brother will get in trouble. Mo Ling seemed to awaken from a dream. Earlier, when she saw her brother wanting to stand up for her, she mostly thought about revenge. Zhang Li's words suddenly enlightened her. Thank you, guardian of the Holy Library, Mo Ling said, grabbing the red wig that had been tossed on the table and stuffing it into her uniform pocket. My brother must be in class 106 of the 2nd year. The two picked up mops and other cleaning tools and exited the library, heading towards class 106 of the 2nd year. Damn, how dare they bully my sister? Do they want me to break my promise? Mo Jingchun rushed towards class 106 of the 2nd year. His handsome face was expressionless, radiating a violent aura. As he entered the 2nd year area, several classrooms along the way still had many students, and it seemed that the 2nd year students had not completely dispersed. Mo Jingchun arrived at class 106 and kicked open the slightly ajar classroom door without hesitation. Bang! The metal door collided with the concrete wall, creating a loud noise that startled the boys and girls inside the classroom. Before they could react, a boy with an expressionless face walked in. He was tall and handsome, and as he entered class 106, several girls recognized Mo Jingchun. Isn't that the handsome guy from the 3rd year? What brings him to our 2nd year? Hey, I saw him up close on the podium, really. Mo Jingchun scanned the crowd in class 106 from the podium. In the back row to his right sat 5 or 6 girls with 3 or 4 boys chatting, while the other seats were sparsely occupied by a few students. Which one of you is Chun Xiaoqing? Get out here. Mo Jingchun shouted angrily, startling the sparse discussion below the podium. They hadn't expected him to suddenly shout, especially targeting Chun Xiaoqing. Upon hearing Chun Xiaoqing's name and seeing Mo Jingchun's furious expression, the people around turned to gloat at the few girls in the right corner. Mo Jingchun noticed their gazes and walked down from the podium, approaching the group. The boys who had been chatting nearby instinctively made way for Mo Jingchun, moving to other seats. You must be Chun Xiaoqing, right? In front of Mo Jingchun was a stylish girl applying makeup in front of a mirror, wearing, well, what do you want? Chun Xiaoqing said, looking at Mo Jingchun with some fear. What do I want? Mo Jingchun's expression suddenly softened. He asked again, are you Chun Xiaoqing? I am. Chun Xiaoqing hesitated before nodding in acknowledgement. What do you want from me? Before she could finish, a math book struck her makeup-covered face. Immediately after, they heard Mo Jingchun's furious roar, damn it, how dare you touch my sister? A sudden blow from a book left Chun Xiaoqing dazed, while Mo Jingchun showed no mercy, his anger boiling. The girls around Chun Xiaoqing were also taken aback by Mo Jingchun's sudden action, unsure of what to do in that. Mo Jingchun kicked Chun Xiaoqing's desk hard, sending both her and the desk crashing to the ground. He glanced around at the onlookers and declared, Mo Ling is my sister. Oh, anyone who dares to touch her can come find me in the senior class. By the way, Mo Jingshun pressed his hand against his forehead, applying pressure to his temples. Who are the other two? Mo Jingshun forcefully shoved the desk off Chen Xiaoqing and slammed it against the nearby wall, then grabbed her by the collar, yanking her up from the ground. Chen Xiaoqing had never encountered such a scene. Seeing Mo Jingshun's fierce expression left her too terrified to speak. Hey, how can you hit a girl? A chubby girl with acne who had been sitting next to Chen Xiaoqing stood up and pointed at Mo Jingshun, reprimanding him. What are you talking about? Mo Jingshun released Chen Xiaoqing's collar and slowly approached the chubby girl. Chen Xiaoqing sat on the ground clutching her chest and began to cry. Mo Jingshun did not yell as he had before, but his deliberately lowered voice was even more frightening, akin to the calm before a volcanic eruption. Mo Jingshun's imposing presence subdued everyone in class 106 of the second year as he stood in front of the chubby girl and let out a soft laugh. It must be you two. Mo Jingshun scanned the room, confirming the identity of the chubby girl and a tall, pretty girl who was leaning against the window, her expression flustered. Is Mo Ling easy to bully? Mo Jingshun stepped forward, staring fixedly at the chubby girl, his handsome face betraying a chill. Hey, don't just stand there. Mo Jingshun seized the chubby girl's shoulder and slammed her hard against the wall behind her, patting her pockmarked face. Answer me, is my sister easy to bully? Wow. It hurts, I'm sorry. The chubby girl had never faced Mo Jingshun's ferocity before. Under his fierce questioning, she finally shed her earlier arrogance and began to cry. Usually the three of them were selfish, bullying the timid and weak to gain benefits. When they encountered someone strong, they would use their identity as girls to oppress others. To them, Mo Ling was an easy target, always saying strange things and having no friends, and most importantly, she was very wealthy. Previously, they had stolen a good amount of money from Mo Ling in the girls' restroom. With Chen Xiaoqing even becoming the discipline committee member, they felt emboldened and unruly in class. Mo Ling's disheveled hair was their handiwork from lunchtime. What are they doing? I don't know. It seems like that boy is hitting those three girls. Should just enjoy the show. The commotion in class 106 attracted many students who hadn't left yet. They gathered at the door to watch the unfolding scene. Don't you hit them. The tall girl who had been hiding by the window in fear suddenly found her courage upon seeing the gathering crowd. If you hit a girl, we'll report you to the teacher. What, hitting a girl? Mo Jingshun approached her, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Do you three think you can bully your classmates and still be considered human? Mo Jingshun raised his left hand high and brought it down forcefully across the tall girl's face. With that slap, she instantly became compliant, leaning against the window and crying incessantly. This act also stirred the outside viewers, who began to express their indignation. Who is that guy? A boy from a neighboring class watching the girl get hit spoke up with dissatisfaction. What? Are you going to be the hero who saves the beauty? A bespectacled boy from his class nudged him. That guy doesn't look like he's from our second year. Sure, he's handsome, but he shouldn't hit girls. The surrounding girls furrowed their brows. They had gathered to see Mo Jingshun, but were now displeased with his actions. Some even began to label Mo Jingshun with derogatory nicknames. Unfazed by the outside comments, he grasped the chubby girl and raised his fist to strike her. You commoners, get out of my way. Jiang Li brought Mo Ling to the door of class 106, spotting a crowd gathered from afar. Mo Ling anxiously pushed through the crowd, blocking the door, followed closely by Jiang Li. Brother. Mo Jingshun's fist halted midair. He had his back to Mo Ling while using one hand to force the chubby girl against the wall. At that moment, the girl's makeup was ruined from crying. Jiang Li frowned as he surveyed the scene. One girl was crying on the ground, another was crying against the window, and the third was still pinned against the wall. Jiang Li glanced at the onlookers and the students from class 106, sensing the situation was becoming difficult to manage. Brother Mo Ling tugged at Mo Jingshun's arm, pulling him back. Brother, please don't hit them anymore. Mo Ling's little face turned bright red. She feared that her brother would get punished because of her, and their father would scold him when they got home. Mo Jingshun took a moment to calm down and straightened his posture, gently touching Mo Ling's messy cut hair, filled with affection. Okay, brother won't hit anymore. Mo Ling leaned against Mo Jingshun, while Jiang Li looked at him, Then the three of them walked in perfect harmony towards the door. You can't leave. Chen Xiaoqing, who had been crying on the ground, suddenly stood up, shouting hysterically. The three sisters had long been accustomed to flaunting their power in class. Now being publicly beaten by Mo Jingshun left them unsure of how to face their classmates afterward, utterly embarrassed. The other two, who initially wanted to distance themselves, quickly stood beside Chen Xiaoqing when they saw her speaking, attempting to accuse Mo Jingshun. You. Mo Jingshun's expression darkened as he turned to teach those three a lesson again. Jiang Li timely grabbed Mo Jingshun, subtly indicating the onlookers that this situation needed to be handled properly to avoid any inevitable consequences. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the truth, grew indignant upon seeing Mo Jingshun wanting to leave after hitting someone, while only the students of class 106 understood the true nature of the three girls, leading to little reaction from them. Jiang Li extended a finger and pressed it against her lips, making a gesture for silence. Do not act impulsive. Mo Jingshun looked at Jiang Li, managing to suppress his inner urge, yet he turned to protect his sister as he faced the trio that had just risen from the ground. Jiang Li nodded and took a step forward. Jiang Li had a keen sense of people. Rather than saying she was good at reading others, it was more accurate to say she had a knack for discerning their eyes. The three before her had ignorant, murky gazes that emanated an uncomfortable light. Hey, who was that? Jiang Li had been standing at the back, her thick, dark hair concealing her face, which had kept the onlookers from noticing her. Seeing her step forward, the crowd expressed their confusion. Wow, this sister has a divine beauty. Jiang Li's face was partially revealed as her hair swayed, drawing gasps from the surrounding boys. Mo Jingshun furrowed his brows and shot them an annoyed glance, feeling that this group of onlookers was overly talkative. What do you want? Jiang Li stood tall, opposing the three girls. Since they liked to assert their dominance as girls over others, it was only fitting for Jiang Li to confront them as a girl herself. What do we want? The tall girl who had been slapped covered her stinging left cheek, howling with a fierce expression. Why did he hit us? Make him kneel and apologize. The tall girl pointed at Mo Jingshun, shouting loudly. Jiang Li frowned, looking at the rowdy girl before her, puzzled as to how she had managed to get into the third high school. But thinking it over, it made sense. The school only judged academic performance, and character wasn't taken into account. Such scum were inevitably admitted, becoming a blemish in the school. Mo Jingshun's expression darkened, his fists cracking as he realized he hadn't taught them a proper lesson earlier. They dared to bark like dogs. Although the girl shouted loudly, she still dared not step forward. Her words were relentless, but in reality, she was quite fearful, a typical case of bullying the weak. We are girls, and we've been harmed both physically and mentally by him. What do you think we should do? Chen Xiaoqing did not lose control like the tall girl beside her. Her expression was still somewhat rational. What do you think we should do? Jiang Li murmured. Yes, the chubby girl chimed in. We are girls, how can a big man hit us? Why can't I hit you? Jiang Li retorted. Are girls and boys not human? If you want to fight, you can go hit him too. As she spoke, Jiang Li shifted to the side while Mo Jingshun stood there, his eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of quiet intimidation. You. The chubby girl trembled with anger, pointing at Jiang Li, but still dared not move. But he suddenly barged into the class and hit us three. We're going to tell the teacher. Chen Xiaoqing glanced around at the people before looking at Jiang Li and said, Yes. This unprovoked attack is unacceptable. I don't see anything wrong with those girls. It's this guy who is at fault. As soon as this was said, the crowd began to murmur. Haha. Jiang Li suddenly chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Chen Xiaoqing looked at the crowd, slowly siding with her, becoming somewhat smug, while she questioned the suddenly laughing Jiang Li with confusion. I just find it amusing. Jiang Li covered her chest, appearing to laugh, so hard she could hardly breathe. Clearly you were the initial aggressors, yet when faced with consequences you think of going to the teacher. Physically and mentally harmed, yet you dare speak about it. Jiang Li slightly raised her head, one eye obscured by her hair, the visible eye reflecting a cold glare. Go ahead and report it. With the strict measures against bullying in schools, let's see who receives harsher punishment. You. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar. Bullying in school? No way. These three actually did such a thing. Is it possible that the boy was talking about his sister? Perhaps she was bullied by them, which is why he came to take revenge. Don't just believe what you hear without any judgment. Stop arguing. Why is the audience saying so much? After a moment of commotion, the crowd quieted down, waiting for the response from the other three. Chen Xiaoqing and the other two were well aware of the bullying and understood that Jiang Li's words were true. If it came to punishment, they might even face harsher consequences. The expressions of the trio changed. They realized that Jiang Li was different from Mo Ling and was not someone to be trifled with. However, they still felt unconvinced. Where's the evidence? Chen Xiaoqing seemed to have seized on a flaw in Jiang Li's words as she stepped forward. Why should what you say be taken as fact? Evidence. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Li's face. At this point, you still dare to speak of evidence to me? Jiang Li turned to look at Mo Jingshun beside Mo Ling, only to find her with her head down, muttering some strange. Forget it. Jiang Li's gaze darkened. She did not want Mo Ling to recall those events again. At that moment, Jiang Li noticed a silver object revealed when Chen Xiaoqing's desk fell to the ground, which seemed to be one of the medals that hung from Mo Ling's short-sleeved shirt. What? Can't speak now. Chen Xiaoqing smugly remarked upon seeing Jiang Li's silence. However, Jiang Li, unperturbed, stepped forward to pick up the silver pendant that had fallen on the ground. This is the evidence. Jiang Li raised the silver pendant in her hand. This must have been stolen from Mo Ling. Chen Xiaoqing's expression darkened upon seeing the object in Jiang Li's hand. This was indeed something they had torn from Mo Ling's short-sleeved shirt not long ago. This doesn't prove anything, right? Chen Xiaoqing stubbornly insisted, seemingly unwilling to relent. Jiang Li felt speechless. Reasoning with such a person was futile. Only violence could make them yield. Do you still think this isn't enough? Jiang Li paused before continuing. Throughout this dispute, she remained calm and articulate, presenting a stark contrast to the three in front of her. This made everyone involuntarily look at her after hearing Jiang Li's cool words. In terms of momentum alone, Jiang Li had already surpassed them. Or do you really want to accompany us to the office and have a proper talk with the dean about this matter? Jiang Li turned and returned the pendant to Mo Ling while giving Mo Jingshun a knowing glance. Mo Jingshun immediately understood and slammed his fist down on the nearby desk, the sound startling the trio, causing them to look at him with renewed fear. I said it before, Mo Jingshun's face was filled with threat. My sister is not someone to be easily bullied. You? The trio led by Chen Xiaoqing instinctively took a few steps back, leaning against the wall. It was clear they were still haunted by Mo Jingshun's earlier fury. Those who commit unjust acts will surely meet their end. If you want to report it to the teacher, I won't stop you, but you must understand the consequences. Jiang Li didn't want to waste more words with them. She turned to Mo Jingshun and Mo Ling, saying, "Let's go." With that, she led the two out, passing through the crowd that had blocked the entrance to class 106. As the onlookers saw the three exiting the classroom, they instinctively parted ways, many of them directing their attention to Jiang Li. Not only was she logical and composed, but she also maintained a strong presence, and more importantly, she had pointed out the implications, leaving the three wrongdoers to swallow their loss. After such an incident, Chen Xiaoqing and her companions would likely not dare to set their sights on Mo Ling again. After all, no one wanted to go through another round of physical and mental crushing. So cool. A girl blushed while looking in the direction Jiang Li had left. That girl is so... Why are the senior girls in high school so cool now? Actually, girls can be just as strong. A boy touched his hair, looking bashful. I like this kind of strong sister. Shut up, are you still dreaming? Dude, what do you mean girls can be strong? Were you previously? Is that true? After Mo Jingshun and the others left, the previously quiet onlookers began to chatter again, having been left with a deep impression from Jiang Li and the others. As the sun set in the west, its rays stretched the shadows of the gate of Hangzhou No. 3 middle school. Longer and longer, Jiang Li and her two companions walked in a straight line out of the school, their shadows merging together. Jiang Li walked in the front while Mo Ling fiddled with the pendant on her chest, and Mo Jingshun brought up the rear with his hands clasped behind his head. The three of them walked along the sidewalk beside the road, making their way to the bus stop opposite. The sunlight felt pleasant on their skin, accompanied by a gentle breeze from afar. Despite the time spent dealing with earlier events, many students in blue and white uniforms still moved around the school vicinity. Thank you for what happened earlier. Mo Jingshun stepped forward, addressing Jiang Li, who was standing in front of a row of electric bikes and bicycles. Jiang Li silently propped the bicycle upright, and then looked at the siblings standing before her, saying, "It's nothing." Mo Ling blinked her adorable big eyes at Jiang Li, her pink lips opening and closing as if she wanted. "I didn't expect you to follow us." Mo Jingshun smiled. "After sitting together for so long, it's the first time I've heard you say." Jiang Li remained silent. In fact, she too found it strange when she left the school. Why did she help Mo Ling? Was it because she saw certain shadows of herself in her? What? Mo Ling glanced at Jiang Li, then at her brother. "So the attendant of the Holy Library is in partnership. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, slightly confused by Mo Ling's words. She was indeed a rather odd little girl. "Hey, don't mind her." Mo Jingshun stepped forward and ruffled Mo Ling's hair. "She's in the late stages of a delusional phase, hopeless, just bear with it." "Don't touch me." Not everyone can touch the head of the Knight of the Holy Grace, radiant and cycle. Mo Ling struggled to twist her petite body, trying to escape her brother's dominance. Mo Jingshun elongated his tone, and Mo Ling instantly became obedient, allowing her brother's actions. He tousled her messy hair, hiding the pain in his eyes. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave." Jiang Li mounted her bicycle, gripping the handlebars with both hands. "Are you leaving already?" Mo Jingshun took a step forward. "I wanted to treat you to a meal as a thank you." "No need," Jiang Li replied without looking back. "Just take care of Mo Ling." "Hey, attendant of the Holy Library." Just as Jiang Li pedaled away a few steps, she heard Mo Ling's voice behind her. Jiang Li balanced on one foot, turning back to look against the sunset. Seeing Jiang Li turn back, Mo Ling trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "You still haven't told..." "A real name means the same as a name, right?" Jiang Li pondered briefly before answering. "Jiang Li. I'm called Jiang Li." She emphasized her name, repeating it, then turned and pedaled her bicycle down the street. "Babe, Jiang Li, huh?" Mo Ling watched as Jiang Li's figure gradually blended into the sunset. "Thank you, attendant of the Holy Library." A warm sensation spread over her head. Mo Ling looked up dazedly at Mo Jingshun, who was petting her head. Mo Jingshun smiled. "Let's go too. You wouldn't want to head back so early, would you?" Mo Ling nodded and followed her brother in the direction Jiang Li had left. "Why did I help them? Didn't I vow to sever all ties with anyone when I left? It's so annoying. Why meddle in other people's affairs? The connections between people are delicate and fragile. Do I want to relive it all over again?" Jiang Li rode her bicycle on the sidewalk, her mind a chaotic mess. Whenever she did something alone or was by herself, memories of past or present actions would flood her mind, forcing her to reevaluate the decisions she had made. Perhaps the scars left in her heart were too deep. During her contemplations, Zhang Li inevitably brought them. Her heart raced as she maneuvered her bicycle, avoiding pedestrians ahead with one hand on the handlebars and the other clutching the peace charm at her chest, bringing her a sense of security. Ahead was a corner of a commercial street. After turning that corner, only a straight path remained. Zhang Li gripped the handlebars with one hand, momentarily forgetting to slow down, and when she spotted an electric bike coming around the corner, it was too late. The rider of the electric bike was a boy about 17 or 18 years old, wearing an orange floral shirt and black trousers. Upon seeing Zhang Li, he quickly applied the brakes. Bang! The bicycle collided with the front wheel of the electric bike, and Zhang Li found herself standing astride the bike. No, I'm sorry. Zhang Li lowered her head, hiding her face behind her long black hair, an instinctive act of self-protection. You're Zhang Li, right? Hearing her name called, Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback, then slowly raised her head to look at the boy in front of her. You know me? Of course. Su Fan smiled. She's the desk mate of my buddy, the one responsible for his poor performance on the court several times. How could I not know her? Zhang Li, is that library really that messy? Just finished cleaning it now, Su Fan asked, looking at Zhang Li. By the way, where is Jinshun now? Do you know? Zhang Li hesitated, staring at Su Fan, who was being overly familiar, unsure of what to say. Su Fan noticed the expression on Zhang Li's face and chuckled, shaking his head. He balanced on the electric bike with one foot. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Su Fan, a good buddy of Mo Jingxuan, and I often hear your name from him. My name? Zhang Li asked back, confusion evident on her face. This was the first time Su Fan had seen Zhang Li up close, so fresh and unique, yet with a hint of innocence. If he hadn't already liked someone, he might have been charmed. That old guy has a keen eye, Su Fan muttered to himself. What did you say? Zhang Li's confusion deepened. It's nothing. So what are you up to now? Before Su Fan could finish, they heard Mo Jingxuan's voice from behind. Su Fan, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be home? Oh, Su Fan puffed out his chest and looked toward Mo Jingxuan. I was bored, riding my little donkey, hoping for a romantic encounter with you. Su Fan pouted, turning to Zhang Li. Didn't expect to run into your desk mate here. Sister Zhang Li, cough, attendant of the Holy Library, didn't expect you to still be here. What a coincidence. Mo Ling came running up to Zhang Li's side, grabbing her arm. And I'm Mo Ling, and you won't even call me Su Good. Su Fan feigned an injured expression, clutching his chest. You little rascal, go away, Mo Jingxuan scolded jokingly. Humph, evil tyrant, I won't call you brother. Mo Ling turned her head away, pretending to be aloof. No. Su Fan let out a wail, collapsing onto the electric bike. Zhang Li, it seems heaven is intent on bringing the four of us together, Mo Jingxuan said, ignoring the playful antics of the two, addressing Zhang Li, who was holding onto her bicycle. Zhang Li remained silent, lost in her thoughts. What are you two talking about? Su Fan interjected at that moment, saying, this weather is perfect for a ride. Mo Jingxuan nodded and looked at Zhang Li again. Let me treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude, or else I would feel guilty. Indeed, Mo Ling chimed in, holding Zhang Li's hand. Sister Zhang Li, I like you. Come with us. Su Fan noticed the change in how Mo Ling addressed Zhang Li, and coupled with Mo Jingxuan's earlier words, he felt as if he had missed something important. Zhang Li hesitated. Despite having been gloomy for a long time as a social being, she couldn't help but feel drawn to the friendliness of the invitation. Hey, Su Fan turned his electric bike around and patted the back seat, signaling Mo Ling to get on. Although Mo Ling was somewhat of a latest-stage Chinibu, she wasn't foolish. She quickly understood Su Fan's intention and immediately hopped onto the electric bike. We'll wait for you up ahead, hurry up. Su Fan said with a smile to the two. Sister Zhang Li, I'm heading off first. After saying this, he rode back down the road he had come from. Come on, let's not fall too far behind. Mo Jingxuan naturally took the bicycle from Zhang Li's hands and sat down, balancing on one foot. Zhang Li was still quite hesitant. Clearly she had been reflecting just moments ago, but now this connection was reappearing before her, and it seemed to be deepening. Hurry up. Mo Jingxuan's handsome face was illuminated by the setting sun, casting a warm glow. If we go any slower, we won't catch up. Zhang Li sat on the back seat of the bicycle, and Mo Jingxuan's lips curled into a smile. Hold on tight. Zhang Li's face turned pale, her expression somewhat panicked as she gripped the back seat tightly. After hearing Mo Jingxuan's words, she nodded vigorously. The bicycle moved. Mo Jingxuan rode smoothly, seemingly trying to reassure Zhang Li's anxious heart. The sun sank lower, and the sunset quickly faded behind them. A gentle breeze blew, lifting their hair as Zhang Li turned her head, shifting her gaze from Mo Jingxuan's. The two sat together, with Zhang Li deliberately leaning back. Though it was different from the romantic scenes of couples riding bicycles in dramas, the intentionally distant pair was still intertwined by an invisible thread, perhaps the essence of human connection. They rode at the edge of the setting sun like two people chasing the light. It turned out that a bicycle couldn't compete with an electric bike. Despite Mo Jingxuan's efforts to catch up with Su Fan and Mo Ling ahead, the latter only needed a gentle twist of the handle to easily pull away, maintaining a considerable lead. If Su Fan hadn't occasionally stopped his electric bike to wait for the two behind Mo Jingxuan, and Zhang Li would have lost sight of the rear lights long ago. Aha, this is it. Su Fan parked his electric bike by the roadside, got off with Mo Ling, and stood on a grand bridge over the river, stretching his arms wide and shouting in excitement. Perhaps due to traffic or the bridge's location, the winds here were noticeably stronger than in other places. Mo Jingchuan, arriving late, also got off the bike with Zhang Li. The four stood in a row, leaning against the bridge's railing, gazing at the river surface nearby and the distant skyscrapers and gradually lighting street lamps. Woohoo! Su Fan cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted at the river below. Haha, now it's time for the Holy Grace Celestial Wheel Dance Night. Mo Ling smiled and mimicked him, shouting at the river, I will save the world. That's too cringe, why not change? Mo Jingchun felt a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, there were not many people around. No, Mo Ling's face was full of pride. This is what we should do. Let's consider it a declaration for today. Zhang Li stared blankly at the flowing river, the wild wind blowing her hair back, revealing her fresh and her pair of sorrowful eyes seemed to relax a bit. Zhang Li instinctively turned her head, startling Mo Jingchuan, who quickly averted his gaze, almost caught in the act. Mo Jingchun secretly observed Zhang Li from the corner of his eye. When he saw her looking back at the river, he finally... Mo Jingchun's lips curled into a slight smile as he shook his head gently. The wind tousled his hair to the sides, and those eyes that always gazed at the sky caught Zhang Li's attention several times. Realizing what she was doing, Zhang Li furrowed her brows and forcefully turned her head away. The two who were secretly watching each other were completely unaware of the changes in each other's feelings. Perhaps only the wind that brushed their faces could bear witness to this moment. The four of them standing here was the best representation of youth. Gulyulu. A discordant sound interrupted the group's enjoyment of the river breeze. Mo Ling blushed, patting her little belly. The battle with the demon drained too much of my energy. I'm just hungry now. Alright, we got it. Su Fan nodded with a smile, looking at the other two. So how about we grab something to eat? Mo Jingchun nodded, feeling a bit hungry himself. As for Zhang Li, Mo Jingchun turned to her. You mentioned treating us to a meal. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, Zhang Li replied succinctly. Then, Mo Jingchun thought for a moment, his eyes brightening. How about we go for Grandpa Su's wonton noodles? Buddy, you are unbeatable. Su Fan looked at him with an expression of disappointment. Can't we go somewhere a bit nicer to treat people? That seems fair too. Mo Jingchun hesitated at Su Fan's words. It's fine, let's just have wonton noodles, Zhang Li nodded. Alright then, since Zhang Li has spoken, let's set off. Su Fan stopped arguing, hopped on his electric bike, and called out to Mo Ling. Lady Knight, hurry up, we're going for dinner. Mo Ling responded, and patting her little belly hopped onto the bike. They'll go ahead, buddy. Su Fan rested 2 fingers on his temple, and then gestured as if leaving. After that he left, heading toward the other side of the Grand Bridge. Let's go, we should hurry too, Mo Jingchun said as he got on the bicycle, calling out to Zhang Li. Zhang Li nodded and got on the bike. Following the twilight, the two rode across the Grand Bridge toward a corner of 10 minutes, or perhaps 20. Zhang Li could not tell how long it had been when Mo Jingchun finally stopped the car. The sky had completely darkened. The streetlights flickered on, illuminating the surrounding shops with their brightly colored neon signs. However, their target was not these vibrant shops. They navigated through the diverse crowd and entered an alley where they found a small stall hidden beside a large banyan tree. The stall was quite simple, just a tricycle with an aluminum bucket filled with hot water on top, alongside a workstation and a small wooden drawer containing pink dumplings and various condiments like chili sauce and soy sauce. Standing beside the stall was an old man with white hair and beard. At that moment, Su Fan and Mo Ling had arrived in front of the stall, happily chatting with the old man. Grandpa Su, we are here too. Mo Jingchun parked the bicycle nearby and walked up to the stall with Zhang. Grandpa Su turned to look at Mo Jingchun, and Zhang Li, his kind face adorned with the unique smile of a benevolent elder, nodding at them. Xiaochun, you have made new friends again, Grandpa Su said with a tremor in his voice, controlling his toothless mouth to reveal a smile at Zhang Li. Perhaps realizing that his appearance was not very pleasant and might even be somewhat scary, Grandpa Su quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Oh dear miss, I didn't scare you, did I, eh? Zhang Li shook her head vigorously, her eyes either misty from the steam by the aluminum bucket or for some other reason turning red. Grandpa Su, don't say that. Mo Jingchun discreetly glanced at Zhang Li. It's been a while since we visited you. How have you been recently? Yes, Grandpa Su, we would like 4 bowls of wonton noodles. Mo Ling, clearly very hungry, hurriedly told. Haha, yes, I am in great health, and I will make you 4 bowls of wonton noodles right away. A joyful smile appeared on Grandpa Su's face as he nodded, while taking out the hand-rolled noodles and the appealing pink dumplings from the workstation. Skillfully placing them into a strainer, he then sent them into the aluminum pot. Perhaps noticing Zhang Li's expression, Mo Jingchun took the opportunity to explain to her while the other two chatted with Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su is an old man who can't sit still. He regularly sells wontons under this banyan tree. Since he is old, he doesn't compete with the young people outside, but waits here for customers to come by and do some business. We stumbled upon Grandpa Su by chance, and after chatting with him, we found a great rapport, so we often come here to find him and eat wonton noodles. By the way, Mo Jingchun explained while pointing at the wontons and noodles being scooped by Grandpa Su, they taste exceptionally good. Are your tastes still the same as before? Haha, yes, Grandpa Su, we are still the same. Mo Ling nodded, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the wonton noodles on the workstation. Haha, the girl is speaking in terms I don't understand again. Grandpa Su chuckled as he handed 3 bowls of wonton noodles to Mo Jingchun and the others, finally focusing on Zhongli. And what about you, miss? Just add more chili, thank you, Grandpa Su. Alright. Grandpa Su nodded and dug out a large spoonful of chili from the nearby condiments, pouring it into the wonton noodles. How's that, miss? Is this enough? That's enough, Grandpa Su. Zhongli nodded as she received the wonton noodles. My name is Zhongli, Jiang as in ginger, and Li as in parting. Haha, Grandpa Su laughed heartily. Zhongli Jiang girl, I will remember that. Mo Ling and the others had already sat in a row by the bluestone slabs under the banyan tree, beckoning Zhongli to come over. Zhongli nodded and walked over holding her bowl of wonton noodles. Tearing open the packaging of the disposable chopsticks, Zhongli, with steam rising, picked up a dumpling and took a bite, but quickly spat it out again, placing it back with her chopsticks. Haha, Mo Jingchuan, sitting on the other side, couldn't help but laugh at Zhongli's appearance. Bishop, how can you as a senior mock the servant of the Holy Library? Mo Ling looked at Mo Jingchuan somewhat angrily, defending Zhongli. Meanwhile, Su Fan, who had been eyeing the dumplings hungrily, swiftly seized one from her bowl during Mo Ling. Up! Mo Ling exclaimed in shock at the dumpling being taken. Evil tyrant, how dare you snatch the servant of divine grace, the wheel dance girl. Alright. Su Fan quickly returned the dumpling he had taken to Mo Ling. Don't recite that title of yours, it makes my head spin. The evil tyrant will eventually be defeated by me, Mo Ling said proudly, cramming the previously taken dumpling in her mouth. But the next second, just like Zhongli earlier, she spat it out again, caught on her chopsticks. Ha! This time not only Mo Jingchun and Su Fan were laughing with their bellies held, but even Zhongli, who had remained silent before, showed a smile. Grandpa Su, standing beside them, wore a gratified expression, smiling. Youth is wonderful, truly full. You have fallen associating with the evil tyrant. The thick-head Su Fan noticed something was off about Mo Ling's hair at this moment. Mo Jingchun quickly stopped Su Fan, explaining the previous situation to him. After understanding, Su Fan's expression turned to one of anger, and he even planned to ride off to find those people. But Mo Jingchun held him back and told Su Fan that they had already educated those individuals, which calmed Su Fan's emotions somewhat. Mo Ling, remember to tell me whenever there are any demons in the future. Su Fan grabbed Mo Ling with a serious expression. I am the tyrant, managing demons is my responsibility. Oh, okay. Mo Ling was completely immersed in the aroma of the wonton noodles, responding to Su Fan in a mumble. Zhongli, thank you. After finishing his admonition to Mo Ling, Su Fan turned to thank Zhongli on the other side. No need to thank me. Zhongli shook her head, gently setting down her bowl of wonton noodles. For a moment, everyone fell silent, focused on eating their noodles. It must be said that Grandpa Su's wonton noodles were very tasty. The hand-rolled noodles had great chewiness, and the meat filling in the dumplings was also very fresh. Most importantly, such a hearty bowl of wonton noodles cost only 7 yuan, a price almost impossible to find anywhere else in Hangzhou. Under the steaming small stall beside a large banyan tree, 4 young people sat engrossed in their noodles, their connections forming threads that intertwined their life trajectories. Grandpa Su, here are 28 yuan, take a look. After everyone finished their wonton noodles, Mo Jingchun pulled out a few bills from his pocket and handed them to Grandpa Su, who was standing nearby. Xiao Chun, there's no need for that. Grandpa Su, without looking, put the bills into his pocket. I feel so satisfied. Mo Ling patted her round belly and let out a comfortable burp. Alright, it's about time to head back. Su Fan took out his phone and glanced at the time, addressing the few people sitting beside him. Zhongli nodded. She indeed needed to return, as she had to prepare for her part-time job tomorrow. Then Grandpa Su were leaving first. Everyone waved to Grandpa Su, who was under the big banyan tree, still smiling and nodding, waving back. Su Fan, you take Mo Ling back first. Mo Jingchun said to the 2 people beside him. Zhongli isn't familiar with this place, so I'll take her out first. Then you take the bus by yourself. Su Fan didn't linger on the matter, signaling for Mo Ling to get in the car. Sister Zhongli, I'm off now. Mo Ling looked at Zhongli, whom she had just met today, with a hint of reluctance. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Mo Ling had already regarded her as a friend. Alright. Zhongli didn't show as much emotion as Mo Ling and maintained her calm demeanor. Let's go. Su Fan twisted the throttle, and the electric bike sped out of the alley towards the main road. As for Mo Jingchuan, he was already on his bicycle, calling for Zhongli to hop on. Hold on tight. Zhongli replied softly, gripping the iron bars of the back seat tightly. Mo Jingchun pedaled hard on the bicycle, retracing the route they had come. The 2 remained silent along the way, with only the night wind howling past their ears, creating a chaotic and fragmented sound. Mo Jingchun arrived back at the bus stop near Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School. He got off the bicycle and returned it to Zhongli while he waited for the bus here. Then I'm off. Jiang Li said, hiding her face behind her hair, her voice low. Okay, see you next week. Mo Jingshun wore a bright smile, nodding vigorously at Jiang Li. Jiang Li walked a couple of steps forward with the bicycle. Perhaps sensing the gaze behind her, or maybe having something unsaid, she stopped. See you next week. Mo Jingshun was taken aback by Jiang Li's words, but quickly reacted yes. See, after doing all this, Jiang Li no longer hesitated. She got on the bicycle and disappeared from Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li returned to the 7th Welfare Institute. This night felt different as she turned on the living room light and sat in a chair, seemingly lost in thought, recalling earlier memories. Mo Jingchuan, Su Fan, Mo Ling. For some reason, as Jiang Li thought of these people, memories of them blowing wind on the Changjiang Bridge and eating wonton noodles flooded back. The sunset and wind seemed to linger on her, and the smiles of those few were still faintly visible. Jiang Li silently pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a warm stream uncontrollably rising from there, flooding into her heart. Jiang Li felt conflicted. On one hand, she tried to minimize interactions with others, maintaining her solitary, yet she couldn't help but desire contact with others, seeking warmth. Perhaps this was the instinct of Jiang Li as a social being. Just like how ancient people cherished fire, warm things always made one feel nostalgic and wanting to possess them. At that moment, Jiang Li's phone, which she had placed on the table, vibrated twice. She picked it up and was surprised to find 2 new friend requests. The servant of the Holy Library, it's me, the Knight of the Wheeled Dance of Divine Grace and Heavenly Radiance. Jiang Li, Su Fan. Jiang Li stared at the phone screen, her eyes filled with struggle, her finger hovering over it, unable to make a decision. Rationality told her that wanting to be alone meant she absolutely couldn't agree. But the inner yearning for warmth urged her to agree. Jiang Li grasped the peace charm on her chest, hesitated for a long time, and finally clicked to accept. Just after Jiang Li accepted the friend request, she was immediately pulled into a group chat. Looking at her phone, she found herself added to a group chat named Beggar Gang. There were only 4 people in the group chat aside from Jiang Li. The other 3 were Mo Jingchuan, Su Fan, and Mo Ling. Beggar Gang, Mo Jingchuan, congratulations to our Beggar Gang for acquiring a new member. Mo Ling, humph with me, the Knight of the Wheeled Dance of Divine Grace and Heavenly Radiance. The expansion of the Beggar Gang is inevitable. Proud. Su Fan, new member, hurry up and speak. Su Fan, panda person meme. Jiang Li, the 4th member of the Beggar Gang. Mo Ling, not bad, truly worthy of being the servant of the Holy Library. Mo Jingchuan, so now we are friends. Friends. Jiang Li's pupils dilated, her heart felt like it was struck by a hammer, and her whole body began to tremble lightly. Su Fan, we've been friends for a long time. Mo Ling, I think Beggar Gang should be renamed to Heavenly Kingdom. Mo Jingchuan, don't make a fuss. Jiang Li was unaware of what the rest of the Beggar Gang was discussing. She quietly sat in the living room, clutching the peace charm on her chest, and only after a long time did she put down her phone and head to the bathroom. Grabbing a towel, stripping off her clothes, the warm water enveloped her body, once again flowing down her face and along her curves onto the floor. Jiang Li closed her eyes. Friends. Is that it, eh? Time flew by, and nearly a week had passed since Jiang Li first became friends with Mo Jingchun and the others. During this time, although Jiang Li remained indifferent towards others, she occasionally revealed different emotions when interacting with Mo Jingchun and the others, no longer maintaining a perpetually stern face. It seemed Jiang Li had relearned how to smile. Although not often, she had indeed smiled. Jiang Li seemed to be, but many things are like this. The order of development always rises, and after reaching the peak it begins to decline. Humans are no different. In unseen corners there are always various gazes upon you. Some are of admiration, some of jealousy, and some. Jiang Li's transformation also drew the attention of others, especially when they saw her smiling that fresh and unpretentious smile. At Mo Jingchuan, jealousy began to swell in their hearts. Even though that smile was gentle, so gentle it seemed insignificant. In English class, while everyone in class 407 was reciting English words from their textbooks, Zhu Hong, sitting in the front row on the right side, quietly turned his head, staring at the 2 at the back near the door. Zhu Hong crossed over his deskmate and looked at Jiang Li, whose face was half hidden by her black hair, then turned to Zhu Hong. Had always held a grudge against Mo Jingchuan, a sentiment he couldn't quite articulate, perhaps just a feeling of discontent. This sentiment had been evident when he initially gambled on meal tickets. At that time he thought Mo Jingchun would end up losing everything, but unexpectedly he became the biggest winner. Teenage boys naturally have a fondness for pretty girls, especially someone as fresh and unpretentious as Jiang Li. Zhu Hong couldn't understand why the usually indifferent Jiang Li suddenly seemed to get along well with the almost isolated Mo Jingchun. Was this what they called sympathy among isolated individuals? Zhu Hong recalled the picture he saw yesterday, which was of Mo Jingchun and Jiang Li taken by others in class 106 during their sophomore year. Zhu Hong clenched his fists and looked back at his English book. Getting caught for puppy love would not be lightly punished. Jiang Li rested her hands on the desk, leaning her head against her arms, striking a classic napping pose. However, after a while she changed direction and tilted her head to the other side. At this moment, it was already 1:40 p.m. and most of the students in the classroom were preparing for a nap. In fact, Zhang Li did not have a habit of napping, but unfortunately, if she didn't rest a bit at noon, she would inevitably be distracted in the afternoon. Therefore, to be in good condition for the afternoon classes, Zhang Li forced herself to take a short rest at noon to seek mental relaxation. However, today Zhang Li felt uncomfortable staying in the classroom. She had an unsettling feeling that something was about to happen in the next few days. Zhang Li turned her head towards the corner near the back door. Her deskmate's seat was empty. It seemed she had never seen Mo Jingchun during noon breaks. Curiosity stirred within Zhang Li. If Mo Jingchun was not napping, where could he possibly be? She tried several positions on her desk, but her mind showed no sign of wanting to rest. The window was open and the wind blew and brushing against Zhang Li, offering her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Standing up from her seat, Zhang Li thought that since she couldn't sleep anyway, it would be better to find a place to enjoy the wind. After all, relaxing her mind could help maintain her state for the afternoon without needing to nap. After stepping out of classroom 407, Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before heading upstairs, thinking that to enjoy the wind, she should go up. As she passed each floor's staircase, the wind brushed her face, lifting her dark and smooth hair, seemingly affirming that her choice was correct. Soon Zhang Li arrived at the top floor of the teaching building. As she continued to walk towards an even higher place, a closed iron door unexpectedly appeared before her. Zhang Li frowned. Although she had guessed this would be the outcome, she still wanted to give it a try. She approached the door, tugging at the thick lock hanging from it. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing came from the heavy lock, accompanied by the howling wind from the rooftop outside the iron door. The lock remained motionless, and after several unsuccessful attempts, Zhang Li's spirit sank, and she looked down, planning to leave. At that moment, her fingers unintentionally brushed against the area near the lock. That spot felt soft and elastic, entirely unlike the texture of metal. Zhang Li bent down to examine the lock, and discovered that the area around the lock was actually made of a piece of rubber of a similar color, which she could peel away from the lock hole with some force. Zhang Li immediately took action and successfully opened the heavy lock. She then pulled open the iron door and quietly closed it, stepping out onto the rooftop of the Senior 3 teaching building. The rooftop was piled with many discarded desks and benches, and the ground was made up of rough sandy stones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind on the rooftop was indeed as Zhang Li expected. It was strong and felt like a massage against her body. Zhang Li wandered around the rooftop. Behind the cement passage room erected on the rooftop stood a chair made from several desks and benches. Zhang Li pushed aside the hair blown into her eyes by the wind and approached to observe closely, discovering that the chair was very clean, showing no signs of dust, as if it were frequently used. After standing in place and contemplating for a moment, Zhang Li decided to climb up and lay on the chair made of desks and benches. Lying on the rooftop in the wind felt far better than napping against a desk downstairs. Zhang Li felt as if every cell in her body was stretching out. Zhang Li squinted her eyes, watching the blue sky and white clouds drifting past her gaze, slowly succumbing to a bit of drowsiness. Just as Zhang Li was about to fall asleep, a shadow suddenly appeared before her. At first, Zhang Li thought it was a thick white cloud, but she quickly realized that if it were a cloud, it shouldn't be black, and she seemed to sense another person's breathing. Someone had arrived. Realizing this, Zhang Li's drowsiness vanished, and she quickly opened her eyes, instinctively preparing to stand up from the chair. You? Zhang Li looked at Mo Jingchun, who had appeared before her, somewhat surprised. At that moment, she subconsciously sprang up, but couldn't control her movement. In the next second, her forehead collided heavily with Mo Jingchun's nose. The impact sent a sharp sting through her nose, causing Mo Jingchun to stagger back several steps, covering his nose with both hands. Since Zhang Li had used her forehead, she felt no significant impact. After seeing Mo Jingchun's reaction, she hurriedly got off the chair and walked over to him. Mo Jingchun, are you alright? Zhang Li's expression turned urgent, unsure of where to place her hands. I didn't mean to. Mo Jingchun took a moment to calm the feeling in his nose and waved his hand at Zhang Li, signaling that it was alright. As Mo Jingchun lowered his hand, his originally fair and prominent nose was now flushed red, but fortunately, there was no blood. This was the first time Mo Jingchun had seen Zhang Li in such an anxious state, rubbing his nose while looking at her. I'm really sorry, I didn't know you would suddenly be on the rooftop. That's something I should be asking you. How did you end up in my territory? Mo Jingchun retracted his gaze and your territory. Zhang Li lowered her head, pondering for a moment before suddenly understanding. No wonder there was a piece of rubber at the lock location and a row of chairs made from desks and benches behind it. It turned out that her deskmate often took his noon breaks on the rooftop to enjoy the wind. I couldn't sleep, so I came to the rooftop for some fresh air and accidentally came in here. Zhang Li explained her reason for being there while preparing to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. Hey, I'm not rushing you away. Mo Jingchun grabbed Zhang Li's fair wrist and pulled her back. If you leave now, what will happen if you expose me? This. Hearing Mo Jingchun say this made Zhang Li hesitate again. Haha. Mo Jingchun suddenly laughed, and his smile left Zhang Li momentarily dumbfounded. Zhang Li, aren't we friends now? Why are you still being so distant? Come on. Mo Jingchun led Jiang Li to the place where the desk and bench chair was earlier. Since you found me out, then this rooftop is our territory now. I'll make a chair for you two shortly. Mo Jingchun's handsome face bore a brilliant smile, which also infected the somewhat awkward Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded momentarily, forgetting that her wrist was still being held by Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun let Jiang Li lie down in his previous spot. As for himself, he began to move the tables and benches around the rooftop, starting to assemble a brand new reclining chair. Jiang Li watched the busy Mo Jingchun and without hesitation helped him lift a table. After a long day's work, the two finally finished assembling a reclining chair. Once they completed this task, they lay down on adjacent chairs, both gazing at the azure sky. The air was pleasant and the breeze gentle. Jiang Li, having lost her sleepiness due to the earlier activity, quietly turned her head to the side, where Mo Jingchun, with a faint smile, was intently staring at the sky. The sky was vast and open, causing those who gazed at it to drift into thought. So what do you think? This place isn't bad, right? Mo Jingchun suddenly spoke while staring at the sky. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze. Do you usually come here during lunch? A sound of someone rising was heard as Mo Jingchun sat up from the newly assembled chair, facing Jiang Li. Not just at noon. Not just. That's right, Mo Jingchun said, looking at Jiang Li, whose dark and smooth hair cascaded over the chair, swaying in the air with the wind. I also come at night, Mo Jingchun added. The evenings are the most comfortable with the night breeze and the stars. As he spoke, a look of bliss appeared on his face. Especially on cloudless nights, the stars twinkle beautifully against the dark sky. Do you like stars? Jiang Li tucked her hair behind her ear. Is that why you enjoy looking at the sky? Pretty much, Mo Jingchun nodded. It's one of my few hobbies. By the way, Jiang Li, Mo Jingchun suddenly said in a couple of days after the evening self-study, come to the rooftop. Jiang Li's expression turned to one of surprise, not expecting Mo Jingchun to invite her so suddenly. Haha, what's with that expression? Mo Jingchun chuckled and shook his head. Just to look at the stars. Oh, Jiang Li neither refused nor agreed. Soon the lunch break was about to end, and the two descended from the rooftop, securing the large plastic lock once more. At that moment, students from class 407 and others gradually returned to their classrooms. Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun entered through the back door, one after the other, returning to their seats. Jiang Li's delicate and pointed nose twitched. Her keen senses seemed to detect a different scent. Sitting in the back row, Jiang Li could see the entire class, and she felt as if there were several pairs of eyes in the crowd quietly watching her. That feeling was uncomfortable, like clothes sticking to her skin after sweating profusely. Jiang Li sighed. She could only think that she was overthinking. The black pen in her hand spun, quickly stopping only after swirling 7 times. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, her thoughts somewhat chaotic. Class 407 had become quite strange recently, not due to any particular changes, but the classmates seemed to be discussing something vaguely, and after each conversation, they would cast glances at Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun. Jiang Li straightened her back. How could her deliberately created invisible persona attract the attention of her classmates? Snap! One slip, and the spinning black pen fell onto the desk. Wasn't Mo Jingchun the same? Jiang Li picked up the pen and adjusted her posture, spinning it smoothly once again. At this time, it was the big break after the second class. Jiang Li leaned on her desk, her dark hair obscuring her face, as her right hand spun the black pen. Jiang, classmate. A sound came from the stack of books on the desk, and Jiang Li snapped back to reality, noticing that the class leader of class 407 was standing beside her. The class leader was a quiet-looking girl wearing glasses. Teacher Lu is looking for you, she said to Jiang Li as she noticed her getting up. Jiang Li stopped her right hand's movement, placed the black pen back on the desk, nodded, moved her chair, stood up, and walked toward the office. During the big break, many students were milling about outside. Jiang Li walked carefully along the corner of the wall, avoiding contact with anyone. Finally, Jiang Li arrived alone at Teacher Liu's office. Through the window, she could see Teacher Liu organizing her lesson plans on the desk. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Since the last time she received assistance for impoverished students, it had been a long time since Teacher Liu had contacted her. She wondered what the matter was this time. After knocking and reporting, Jiang Li entered the office and approached Teacher Liu. Jiang Li, are you adapting well? Teacher Liu put down the textbook in her hands, turned around, and kindly asked Jiang Li. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Jiang Li looked into Teacher Liu's eyes, sensing she seemed to have more to say. As expected, Teacher Liu changed her sitting posture, intertwining her fingers as if in thought. How have you been getting along with your classmates lately? Jiang Li secretly sighed in relief, realizing this was what she wanted to know. The classmates are all great. Jiang Li understood that she should speak positively. I enjoy spending time with them. That's good, Teacher Liu nodded. There's nothing else. I just wanted to ask you, considering your situation is quite special. Jiang Li nodded. So can I leave now, Teacher Liu? Yes, go back. Teacher Liu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Li no longer hesitated, turned around, and exited the office, gradually leaving Teacher Liu's sight. Sigh. Teacher Liu let out a sigh which caught the attention of a female teacher beside her. What's wrong, Teacher Liu? The female teacher inquired, tilting her head. Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Liu lifted the teapot in front of her and took a sip. It just seems like there are signs of early romance in our class lately. Early romance. The female teacher's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this topic, and she scooted closer to Teacher Lu, curious. Was it that girl from earlier? Teacher Zhou, you can't just label someone based on a question like that, Teacher. Lu shook her head. That might not be the case, Teacher Zhou said mysteriously. At the age of first love, encountering a beautiful girl like that, I wonder how many people's youth she's capturing. Oh, Teacher Zhou seems to know quite a bit. A smile appeared on Teacher Liu's face as she set down the teapot. So how many people's youth does our Teacher Zhou represent? Alright, let's just chat. Early romance is still not acceptable. Teacher Zhou's face flushed slightly at what Teacher Lu said. Teacher Lu nodded. The kids are currently in their senior year, and they really need to focus. As for whether there's really early romance, we can't make hasty judgments. We must not affect the student's mindset. Zhang Li returned to class 407 just as the preparatory bell had rung and all the students were back in the classroom. He entered through the back door, where Imo Jingchun was sitting with his legs crossed. Upon seeing Zhang Li, Imo Jingchun uncrossed his legs. What did old Lu want you for? Zhang Li shook his head, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Nothing much. But did you just come back from playing basketball? Zhang Li tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes observing Imo Jingchun's school uniform, which clung to his skin due to sweat. Yeah, Imo Jingchun wiped his forehead, flicking the sweat away. That kid Su Fan has probably been secretly practicing and getting stronger behind my back. I used to dominate him back then. Really? Zhang Li countered. Really? You have no idea how I used my superior skills to win several matches against him, almost making him cry out of frustration. Seeing that Zhang Li was skeptical, Imo Jingchun hurriedly recounted his past victories. Haha, just thinking about how defiant he was back then makes me laugh. Imo Jingchun brushed aside his somewhat annoying hair, and this casual action made some girls in the class who were secretly watching him blush and their hearts race. When school lets out on Saturday afternoon, call Imo Ling, and he'll take you both out to see something. Okay, sure. Zhang Li nodded, her expression brightening. What's wrong with you? A thin girl in a blue and white school uniform looked at her deskmate, while Zhu Hong gripped a black pen tightly, scribbling aggressively on his draft paper. His force was so great that he tore through several sheets of draft paper underneath. Zhu Hong ignored his deskmate, but paused his current actions, lowering his head to look at the dark scribbles on his draft book. Damn it, why are they acting like nothing happened? Why is Zhang Li chatting so happily with that Imo Jingchun? Isn't she usually aloof? Playing hard to get, huh? Zhu Hong clenched his fists tightly, realizing he needed to step up his efforts. Meanwhile, the two at the back door of class 407 were completely unaware, planning to wait for Imo Ling after school in classroom 106 of the second year. As for why they were doing this, according to Imo Jingchun, it was to keep Chen Xiaoqing and her friends in check and prevent them from plotting revenge later. It must be said that Imo Jingchun's considerations were quite thorough, and Zhang Li completely agreed with his views. Just then the teacher arrived in the classroom, and the two naturally ended their conversation. During the lunch break, the two coincidentally arrived on the rooftop one after the other. Zhang Li didn't like staying in crowded places. Lying on the rooftop enjoying the breeze was far more comfortable than being in the classroom. Imo Jingchun felt the same way, but he usually played basketball with Su Fan during lunch, so Zhang Li typically arrived at the rooftop first. On the rooftop at noon, two pairs of bright, clear eyes gazed up at the vast blue sky, their relationship gradually growing closer, without them even realizing it. Even Zhang Li herself didn't notice how much more she was talking, and her usual self-reflection time had shortened. When school let out in the afternoon, Zhang Li and Imo Jingchun called Su Fan together, and the three of them headed to classroom 106 of the second year. Su Fan hadn't personally experienced what happened with Imo Ling, but he deliberately put on a fierce expression as they approached classroom 106. There weren't many people in classroom 106, most had already left. When the three of them got close to the classroom, many who remembered Imo Jingchun and Zhang Li from the previous week recognized them. Su Fan watched the surrounding second-year students whispering among themselves, growing even more curious about what had happened before. What did you guys do last week? Why are you asking so much? Anyway, we just vented some anger for Imo Ling. Imo Jingchun patted his good friend's shoulder and then led the way into classroom 106. Upon entering the classroom, Imo Jingchun immediately spotted a petite figure in the corner, her head resting on the desk, her small body shaking continuously. Imo Jingchun diverted his gaze instinctively, but Chen Xiaoqing and her group were not in the classroom. Only a few scattered individuals were chatting while stealing glances at the three. Su Fan pushed past Imo Jingchun, quietly sneaking up next to Imo Ling, then bent over and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, giving it a light pinch. Who? Imo Ling was startled by Su Fan's sudden action, springing up like a tightly wound spring, looking. Su Fan steadied his retreating steps, grateful that he reacted quickly, otherwise he might have lost a few teeth from Imo Ling's sudden movement. Bro, Zhang Li, why are you both here? Imo Ling saw the two standing in front of her, and her small, delicate face immediately broke into a smile, revealing a cute little tiger tooth. Ahem. Perhaps realizing she had misspoken, Imo Ling coughed twice and changed her tone. As the archdeacon and the servant of the Holy Library, you seek me the night of the Holy Grace's radiant wheel dance. What is the matter? It's nothing much. Mo Jingshun smirked, watching Su Fan sneak up behind Mo Ling, who was completely unaware. Isn't it enough that Jiang Li and I came to find you? Mo Ling nodded, still completely oblivious to the approaching danger, feeling pleased with her brother's cooperation, as if he finally acknowledged her inner world. Archdeacon, I am very satisfied with you. Mo Ling said, glancing at the calm Jiang Li beside her. Servant of the Holy Library, you must also. Oh. Mo Ling's words were cut short as a pair of large hands suddenly covered her eyes, plunging her into darkness. Who? Mo Ling's voice was uncertain, and her timid and frightened expression nearly caused Su Fan standing behind her to lose his composure. I know. It's the evil demon lord. Let go of me. Mo Ling quickly guessed Su Fan's identity, and their playful scene in classroom 106 attracted many onlookers from the remaining students. Mo Ling seemed to sense those gazes, and her delicate face gradually reacted, turning half of it red. Su Fan noticed her embarrassment and asked before letting go, may I know your true name? True name? My true name is. Mo Ling's face reddened, becoming shy. It was her first time finding her true name so hard to say. Night of the Holy Grace's radiant wheel dance. As Mo Ling continued, her voice got softer, but she still managed to say her true name. After hearing Mo Ling timidly state her true name, Su Fan released his hands and quickly ran out of classroom 106. Blushing, Mo Ling tidied her disheveled hair, shouting the slogan to defeat the demon lord as she ran out. Let's go too. Mo Jingshun turned to look at the calm Jiang Li beside him. Jiang Li slightly lifted her head. Although her expression remained unchanged, her eyes held a hint of different colors, seemingly smiling, clearly amused by Su Fan and Mo Ling's antics. Tisk, I didn't expect Mo Ling to have such a handsome brother. After they left, a girl who had stayed in the class remarked with some emotion. Yeah, that girl over there is the one who shut Chen Xiaoqing up last week, added another person sitting across from her. Alright, enough talk. We have no chance to get to know people like that. Oh, let's focus on ourselves. The four stepped out of the second-year teaching block, standing on the pavement outside. What? Mo Ling pouted her pink lips. Did you all come to find me, just to mooch food? What do you mean? Su Fan replied with an air of righteousness. We specially came to intimidate a few people from your class, but we happened to forget to bring money. While speaking, Su Fan nudged Mo Jingshun beside him with his elbow. Do you have any money, bro? Mo Jingshun mimicked him and nudged Jiang Li next to him. Do you have any money, Jiang Li? Jiang Li. Jiang Li couldn't help but a smile appearing on her previously indifferent face. Even someone with a serious demeanor would likely be amused by being with these people. Wow, Mo Ling seemed to discover a new world. She ran up to Jiang Li, staring at her intently. Jiang Li, you look so beautiful when you smile. Of course, Su Fan interjected at that moment. You guys from the Mo family are carefully selected. The quality is simply top-notch, not to mention. You little punk, are you looking for trouble? Mo Jingshun timely punched Su Fan, glaring at him threateningly. Alright, Su Fan shook his head. Looks like, okay, you four. Mo Ling unceremoniously grabbed Jiang Li's hand. Hurry up, this night is in a good mood. What do you guys want to eat? Supreme beef brisket noodles. Lobster pork buns. Whatever. You two are really not polite. Mo Ling pouted her head to the side. I'm leaving with Jiang Li, I don't know you guys. Mo Ling said, pulling Jiang Li along as they walked away. Wait, don't leave us behind. Mo Jingshun and Su Fan hurriedly chased after them, eventually forming a line as the sunset lengthened their shadows. At exactly 4 p.m., two girls left the reading room located in the old teaching building during self-study class, heading towards the girls' restroom. The restroom on the floor where the reading room in the old teaching building is located is not large, apart from the wash basin outside. There are only 4 stalls in the girls' restroom. Fortunately, they are all private. The 2 girls entered the restroom but had no intention of using it. They seemed to be a bit weary of the quiet atmosphere in the self-study classroom and wanted to come out and chat for a while. Hey, have you heard the recent gossip? A girl with short hair leaned against the white ceramic wall, inquiring her companion. What gossip? Her companion looked puzzled. You don't know? A lot of people in the class know, even some from the adjacent class have heard about it. What is it? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. The companion was thoroughly intrigued by the short-haired girl, urging her to share the gossip she knew. It's about. The short-haired girl said, turning her head to glance around the restroom a couple of times, before finally speaking mysteriously to her companion. Do you know about Mo Jingshun from our class, and that cool transfer student? I know, her companion nodded. Such beautiful faces wasted, but their personalities are just as odd and cold. What's going on with them? I heard. They have been dating recently. The short-haired girl cupped her hand around her mouth, speaking excitedly, yet quietly to her companion. What? The companion was shocked. Even though they sit together, can those two really get along with their personalities? You just don't understand, the short-haired girl replied with an expression of understanding. She patted her companion's shoulder. This is called mutual attraction between odd people. Besides, one is handsome and the other is beautiful. Many people in class ship them. Is that true? The companion appeared skeptical. Well, I don't know for sure. Many people are spreading it, and I have no reason to lie to you. Let's not spread things we aren't sure about, the other girl shook her head. What's the harm? The class has so many girls who would sneak glances at Imo Jingshun. If it weren't for that girl from class 304 who confessed and was ruthlessly rejected, she would probably be cursing that transfer student by now. Besides, gossip is just for fun. Oh, who cares if they really match? All right then, the other girl nodded. She glanced at her watch, realized time was running short, and pushed the short-haired girl. About 2 minutes later, the door of the restroom furthest inside opened, and Jiang Li walked out with a pale face. Not long after the reading class began, Jiang Li felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Although she was still somewhat unfamiliar with it, it occurred every month, giving her some experience. Thus, she discreetly took a few clean tissues and headed to the restroom. Just as she was managing the pain and preparing to leave the restroom, she happened to encounter the two classmates chatting. Jiang Li hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but the conversation made her stop. Leaning against the plastic partition, she quietly listened to the two girls outside. Recently, things felt strange to Jiang Li. As her relationship with her deskmate, Imo Jingshun, grew closer, the glances from others towards them were often laden with ambiguity. After hearing the two girls' words in the restroom, Jiang Li realized that her recent conversation with Teacher Lu was not just simple concern. The rumor must have started circulating earlier. Due to her period, Jiang Li's face was pale and her movements were noticeably slower. She walked to the sink, turned on the tap, and washed her hands, rinsing away the stains. Jiang Li stared blankly at her hands, her almond-shaped eyes seeming to recall something. After a heavy sigh, she left the restroom. What do you think Teacher Lu wants with us? Imo Jingshun asked, casually chewing on a piece of wild grass she had scavenged from somewhere in the school. Her uniform still asks you. Jiang Li remained silent, quietly walking ahead. It's almost time to get out of school. Imo Jingshun kicked a stone in front of her, turning to Jiang Li. How about we call Su Fan later? I'll show you what I can do. Jiang Li still didn't respond. Her head was slightly lowered, her black hair covering half of her face, making it impossible for Imo Jingshun, who was beside her, to see her expression. What's wrong with you? Imo Jingshun sensed something off and grabbed Jiang Li's arm. Jiang Li stopped, turned around, furrowed her brows, and looked at Imo Jingshun with her dark eyes. Jiang Li's eyes seemed to regain the indifference they had when Imo Jingshun first met her. Imo Jingshun froze, instinctively letting go of Jiang Li's arm. Teacher Lu is still waiting for us. Jiang Li sighed and said to Imo Jingshun. Then Jiang Li ignored Imo Jingshun, continuing to walk ahead, while Imo Jingshun, though confused, had no choice but to catch up with her. Before long, the two appeared at the door of Teacher Liu's office. Without waiting for them to report in, Teacher Lu came out of the office and beckoned them into a small meeting room that was unoccupied. What does Teacher Lu want with us? Imo Jingshun casually took a seat and asked Teacher Lu in front of her. Be serious, Imo Jingshun. I have important matters to discuss with both of you. Teacher Lu's tone, which had always been gentle, turned serious as he spoke to Imo Jingshun sitting across from him. Imo Jingshun shrugged and remained silent, instead tilting her head to look at Jiang Li. You should know that dating is not allowed. Teacher Lu looked at the two of them. One nodded casually, while the other remained expressionless with a pale face. Last week some rumors circulated in class. I didn't believe them, but this week the rumors have spread widely. Not only do people in our class know, but many from the adjacent classes are also aware of it. No, Imo Jingshun interrupted Teacher Lu. What rumors concern us? Don't you both know? Teacher Lu was somewhat surprised, but Imo Jingshun's clear eyes indicated she truly didn't know about this. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, who remained expressionless, seemed to know something. Let me be straightforward. Teacher Lu shook his head. Recently, there have been rumors in class that you two are dating. I want to talk to you both about whether this is true or not. What? Imo Jingshun's once clear eyes were suddenly filled with confusion. I am dating Jiang Li. Imo Jingshun, don't be too excited. The teacher didn't call you here to accuse you of early romance. They just want to have a chat to confirm things. Lu Laoshi paused for a moment and continued. After all, this matter has been circulating among many senior students lately, and it's not a good influence. Imo Jingshun laughed, a wild grin on his face. I didn't even know I was dating Jiang Li. Damn, where did this Imo Jingshun? Lu Laoshi adjusted his glasses. I'm not blaming you. All right, Lao Lu, Jiang Li and I are just ordinary friends. Imo Jingshun stood up from his seat, his smile vanishing. Tell those who are spreading rumors in the class to shut their mouth. Lu Laoshi nodded. That's for sure. What about you, Jiang Li? Lu Laoshi turned to the silent Jiang Li. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Li didn't have much to say. Lao Lu, it's just how things are. We're only ordinary friends. Imo Jingshun interjected anxiously from the side. I didn't ask you. Lu Laoshi ignored Imo Jingshun and looked at Jiang Li. Lu Laoshi, Jiang Li and I really don't have anything. We are just classmates. Jiang Li answered expressionlessly, but her response made Imo Jingshun frown beside her. Lu Laoshi looked at the two students in front of him. I believe you both are telling the truth. I will intervene to clarify this rumor. You can go back for now. Thank you, Lu Laoshi. Jiang Li stood up from her previous seat, stood beside Imo Jingshun, and then they left. Imo Jingshun watched Jiang Li turn and leave, and he also stepped forward, leaving only Lu Laoshi behind. Jiang Li walked ahead. Her pace was quick, but her steps were small. Mo Jingshun followed her downstairs, passing between two huge supporting pillars, and came outside to a long row of steps, where they finally stopped at the middle of the steps where a national flag stood. Hey, what's wrong? Mo Jingshun grabbed Jiang Li's wrist, but she maintained her usual trick, slightly bowing her head to hide her expression behind her hair. Nothing. Jiang Li's voice was cold as she pulled her hand away from Mo Jingshun's grasp. What does it mean to just be classmates? Mo Jingshun frowned. Are we no longer even friends because of this ridiculous rumor? Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li raised her head, her tone softening. Let's leave it at that. Ew, just classmates is fine. What do you mean just classmates is fine? Mo Jingshun's stubbornness was ignited by Jiang Li, but he glanced around. They were in an open space in front of the teacher's office building. Clearly arguing here was not a suitable location, so Mo Jingshun grabbed Jiang Li's arm and pulled her back to the senior class, heading straight for the rooftop. Mo Jingshun brought Jiang Li to the rooftop, closed the iron door behind them, and turned to face her. The gentle breeze blew across the rooftop as Jiang Li's hair was lifted, revealing her pale face hidden beneath. Mo Jingshun's chest heaved up and down. He was not angry about the early romance rumor, but rather about Jiang Li's attitude, which made him very unhappy. He truly considered her a friend, yet Jiang Li now wanted to revert to just being classmates. What about Su Fan and Mo Ling? Do they also have to become strangers? Besides, this kind of thing isn't a big deal. It's just a rumor. In half a month it will probably be forgotten. What's there to care about? Mo Jingshun didn't understand. In his feelings towards Jiang Li, besides the friendship, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her. This sense of familiarity, though Mo Jingshun couldn't clearly articulate, it made him inexplicably want to get closer to Jiang Li. No, I don't want this. Of being alone is already good enough. Jiang Li shook her head vacantly, the past still vivid in her mind. The rumors of early romance reminded her of why she came to this unfamiliar city. It reminded her of the predictable future after establishing connections with others. It reminded Jiang Li of her unknown, nauseating past. Jiang Li's gaze grew colder. Though her body trembled with fear as she recalled those scenes, she still had to put on a brave front, at least not to show it outwardly. Is there a problem? Jiang Li retorted to Mo Jingshun. We've known each other for less than a month. My absence won't affect you much. What? Mo Jingshun suspected that he misheard her, taking 2 steps forward. Are you saying you want to sever ties with— What, sever ties? Jiang Li retorted. She glanced at the old desk on the rooftop. We were never friends, alright, just classmates, huh? Mo Jingshun was both angry and amused. Then what about Su Fan and Mo Ling? If we're not friends, why have you been with us these past few days? Why did you help Mo Ling back then? Why did you agree to join the group chat? You. Jiang Li was momentarily speechless, unsure how to refute him. I don't want to argue with you, Mo Jingshun said. I have a strange temper, so I have few friends, and you are one. No, Jiang Li quickly shook her head upon hearing Mo Jingshun's words. I'm not a good person. I'm sorry, we really aren't friends. Jiang Li looked down apologetically. They'll leave the group chat and clarify things with Su Fan and Mo Ling. You. Mo Jingshun looked at the stubborn Jiang Li, nearly spitting out blood from anger. If it were a usual time, Mo Jingshun wouldn't care whether others wanted to be his friends or not. He lacked such patience. Now he was trying to reason with Jiang Li, yet she still wouldn't relent, and he had no idea what she was worried about. Let's leave it at that. I'll go first. Jiang Li's tone was stiff as she brushed past Mo Jingshun towards the rooftop iron door. What do you take me for? Damn it, come back. Mo Jingshun grabbed Jiang Li and pulled her back forcefully. Thud, thud, thud. Mo Jingshun released his grip on Jiang Li, but she uncontrollably stumbled back towards the wall. Thud. The sound of her head hitting the wall was dull, and the next moment Jiang Li slumped against the wall with blood appearing at the point of impact. Outside the emergency room with the red light on, Mo Jingshun sat silently on a metal chair. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps echoed beside Mo Jingshun, followed by a slight creak as the metal chair beside him sank down. Teacher Lu discreetly folded the hospital form he had just handed in and placed it into his pocket. Can we talk? What happened? Mo Jingshun placed his hands on his legs, a look of regret written all over his face. After hearing Teacher Liu's words, Mo Jingshun fell silent for a moment and straightened his back. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Teacher Lu sighed, seeing the self-reproachful expression on Mo Jingshun's face. Don't worry too much, it shouldn't be too serious. Teacher Lu. Mo Jingshun continued. I pulled Jiang Li and she lost her balance and hit the wall. Teacher Lu nodded. So that's what happened. A few hours earlier, after discussing matters with Jiang Li, Teacher Lu and Mo Jingshun returned to the office, handling the students' assignments on their desks and preparing the lesson plans for the next day's classes. It was now the last class of the afternoon, and most of the teachers in the office without classes had already finished their work or gone elsewhere, leaving only Teacher Lu behind. When Teacher Lu finished these tasks and took a sip of tea placed on the desk, he intended to leave, but encountered a panicked Mo Jingshun at the corner of the stairs holding Jiang Li in his arms. Upon seeing this scene, Teacher Lu instinctively froze, wanting to intervene, but noticed the blood on Mo Jingshun's hands and the pale, closed-eyed face of Jiang Li. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Teacher Liu's mind, but soon he dismissed them one by one. He decisively took the two of them in his car and sped toward the nearest city hospital. Thus the earlier scene unfolded. Mo Jingshun looked down at the remnants of blood on his hands, recalling how Jiang Li had leaned against him frail and trembling. Seeing this, Teacher Lu patted Mo Jingshun's shoulder. After all, he was just a 17-year-old boy. How could he not be nervous in such a sudden situation? Teacher Lu. Mo Jingshun stood up from the metal chair. Have Jiang Li's parents arrived? It was my fault, and I will take responsibility. The bright white light from above illuminated the room, and Mo Jingshun's expression was very serious. Teacher Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. On one hand, he was pleased with Mo Jingshun's attitude, but on the other hand, Jiang Li had no parents to contact. Should he contact the director of the orphanage? What's wrong? Mo Jingshun looked at Teacher Lu, who hesitated to speak, his expression becoming somewhat urgent. Is her family not convenient? No, it's not that, it's just not convenient. Teacher Liu's face turned slightly awkward, unsure of how to explain to Mo Jingshun that at present in Jiang Li's situation, there was no guardian, and he might have to advance the hospital fees himself. Ding dong. Just as Teacher Lu was unsure how to explain, the red light above the emergency room dimmed, and Jiang Li was pushed out. Transferred to the general ward room, 310. Two nurses pushed the stretcher while one doctor in a white coat asked the two outside the emergency room, who is the patient's family? Doctor, I am her homeroom teacher. I am her friend. I'm asking if the patient's family has arrived. The doctor shook his head, holding a form as he walked forward. Teacher Lu and the doctor walked together while Mo Jingshun followed after seeing Jiang Li being transferred to the ward. Has the patient's family not arrived? The doctor sat down in the consultation room, looking at the two in front of him. Doctor, I am this child's homeroom teacher. Teacher Lu said this child's situation is quite special. What's special? The doctor set down the form in his hand. We still need family members to sign some medical forms. Can I sign on their behalf? Teacher Lu asked. The doctor shook his head. By the way, he still needs to provide some identity. Mo Jingchuan, you go out first. Teacher Lu turned to push Mo Jingchuan, who was standing nearby, away. Teacher Lu, you this. Mo Jingchun's face was filled with confusion, not understanding why he needed to be sent away. You go check on Jiang Li's situation first. As Teacher Lu spoke, he opened the consultation room's door. By the way, remember to apologize to her. After Teacher Lu finished speaking, he pushed Mo Jingchun out, then closed the door, and turned back to the doctor sitting in. Mo Jingchun stood in the hospital corridor. Though he didn't understand why Teacher Lu had to do this, he did recognize that what he said was indeed very true. Apologizing to Jiang Li. Mo Jingshun turned to look at the ward 310 at the other end of the corridor, hesitating for a long time at the door of the consultation room before stepping forward. It's like this, doctor. Teacher Lu returned to his previous seat, explaining to the doctor. Upon hearing about Jiang Li's status as an orphan, the doctor in front of him fell silent for a moment and took back the medical form on the table, then let her sign it herself. Thank you. Teacher Lu nodded in gratitude to the doctor. Dr. Han. At this moment, a nurse pushed open the door of the consultation room, saying the little girl in room 310 has not completed the hospitalization procedures. How about this? Dr. Han looked at Teacher Lu across from him. Could you please help the little girl with the procedures? Teacher Lu nodded. That is the least I can do. But how is my student? Is her condition serious? Don't worry. Dr. Han's face broke into a relaxed smile. A mild concussion. She'll need to rest in the hospital for 2 days, and she should completely recover in about a month. Teacher Lu nodded, relieved to hear that Jiang Li's condition was not serious. A heavy stone in his heart finally. He then followed the nurse out of the consultation room to handle the hospitalization procedures. Mo Jingshun lingered outside the ward for a long time. Though he knew Jiang Li probably hadn't woken up, yet he still felt somewhat anxious. Who are you friends with? I'm fine on my own. Jiang Li's words on the rooftop seemed to echo in Mo Jingshun's ears, and he couldn't understand why Jiang Li had such a strong reaction. Suddenly, Mo Jingshun thought of something and instinctively reached for his phone, only to find nothing in his pocket. Forget it, he would talk to her later. Taking a deep breath, Mo Jingshun slowly placed his right hand on the doorknob of room 310 and slowly beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. The hospital ward was silent, with rhythmic sounds emanating from the surrounding instruments. This was a double room, and the bed furthest from the door was empty, while Jiang Li lay on the bed next to the window. The room was unlit, and only the cold moonlight filtered through the window, casting a faint glow. Mo Jingshun tried to slow his movements as he pushed open the ward door, then quickly turned around to close it. Mo Jingshun passed through the curtain that hung in the middle of the ward and stood in front of the bed closest to the inside. Jiang Li lay on the bed, bathed in the cold moonlight, her black hair cascading beside the bed, and her head wrapped in layer upon layer of white bandages. Her already pale skin appeared even more bloodless under the moonlight, and Jiang Li lay there quietly, like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. The white gauze curtains beside her danced in the wind, casting dark silhouettes. Mo Jingshun was filled with guilt. He never expected things would develop to this point. His gaze shifted from Jiang Li to the instrument beside her, which displayed a yellow-green line graph. Although Mo Jingshun couldn't understand it, he recognized that it indicated normal readings. Mo Jingchun let out a breath and looked down again only to find Jiang Li had changed her position, turning from lying flat to lying on her side. Jiang Li, is she awake? Mo Jingchun felt a surge of excitement and instinctively took a step forward. Jiang Li, you. His words were abruptly cut off as Jiang Li, lying on the bed, turned her back to him, slowly curling up and hugging her knees. Is she afraid? Jiang Li is afraid of me. Mo Jingchun furrowed his brows, wanting to punch himself for being so careless. With these thoughts, Mo Jingchun's fists tightened, but then he suddenly relaxed them. He looked at the curled-up Jiang Li before him, feeling overwhelmed with self-reproach. You? Don't be afraid, I'll leave soon. Mo Jingchun began to step back. The only thing he could do now was to soothe Jiang Li's emotions. Mo Jingchun. The curled-up Jiang Li spoke, calling out to Mo Jingchun, who was about to leave. Mo Jingchun hurriedly moved closer upon hearing Jiang Li call for him, unsure of what to say, fearing it might provoke. Hoo-hoo. Jiang Li's breathing became heavy, her frail chest rising and falling seemingly, because the injury on her head began to throb painfully. Don't move, I'll call the doctor. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun turned around in a hurry to run out of the ward. Nope, Jiang Li weakly called out to Mo Jingchun. She struggled to sit up from the bed and leaned against the wall. Mo Jingchun, seeing her sit up, anxiously urged her to lie back down. Don't get up yet. He reached out to press down on Jiang Li's shoulder, but unexpectedly Jiang Li's hand grabbed his midway. Mo Jingchun's movement halted in midair. This was the first time Mo Jingchun held Jiang Li's hand. Usually, he had only held her wrist. Jiang Li's hand was icy cold, much like the indifference she often displayed, keeping others at arm's length. Mo Jingchun gradually tightened his grip, holding Jiang Li's hand firmly. Finally, he looked up to see her expression, only to unexpectedly meet her sorrowful gaze. This was not their first gaze, but it was the longest time they had ever locked eyes. The moonlight quietly spread across the windowsill behind Jiang Li, gradually climbing up her back, and the black hair scattered over her shoulders. In this moment, Jiang Li was enveloped in a hazy glow of moonlight. Her eyes sparkled with glimmers of light, as if something was about to fall. This was the first time Jiang Li showed her vulnerable side in front of someone else. Mo Jingchun met Jiang Li's gaze and saw more repressed emotions there. She seemed scared, anxious, and wanting to escape. Mo Jingchun held Jiang Li's cold little hand, noticing she was trembling slightly. Take me away. Jiang Li blinked her eyes, her expression turning troubled, as if recalling some painful memory. I hate the ward, I hate the hospital, don't make me stay here. Okay. Mo Jingchun's throat felt like a tape recorder stuck on repeat, unable to utter a word. Jiang Li lowered her head, slowly leaning against Mo Jingchun's side. Please. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. The atmosphere in the ward felt as heavy as a sponge soaked with water, with only the instruments beside them continuing to make sounds. The blanket was lifted, followed by the rustling sound of clothes and mattress rubbing together. Mo Jingchun wrapped Jiang Li's legs in his arms, letting her lean against him as he walked out of the ward. Jiang Li shut her eyes, forcing back the tears that were on the verge of falling, leaving only a circle of damp traces on her surrounding eyelashes. This was their first significant physical contact, and also Jiang Li's first time leaning against Mo Jingchun, while it was Mo Jingchun's first time holding Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun, carrying Jiang Li in her blue and white striped patient gown, walked through the hospital's green-lit corridor, enduring the strange gazes of others as he made his way down the stairs to the lobby below. Mo Jingchun glanced down at Jiang Li in his arms, noticing she was quietly resting with her eyes closed, as if she had fallen asleep again. After exiting the hospital lobby, Mo Jingchun looked around and headed toward a small park nearby that allowed patients. By now, night had fallen and no patients remained in the somewhat secluded park, leaving only the solitary streetlights and the lost, confused individuals. Mo Jingchun walked for about 5 minutes before finally sitting on a backrest bench near a streetlight. It was quiet here, with only the distant sound of vehicles passing by. At this moment, Jiang Li opened her eyes. Upon realizing she had left the hospital, she struggled to break free from Mo Jingchun's embrace. Mo Jingchun bent down gently, placing Jiang Li securely on the other side of the bench. Jiang Li was barefoot, resting her feet on the bench, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her head between her legs, her black hair cascading around her. Mo Jingchun looked at Jiang Li, wanting to say something, but his hands raised and then fell, his throat's Adam's apple bobbing up and down without producing any sound. Mo Jingchun didn't know what to say. Should he remind Jiang Li that it was chilly at night and she shouldn't stay outside, or should he inform her that her head injury hadn't healed yet and she should return to the ward, or perhaps he should first apologize to her? Hey Mo Jingchun, why do you like looking at the sky? Jiang Li was the first to break the silence with a question. Moi. Mo Jingchun turned to look at Jiang Li, who still had her head buried between her legs, her voice somewhat muffled. Because I like stars, so I have an interest in astronomy, Mo Jingchun explained as he looked up at the sky. When I can't see the stars during the day, I try to locate their positions. Do you like watching the stars? Jiang Li said, somewhat lost in thought. Yes, Mo Jingchun replied, sitting on the bench and gazing at the night sky. Stargazing is one of the few hobbies I have. Every time I see the twinkling stars in the night sky, I am reminded of a promise. What promise? Heimo Jingshun gave a bitter smile, a comforting promise, one that has been both fulfilled and unfulfilled. Are you cold? Heimo Jingshun noticed Jiang Li shivering slightly and asked with concern. Jiang Li shook her head, but Heimo Jingshun disregarded her response and took off his school uniform to drape it over her. Aside from that, watching the stars is quite enjoyable, Heimo Jingshun continued. I often feel happy, even blissful. Blissful. Heimo Jingshun's words seemed to pique Jiang Li's interest. Do you believe in such a false thing as happiness? False. Heimo Jingshun shook his head. No, happiness truly exists. Happiness exists. Jiang Li's tone turned sharp upon hearing Heimo Jingshun's affirmation. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Why do you say that? Heimo Jingshun turned to face Jiang Li. Don't you believe happiness exists? Jiang Li lifted her head, resting her chin on her knees, her voice trembling. I don't believe it. At least for me, happiness is already out of reach. Why do you say that? You should. Because I once had happiness, Jiang Li suddenly exclaimed excitedly, releasing her grip on her knees and sitting up straight to look at Heimo Jingshun. Hua. The sudden surge of emotion seemed to aggravate the wound on her head, causing Jiang Li to clutch her head and emit a muffled groan of pain. Even though her head ached, Jiang Li spoke each word clearly. I thought I had happiness, but when happiness itself destroyed me, pushing me into the bleak and cold snowy night, I realized. Happiness is built upon the human heart, yet the human heart is in fact hypocritical. In the end, it is nothing but an illusion. Jiang Li. Heimo Jingshun placed his hand on Jiang Li's back. Don't get too agitated. Jiang Li ignored him. When the dream ends, happiness naturally comes to an end. As she spoke, Jiang Li's previously excited and sharp voice softened again, enveloped in a layer of unfathomable emotion. She fell silent once more, returning to her instinctive, protective, curled posture. Yes, you're right. After a moment of silence, Heimo Jingshun took over the conversation, placing his right hand on the backrest of the bench behind Jiang Li's handsome face slightly lifted as he gazed at the sky. Happiness is indeed built upon the human heart. Only through interactions between people can true happiness. Heimo Jingshun paused, retracting his gaze from the night sky to focus again on Jiang Li. The human heart is very hypocritical. This must be acknowledged. However, Heimo Jingshun shifted his tone. The person who made that promise to me once said the human heart has gaps, and each person's heart has its own unique gaps. This world has gaps as well. And the reason interactions between people can bring happiness is precisely because they can accept each other and fill each other's gaps. Humans are social creatures with deficiencies. One cannot survive alone, so we need to connect with one another to fill the voids in our hearts to obtain happiness. Family, friends, lovers, all of these are the same. Heimo Jingshun pointed at the moon hanging in the night sky, shining with a cold light. Even the brightest moon in the night sky has its own deficiencies. It can only emit its own light by absorbing and reflecting the sun's rays. The sun and the moon complement each other. Together they fulfill the duty of illuminating the world during day and night. Just like you and me. Heimo Jingshun smiled. I once had happiness too, but that happiness lasted too briefly, so much so that I can barely remember the memories of those times. Yet I still believe in the existence of happiness. Perhaps I am merely waiting for someone to appear. Heimo Jingshun continued. Fate will guide us towards happiness. He hadn't spoken so formally to someone in a long time, and he hadn't mentioned that promise. The previous words he had never shared with anyone. Even though he had only known Jiang Li for about a month, he had seen the shadow of that person in her more than once. The one who deceived him, the one he loved and hated. He also saw the passionate heart hidden beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior. Unlike her, Jiang Li seemed to be a contradiction. She never easily displayed her tenderness nor offered her true heart to others. Her coldness and aggressiveness seemed to have become the foundation of her self-protection. So when Jiang Li sensed that a relationship was heading in the direction she least wanted, she decisively wanted to cut it off. Jiang Li was afraid of interacting with people, afraid of forming connections. Heimo Jingshun and Jiang Li looked up at him as they both gazed at the sky. Does happiness really exist? Jiang Li's almond-shaped black eyes fixed on the moon hanging in the night sky as she asked dreamily. It does exist, Heimo Jingshun replied affirmatively, his expression serious. The sound of rustling came from the grass. Light-polluting insects flew around the street lamp, and the air was filled with the faint scent of wildflowers. Two young people sat on the bench. The handsome boy on the left rested his right hand on the backrest behind the girl who was curled up in a hospital gown. The girl on the right had a white bandage wrapped around her head. Her pale face was lost in thought as she gazed at the bright moon above her, expression constantly shifting. So how is it? Heimo Jingshun withdrew his gaze, looking at the moon. Makes me feel good. He stopped mid-sentence as he noticed a clear tear slowly sliding down the corner of Jiang Li's eye. Heimo Jingshun's eyes focused on Jiang Li. How could one describe this scene? Under the bright moonlight, the beautiful girl had a tear in the corner of her eye. Her head was wrapped in white bandages, and she appeared both strong and fragile. Her long black hair was blown by the night wind scattered around her. Jiang Li shed tears like a fairy who had stumbled into the mortal world. Even though her heart was already riddled with wounds, she still gritted her teeth to prevent others from noticing and tried little by little to mend it. Noticing Mo Jingshun's gaze, Jiangli lowered her head again, but this time she did not bury it between her legs. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Mo Jingshun raised his hand to explain. Thank you. Mo Jingshun paused as Jiangli turned her head to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye, revealing a faint smile. Thank you, Mo Jingshun. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that back then. I should be the one saying sorry. Mo Jingshun's face was filled with guilt. Jiangli, I'm sorry. Shoo. Jiangli placed a finger on her lips. The moon is very round tonight, and the stars are beautiful. Mo Jingshun paused for a moment, retracting the words he wanted to say, and looked at the starry night sky with Jiangli. Yes, the starry sky tonight is beautiful. The author adding words this time, I must ensure you find happiness. It's about time, Mo Jingshun said, withdrawing the hand that had been slung over the bench and wiping his nose. We should head back. I want to go home. Jiangli stood barefoot on the park's flagstone path, still clad in a hospital gown. Jiangli. Mo Jingshun hurriedly rose from the bench and intercepted the departing Jiangli. You need to remain in the hospital to recuperate for 2 more days. No need. Jiangli stepped aside to evade Mo Jingshun. I'm not that delicate. This isn't about. Mo Jingshun persisted in blocking her again. The two stood on the flagstones where they had come from. Jiangli halted, raised her chin slightly, and watched Mo Jingshun in silence. Her almond-shaped black eyes radiated resolve and stubbornness. After a long moment, Mo Jingshun took a step back, conceding in their silent stare down. Mo Jingshun shook his head helplessly. Then at least change out of those clothes. Teacher Lu is still at the hospital. At the mention, Jiang Li's movement stalled. Teacher Lu came too. Facing Jiang Li's question, Mo Jingshun averted his gaze guiltily and replied, You fainted. I carried you to find Teacher Lu, and Teacher Lu covered the medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li fell into a brief silence. Then let's go back for now, Jiang Li told Mo Jingshun again. Put my clothes back on and explain everything. All right. Mo Jingshun nodded hastily and even gestured toward Jiang Li. Shall I carry you back? No need. Jiang Li took the lead and walked forward. I can walk back barefoot. Mo Jingshun scratched the back of his head and hurried to catch up with Jiang Li, who strode ahead as if nothing had happened. On the way back toward 310, many passers-by were drawn to Jiang Li's barefoot appearance. With her dark hair draped over her shoulders and her pale face, she looked uncannily like a specter from a horror film. Jiang Li frowned slightly and quickened her pace, Missouri Jingshun close at her heels. Before long, they reached the doorway of Ward 310. With a soft click, Jiang Li turned the door and walked in. They found Teacher Lu inside, back turned to them, holding the paperwork after completing the formalities. Teacher Lu pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and stared at the empty bed, wondering if he had the wrong room. The sheets on the bed were rumpled and the quilt had been thrown back. Every sign suggested someone had only recently lain there, but had departed before Teacher Liu's arrival. Teacher Liu's expression grew grave. It was one thing for Mo Jingshun to be missing, but why was Jiang Li absent? As he pondered, the sound of the door opening came from behind. Teacher Lu turned instinctively and saw Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun entering from outside. Where did you two go? Teacher Lu hurried forward, anxious. Jiang Li, you should be lying in bed and resting now. I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. Jiang Li lowered her head and apologized. You might need to cancel my hospitalization. You too. Teacher Liu's face was full of bewilderment. His eyes flicked to Mo Jingshun, who was scratching the back of his head, then settled back on Jiang Li. Teacher Liu's gaze hardened. He stepped aside to clear a space on the bed. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Hurry and sit on the bed. But Jiang Li remained unmoved, steadfast. Teacher Lu, I'll repay the medical fees you advanced. I feel all right and don't need to recuperate. Jiang Li, don't worry about the cost. Teacher Lu tucked the billing slip away. The teacher will. Oh, old Lu, don't fuss, Mo Jingshun interrupted. Mo Jingshun cut him off. I caused this. Of course I will pay the medical bills. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Li. No one else can take that from me, or my conscience won't allow it. Jiang Li fell silent, her silence amounting to consent. Mo Jingshun stepped forward, gripped Teacher Liu's shoulder, and steered him out of the room. Mo Jingshun, what are you doing? Teacher Lu protested, but Mo Jingshun paid him no heed, and instead said to Jiang Li at the bedside, The nurse put your previous clothes in the cabinet beside the bed. Hearing that, Jiang Li nodded without a change of expression. Having said his piece, Mo Jingshun pushed Teacher Lu and left the ward with him. Mo Jingshun, don't make a fuss, Teacher Lu said sternly as soon as they stepped outside. Given Jiang Li's condition, it's best she stays in the hospital for 2 days. How can you let her leave now? Teacher Lu, handsome, you are the most responsible homeroom teacher, Mo Jingshun teased. Stop flattering me, Teacher Lu dismissed him. Regardless, I disagree. Then what can we do? Mo Jingshun spread his hands, feigning helplessness. If she refuses to stay, can you force her to remain in the hospital for 2 days, eh? Well, Teacher Lu frowned. Though Jiang Li had not spoken plainly, he sensed the determination in her tone. After a moment of silence, Teacher Lu sighed, pressed his palms to his forehead, and said resignedly, Very well. Since Jiang Li is unwilling, I cannot force her. Teacher Lu retrieved the bill he had tucked away and admonished Mo Jingchuan. You two wait here, don't sneak off. Well, wait outside for you, old Lu, Mo Jingchuan said, reverting to his usual carefree manner and waving. All right, but wait for me. Teacher Lu nodded and walked toward the hospital payment hall. Not long after he left, there was a sound from Ward 310. Jiang Li emerged, having changed her clothes. She wore the blue and white school uniform she had come in, but the once neat garment bore faint stains of red. Mo Jingchun's gaze darkened at the sight, but Jiang Li seemed unconcerned. She glanced around, noticed Teacher Lu was gone, and guessed he had gone to refund the hospitalization fee. She tugged at Mo Jingchun and impatient left the hospital. Wait right here, go sit on that flower bed. The two descended the long blue painted steps and settled beside the entrance. Mo Jingchun brushed the fallen leaves from the flower bed and helped Jiang Li sit, then sat down beside her. The two sat quietly by the hospital gate waiting for Teacher Lu to come out. On Mo Jingchun's sixth swipe to brush a leaf from his head, Teacher Lu finally appeared at the blue staircase. They hurried to meet him, and Teacher Lu pressed the anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine he was carrying into Jiang Li's hands. Teacher Lu had asked them to wait, partly to admonish Jiang Li to care for the wound on her head, and partly because he had driven and could give them a lift. The three got into the car. Through the rearview mirror, Teacher Lu looked back at the two in the rear seat. Mo Jingchuan, until Jiang Li's head has fully healed, you must take special care of her at school. Do you understand? Got it, old Lu, Mo Jingchun said, nodding vigorously. And Jiang Li, if you feel unwell at all, you must return to the hospital. Teacher Lu started the engine, and the car slowly pulled away from the parking space toward the hospital exit. Jiang Li murmured, turning her head to the window. Teacher Lu first drove Jiang Li home. When they were still a few hundred meters from the 7th welfare home, Jiang Li stepped out of the car and nodded gratefully at Teacher Lu. Now it's just you left. Teacher Lu turned to look at Mo Jingchuan, who was sitting at the back. Where does your family live? Thank you, Mo Jingchun said quietly in the back row after Jiang Li left, a rare seriousness showing on her. Seeing this, Teacher Lu sighed. What do you mean by that? As your teacher, isn't it my duty to do this? Haha, Mo Jingchun laughed. I don't like to owe favors to others, so I must express my gratitude no matter what. By the way, Mo Jingchun thought of the scenario Jiang Li would face when she got home. Teacher Lu, if Jiang Li's parents. Don't worry, it won't happen. Teacher Lu replied firmly. Since Jiang Li has forgiven you, there's nothing to worry about. Then, all right, Mo Jingchun hesitated for a moment and nodded. Please let me know the medical expenses Jiang Li incurred at the hospital, and I will repay you tonight. No rush on that, Teacher Lu waved his hand. It's a bit late now, let me take you back first. Just drop me off at the bus stop in front. Ooh, I'll take the bus home. Mo Jingchun pointed to the distant bus stop. Don't you need to take me back? Teacher Lu started the car and drove towards the bus stop. It's fine, Mo Jingchun shook her head. My home is a bit far, and besides, I can't keep delaying your time, Teacher. Teacher Lu smiled and shook his head, feeling a bit helpless about being called Old Lu by Mo Jingchun, such lack of respect. Well then, goodbye. Mo Jingchun stood at the bus stop waving to Teacher Lu. After seeing him drive away, she quietly sat down on the bench and waited for the bus. At the bus stop, apart from her, there were only a few people standing. The evening rush hour had long passed, and most people were already home, leaving only a few lost souls lingering in this city. Mo Jingchun withdrew her gaze and looked up at the night sky, filled with twinkling stars, as if the gentle voice from before echoed in her ears. Our Jingchun is the best. Jingchun, you need to take good care of your sister, and promise Mommy to always be happy. I'm sorry, Mommy, didn't mean to lie to you. A loud honk from nearby brought Mo Jingchun back from her memories. She quickly got up from the bench, took out 2 coins from her pocket, and walked into the bus. Mo Jingchun was also heading home, back to a now cold house, with only 3 people left. Mo Ling looked at Mo Jingchun, who was holding 2 rice balls, and questioned, why did you buy 2 rice balls? Hey. Mo Ling touched her head and looked at her brother with a somewhat resentful gaze. Kids shouldn't ask about adult matters. Mo Jingchun retracted her fingers and stuffed 1 rice ball into the pocket of her school uniform. What? Mo Ling protested. You're only a year older than me. After saying this, Mo Ling quickly covered her head with both hands to prevent Mo Jingchun from hitting her again. However, Mo Jingchun did not follow through. Instead, she unwrapped the other rice ball and took a big bite. Being a year older still counts. After all, I'm your brother. Hurry up, what did you eat for breakfast? Oh, Mo Ling replied somewhat glumly, pointing at a breakfast shop ahead. Okay, you're going to cheat me again. Although Mo Jingchun complained, she still obediently walked toward the breakfast shop Mo Ling pointed at and lined up. About 5 minutes later, Mo Jingchun walked out of the breakfast shop, holding a bowl of crab roe noodles, and handed it to Mo Ling, who was waiting nearby. Eat it at school, otherwise you'll be late. Mo Jingchun quickly finished the rice ball in her hand, crumpled the oil paper wrapping into a ball, and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Mo Ling nodded and walked with her brother through the street filled with breakfast shops towards the west gate of Hangzhou No. Free Middle School. When Mo Jingchun arrived at class 407, The morning reading bell rang, clearly indicating yet another last-minute dash to school. Mo Jingshun entered through the back door, while his deskmate Jiang Li had already arrived at her seat. In the third middle school's morning reading, students do not need to stand. The first 20 minutes are dedicated to reading classical poetry together, while the remaining time allows students to freely recite their chosen content. Of course, there are occasional teachers who come to patrol the classes, as well as the supervising dean lurking outside the window. Today, Jiang Li, with a white bandage on her head, attracted the attention of many in the class who all looked at her knowingly or unknowingly. Mo Jingshun lifted his head with an unfriendly expression. Those who had been watching Jiang Li could only sheepishly withdraw their unusual gazes upon meeting his eyes. Here, Jiang Li, I accidentally bought an extra rice ball this morning. Oh, would you help me eat it? A rice ball was placed on the desk. Jiang Li lowered her head wrapped in bandages and saw the rice ball positioned in the middle of her arm. No. Jiang Li shook her head and placed the rice ball back on Mo Jingshun's desk. Hey, why are you doing this? You're not giving me any face. Oh, come on. Mo Jingshun pretended to wail and directly tore open the rice ball, forcefully stuffing it into Jiang Li's hands. Don't waste food, Jiang Li, or I will look down on you. You really don't need to do this, Jiang Li said helplessly, her right hand grasping the plump, shiny rice ball. Mo Jingshun, I'm not mad at you. There's no need to feel guilty. Who feels guilty? Mo Jingshun said dismissively, picking up his Chinese textbook from his desk and randomly flipping to a page. My skin is famously as tough as a city wall. You're overthinking it. Really? Jiang Li tilted her head, a bit skeptical. Hurry up, don't let the black potato catch you. Mo Jingshun buried his head in the textbook, hiding his slightly flushed cheeks. Jiang Li clearly didn't understand the power of a tilted head. She found Mo Jingshun's youthful bravado some. Seeing that Mo Jingshun was ignoring her, Jiang Li had no choice but to shift her stack of books back to block her movements, and then took a bite of the rice ball. The savory flavor of meat floss and the fullness of rice burst in Jiang Li's mouth as she devoured the rice ball, which was almost as big as half her face. Jiang Li took a sip of water and let out a light burp. Usually she only boiled an egg for breakfast. Although it didn't fill her up, at least she wouldn't starve. The satisfying feeling of today's breakfast had been long forgotten. The feeling of fullness even dulled the slight pain in her head. Mo Jingshun had been secretly observing Jiang Li. Upon seeing her eat the rice ball in small bites, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Mo Jingshun had long known that Jiang Li was very thin. He believed her slimness was absolutely due to insufficient food intake. Whether during their lunch outings or other gatherings, Jiang Li always ate the least among the four of them. Sister Jiang Li, what happened to your head? In the bustling cafeteria of Sanzhong during noon, Mo Jingshun and his companions sat down in a corner with their trays. As soon as they sat down, Mo Ling eagerly asked Jiang Li, who was sitting next to her. Not only her, but even Su Fan sitting opposite cast a puzzled glance. However, he did not directly ask Jiang Li, instead nudging Mo Jingshun with his shoulder. Ahem. Mo Jingshun, feigning to eat with his head down, choked on his rice after being nudged by Su Fan, stopping his movements to cough incessantly. It's nothing, I accidentally bumped it. Jiang Li replied to the two, who were confused, her expression still calm. Bumped it. Mo Ling leaned closer to Jiang Li, scrutinizing the white bandage wrapped around her head. Perhaps the bandage was indeed tightly wound, or maybe her black hair concealed the wound, but Mo Ling couldn't discern anything after looking for a long time. It's fine, let's eat first. Jiang Li gently pushed Mo Ling away, picking up her chopsticks to grab a green piece of oilseed lettuce from her plastic tray, bringing it to her mouth. This. Mo Ling's face showed concern as she turned to her brother. Mo Jingshun, under the gaze of his little sister, felt a bit shaky. He picked up a chicken leg from his bowl and placed it into Jiang Li's green plate. Jiang Li furrowed her brow slightly. Just as she was about to return the chicken leg to Mo Jingshun, the latter stopped her. Dude, I'm on a diet, help me out. Jiang Li stared at the chopsticks that blocked her, slowly putting the chicken leg back down. Seeing this, Mo Jingshun finally retracted his chopsticks. Mo Ling is still growing, he'll let her eat more. Jiang Li swiftly grabbed the chicken leg and quickly placed it in front of Mo Ling. Oh. Mo Ling looked bewildered at the sudden appearance of the chicken leg in her bowl. After a moment of dazedness, she instinctively reached for the chicken leg to return it to Jiang Li, but the latter moved her plate aside, leaving her no chance. Mo Ling, holding the chicken leg, looked somewhat flustered. Could this chicken leg be poisoned? Why was everyone so eager to give it to others? The chicken leg glistened with a tempting sheen from the marinade, looking nothing like it was poisonous. As Mo Ling pondered, she glanced over at Su Fan opposite her, and naturally offered the chicken leg on her. Wait, are you guys playing past Heppersel here, passing this, and then that? Su Fan shook his head helplessly, looking at the chicken leg he picked up with a resigned expression, decisively taking a bite. You all don't eat, I will. Although the chicken leg eventually ended up in Su Fan's mouth, Mo Jingshun was somewhat dissatisfied, so he unceremoniously snatched several pieces of meat from Su Fan's bowl. That's too much. Su Fan exclaimed, protecting the meat on his plate. Evil demon lord and priest, you two stop arguing. The attendants of the sacred library are almost done eating. Mo Ling reminded the two, who were still bickering. Mo Jingshun glanced over and found that Zhang Li had quietly finished most of her bowl of rice, while he himself had barely touched his aside from the initial chaotic few bites. Mo Jingshun quickly picked up his tray and started eating heartily. After finishing her lunch, Zhang Li placed her chopsticks flat on the green table, and after greeting everyone stood up and walked towards the cafeteria exit. I'm done too, you two take your time. Mo Jingshun hurriedly stuffed the last bite of food into his mouth, chasing after Zhang Li, who had rushed out of the cafeteria. Su Fan crossed his legs, turning his body to watch Mo Jingshun as he hurriedly ran out of the cafeteria, a knowing expression on his face. Mo Ling, don't you think these two are a bit strange? What is strange? Mo Ling had a mouthful of rice, her speech intermittent. Right, Mo Ling chewed a couple of times, stretched her neck, and with some difficulty swallowed the rice, but unexpectedly choked on it, coughing nonstop. Why are you eating so hurriedly? You have nothing going on, Su Fan said while taking out a bottle of mineral water that he hadn't touched, unscrewing the cap, and handing it to Mo Ling. Mo Ling accepted Su Fan's water, gulping down 2 big mouthfuls. I am the Saint's Radiant in Cycle Knight, but don't call me by my real name incorrectly. Su Fan had a face full of black lines, thinking Mo Ling was about to say something important, but it turned out she was just correcting him for misnaming her. Sigh, this girl is always like this. When will she ever come to her senses? Su Fan shook his head in regret, losing interest in eating, and grabbed a large mouthful from the mineral water bottle Mo Ling had just used. Meanwhile, Mo Ling had already grown accustomed to Su Fan's actions, and did not show any surprise. After all, they had known each other for a long time, almost 10 years since elementary school. Over the course of 10 years, the three of them had become the closest of friends, and now it seemed that their circle of friends was about to increase by one more. Mo Jingshun did not run to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze as usual, but instead followed Zhang Li back to. In front of Zhang Li lay the English and geography test papers handed out during last night's study session. Due to her absence yesterday, she had to complete them today, as both papers would be discussed in the afternoon. It would be troublesome if she didn't finish them. Stop just staring at me, Zhang Li turned her head. They'll check in the afternoon. Mo Jingshun withdrew his gaze and patted his chest. The English teacher is lazy, as she won't check it, and the geography teacher just pretends to look at it. That may be so. Zhang Li tucked a lock of hair behind her ear that had been obstructing her profile. The first monthly exam of this semester is coming up. You're not preparing for it. Hearing Zhang Li mention the exam, Mo Jingshun suddenly crossed his arms, looking confident and proud. Looks like you still don't know the strength of your deskmate. I'll let you see when the monthly exam comes. Is that true? Zhang Li looked at the self-assured Mo Jingshun, her expression becoming vividly animated. Indeed, Mo Jingshun nodded, but he quickly thought of something and nudged Zhang Li with his elbow. This afternoon after school, come to the basketball court beside the playground. Mo Ling will be there too. Okay, Zhang Li replied. After receiving Zhang Li's affirmative reply, Mo Jingshun turned around, but after a while he turned back to Zhang Li, scratching his head with one hand and grabbing the pen on the desk with the other, looking as if no one was responding to him, feeling a bit stifled. Isn't it just a good word from you? Mo Jingshun couldn't help but continue. Aren't you curious what I called you to the basketball court for? Not curious, Zhang Li replied. Not you. Mo Jingshun suddenly didn't know what to say. Just kidding, I am curious. Seeing Mo Jingshun's expression, Zhang Li had to change her words. Being curious is right. Mo Jingshun nodded, a small pride written all over his face. This afternoon at the basketball court, I will have a showdown with Su Fan. I'll let you see that my skills are not just talk. Alright, I'll be waiting, Zhang Li replied, lowering her head, still calm, but with a barely perceptible smile at the. Seeing Zhang Li focus on the test paper again, and considering it was nearly time for the lunch break, Mo Jingshun simply stopped talking, resting his head in his hands, staring blankly at the sky as usual. How does Su Fan manage to keep the conversation going? I just tried, and it seems quite difficult. His gaze wandered between the white clouds and blue sky, as Mo Jingshun pondered. But what if both of them don't speak? Mo Jingshun turned to see Zhang Li's slightly upturned nose and fair face, framed by her hair. What is happening to me? In the afternoon at the basketball court located in the southeast corner of Hangqing 3 High School, Mo Ling sat on a stone bench made of granite, her round eyes gazing at Zhang Li beside her. As a servant of the Holy Library, which side do you think will win? Well, Zhang Li shook her head, while looking at the two individuals poised to compete ahead. I can't say for sure. Hey, Mo Ling patted Zhang Li's shoulder. If you can't make a choice, just listen to me. The Holy Graces, Twilight and Dancer Night, and pick the Archbishop with me. Zhang Li patiently listened to Mo Ling's true name and her following words, but she did not choose the same as her. Instead, she chose the exact opposite. In that case, I will support Su Fan. Why? Mo Ling asked, puzzled. As Zhang Li's desk mate, she should be supporting her own brother, so why choose Su Fan? We can't have no one supporting Su Fan, right? Zhang Li shook her head. That wouldn't be good. Mo Ling suddenly realized that Zhang Li was considering everyone's feelings, not wanting either side to feel neglected. Sister Zhang Li, you don't have to do this. Even if no one supports Su Fan, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Zhang Li still insisted on her opinion. No, that wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing this, Mo Ling had no choice but to express her support for Su Fan. As she made this decision, memories of Su Fan's words from earlier in the day resurfaced in her mind. Don't you think your brother has been acting a bit strange lately? Mo Ling nodded. Yeah, hasn't the Archbishop always been a bit odd? I've gotten used to it. Su Fan looked at the two siblings with their similar thick-headedness, feeling a bit exasperated. He couldn't understand how they had managed to make such an emotionally intelligent friend. It was quite a misfortune. I feel like your brother is about to fall in love. Huh? Mo Ling's adorable face was filled with confusion. With whom? Do I know them? Su Fan's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. It's nothing. I was just joking. Let's eat first. Oh, wait. Mo Ling took a bite of her meal, as if suddenly realizing something, and shouted across the table to Su Fan. Mo Ling, Su Fan interrupted her first. This afternoon I've arranged to play basketball with your brother. Remember to come to the court to wait for us. Huh? What happened? Mo Ling snapped back to reality, looking around, and realizing it was Jiang Li calling her. It's about to start. Why are you daydreaming? Jiang Li pointed with her chin at the two players on the basketball court. Su Fan and Mo Jingchun occupied half of the basketball court, and their competition was quite straightforward to see who could score the most baskets within the stipulated time. Jingchun, I won't go easy on you, you know. Su Fan grinned mischievously, dribbling the basketball off the ground as it bounced back up. Mo Jingchun bent slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the basketball in Su Fan's hands. Let's see who wins first. Su Fan's smile faded and his expression turned serious. In the next second, he dribbled the basketball and charged towards the hoop. Mo Jingchun, defending, quickly stepped forward to block Su Fan's advance. Su Fan pivoted with the ball and leaped high from the two-point line, tossing the basketball into the air. I must say this movement was fluid and visually appealing. Clang. Though the posture was impressive, the ball hit the edge of the hoop, rebounded, and fell to the ground without going in. Instead, Mo Jingchun seized the opportunity, quickly dribbling forward, and with a swift step dunked the basketball into the hoop. Wow, Sister Jiang Li looked quickly. Mo Ling, though not knowledgeable about basketball, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the smooth movement and successful dunk, while also nudging Jiang Li beside her. Watching. Jiang Li nodded quickly, her almond-shaped eyes fixed ahead as the situation on the court shifted following Mo Jingchun's successful dunk. Now it was Mo Jingchun's turn to attack, while Su Fan defended. Mo Jingchun dribbled the ball, constantly searching for an opportunity, but Su Fan's defense was impeccable, not allowing him any angle to shoot or prepare. Su Fan spread his arms to block Mo Jingchun, and for a moment the situation was at a standstill. Mo Jingchun quickly turned to try to dribble past Su Fan, but Su Fan reacted swiftly to block him. However, Mo Jingchun only feigned a move, then suddenly shifted to the side, attempting to shake off Su Fan. But after playing basketball with Mo Jingchun for so many years, Su Fan was quite familiar with his tactics. So he simply went along with the feint, and upon noticing that Mo Jingchun was trying to pass him, immediately blocked him again. However, Mo Jingchun showed no hesitation and charged forward with the ball. What the heck? Charging with the ball, Su Fan thought to himself, but did not retreat. Just as they were about to collide, Mo Jingchun lightly tapped the basketball away, sending it bouncing into the space between Su Fan's legs, then rebounding behind him. Mo Jingchun sidestepped to avoid the collision, with Su Fan simultaneously reaching out with his right hand to catch the basketball that had leaped from beneath him, successfully breaking through Su Fan's defense. Su Fan silently cursed, quickly turning around. Before he could assume a defensive stance, Mo Jingchun had already leaped up from his previous two-point position and tossed the basketball. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, precisely going through the hoop. Su Fan thought somewhat begrudgingly, again, let's do this. About 30 minutes later, Su Fan and Mo Jingchun, both drenched in sweat, sat at the green dining table in the cafeteria, each in front of a bowl of noodles topped with what the students of No. 3 High School humorously referred to as biohazard rat meat chunks. Jiang Li and Mo Ling appeared at the cafeteria serving area, each holding a bowl of boiled rice cakes and mixed rice noodles respectively. The cafeteria was not crowded, and the four of them had perfectly missed the dinner rush. Once they sat down, Mo Jingchun's face radiated uncontrollable smugness, while Su Fan appeared somewhat unconvinced. It's just food. If you can't handle losing, then don't lose. Mo Jingchun couldn't help but mock his good friend. Where did you hear that from? Su Fan slurped a mouthful of noodles. It's not just about the food, it's about practice. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. Why did you twist it into something else? Earlier, both of them had given their all on the basketball court, but in the end, Mo Jingchun secured victory by leveraging the initial advantage he had built up. Alright, Su Fan picked up a piece of red braised meat that was covered in chili powder and took a bite. I won't argue with you. Your smug face is really off-putting. If you won't argue, then fine. Mo Jingchun laughed inwardly, but maintained his composure on the surface. He picked up a piece of red braised meat and offered it to Jiang Li's mixed rice noodles. Jiang Li frowned and picked up the piece of red braised meat, preparing to throw it to Mo Ling. Ahem. Mo Jingchun coughed a couple of times and tapped his forehead. Seeing this gesture from the person in front of her, Jiang Li instinctively touched her own head, which was wrapped in white bandages. That's right, she almost forgot that she still needed to take her medication. Su Fan glanced at the two beside him, then looked down at the piece of red braised meat he had bitten into, hesitantly looking at Mo Ling across from him. Holy night, do you want? No. Mo Ling immediately rejected without a second thought, her face showing disdain as she picked up a piece of rice cake and popped it into her mouth. I don't want the red braised rat meat that the demon lord has bitten. Hey, why are you doing this? Su Fan cried out, looking heartbroken. If you don't want to, just say so. Why act? Ha ha. Mo Jingchun besides Su Fan couldn't help but laugh, but under the latter's resentful gaze he quickly shut his mouth. It's fine, I don't mind you. Mo Jingchun patted his chest, picked up the bright red piece of meat from Su Fan's bowl, and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Fan supported his forehead, appearing somewhat speechless, yet he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. This pair of siblings truly left one at a loss. Su Fan, do you want this? I haven't touched this piece yet, Jiang Li said as she picked up an intact piece of meat from her bowl, ready to hand it to Su Fan. Before Su Fan could refuse, Mo Jingchun, seated next to him, spat out half of the braised meat he had bitten into and placed it back into Su Fan's bowl. What the hell? Su Fan was startled and jumped up from the green-painted seat in the cafeteria. Dude, are you toxic? Why would you throw something you gnawed on at me? Ew. Mo Ling's face was full of disdain, and she instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Li, pressing against her. You guys are really... Jiang Li was also at a loss for words, looking down at the piece of meat she was holding in midair. She silently took a bite. Mo Jingchun, who initially felt a bit embarrassed, suddenly changed his expression, saying, Don't worry, young man, I'll buy you two more. All right. Su Fan finally understood. He discreetly glanced at Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun, then was pulled by the latter towards the cafeteria window. You don't regard your brother as a human, do you? Before they reached the cafeteria window, the two began to tussle midway. From a distance, the two looked very close with their arms around each other's shoulders, but in reality Su Fan was secretly gripping Mo Jingchun's shoulder, while the smiling Mo Jingchun was stealthily pressing Su Fan's neck with his bicep. I was wrong. Mo Jingchun, realizing he was at fault, quickly pleaded for mercy. Is this really a flowering iron tree? Su Fan did not truly seem angry and asked. Iron tree? Mo Jingchun looked confused. By now they had reached the cafeteria's food pickup area. He pointed at the braised meat piece labeled as technological mouse meat inside. How about I buy you two? Don't play dead with me. Su Fan lowered his voice, tensing his arm to bring Mo Jingchun's ear closer to his mouth, really happy. Hurry up, how many do you want? Mo Jingchun interrupted him. Su Fan released his brother and silently stared at him for 2 seconds. 3. All right. After much fuss, the group finally finished this dinner. However, the noisy group did not notice the change in atmosphere in the cafeteria. The surroundings were eerily quiet, seemingly leaving only the four of them lingering. They only realized this once they stepped out of the cafeteria. Oh no, we're late. Mo Ling glanced at her watch and found that evening self-study had already started for 3 minutes. I'm off. Mo Ling didn't hesitate at all, taking off towards the second-year department. My first evening self-study is the homeroom teacher's class. It's bad news. Don't run too fast, Mo Ling. Su Fan shouted to Mo Ling, who had already taken a few steps ahead. Be careful of a stomach ache. Mo Ling did not respond, but slowed her pace considerably. Su Fan withdrew his gaze, but suddenly noticed that the other two people beside him had vanished. Looking left and right, he found they had already run ahead of him. Do you have any sense of loyalty? Su Fan sighed bitterly and hurried to catch up with the two in front. However, just as Su Fan ran a couple of steps forward, the taller figure among the two ahead suddenly fell to the ground, tumbling over. What the hell? Su Fan's gaze sharpened, and he no longer cared about running too fast, causing a stomach ache. He quickly rushed over to help Mo Jingchun, who had fallen to the ground along with Jiang Li. Perhaps it was due to playing basketball earlier, or because Jiang Li was pulling him while running, causing him to not notice the stone underfoot. In any case, Mo Jingchun stepped on a stone, and then his legs gave way, causing him to fall to the ground in a classic wrestling position. Since graduating from elementary school, Mo Jingchun had not fallen again, and he felt somewhat embarrassed being helped up by the two, unable to help but think, is this what they call a horse stumbling? How are you? Are you okay? How did you fall? Su Fan bombarded him with questions. Jiang Li, though silent, had a face full of concern. I'm fine, let's just go back to our classes. Mo Jingchun, enduring the pain, pretended to brush off the dust from his clothes, walking ahead as if nothing had happened. Su Fan understood that he was putting on a brave face, but chose not to expose Mo Jingchun. When they reached the Senior 3 department, he waved goodbye to them. Despite being delayed for nearly 10 minutes, fortunately the teacher for the first evening self-study had not yet arrived, and the two quietly pushed open the back door and returned to their seats. I'm sorry. After returning to their seats, Jiang Li immediately apologized. It's all my fault for being too hasty. It's fine, I'm still in one piece. Mo Jingchun interrupted Jiang Li's apology, feigning nonchalance and cracking a joke. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, silently observing Mo Jingchun in front of her, his handsome face bearing a hint of suppressed pain mixed with the carefree demeanor he had when they first met. Coincidentally, at that moment the teacher came into the classroom, and the two had to end their conversation, turning to flip open the textbook for that evening's self-study. Mo Jingshun felt that his knee should be bleeding, or it was not only a bit painful, but also stuck to his school pants. Although this sensation was quite unpleasant, Mo Jingshun did not pull up his pants to check, as he knew that if he did, Zhang Li would probably feel guilty again. Zhang Li bent down and rummaged through her drawer, finally pulling out a small red tin of ointment and handing it to Mo Jingshun's desk. "Don't push yourself too hard." As Zhang Li took advantage of the teacher's momentary absence, she noticed the red tin of ointment she had handed to Mo Jingshun had not been touched, so she pulled out her chair and without hesitation grabbed the injured leg of Mo Jingshun. "Zhang Li." Mo Jingshun wanted to say something, but the latter had already rolled up his pant leg. There was a scrape on his knee. Fortunately, his school pants blocked it, so it didn't get dirty, but the red and white mix looked somewhat uncomfortable. "Let me do it myself." Mo Jingshun, seeing Zhang Li's determination, could only express his helplessness. Zhang Li looked up at the window, and then at the podium, realizing the teacher had not returned. She skillfully twisted open the small red cap of the ointment and squeezed a bit of yellow ointment onto her fingertip, applying it to Mo Jingshun's injured knee and slowly spreading it out. Thanks to the school pants, the yellow fluid secreted from Mo Jingshun's wound was wiped clean, allowing Zhang Li to directly apply the ointment without needing to clean the wound first. Zhang Li's fingertips were cool, penetrating through Mo Jingshun's injured knee and reaching her body. However, the current chill perfectly masked the fiery pain at the wound, and as Zhang Li applied the ointment, the pain in Mo Jingshun's knee miraculously subsided. Zhang Li's expression was serious, and the hair that had previously covered half her face was pushed behind her ear as she applied the ointment, her fair fingers methodically spreading it over Mo Jingshun's knee. "It's cool and comfortable." Mo Jingshun blinked and vigorously shook his head to dispel the sudden thought that had appeared in his mind. "Thank you, Zhang Li." Mo Jingshun originally intended to express his gratitude this way, but as he noticed the white bandage wrapped around Zhang Li's head, he finally caught on. "Wait, Zhang Li seems to be an injured person herself. It appears I should be taking care of her." "Zhang Li, that's enough." Mo Jingshun's cheeks flushed slightly as he grasped Zhang Li's shoulders to help her up. "Just take care of yourself." Zhang Li placed the red tin ointment into Mo Jingshun's hands. "Apply it again at night, and it will scab over by tomorrow." "Okay." Mo Jingshun nodded, stuffing the ointment into his pocket. "By the way, how's your head? Does it still hurt?" Zhang Li shook her head, wiping her finger with the ointment on her clothes. "I'm fine." Tap. The sound of a door opening came from the front of the classroom, followed by Teacher Lu walking in. Zhang Li and Mo Jingshun tacitly ceased their actions and sat upright at their desks. This evening's self-study session was not Teacher Liu's class. He was likely here to announce some news from the school or address a disciplinary issue. Thinking of this, Mo Jingshun, known as the small disciplinary king of the class, froze, looking towards Teacher Lu at the podium. Next Tuesday, there will be the first monthly exam for the third-year students. Oh, everyone should be prepared. Teacher Lu did not mention the disciplinary matters, but earnestly informed the students about the monthly exam. However, the news about the monthly exam had already spread in the third-year student group, so even with Teacher Liu's official announcement, there was little surprise among the crowd. "By the way, the class challenges will proceed as usual," Teacher Lu said, while shifting his gaze to the last two rows of the first group near the back door. But his gaze lingered only briefly before moving on. Mo Jingshun tensed up under Teacher Liu's scrutiny, involuntarily glancing again at the bandage on Zhang Li's head. As for Zhang Li, she had already devoted all her attention to her book. With the monthly exam approaching, it was her first major test in this high school, and she needed to prepare well. Indeed, Zhang Li was just as she had said yesterday, in the hospital, not weak at all, showing no signs of being affected by the wound on her head. Mo Jingshun tidied up the disordered desk for a while. Determined in his mind, he turned to look at the night sky outside. The clouds were sparse and clear with twinkling stars, making it perfect for stargazing. Since he had already shared his private territory, this secret could serve as his compensation. Mo Jingshun thought to himself. Mo Jingshun propped his chin with one hand, glancing at the electronic watch on his wrist for the fourth time. 1046, it was almost 1050. Mo Jingshun supported himself with both hands on his waist and leaned back, twisting his neck, which made a crisp sound of bones cracking. After stretching his body, Mo Jingshun finally felt much more comfortable. All the classmates had already left. Although some stayed behind to study after the 940 class, most left the classroom by 1030. At this moment, only Zhang Li and Mo Jingshun remained in class 407. Mo Jingshun had never stayed so late at school before. Usually he would have gone home with Mo Ling and Su Fan. During the first evening self-study class, he found Su Fan, who was also in the third year, and told him to take Mo Ling home tonight, as he had something to attend to. At that time, Su Fan wore a knowing smile and mischievously nudged Mo Jingshun. "What? Is it progressing so fast that you're going on a secret date at night?" "Don't think too much. I don't mean that." Mo Jingshun said somewhat helplessly. "I understand. I get it, bro." Su Fan patted Mo Jingshun's shoulder vigorously. "Wow, Zhang Li has just arrived, and look at you making such moves." If you want to die, just say so. Fine, since I've helped you with this, remember to treat everyone to a meal. Su Fan ignored Mo Jingchun's threat and nodded in agreement. Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun couldn't help but call out to his desk mate who had already lost herself in the sea of books. Jiang Li replied without looking up. It's getting pretty late, Mo Jingchun reminded her. Is it? Jiang Li flipped a page of her math book and began studying another topic. It's almost 1050. Well, then it is pretty late. Aren't you going home? Mo Jingchun continued. I want leave until 1130. Jiang Li finally looked up. Don't wait for me, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Mo Jingchun gazed into her almond-shaped black eyes, somewhat at a loss for words. Jiang Li put down her math book, having been lost in the complex math formulas she hadn't noticed. Now it seemed he had something to say. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? In response to Jiang Li's inquiry, Mo Jingchun simply decided not to hide anymore. He suddenly stood up from his seat, pulled out the chair, and pushed open the back door. Stop reading your math book. Let me take you to see something good, okay? Mo Jingchun's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. As the back door was pushed open, a gust of wind blew, scattering Jiang Li's black hair and momentarily enchanting her vision. What are we going to see? You'll know when we get there. Seeing Jiang Li show no intention of refusing, Mo Jingchun firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her up from her chair and rushing out the back door into the corridor outside the classroom. Several surrounding classrooms had already turned off their lights, leaving only class 407 still shining brightly. Most of the corridor was dim, without any lights. As Mo Jingchun walked forward, he held Jiang Li's wrist with one hand, while turning to look at her. His handsome face was adorned with a brilliant smile, quite different from his previous mischievous demeanor. At that moment, Mo Jingchun resembled a child eager to share a toy, his smile pure. The night breeze scattered their hair, slowly freezing the moment in time. Jiang Li, walking behind, seemed to catch a whiff of the scent of sweat mixed with the tranquil night sky. Jiang Li stood on the rooftop of the dream building. At the end of September, early autumn had already arrived. The crisp autumn air was refreshing, each breath instinctively relaxing the body and mind. Standing on the rooftop, the endless stream of orange headlights flowed in the distance. Above was an expansive night sky dotted with countless stars, and beside him, Jiang Li withdrew his gaze. The sound of an iron door closing came from behind, as Mo Jingchun brushed off the metal scraps that had fallen onto his hand and walked in front of Jiang Li. On the rooftop, apart from the protruding concrete room at the stairway and the reclining chairs they had put together, there was also a shed on the right side, covering half the rooftop, filled with discarded desks and chairs from various periods of the school. There were wooden ones, metal ones, and some were new plastic desks and chairs that had just been replaced. In short, a large and chaotic assortment. Mo Jingchun walked ahead, rubbing his palms together, visibly excited. Jiang Li followed behind, wearing a calm expression. When they reached the makeshift iron shed, Mo Jingchun waved for Jiang Li to wait outside for a moment, then climbed onto the stacked desks and deftly squeezed inside. After waiting quietly for a few minutes, Mo Jingchun emerged from inside, holding a long, slender object. Take a look. He handed the item in his arms to Jiang Li. This is my secret. The folded tripod and a long tube-like body, the combination formed a telescope. The telescope's body was coated in a simple silver color, and near the eyepiece the brand's logo was printed, making it look like a miniature machine gun from a war drama. Although Mo Jingchun was very excited, Jiang Li's face did not reveal the expected expression and remained tranquil. Mo Jingchun felt somewhat dissatisfied. He set up the telescope's stand, then tinkered with it alone, adjusting the focus and detection position to achieve the best viewing experience. Jiang Li, come take a look. After over 10 minutes of fiddling, Mo Jingchun finally set up the telescope in the center of the rooftop. At that moment, the telescope was tilted at an angle exceeding 90 degrees, it directly facing the night sky, unabashedly capturing the starlight. Jiang Li nodded and leaned closer to the eyepiece, slightly bending at the waist. In an instant, the rolling river of stars flowed into her view, transforming her originally calm black pupils into a dazzling spectacle. How is it? Beautiful, isn't it? Mo Jingchun's voice came from above, filled with excitement. Jiang Li looked up just as a gentle breeze brushed her face, dispelling the gloom. I don't really understand. What is there to not understand? Come on. As Mo Jingchun spoke, he adjusted the telescope's position. Do you see that star? Mo Jingchun pointed. Jiang Li looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a bright star twinkling as if greeting her. Hey, you're not supposed to look like that. Mo Jingchun tapped the telescope in front of Jiang Li. Following his guidance, Jiang Li brought her eyes back to the eyepiece. That is the alpha star of the Ursa Major constellation, also known as the Tian Shu. Mo Jingchun explained with great interest, which is one of the stars in the Big Dipper. As she listened to Mo Jingchun's explanation from above, the arrangement of the Big Dipper automatically surfaced in her mind. After a bit of searching, she indeed found the 7 stars aligned in a spoon shape. The Tian Shu star was located at the mouth of this spoon, radiating a blue-white glow. By the way, look over there. Mo Jingchun seemed to remember something and pulled Jiang Li to adjust the telescope's position. These are the 2 stars I watch every night. In the north, two bright stars looked across the galaxy, formed by countless stars. Those are the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl belonging to the Aquila and Lyra constellations. Mo Jingshun's reminder came just in time. Zhang Li gently grasped the telescope's body, seemingly wanting to adjust its position. Mo Jingshun reached out to adjust the focus, setting it to the telescope's maximum limit. With this action, the two stars that were originally slightly blurred but bright in Zhang Li's eyes suddenly became clear. The red Weaver Girl star floated beside a beautiful nebula, while the Cowherd star emitted a blue halo, making it seem as if they were waving at each other across the galaxy. The feeling of stargazing at night is quite nice, isn't it? Zhang Li held the telescope and looked at the night sky for a while before standing up. Zhang Li nodded. How about it? Are you feeling a bit better? Mo Jingshun placed his hand on the telescope, a smile appearing on his face. Did you bring me to see the stars just for this? Zhang Li touched the bandage on her head. There's really no need for this. Why are you like this? Mo Jingshun's face showed a bit of embarrassment as Zhang Li saw through his thoughts. Isn't it said that feeling better is beneficial for recovery? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhang Li, you're leaving just like that? Mo Jingshun was taken aback. Aren't you going to look a little longer? The night with a breeze on the rooftop, the burning Milky Way, all these elements combined to create an atmosphere that was simply perfect, yet Zhang Li showed no reaction at all. Could it be that she had already shed the interests of being human? Zhang Li fell silent, merely shaking her head. Mo Jingshun pouted, looking proud. Then go ahead, I'll enjoy this beautiful starry sky by myself. Zhang Li looked at Mo Jingshun's expression. Although her face still showed little emotion, her eyes had slightly clang. The sound of the iron door closing on the rooftop echoed as Zhang Li left decisively. Mo Jingshun stood there stunned, instinctively grabbing the telescope nearby, then putting it back down, seeming somewhat. A few seconds later, he walked over, pushed open the iron door, and looked down from the staircase. Wait, she really left? Mo Jingshun muttered to himself. This was the first time he had shared this telescope with someone else. Even Su Fan and Mo Ling didn't know he had such a thing. How could a girl see such a beautiful night sky and remain expressionless? Mo Jingshun swallowed and leaned against the white ceramic tiles of the stairwell, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Zhang Li, what kind of person is she? Zhang Li walked towards the school's main entrance. It was already 11 o'clock, and the once bustling Shenzhou had returned to tranquility with no one on the road. As Zhang Li walked, her body trembled slightly, and she sneezed. Someone was talking about her. Who could it be? Zhang Li stood near the entrance, looking up at the top of the dream building where the senior students were. Could it be Mo Jingshun? The burning Milky Way, along with the youthful joy and excitement, were all things Zhang Li needed to avoid. But at that moment, she couldn't control her gaze and slowly lifted her head. Like the willow branches gently stirring the tranquil water surface in early summer, a smile emerged on the fresh and refined face of the girl, gradually rippling outward. Zhang Li deceived Mo Jingshun, as she actually wanted to stay and gaze at the starry sky a little longer, but she was adept at disguising herself, even leaving without hesitation. The stars are indeed beautiful, but if... Zhang Li's expression darkened, as if recalling something. Her right hand grasped the peace token at her chest. She concealed her smile, lowered her head again, her black hair covering her beautiful face, and walked past the entrance of Shenzhou without looking back. On Tuesday of the second week, the monthly exam arrived as scheduled. Perhaps because it was the first monthly exam for the seniors, the students in class 407 did not show excessive nervousness. Even as the exam approached, they continued to hold their books up to shield their faces, chatting with those around them. Zhang Li's desk was already tidied up. At this moment, she was reviewing the classical poetry in her Chinese textbook, while Mo Jingshun, as always, rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the sky. The two sat in silence, with Zhang Li's drawer still containing a crumpled piece of oil paper and a plastic bag. The bell indicating preparation for the exam rang, and everyone began to pack their things, ready to leave the classroom for their respective exam venues. Zhang Li noted down her exam number and the class she was participating in. She would be taking the exam in class 204, while Mo Jingshun was in class 206. Although they were in different exam rooms, they were on the same floor. The two of them descended the stairs together, heading towards their respective exam venues. Zhang Li walked behind Mo Jingshun, allowing him to lead the way confidently. The corridor was cluttered with books, leaving a narrow path for students to pass through. Zhang Li carefully navigated around those nearby. Finally, just a few steps down the stairs, a boy holding a broom, his cheeks flushed, rushed past. He appeared quite flustered, paying no attention to the students descending beside him, but rather forcing his way upward against the flow. Zhang Li was bumped by him, her footing slightly unsteady, but in the next moment her wrist was firmly grasped by someone steadying her. Be careful. Mo Jingshun reminded Zhang Li, lowering his head while his other hand held a transparent mesh bag containing some exam supplies. Zhang Li withdrew her hand and nodded gently. Upon reaching the second floor, they did not linger. Zhang Li entered the exam room early, found her seat, and sat down, taking out her pen in preparation for the exam. Zhang Li, you're taking the exam here too. Su Fan, walking towards her with one hand in his pocket and waving with the other, called out. Su Fan had just walked in through the front door and immediately spotted Jiang Li sitting in the middle of the second row. He didn't expect to run into someone familiar during an exam. Jiang Li's eyes showed a hint of surprise as she looked at Su Fan, who was casually seated in the empty spot next to her. Did you forget to bring a pen? Huh. Su Fan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the stationery on his desk. But soon he transformed into a cheerful grin as he pulled out several pens from the pocket he had been holding. Of course I brought them. Why would I come to an exam without a pen? Su Fan said while looking out towards the classroom. Then he'll leave it at that. Su Fan noticed the invigilator approaching class 204 and stood up to bid farewell to Jiang Li. Good luck, I hope you achieve great results. Jiang Li nodded. You too. I will, Su Fan said confidently before returning to his seat. The first exam in the morning was Chinese, which was Jiang Li's strong suit, while the only subject she found daunting among the six was the complicated mathematics. The exam room was very quiet, with only the sound of pens scratching against paper. Some students were intensely focused, writing non-stop, while others frowned, pressing their temples in deep thought, and some were stretching their necks looking around. Jiang Li's head was still wrapped in gauze, which she could remove after this week. Since their last stargazing session on the rooftop, Mo Jingchun had been getting closer to her. The unspoken connection between them seemed to be deepening. Jiang Li turned to the next page of the Chinese exam paper. In just a month, she had made 3 friends, something she had not anticipated upon arriving at the 3rd middle school. She had thought she would be alone, yet unexpectedly formed such a group of friends. Her pen paused, and she frowned slightly. Her momentary distraction caused Jiang Li to write a character incorrectly while filling in the classical poetry, marring the otherwise neat and flowing paper with her mistake. Her fair fingers moved the black pen to draw a line through the mistake and rewrote the correct poetry. Her drifting thoughts seemed to be bringing errors. Jiang Li picked up the bottle of mineral water beside her and took a sip, refocusing her mind on the exam. At 1150, the Chinese exam concluded. In the afternoon, they would have mathematics and English, followed by the remaining minor subjects the next day. The exams concluded on Wednesday afternoon, and during evening self-study, the representatives from each subject collected the answers to the multiple-choice questions from the teachers, writing them on the blackboard. Currently, the answers were for English and several other minor subjects. The students at the podium looked at the answers, turning what should have been a quiet evening self-study session into a noisy one. No need to check the math, just look at mine. Mo Jingchuan, leaning against the wall, tossed his math exam paper over. The correct answers are right here. Jiang Li instinctively caught it and compared it with her own math paper. There were 5 differing options. Mo Jingchuan noticed this as well. He reached out to take Jiang Li's math paper, and after a quick glance, he pointed out the several questions that differed from his. These questions are wrong. That's not the solution method. Mo Jingchun's face bore a rare seriousness as he stroked his chin, which had just sprouted a bit of stubble, frowning as his bangs fell beside his eyes, looking quite handsome. At least the girl sneaking glances at Jiang Li beside him thought so. Here they come, the answers for Chinese and math. 2 representatives held a sheet of standard answers written by the teachers, and with colored pens they wrote the multiple-choice answers on the whiteboard at the podium. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant as everyone pulled out their Chinese and math papers to compare answers. Jiang Li had only made 1 mistake in the Chinese multiple-choice questions, and now it was time for math. Jiang Li frowned at the answers on the blackboard. She had gotten 5 questions wrong in math, losing a total of 25 points. More importantly, the answers on the blackboard were almost identical to those on Mo Jingchun's paper, who had gotten all the math multiple-choice questions correct. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Mo Jingchun looked at his paper with a hint of pride. Known as a math prodigy, one of the top 10 students in the school. Jiang Li nodded, now viewing Mo Jingchun in a new light, as she had previously thought he was slacking off. This led Jiang Li to believe he was a poor student, but little did she know he was a hidden academic genius. We'll know the results in a couple of days. Mo Jingchun noticed the surprise on Jiang Li's face, nodded in satisfaction, crossed his arms, and wore an expression of invincibility. After comparing answers for math and Chinese, the students in class 407 were left lamenting. The evening self-study after the monthly exam was hastily spent amidst the answer comparisons. The mathematics teacher, who had already extended the class by 5 minutes, finally put away the monthly exam papers and announced the end of the lesson. As the mathematics teacher left the classroom, many students who could no longer endure the pressure adjusted their positions and collapsed onto their desks unconscious. Of course, there were also some who scored high, proudly comparing their papers with their classmates. The class performance chart, which had been posted on the white tiles at the back of the classroom 2 classes ago, was now devoid of any lingering students, as class had ended later than usual and most had already checked their scores. Jiang Li moved her chair and stood alone in front of the performance chart. Mo Jingchuan, with a total score of 691, ranked 1st in the class and 5th in the entire school. This was the first name that caught Jiang Li's eye, her deskmate Mo Jingchun. Her gaze continued to slide downward, eventually spotting her own name among the last of the top 10. Jiang Li, with a total score of 627, ranked 10th in the class and 137th in the entire school. Jiangli did not bother to look further down the list. The rest were all unfamiliar names. Although Mo Jingshun ranked first in the class, he had a nearly 30-point lead over the second place, making him a unique presence. The gap with her was nearly 60 points. How did he manage to score so many points while seemingly slacking off every day? Could he really be a genius? Jiangli recalled Wednesday night, when Mo Jingshun had told her he was a mathematical prodigy. So how does it feel to have the top student sitting next to you? Isn't it intimidating? A shadow fell over Jiangli, who was still deep in thought, as a slender fair finger pointed at the score. She turned around, and indeed it was Mo Jingshun standing behind her. At that moment Mo Jingshun wore a smug smile, leaning closely to Jiangli, one hand crossing over her chin, which was still wrapped in bandages, pointing at the score on the white tile. This scene resembled Mo Jingshun pinning Jiangli against a corner, appearing somewhat ambiguous. Not at all. Jiangli sidestepped and emerged from the other side. Playing hard to get, huh? Mo Jingshun followed her back to his seat. You're not trying to toy with me, are you? Jiangli barely managed to steady herself as she caught herself from falling off her seat, using her hands to support the desk. You? Jiangli bit her lip, her expression wavering. Have you been influenced by Mo Ling? What influence? Mo Jingshun dismissed her concerns. Just admit it, you're being stubborn, right? Jiangli held her forehead. Yes, I am being stubborn. Then you should. Should. Mo Jingshun suddenly faltered mid-sentence, as if recalling something, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his handsome face. Damn it. Mo Jingshun cursed inwardly. How could he say such an awkward thing? He shouldn't have listened to the advice from Su Fan and Mo Ling. It was simply a waste of time. Not long ago, Mo Jingshun had never imagined he would need to make someone laugh one day. He decided to humbly seek advice from his two most trusted friends. After hearing about Mo Jingshun's troubles, Su Fan and Mo Ling quickly offered their suggestions. Mo Ling believed that Jiang Li's long-standing, expressionless demeanor required some stirring, over-the-top motivational quotes to evoke her emotions. Meanwhile, Su Fan thought Mo Jingshun should leverage his handsome face to deliver a shocking display of dominance as a cool, aloof boy to Jiang Li. Mo Jingshun stood by watching the two talk, animatedly feeling for the first time that he couldn't interject. Eventually, they decided to combine their ideas into a comprehensive plan for him. Next, he should say what Mo Ling had instructed him to. Seeing the puzzled look in Jiang Li's eyes, Mo Jingshun opened his mouth ready to speak, but just then the class bell rang, abruptly interrupting him. Mo Jingshun closed his mouth, forcibly swallowing the words that had surged to his throat, turning his face toward the window with an expression akin to constipation. Ha! A crisp laugh mingled with the class bell, brief, yet faint, was still captured by Mo Jingshun. However, Mo Jingshun didn't turn his head away, as he found it hard to maintain his composure, pressing his lips together to control his facial expression. In creating joy for others, he also found himself immersed in that emotion. Mo Jingshun found it quite interesting. Though he didn't see Jiang Li laugh again, based on previous experiences, he knew that her smile was beautiful, far better than her current expressionless face. Perhaps it was the sunlight streaming through the window that warmed his heart. Jiang Li lowered her head, still wearing the remnants of a smile. She placed the mathematics exam paper filled with red ink corrections aside and began preparing for the next class. The youthful years seemed to pass slowly as sunlight pierced through the window's obstruction, casting silhouettes into the classroom and creating clear boundaries. A row of windows near the wall was bathed in sunlight, while their deskmate remained shrouded in the shadows of the classroom. Light and darkness transformed into two extremes. Although Jiang Li was enveloped in shadows, she could still feel the warmth emanating from beside her, as light and dark always appeared together. Nearly entangled with each other, yet encapsulating the majority of humanity. The two smiled gently in unison, and the boundary between light and shadow seemed to blur. Do you know why we have deskmates? Mo Jingshun asked seriously, holding a black pen while looking at Jiang Li. What kind of question is that? Jiang Li's expression was puzzled, pausing her actions without providing a clear answer. Because Mo Jingshun moved his chair closer to Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at Mo Jingshun, who suddenly leaned in closer, steadying her expression as she awaited. Mo Jingshun paused, pointing at her mathematics monthly exam paper. You spent half an hour on this multiple-choice question. As your deskmate, I can no longer watch. I don't want to trouble you. Jiang Li finally grasped the meaning in Mo Jingshun's words, shaking her head. What trouble are you talking about? Mo Jingshun pounded his chest, returning to what I said earlier. Why do we have deskmates? I don't know. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before replying. That's because Mo Jingshun perceived he had gotten the answer he wanted, his face showing a hint of pride. Deskmates are meant to encourage each other. That's why we have them. Which question don't you understand? Seeing Jiang Li still hesitating, Mo Jingshun simply snatched her exam paper away. Come on, it's Saturday. I don't stay in school too long. Mo Jingshun picked up a piece of draft paper from the side and pointed out that the graph of the function equation was drawn incorrectly by Jiang Li, illustrating a result that was completely different from what Jiang Li had sketched earlier. This problem is playing with your psychology. Mo Jingshun pointed to the key points on the test paper, saying the value here is not the maximum, but 3/4. If you look at the answer again, it should match what I am doing now. Jiang Li observed the detailed steps that Mo Jingchun wrote on the draft paper and carefully reviewed his own. It was evident that Mo Jingchun's answer, both in terms of thought process and the accompanying function graph, was far superior to the steps Jiang Li had painstakingly drawn after thinking for half a day. Jiang Li felt as if a door to understanding had been opened. He grabbed the test paper and swiftly wrote down the correct answer and the final result of the function problem in red. Actually, this problem mainly combines the concepts and properties of functions along with a bit of transformation and composite functions. Mo Jingchun said lightly, I don't think the overall difficulty is high. Although Jiang Li remained calm on the surface, internally, he was unsettled. While Mo Jingchun wasn't wrong, the types of function problems often vary based on this principle, and not everyone possesses the sensitivity towards mathematics that Mo Jingchun has. Mo Jingchun moved closer to Jiang Li, their hair brushing against each other. Jiang Li instinctively wanted to pull away, but the latter firmly grasped her shoulder. Don't move. I'm going to give you a universal formula, a summary of my experiences in annihilating function problems over the years. Mo Jingchun wore a mischievous smile, his right hand holding a black pen hovering above a clean sheet of draft paper. Upon hearing Mo Jingchun's words, Jiang Li lowered her head to look at the formula he had written on the draft paper. Now try using the approach provided by this formula. Mo Jingchun quickly wrote it down and then tossed it to Jiang Li. She received the draft, gazing at the long string of formulas, and after a brief pause with her pen on the test paper, she began to write. How is it? Isn't it much easier with my method? Mo Jingchun capped the black pen and spun it rapidly on. Jiang Li nodded. Using the formula Mo Jingchun provided, she followed the thought process, and the problem that had seemed so difficult just moments ago now felt as enlightening as a splash of cold water with no hint of difficulty, as she derived the correct answer effortlessly. Of course, this could also be attributed to knowing the correct answer already. Alright, next question. Mo Jingchun said, while flipping to the more challenging questions at the back of the monthly math exam paper laid out between them. By this time, more than an hour had passed since their afternoon classes ended, and the once bright sun had become dim. From a distance, the two leaned their heads together, with Jiang Li looking serious and Mo Jingchun explaining patiently, clarifying each point that Jiang Li found confusing. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Mo Jingchun's gaze flickered, influenced by the increasingly dimming sunset, as he found himself more focused on Jiang Li's delicate and beautiful face. Let's stop here for now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li interrupted Mo Jingchun's actions, saying, it's getting late. We should head back. Mo Jingchun smiled. I was planning to battle with you until the school locked up. Why are we ending so early today? Perhaps it was the dimming sunset, but after hearing Mo Jingchun's words, a faint blush appeared on Jiang Li's face. For the past few days, Mo Jingchun had consistently stayed behind with Jiang Li after evening study sessions, maintaining this routine for several days. However, sometimes their time together wasn't solely focused on studying. Mo Jingchun always had many quirky ideas, often pulling Jiang Li into conversations or exploring other places around the school. Today is Saturday. Jiang Li brushed her black hair aside. You can't expect me to have you stay at school for so long again, can you? Then let's go. Mo Jingchun stood up decisively, dragging his chair as he exited through the back door. Jiang Li quickly tidied up and followed Mo Jingchun's lead. Before long, the two walked out of the Yuanmeng building and onto the path that led to the school gate. By the way, do you want to go out and have some fun tomorrow? Mo Jingchun asked Jiang Li, who was walking beside him. No, you all go ahead. Jiang Li shook her head in refusal. Why not? Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Do you have something planned? Jiang Li remained silent in response to Mo Jingchun's inquiry, merely standing beside him as they passed through the gate of Hangzhou Third Middle School and stepped outside. Seeing Jiang Li's expression, Mo Jingchun shook his head helplessly, saying, fine, but don't say we didn't invite you. Jiang Li nodded. Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun crossed the street and arrived at the bus stop on the opposite side. Then I'll head off first. Mo Jingchun stood there waiting for the bus, while Jiang Li propped up the bicycle that was resting beside her. Mo Jingchun nodded and gave an okay gesture. Jiang Li sat on the bicycle, pedaling towards the setting sun. Tisk. Mo Jingchun clicked his tongue as he watched Jiang Li's departing figure. He had represented Su Fan and Mo Ling to invite Jiang Li, yet she still consistently refused. Mo Jingchun shook his head slightly at the bus stop. Although they were both similarly mature, Jiang Li seemed even colder than he was. Taking advantage of the time before the bus arrived, Mo Jingchun opened his phone. Yes, he had indeed brought his phone to school today. Although this was against school rules, as a habitual offender those rules held no deterrent power over him. Aside from messages from Jiang Li, Su Fan, Mo Ling, and a few other random chats, there was a message from a gray avatar in the middle, with his own note being quite simple, just 2 characters. Mo Su. Mo Jingchun's eyes slightly drooped as he clicked on the avatar. In the chat window between them was only a transfer record with no other words at all. As usual, Mo Jingchun accepted the transfer, then exited the chat window and clicked on Teacher Liu's WeChat. He still hadn't reimbursed Teacher Liu for the money Jiang Li spent in the hospital last time, so Mo Jingchun rounded up an amount in WeChat to pay back Teacher Liu. After completing all of this, Mo Jingchun put away his phone and quietly waited for the bus to arrive. Jiang Li rode her bicycle, contemplating her part-time job for tomorrow. Soon she returned to the 7th Welfare Institute, rode the bicycle into the yard, and climbed upstairs to her place in the city. Jiang Li walked towards the bedroom, picked up the phone placed on the table, and the white light illuminated her face. The small phone screen was currently filled with WeChat messages, and upon unlocking her phone and opening WeChat, Jiang Li discovered that the group chat beggar gang was in an uproar. Mo Ling, messenger from the sacred library, hurry up and chat. Excited. Su Fan probably hasn't gotten home yet. Mo Ling, why? Mo Ling, confused panda. Su Fan, ask your brother. Mo Ling patted Mo Jingchun's head and said, so good. Mo Jingchun, Mo Ling, can you stop with the brain-depleting pats? Angry. Mo Ling, scoffing. Su Fan, oh, the missing person has returned, so Jiang Li should be online too. Mo Ling, is it true? Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun, yes, but she has something on tomorrow, so it will just be the three of us going out to play. Lying on her pink bed after seeing the message, Mo Ling turned over with all her might and typed rapidly on the keyboard. Mo Ling, Mo Jingchun, you're so useless. Mo Ling, no, what do you mean going out to play? It's clearly going to save the world. Mo Jingchun, angry. Jiang Li, sorry everyone. Why are you taking this so seriously? Su Fan, sitting in an internet cafe gaming chair, slightly raised the corners of his mouth as he continued playing a strategy game while glancing at the messages on his phone. Su Fan, it's fine, there will be more opportunities. Mo Ling, Ahu Jiang. The messenger of the sacred library, don't worry, the duty of saving the world is up to me. Mo Jingchun, Su Fan, where are you? Dad is coming to find you. Mo Jingchun patted Su Fan and said, good boy. Su Fan, tisk tisk, the older brother still has the face to say, Mo Ling, you two are just as bad, only I and Jiang Li are normal. Su Fan, location. Mo Jingchun, coming. Jiang Li placed her phone back on the table, straightened her arms, and she thought to herself, I should take off the bandage. After all, I have to go to my part-time job tomorrow. I wonder if having this bandage on my head will have any impact. Although she had said the bandage should be removed in the hospital, Jiang Li did not want to return there again. Besides, resting for a week should mean she was fine. Jiang Li undid the knot on her head and slowly unwound the bandage. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Li shook her head, her dark hair smoothly drifting around her. Without the bandage's constraint, she felt much lighter. She reached behind her head with her pale, slender hand. After confirming there was nothing unusual, Jiang Li crumpled the white gauze on the table into a ball and walked to the living room to throw it in the trash. Jiang Li touched her stomach and walked into the kitchen. By now the sky had completely darkened and the night enveloped Hangsheng like a large bowl. Pulling open the wooden cabinet hanging on the kitchen wall, she took out some noodles as usual, but when Jiang Li grabbed a handful, she found them damp and covered in spots of mold. Jiang Li stood in the kitchen feeling a bit dazed. How long had it been since she last cooked noodles at night? Even the half-pack of noodles she left here last Sunday had gone bad because she hadn't gotten around to eating them. Jiang Li thought to herself, ever since she became friends with Mo Jingchun and the others, she was dragged out for meals off campus almost every afternoon or accompanied Mo Ling to watch Mo Jingchun and Su Fan play basketball, or chatting in the cafeteria until they reluctantly parted ways before evening study sessions. It turned out so much time had passed, and her living habits had changed unconsciously. Jiang Li clenched her fist around the noodles, the fragile strands snapping and falling to the floor under her force. Jiang Li woke from her dreamlike state, realizing the noodles had gone moldy. She collected them and cleaned up the ones on the floor, tossing them into the trash. Jiang Li had not turned on the stove in the kitchen, at this moment. She wasn't in the mood to cook noodles, so she opened the fridge, took out an apple, washed it briefly, and it became her dinner for the day. Jiang Li returned to her bedroom and sat on the bed. The bed was right next to the wall where a window was embedded. September 26th. It seems like National Day is coming. You guys stayed up all night in the internet cafe again. Mo Ling stood displeased on the asphalt road beside a luxurious manor, looking at the two listless people trailing behind her. Both Su Fan and Mo Jingchun had obvious dark circles under their eyes, looking extremely unwell, dragging their feet, and even slower than Mo Ling ahead of them, almost like zombies. Stop walking like zombies. Mo Ling ran to the back of the two, extending her hands to push them forward. Hurry, and buy battle outfits, I'll modify you. Su Fan walked ahead with his head drooped, nodding along. What do you mean by buying battle outfits to modify us? Mo Jingchun perked up a bit. Isn't it just that you have your eye on some dress? Mo Ling's face flushed slightly, but she still retorted, but you all agreed, hurry up and go. At this moment, Mo Ling was wearing a black dress adorned with some strange items, and on her back, she carried a wooden fake sword. She retracted her hands that had been pushing the two forward, drew out the wooden sword from her back, and looked threatening. Su Fan was amused by Mo Ling's appearance, pretending to be scared, nodding and bowing, taking big strides forward with a smile. Mo Jingchun also perked up. The group headed towards a bustling square in the city center. Interested in taking a look? We're having a discount here, all dishes are 20 off. Jiang Li stood at the entrance of the Sichuan restaurant distributing flyers, while introducing the place to the people. Jiang Li raised her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead, stepping back a bit to observe the young men and women coming and going, leaning against the slightly raised edge next to the restaurant. Today Jiang Li wore a pair of dark blue straight-leg jeans and a burgundy short sleeve she had worn at the beginning of the school term, her hair cascading over her shoulders and a red cord of peace hanging from her fair neck. Her outfit was simple without any deliberate embellishments. But Jiang Li's beautiful appearance and fresh demeanor captivated many couples and single men who couldn't help but glance her way, greatly increasing the exposure of the Sichuan restaurant behind her. "Beautiful lady, do you want to get to know each other?" A flamboyantly dressed, somewhat handsome young man approached Jiang. Jiang Li sighed inwardly, her expression slightly helpless. Sure enough, another person had come to flirt. "Excuse me," Jiang Li said with a calm expression, "do you want to go in and eat?" The boy was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, running his fingers through his curly hair. "If I go in, can I add you on WeChat?" "No." Jiang Li refused decisively. "I'm just here to work, please don't bother me." This. The boy was also stunned, not expecting the seemingly obedient and good-looking Jiang Li to speak so sharply. Nevertheless, the curly-haired boy was still somewhat unwilling to give up. A girl with such charm was unlike any of the girlfriends he had interacted with, and he couldn't bear to let her go. "How about this?" The curly-haired boy opened his app to show his account balance. "I'll give you 1,000 yuan to have a meal." Just. Jiang Li frowned at the curly-haired boy standing before her, shaking his phone, her expression somewhat unnatural. "What? Excuse me." A tall and handsome boy pushed through the crowd and walked straight toward the curly-haired boy in front of the Sichuan restaurant. "That's enough." The curly-haired boy had just stretched out his hand when he was suddenly grabbed by an arm from behind. "Who are you?" The curly-haired boy turned around to look at the person who had appeared behind him. Standing behind him, Imo Jingchun wore a cold expression, and through him, he saw Jiang Li beside him. Jiang Li was somewhat incredulous at the sudden appearance of Imo Jingchun, but in truth, even Imo Jingchun did not expect to see Jiang Li here. Fate is truly wondrous. About 2 hours ago, the two of them had been urged by Mo Ling to slowly make their way to a supermarket in a certain square. As soon as they entered the supermarket, Mo Ling headed straight for the third floor, looking very familiar with the place. She arrived at a uniquely styled clothing store, happily rushing toward the various dresses. Although it is a girl's nature to like dresses, it was obvious that Mo Ling's preferences were somewhat different from those of an. These pitch-black gothic long skirts adorned with bat and silver cross decorations featured deliberately torn holes at the hem along with some dark stains. According to Mo Ling's explanation, these were clothes left over from the First Holy Demon War, and she was here to collect. Su Fan stood by sniffing the air. The dress in front of him emitted a faint smell of rust, leaving him somewhat puzzled as to why such unappealing clothes were meant for collection. After Mo Ling picked out her clothes, she dragged Mo Jingchun and Su Fan to a shop selling accessories, where she enthusiastically ordered several items that were of little practical use. These long circular accessories, gleaming with metallic luster, served the sole purpose of hanging on Mo Ling's clothes, forming a row that became her so-called honor medals. Just like when Jiang Li met Mo Ling in the library, her black outfit was adorned with similar accessories. Su Fan and Mo Jingchun exchanged helpless glances, then shook their heads in tacit agreement, thinking, well, they didn't understand this world of Chinibyo. The two patiently accompanied Mo Ling, and after several hours of shopping in the mall, they finally stepped out. All three instinctively touched their stomachs, turning to each other, realizing they shared the same thought. Time for food. The three walked along the shops surrounding the square. Although the street was filled with tempting aromas, and every shop signage showcased delicious-looking dishes, Mo Ling insisted on scrutinizing each one, while Su Fan and Mo Jingchun could only endure the torment of hunger. Until Mo Jingchun accidentally spotted Jiang Li wearing an employee apron standing across the street. Initially confused, he quickly remembered something and turned to the two beside him. Su Fan trailed behind Mo Ling, nodding and bowing, while Mo Ling fidgeted with her newly purchased accessories, glancing around at the nearby shops. Forget it. Mo Jingchun thought to himself that he would just message Jiang Li tonight when he had time rather than going to. But it wasn't until the curly-haired boy started flirting with Jiang Li that Mo Jingchun found it hard to sit still. Ahem, he coughed a couple of times, hinting at his good brother. Su Fan in a daze didn't notice Mo Jingchun's hint. Don't hit me, that hurts. Su Fan pushed away the arm Mo Jingchun had placed around his neck, now believing that the reason he had lost all night was definitely due to Mo Jingchun. This guy didn't know how to hold back. He had slapped his neck red as soon as they met, which later led to a series of unfortunate events for Su Fan, turning what was supposed to be a fun gaming night into a miserable experience. What's wrong? Su Fan looked at Mo Jingchun, who was making faces across from him, feeling a surge of anger. Brother, help me out, you take Mo Ling to eat. Mo Jingchun leaned closer to Su Fan. I have something to do. Su Fan hadn't even finished saying, I don't know you, when Mo Jingchun pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket and stuffed them into his hand. It's my duty to help a good brother. Watching Su Fan's expression change instantly, Mo Jingchun's lips twitched, but at least he agreed. I'm counting on you. Mo Jingchun patted Su Fan's shoulder and turned to plunge into the crowd. Let's go to this one. After picking for a long time, Mo Ling finally settled on a target, but when she turned to look at her two brothers behind her, she found one of them was missing. Her pretty big eyes were filled with confusion as she looked at Su Fan behind her demon lord. Where did my brother go? Mo Ling's hair hadn't fully grown out, yet looking slightly messy, damp with sweat, and sticking to her forehead. Your brother. Su Fan had intended to answer, but suddenly remembered that Mo Jingchun hadn't told him where he was going or when he would be back. Su Fan paused for a moment, reaching out to gently tuck a strand of hair behind Mo Ling's ear, revealing her beauty. Your brother should be off saving the world. Mo Ling's face inexplicably flushed slightly, but she still asked, saving the world. How could I, the wheel dance knight of the Holy Radiance, not know? Haha, of course you wouldn't know. Su Fan chuckled lightly. What he's saving is someone else's world. After saying this, Su Fan naturally took Mo Ling's hand and walked into the restaurant. Brother, there should be... The curly-haired boy caught by Mo Jingchuan felt somewhat embarrassed, as he mistakenly thought the latter was also... In fact, his actions had already annoyed Zhongli. Humph. Mo Jingchun let out a cold, mocking snort. You. The curly-haired boy's face flushed with indignation as he strained to yank his hand back, but Mo Jingchuan standing directly before him tightened his grip unrelentingly, rendering escape impossible. I've already made it clear. Zhongli widened her eyes, staring unblinkingly at the curly-haired boy. I'm only here for a part-time job. I owe you no explanation, and I have no desire to know you. You too. The curly-haired boy's face burned crimson as he glanced frantically between Mo Jingchun and Zhongli. What exactly is your relationship? None of your concern. Zhongli turned her head aside and fell silent. Brother, instead of prying into such matters, perhaps you ought to examine yourself first. Mo Jingchun flashed a row of dazzling white teeth, eyeing him with ill-concealed mischief. Still planning to linger here and embarrass yourself? The curly-haired boy, jolted by Mo Jingchuan's words, instinctively glanced left and right, only to find several passers-by had halted mid-stride, openly watching the spectacle. Damn it all, he muttered under his breath, then wrenched his hand free from Mo Jingchuan's grasp and vanished into the crowd on the opposite side, fleeing the scene in haste. Mo Jingchun released his grip and brushed his palms together lightly. Then, tilting his head slightly, he cast a sidelong glance toward Zhongli, who leaned against the Sichuan restaurant's exterior, her face half hidden beneath a curtain of dark hair. See you later. Zhongli offered no reply, only a faint, almost imperceptible nod. Mo Jingchun turned away, without hesitation, weaving effortlessly through the throng, indifferent to the admiring glances of nearby girls as he retraced his steps. Archbishop, where on earth have you been? Mo Ling lowered the half-eaten chicken leg she'd been gnawing and frowned up at Mo Jingchuan, who'd just rushed in. I went to the restroom, Mo Jingchun replied, puzzled by Su Fan's exaggerated eyebrow waggling beside him. Cough, cough, cough. Su Fan nearly choked, his expression twisting into an absurd grimace. Yet Mo Jingchun remained utterly oblivious. Moi. Mo Ling paused mid-chew, scratching her cheek thoughtfully as her jaw continued its rhythmic motion, her brow furrowing in genuine confusion. Demon Sovereign, didn't you say he'd gone off to save the world? Su Fan's tone held a tinge of awkwardness as he lifted a honey-glazed chicken wing and placed it gently into Mo Ling's bowl. Saving one's own world counts just the same, doesn't it? Besides, you have no idea how vulnerable a man becomes when desperately seeking a restroom. We should offer him compassion. Is that so? Mo Ling tilted her head, querying silently. Indeed, Mo Jingchun instantly adopted a pitiful woebegone expression. Truth be told, I nearly starved to death. Enough talk, let's eat. Mo Ling studied her elder brother with mild bewilderment, but her attention swiftly returned to the honey-glazed chicken wing before her, and she resumed eating with cheerful gusto. Mo Jingchun ignored Su Fan's two sharp kicks beneath the table, his chopsticks moving mechanically as his thoughts drifted back to Zhang Li's bowed head, quiet and inscrutable. He paused mid-bite, stealing a discreet glance towards Su Fan and Mo Ling. Mo Ling remained absorbed in her meal. Su Fan, however, caught his gaze and shot him a fierce, scorching glare. Thank goodness he hadn't brought them along. Mo Jingchun shoved a careless mouthful of rice into his mouth. Yet though hunger had gnawed at him earlier, now the rich aromas before him tasted hollow, flavorless. Mo Jingchun turned toward the restaurant window. Sunlight blazed fiercely outside. The hour had struck noon. Even the streets beyond grew quieter as pedestrians thinned with the onset of lunchtime. How is Zhongli faring? Is she still standing outside? Has she eaten yet? And where did the bandage on her forehead vanish? It struck him then, something was amiss. Where had Zhang Li's bandage gone? Seated at the table, Mo Jingchun rested one hand upon his bowl, while the other clenched his chopsticks tightly, his brow deeply furrowed in troubled contemplation. Don't mind your brother. He's utterly hopeless, Su Fan whispered conspiratorially to Mo Ling. Eat up. All this is yours now. Oh. Mo Ling nodded vigorously like a little chick pecking grains, stuffing another morsel into her mouth. Ugh. Mo Jingchun swiveled his head away, irritation flaring, then muttered a string of profanities under his breath. Mind your manners, Su Fan interjected. Get lost. Mo Jingchun snapped, exasperated. Your manners are truly touching. Enough, you both lack decorum entirely. MMPH. Mo Ling mumbled indistinctly around her mouthful of food. Eat your meal. Su Fan and Mo Jingchun chorused, turning in unison toward her. Oh. Mo Ling lowered her head, a tiny wounded pout forming as she attacked her plate with renewed vigor. Humph, scolding me. Fine. You two can starve. She failed to realize her two elder brothers had no intention whatsoever of competing for her food. Mo Jingchun gazed past Su Fan toward the window, his eyes flickering restless distant. All right, that's enough for today. You're dismissed. The boss called out to the part-time waitstaff, instructing them to change out of their uniforms and leave en masse. Jiangli removed her work uniform and hung it neatly on the wall before sliding open the restaurant's glass door and stepping out. Her shift concluded. She felt utterly drained. Not only had her shift dragged until 9 o'clock, but she'd skipped dinner entirely. The job covered only lunch, leaving supper entirely to her own devices. Better go home and boil some noodles, she thought. Sweat dampened her forehead, strands of hair clinging there in fine glistening threads, obscuring her vision just slightly. The Sichuan restaurant stood within a bustling downtown plaza, surrounded by theaters, arcades, and neon-lit entertainment districts, where for most young people 9 o'clock marked the true beginning of the night. Her almond-shaped black eyes reflected the kaleidoscopic glow of surrounding lights, calm still like a stagnant pool. Suddenly a figure materialized within their depths, shattering that stillness and sending ripples across its surface. It was him, Mo Jingchun. Why was he still here? Hands buried deep in his pockets, his handsome face bore no trace of expression, cool, composed, as he strode toward her with effortless grace. Why are you still here? Big brother. Mo Jingchun's facade crumbled instantly, the aloof stoic persona dissolving in a heartbeat. Didn't I tell you? See you later? This is what you call later? Jiangli found herself momentarily speechless. At noon, she'd assumed Mo Jingchun might reappear sometime afterward, leaving her anxious and unsettled all afternoon. She never imagined his later would stretch all the way to her evening dismissal. Is this truly later? Did he wait here, this whole time? The thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Mo Jingchun, subtle, unreadable. His jet-black bangs swept aside, revealing bright, alert eyes. Though his mouth curved in weary resignation, a mischievous, affectionate smile lingered, evidence unmistakably that seeing her delighted him. So what do you need? Jiangli stepped forward. Mo Jingchun shifted smoothly beside her, matching her pace as they walked side by side. Why did you remove the gauze? Mo Jingchun asked, displeasure flickering across his face. We agreed I would take you to the hospital to have it taken off. No. Jiangli stepped over the low barrier ahead and turned toward the pedestrian overpass. I hate hospitals. Mo Jingchun followed beside her, helpless. So you took it off yourself? Jiangli nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You? Mo Jingchun found himself at a loss for words. He had never been in love and had little experience conversing with the opposite sex. He did not know what to say. The only female he usually associated with was Mo Ling, and by Mo Ling's standards, she hardly counted as a typical girl. After all, who among girls favored vampire goth black dresses with all manner of odd trinkets hanging from them? No, Jiangli must be different as well. Mo Jingchun recalled the girl who had once handed him a love letter and instinctively touched his handsome face. Su Fan had often teased him that with such a face fit for a cad, yet a temperament like a rock, he was wasting a treasure. No, what am I thinking? Mo Jingchun felt his thoughts growing muddled and shook his head vigorously. Ahem. Jiangli failed to suppress a sound, but she quickly composed herself. You're laughing at me. Mo Jingchun arched an eyebrow, glancing at the faint lift of Jiangli's mouth. No, I'm not. The usually composed, blunt Jiangli inexplicably stammered now. Her halting words only made her seem, you heartless thing. Mo Jingchun feigned indignation. I didn't even eat dinner. I was squatting there waiting for you, and you laugh at me. I'm sorry. Jiangli looked up, flustered, her pink lips parting. Mo Jingchun turned his head aside and swallowed. I'm utterly heartbroken and dying of sorrow. Jiangli immediately regretted it, as she should not have looked at Mo Jingchun, who knew his face could be so expressive, and she could not help laughing aloud. Her dark hair swayed and her fair, pretty face puckered. Mo Jingchun stole a furtive glance and nearly lost his composure, but hurriedly shoved his hand into his pocket and pinched his thigh to steady himself. Forgiving you wouldn't be hard, Mo Jingchun said, lifting his chin and using his height to hide the smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Hurry and come with me to the hospital. He spoke, but Jiangli stopped and stood where she was. With his head tipped back, his sight was poor. He walked several paces before noticing Jiangli was gone. Turning, he saw her standing a few steps away. Guilt had evaporated from Jiangli's face, replaced by suspicion. You're teasing me, she said, tapping Mo Jingchun's sharp chin. Lower your head. Mo Jingchun obliged and lowered his head. No, what are you saying? He burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. Jiangli tilted her head. Seeing the smile on his face, she wore an expression of, I knew it. Mo Jingchun turned and ran, sprinting down the long corridor of the overpass toward the other end. Don't run. Unwittingly carried away by his energy, Jiangli abandoned her earlier calm, and instinctively, on the overpass bathed in amber-white light, the young pair chased one another, brimming with youthful vigor, enough to make a passerby mistake them for lovers deep in romance. Mo Jingshun ran ahead with a mischievous grin. Jiangli followed closely, her black hair lifted by the breeze revealing a refined cheek, and eyes curved like a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Off the overpass, Mo Jingshun feigned breathlessness, stopping to bend with his hands on his knees. A tall street lamp cast its amber-white glow beside him, throwing a shadow. Mo Jingshun, don't run. Jiangli soon caught up and seized his arm. The streetlight flickered, and now her shadow joined his. Jiangli breathed, finally coming to her senses, and immediately letting go. What had come over her? Had fatigue or hunger blurred her mind, so that she had actually given chase? She bit her lower lip, chastising herself for the lapse. What are you doing? Why that expression again? Mo Jingshun grinned wickedly. You were the one shouting to catch me earlier, telling me not to run. Now I stand still. Humph. Jiangli ignored him and turned her face away. Mo Jingshun exhaled and patted his chest. If you want go to the hospital, fine. Seeing you so lively now, you must truly be all right. Jiangli said nothing, still looking away. So that had been his purpose. What can't take a joke? Mo Jingshun pressed a hand to his heart. As your deskmate and close friend, my heart aches. All right, Jiangli snapped, exasperated. Can you please keep up that slovenly aloof act you had when we first met? Also, that was your first impression of me, Mo Jingshun said. Slovenly I can manage, but cold I cannot. Why? Aren't you like that with everyone in class? Jiangli still refused to look at him, directly glancing sideways instead. Because you're different, Mo Jingshun smiled, the amber lamplight gilding his face. You're my friend, of course. Jiangli froze, reflexively clutching the peace amulet at her chest with her right hand, at a loss for words. Her stomach rumbled. The two sounds shattered the awkwardness. Her black hair fell over her flushed cheek again, while Mo Jingshun rubbed his flat stomach and smacked his lips. Come on, you little heartless one, I'll take you to eat. Mo Jingshun beckoned for Jiangli to follow. Don't call me that. She trailed after him, half offended. All right, little heartless one. You should add little, Jiangli said. It sounds less aggressive. Ha. Mo Jingshun chuckled mischievously. You offered it yourself, little heartless one. Jiangli realized she had walked into a trap and was too annoyed to speak. All right, I was joking. Mo Jingshun composed himself. They'll take you for wonton. Jiangli, who had not spoken so much in a long time, suddenly felt light. Even the weariness from work had vanished. She nodded earnestly and walked at Mo Jingshun's side. Night lay thick, the city shimmering with hazy lights. Beneath the amber lamps, many people passed, including a young couple. The night sky was studded with stars, and even the slender moon seemed to smile. The two, usually reserved and lonely, now wore smiles as well. They were not lovers, only friends. Grandpa Su, your wonton noodles are just as delicious as ever. Absolutely superb. Mo Jingshun lifted a steaming wonton with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth, then raised a thumb toward the beaming Grandpa Su seated beside him. Haha, Xiaochun's tongue is still as silver-tongued as ever. Grandpa Su chuckled, nodding approvingly before glancing at Jiangli sitting nearby. Miss Jiang, though, is far more reserved. Jiangli lowered her head, silently eating her wonton noodles from the paper bowl. That's just how she is. Mo Jingshun drained the last spoonful of broth, sighed contentedly, and let out a soft belch. Well then, Grandpa Su, we'll take our leave now. Jiangli and I are heading home. Jiangli carefully wrapped the paper bowl in a white plastic bag and held it in her hand. Grandpa Su, we're off. Do come again, Xiaochun and Miss Jiang. Grandpa Su nodded heartily with a broad smile. We will. After exchanging farewells, the two departed from Grandpa Su's small stall beneath the banyan tree and stepped onto the street, where they located a trash bin and disposed of their waste. How about it? Shall I walk you home? Mo Jingshun asked, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Jiangli shook her head. No need. I'll take the bus. All right then, Mo Jingshun nodded. Same as me. Let's head to the bus stop together. They walked to the nearest station, and shortly after, Jiangli boarded the bus, bringing her evening to a quiet close. Mo Jingshun remained standing at the bus stop, squinting slightly as he surveyed his surroundings, lost in quiet contemplation. A few minutes later, the bus arrived, and he boarded, vanishing down the road. Quiet down. Everyone please settle down and hear me out, Teacher Lu declared, rapping firmly on his lectern. Though the students of Class 407 buzzed with excitement, they reluctantly turned their attention back to their homeroom teacher, resuming whispered conversations instead of outright chatter. Teacher Lu sighed inwardly, but accepted the situation. He pointed toward the digital display board behind him, which listed National Day holiday guidelines and safety reminders. The 7-day National Day holiday means diligent completion of all assigned homework across subjects. Don't let your studies slip. New Allen. The students drawled in unison, voices stretched long and languid, as if they'd been counting the hours until this moment. 7 full days away from the grueling rigors of senior year. Anyone would be elated. Teacher Lu rubbed his forehead. In previous years, seniors had received only 5 days off. until some student lodged a formal complaint with the Education Bureau prompting school administrators to hastily reinstate the original 7-day break. A faint smile tugged at Teacher Lu's lips. The extended holiday granted teachers 2 extra days off as well. But everyone must sign the departure form. Pass it around, please. He handed a crisp white sheet to the student in the front row. If you plan to travel outside the city or province, notify me in advance. Understood? Teacher Lu added with gentle insistence. So, what's your plan? Mo Jingshun took the form, passed forward, scribbled his name and departure time with practiced ease, and passed it to Zhongli. Me. Zhongli reached for the form. I'll be working part-time. After writing her name neatly, she passed it to the classmate beside her. 7 days, and you won't go out to play it? Mo Jingshun pressed. Your parents truly have no mercy. Care to join our Beggars Alliance expedition instead? No thank you, Zhongli replied with a strained smile. I'll be genuinely happy watching you all enjoy yourselves. Mo Jingshun frowned, studying her expression, wondering whether he'd unwittingly crossed a line. I knew you'd say that, Mo Jingshun thought to himself, though he couldn't quite explain why he'd already chosen to set aside Su Fan and Mo Ling. Those two. He imagined Su Fan and Mo Ling's likely reactions surely won't hold it against me. After all, this is merely dividing our forces. What are you muttering about? Zhongli glanced over at Mo Jingshun, who'd suddenly begun speaking to himself. Nothing at all. Mo Jingshun waved awkwardly with a forced grin. Teacher, the departure forms are all signed. The last student returned the white sheet to Teacher Lu's outstretched hand. Teacher Lu checked the clock, then glanced down at the signed forms, while below his students sat like famished wolves, eyes gleaming with restless anticipation. Some even clutched backpacks, tightly, one foot already poised midair above their seats, ready to spring forth at the first signal. I know you're eager. Teacher Lu tapped the screen beside the blackboard, but patience. 10 minutes remain. Why not use them to review problems or tackle assignments? Ugh. A chorus of groans erupted from the class. Only a handful of diligent students kept their noses buried in textbooks, attentively absorbing Teacher Lu's words. Most, however, resumed chatting animatedly. Zhongli, Mo Jingshun called out to his deskmate, who'd just opened her textbook. Yes. Zhongli paused, turning to face him. If you ever wish to join us, you're always welcome. She nodded. I understand. Mo Jingshun slumped onto his desk, surrendering to 10 minutes of blissful idleness, his cheek resting against the cool surface, gaze drifting lazily out the window toward the sky. It was Wednesday afternoon, the sky layered thick with cumulus clouds obscuring the true azure expanse beyond. His thoughts drifted untethered until the bell's sharp chime snapped him back to reality. Let's go, let's go. Students of class 407 surged from their seats before Teacher Lu could even utter dismissed, dashing through the front and rear doors, alike flooding into the corridor outside. Goodness, these children. Teacher Lu shook his head, amused yet resigned. He packed his thermos and lesson plans and followed them out of the classroom without further comment. The classroom emptied completely, except for 2 figures lingering near the rear door. Well then, Zhongli, Mo Jingshun rose from his seat. I'm off too. All right. Zhongli nodded. She tidied her things, planning to leave soon. Once the crowd thinned and the whole Happy National Day. Happy National Day. Mo Jingshun grinned, hoisted his backpack over one shoulder, and strode toward the rear exit. Yet, just as Mo Jingshun stepped past the threshold, on the verge of vanishing down the corridor, he halted, shouldered through the stream of passing students, and returned to the doorway. Zhongli. His voice echoed softly within the emptying classroom. She turned, puzzled, wondering why he hadn't left yet. See you tomorrow. Mo Jingshun flashed a mischievous grin, and before she could respond, spun on his heel, backpack swinging, and vanished down the corridor in a blur. Zhongli sat motionless, her almond-shaped dark eyes shimmering with quiet, unspoken light. Zhongli tied her hair up with a black hair tie. She had been somewhat unaccustomed to this before, but the weather had been quite hot these past few days. Perhaps due to the greenhouse effect, the boundary between autumn and summer seemed less distinct, with remnants of summer lingering more. Standing outside the Sichuan restaurant always made her sweat a lot. Zhongli's long hair clung to her forehead and neck, making her feel uncomfortable. Having never tied her hair before, this was also the reason she had chosen to wear it down. After fiddling with it in front of the mirror for quite some time, she finally managed to tie it up. Zhongli tied her hair into a high ponytail, trying to keep it from falling down her back and away from her neck. Today is October 1st, a national day. After getting dressed, Zhongli left her house and walked out of the 7th Welfare Institute, heading towards her part-time job. The sun was still shining brightly. Zhongli got off the bus and walked past the overpass she had visited a few days ago with Mo Jingshun. It was now 9 a.m. And the festive atmosphere of National Day filled every corner of the city. Red flags had already been hung on the streetlights, and in the center of the city, the plaza was covered with numerous red stickers. The surrounding commercial, pedestrian streets and snack alleys were filled with various congratulatory messages celebrating the birthday of the motherland. Moreover, the number of people on the streets had also increased significantly. With her hair tied up, Zhongli could no longer shield her face with her thick hair as she used to. Though she still walked with her head down, she couldn't hide the cool and refined aura about her. The surrounding men frequently turned their heads, and some were eager to approach her, hoping to end their single lives with a delightful encounter. Of course, Jiang Li was well aware of this, so she quickened her pace, not giving them a chance. Ahem, everyone stay. Inside the Sichuan restaurant, the previously calm manager was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a sharp-voiced, middle-aged woman with a somewhat harsh demeanor. Jiang Li stood in a line with her colleagues. She turned her head and noticed the surprise in the eyes of those who were also there for part-time work, but she chose to ignore it. She was just there for a part-time job. Who the manager was didn't matter. The new manager quickly wrapped up her speech and urged everyone to get to work. Jiang Li was the last to reach the counter, and just as she was about to grab the apron hanging on the wall, someone snatched it away first. Jiang Li remained unfazed, stepping to the left to grab another one. However, the next moment, that same hand took the other apron as well, and she heard a light laugh behind her. Furrowing her brows, Jiang Li turned around to see a familiar face, Mo Jingxuan. Just as she was about to speak, Mo Jingxuan, anticipating her words, quickly shoved the other apron he was holding into her hands. Don't get me wrong, I'm here for a part-time job too. When did you arrive? Jiang Li didn't relent, still frowning. I didn't see you earlier. At this moment, Mo Jingxuan had already put on the apron with the restaurant's name printed on it. Before Jiang Li could respond, the manager who was inspecting the area walked over. You two go outside to attract customers, the new manager said, looking a bit plump. Perhaps the air conditioning hadn't fully kicked in as her cheeks were glistening. Mo Jingxuan blinked and took the lead to walk outside. Jiang Li watched his departing figure while putting on her. You two better not slack off outside, the manager shouted at the two as they left. Once outdoors, the temperature immediately rose several degrees. What was once an empty space outside the restaurant was now joined by Mo Jingxuan. Jiang Li divided the promotional flyers she held in half and spoke to him. Didn't you say you were going to hang out? Why are you here doing a part-time job? Yeah. Mo Jingxuan nodded. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Jiang Li looked at Mo Jingxuan with a strange expression. Weren't you supposed to be with Mo Ling and Su Fan? Why did you come here? Who said I had to be with them? Mo Jingxuan said mysteriously, casually flicking his bangs to reveal his charming peach blossom eyes. We're splitting up with you. You? Jiang Li didn't know what to say. You don't have to do this for me. Oh, talking to you is such a hassle. Mo Jingxuan crossed his arms and sized up Jiang Li. I won't abandon any of my friends. Since you're not with us, I'll just have to accompany you. Hearing this, Jiang Li silently stepped back a few paces, her fair left hand tightly gripping the flyer, leaving a clear nail imprint on it. Her pupils dilated and her breathing became heavy as her right hand unconsciously clutched the safety charm at her chest. Jiang Li, you don't have to do this. Mo Jingxuan, a bit speechless, mistakenly thought Jiang Li was touched. He stroked his chin, his expression turning playful, as if he was merely here for fun. Thank you. Jiang Li looked up, her expression returning to normal, but a trace of gratitude lingered in her eyes. Thank you, Mo Jingxuan. It's nothing, Mo Jingxuan said with a pleased expression, even pressing down with his hand. After all, you're my friend, ooh, I have to look out for you. Haha, Jiang Li laughed. Alright, you look out for me. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from the glass behind them. The two turned around in unison, only to find the new manager pressing her plump face against the glass window. No chatting, focus on your work, the manager's muffled voice came from inside. She was too lazy to leave her position and didn't want to blow hot air outside, so she knocked on the glass to remind Jiang Li and Mo Jingxuan. By the way, it's worth mentioning that Mo Jingxuan found this part-time job because he lowered his salary. The new manager, seeing such cheap labor, quickly hired him, especially since the National Day holiday was a busy time, making it better to have an extra pair of hands. Mo Jingxuan pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Although he was there to do part-time work, the manager's attitude was unpleasant, resembling someone who exploits employees. Of course, for Mo Jingxuan's salary, he was already being exploited. Changed your hairstyle, he said to Jiang Li as the manager returned to her position at the counter. Jiang Li nodded. Mo Jingxuan withdrew his gaze, pretending to look straight ahead, while secretly glancing. Jiang Li's high ponytail, compared to her usual look, exuded more vitality and less gloom. This was the youthful demeanor a girl her age should have, blooming like a flower. Mo Jingxuan clutched his chest, as if that flower had bloomed right in his heart. Not spicy at all. Mo Jingxuan, with his mouth smeared in red oil, chose to be stubborn, yet his body was honest as he picked up a glass of water and gulped it down. If you can't handle spicy food, don't force yourself, Jiang Li said helplessly from across the table. She then skillfully picked up a chili pepper and popped it into her mouth, accompanied by a serving of white rice. For Jiang Li, who couldn't live without spice, this level of heat was child's play. Impressive, Mo Jingxuan gave a thumbs up. He had just eaten a piece of baby bok choy drenched in chili oil that had left him on fire, yet Jiang Li was able to directly eat the chili. Jiang Li, is this your boyfriend? A female staff member who had spoken to Jiang Li a long time ago approached with a bowl of rice, sitting down beside her with a curious expression. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned and shook her head. No, we're just friends. The staff member looked skeptical, glancing at Mo Jingxuan across the table. Mo Jingchun remained silent, merely shoving a few mouthfuls of rice into his bowl. The female staff member felt a bit awkward. She had seen the two chatting animatedly earlier and assumed Mo Jingchun was the kind of warm and charming guy, so she wanted to get to know him, but now it seemed they had fallen silent. Despite the awkwardness, the staff member greeted Mo Jingchun. "Hi, nice to meet you." Mo Jingchun still said nothing, acting as if he couldn't see her. The staff member finally understood the situation. Realizing it was difficult, she stood up, bid farewell to Jiang Li, and returned to her original seat. The staff member secretly glanced at Mo Jingchun. His tall stature and handsome appearance made her heart flutter, and she couldn't help but think it was a pity not to get to know such a handsome guy. But despite her thoughts, work still had to continue, as the female manager had already started urging them to prepare for the afternoon and evening shifts. After Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun finished tidying up, they pushed open the glass door and stepped outside. In the evening, the bustling crowds at a certain square's pedestrian street. At a seemingly ordinary Sichuan restaurant on the pedestrian street, it had unexpectedly become a sensation, not because the food was particularly delicious, but due to the two handsome men and women standing outside to greet customers. "I don't want to add you on WeChat, thanks." Mo Jingchun once again refused the request from a golden-haired girl wanting to exchange contact information. Mo Jingchun patiently pointed to the Sichuan restaurant behind him. "If you're hungry, I recommend you come here to eat. If I go there, can I add you on WeChat?" The golden-haired girl had elaborate makeup on her face, asking hopefully. Mo Jingchun's expression remained unchanged. "No, you can't." However, when the golden-haired girl persisted, Mo Jingchun finally felt the helplessness that Jiang Li experienced a few days ago with the curly-haired boy. "Miss, can I get to know you?" At that moment, a strong-looking boy wearing a sun hat leaned towards Jiang Li. "Get lost." Mo Jingchun was a bit flustered. "I was talking to her. What are you interrupting for?" The muscular boy glared at Mo Jingchun with discontent. Mo Jingchun naturally wouldn't let it slide, giving him a cold glare. "How about this?" Jiang Li interjected, pointing at the golden-haired girl. "Why don't you get to know this customer?" With Jiang Li's suggestion, the previously tense atmosphere between the two immediately eased. The muscular boy looked at the golden-haired girl in front of Mo Jingchun, and she gazed back at him. In an instant, it seemed like they had made a connection, chatting and laughing as they gradually moved away from the Sichuan restaurant. Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting that a casual remark from her would unexpectedly bring a couple together. Feeling the gazes upon them, Jiang Li turned her head and locked eyes with Mo Jingchun. Sigh. In the next moment, they both sighed in unison, shaking their heads. The night continued, and it wasn't until 1:00 p.m. that they finished work. Mo Jingchun had never done this kind of job before, and by the end of the day, he felt a bit mentally and physically exhausted, mainly because those people only wanted contact information, and after not getting it, they retaliated by going to other restaurants to eat, though there were some normal customers too. "Are you tired?" Jiang Li walked beside Mo Jingchun, the two of them strolling together in the gentle evening breeze. "Not really," Mo Jingchun replied, shaking his neck. "It's not difficult for me. If you're feeling bored, you can go find Mo Ling and Su Fan." Jiang Li said seriously, "You don't have to work so hard during the 7th National Day holiday. Oh, I really don't mind being alone." "That won't do." Mo Jingchun shook his head. "If I say it, I have to do it. I hate being lied to, and I want like." Besides, Mo Jingchun and Jiang Li walked down the overpass and reached the opposite side of the square. "If you just stand there, what if you run into that curly-haired guy again?" "I'm not standing around," Jiang Li retorted. "I'm an adult. That won't be a problem." "An adult?" Mo Jingchun laughed. "How old are you?" Jiang Li was taken aback, then instinctively replied, "The 17th of the 7th month in the lunar calendar." "The 7th month of the lunar calendar? You just turned 17, right? Why are you acting like an adult in front of me?" Mo Jingchun silently noted that date, yet he continued teasing her. Jiang Li remembered that she was now different from before. According to the previous calculations, she should be considered an adult. However, her recent bone age test showed she was 17, meaning she technically wasn't an adult yet. "What about you?" Jiang Li, feeling a bit indignant, asked. "Are you older than me?" Sigh. Mo Jingchun pretended to be deep, pressing his hand to his forehead, covering one eye, and then revealing his left eye between his index and ring fingers. "I was born in January, so am only half a year older than you." "Is that something you learned from Mo Ling?" Jiang Li looked at Mo Jingchun, who was striking a pose with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Anyway, I'm older than you, and I don't like being lied to, nor do I like to lie." Remember that. Mo Jingchun's face flushed, a bit unsure why he was making these gestures he usually found distasteful. Could it be that he was really being influenced by his younger sister? Or was it just to make someone happy? Mo Jingchun couldn't figure it out, feeling a complexity within himself that he couldn't understand. "Let's go." Jiang Li stepped in front of Mo Jingchun, waving at him, her high ponytail swaying up and down. "We have to work tomorrow, so rest well." "All right." Mo Jingchun smiled and quickened his pace to catch up with. "You don't need to come in tomorrow." The sharp-voiced, plump female manager pulled out a few red bills from her pocket and slapped them onto the counter, addressing Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun, who had just finished their shifts. Mo Jingchun, who was bewildered, turned to look at Jiang Li, who wore a similarly confused expression. Don't look at me like that, the female manager said, tapping the money on the table. Take off your clothes from the store, and you won't need to come in tomorrow. Why, oi? Jiangli took a step forward asking, why are you firing us? Did we do something wrong? Nothing wrong, the manager said, her oily face reflecting her arrogance. You two are always chatting outside and haven't been serious about bringing in customers, have you? No, Jiangli replied anxiously. Besides, the manager pointed outside, some customers just chat with you outside without coming in to dine. What good is that? It might be better if you two just leave, perhaps business will improve. Jiangli bit her lip, shocked by the turn of it. Damn. Mo Jingchuan, unable to tolerate the manager's demeanor, grabbed the money from the table and shoved it into his pocket. If they don't want us, there are other places that will. Jiangli, let's go. Jiangli was pulled by Mo Jingchuan, leaving the part-time Sichuan restaurant and stepping outside to a plaza. It was the third night of the National Day holiday, and Jiangli had lost her job. And Mo Jingchun had lost his along with her. Looking at Jiangli, who wore a frown, Mo Jingchun took out all the money he had stuffed into his pocket earlier and pushed it into her hands. It's okay, Mo Jingchun said, confidently patting his chest. They'll help you find another part-time job. It's not that simple. Jiangli sorted the money Mo Jingchun had given her. I can only work part-time one day on the weekends, so with holidays I can only work 4 days a month. Who would want someone like that for a part-time position? Despite Jiang Li's words, Mo Jingchun remained confident. Don't worry, you'll find one for you. It turned out Jiang Li would work part-time every weekend. Mo Jingchun, you shouldn't think it's your fault, Jiang Li said, looking down, mistakenly believing Mo Jingchun was blaming himself. Even if you didn't work part-time with me, the new manager probably wouldn't tolerate me only working 4 days a month. Oh, come on, Mo Jingchun waved his hand. I'm not like you, feeling guilty over nothing. Before Jiang Li could respond, he grabbed her shoulders and pulled her toward him. In the next moment, a delivery electric bike zipped past the spot where Jiang Li had just stood. Watch where you're walking, your hair is all over the place. How could you not see the bike? Mo Jingchun's voice rang above Jiang Li's head. The two were standing close together, and to those passing by it appeared as if Mo Jingchun was hugging Jiang Li from behind. I'm sorry, I understand now. Jiang Li quickly stepped forward, distancing herself from Mo Jingchun's embrace. Mo Jingchun, however, didn't care about the part-time situation. He felt unexpectedly cheerful. When he had just reminded Jiang Li her high ponytail had struck his face, leaving a faint scent of her hair lingering on the tip of his nose. Now that Jiang Li had lost her part-time job, she fell silent, the earlier situation weighing on her mind. The two walked out of the street in silence. Leaving the pedestrian street, a subway entrance appeared before them. Jiang Li counted the money in her hand and felt that the amount was somewhat off. Logically, it should have been 9 bills for 3 days at 450 each, but Jiang Li only had 7 100-yuan bills. Where did the money go? Mo Jingchun, Jiang Li called out to him. It seems we've been shortchanged as she paid us 200 less. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun glanced down and chuckled. That's right, isn't 700 just fine? What? Jiang Li furrowed her brow. We should have received 900 for 3 days. Wait. Jiang Li seemed to realize something, her expression hesitant. Your pay couldn't be lower than mine, could it? Haha, it seems so. How much? Jiang Li asked. Over 80, Mo Jingchun replied nonchalantly. Jiang Li finally understood. No wonder Mo Jingchun had rushed to join the part-time job. It turned out he had become cheap labor. Mo Jingchun, you don't have to. Stop. Stop. Mo Jingchun interrupted Jiang Li. I've said I don't care. Jiang Li, seeing Mo Jingchun's stubbornness, decided to remain silent. However, she quietly took out a 50-yuan bill from her pocket and handed 300 from her earnings for the 3 days to Mo Jingchun. I don't want it. Mo Jingchun pushed the money back into Jiang Li's hands. I'm telling you, I'm actually from a wealthy family, so I don't care about this money. No, Jiang Li insisted. I can't take advantage of you. Mo Jingchun reluctantly agreed, but only accepted 250 yuan, stating he wouldn't take advantage of Jiang Li either, as he earned only about 80 a day, which amounts to approximately 250 for 3 days. It was now 9 p.m., a bit earlier than usual. In the center of the plaza, a stage had been set up adorned with flashing neon lights, and many young people were gathered there, seemingly having a great time. Now that you don't have a part-time job, what are your plans for the 4-day holiday? Mo Jingchun asked, standing beside Jiang Li with his hands in his pockets at the subway entrance. Jiang Li brushed her wind-tousled hair behind her ear, her fresh and refined face revealing a hint of hesitation. At that moment, she didn't know where to find another part-time job. Mo Jingchun noticed the confusion and uncertainty in Jiang Li's eyes and patted her shoulder. Stop thinking about finding a part-time job. As I said, I'll help you. Jiang Li nodded nonchalantly, seemingly unconvinced. Mo Jingchun at a loss for words, and the two fell into silence. Mo Jingchun looked up. The night sky was still cloudless, and since meeting Jiang Li he had been able to see the stars so clearly every night, with the moon appearing so full. Mo Jingchun's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the round moon hanging in the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Li, he called out to the thoughtful girl beside him. What is it? Jiang Li lifted her head, and the corners of her eyes looked somewhat droopy. Let me take you to a nice place, Mo Jingchun said, his captivating peach blossom eyes shining with sincerity. Part-time work can wait for a few days. They'll take you out to have fun tonight. Where? Where are we going? Jiangli hesitated. A very nice place, Mo Jingchun answered without revealing too much, maintaining an air of mystery. I bet you'll— Isn't it too late tonight? Jiangli shook her head. Maybe we should forget it. She still felt a sense of resistance. No way. Mo Jingchun firmly rejected her, grabbing Jiangli's wrist and pulling her into the subway. We're going tonight. Mo Jingchun and Jiangli hurriedly exited the subway in the last few minutes, arriving at the other end of the city. As Jiangli stepped out of the subway station, she took a deep breath. Unlike where she had been before, the air here was humid and refreshing, brushing against her face comfortably. Let's go. Mo Jingchun tugged at Jiangli. We're not there yet. They walked to the side of the road, where Mo Jingchun waved down a taxi. Where to, young man? The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a plump face that appeared gentle, a small red national flag stuck in front of his car. To Lanwan Fishing Grounds, sir. Mo Jingchun said as he lowered the rear window of the car. Why are you going? I'll take you there, the driver said as he started the car. With a successful ignition, the engine emitted a soft sound, and they drove forward, turning eastward. You two lovebirds should be careful. It's a romantic spot, but safety first, the driver reminded as he steered the— So we're not a couple, Jiangli explained. Oh, come on, don't be shy. The driver didn't believe Jiangli's words and continued to express his concern. Once you get there, tell your boyfriend to be careful and not to be too reckless. Jiangli fell silent, choosing to lean quietly against the other side of the car seat, while Mo Jingchun leaned on the opposite side. Both their windows were rolled down, and the night breeze rushed in, tousling their hair. The two leaned against the doors of the back seat, an invisible barrier seeming to separate them. Through the rearview mirror, the driver noticed the couple's silence, and how far apart they sat, wondering if they had just had— Jiangli had no idea where she was now. After arriving in Hanqing, she had only been active around the 7th Welfare Institute, in the school, making her completely unfamiliar with the city. At that moment, she leaned her head out the window, the tranquil night reflecting in her deep-set eyes. Buildings rushed by in rapid retreat. Countless artificial lights emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, transforming into lighthouses that swiftly passed through Jiangli's vision, leaving only faint traces that vanished in the blink of an eye. They were like fireflies in the night, destined to extinguish with the dawn. The driver maintained a steady speed, the gentle night breeze carrying a hint of moisture. Jiangli's hair was tousled, and outside the window the distant scenery gradually opened up, yet her mind inexplicably sank into a state of tranquility. Music began to play beside her. Jiangli grasped the car door, propping herself up to look over. Mo Jingchun had changed his posture, now half leaning against the car door, his left arm resting on the window. Half of his face was bathed in moonlight, while the other half remained cloaked in shadow inside the car. His hair was tousled, and his chiseled features cast delicate shadows. He appeared lazily, like a cat, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his peach blossom eyes gleaming as they fixed on Jiangli, who had finally turned to face him. Mo Jingchun's right hand held his phone where a disc of a song was spinning. After a brief gaze, they instinctively withdrew their eyes from each other. Mo Jingchun looked out the window, while Jiangli returned to her previous position, both of them silent. Since they had exited the subway, until now time had already slipped into the early hours of the next day. Perhaps due to being far from the city center, the people here had long fallen asleep, with only a few busy vehicles lingering on the road. Some were destined to sleep early, while others continued to drag their weary bodies through the ceaseless flow of human. Jiangli did not feel tired. Her fragile, soft heart, which feigned strength and held a hint of darkness, became calm and serene. The night breeze caressed her, a tranquil song played in her ears. Jiangli emptied her mind, allowing her thoughts to drift into the passing night wind, merging with the night. It was an instrumental piece devoid of lyrics, only a gentle guitar melody. The song's title was in English, which Jiangli couldn't quite catch. The sound of brakes echoed, and the vehicle jolted slightly before coming to a stop. We've arrived at Lanwan Fishing Grounds, the driver announced, turning on the meter while reminding the two in the back seat. Mo Jingchun swiftly settled the fare, and together with Jiangli they exited the car. Just a reminder, the driver called out through the front window to the two walking away, be careful out here at night. The two had already walked far and did not hear the driver's words. He shook his head and drove away. Splash, splash. Before reaching their destination, Jiangli could already hear the sound of the tide, a faint noise caused by the gentle pull of the waves. Mo Jingchun turned off the music, pulling Jiangli's arm to change direction as they walked beneath the road. In the area where Lanwan Fishing Grounds was located, there were no tall buildings in sight. It felt as though they had arrived at the outskirts of the city. What time is it? Jiangli didn't wish to know. Beneath the road there were patches of greenery and scattered stones with slippery green moss growing on them. It's too late. Oh, we probably can't get in now. Mo Jingchun leaned against a wall and turned to Jiangli. Can you climb? Jiangli nodded. Then it's simple, Mo Jingchun said as he found a few red bricks nearby. Leading Jiangli, they moved forward a few steps until a half-percent high mound appeared before them. Mo Jingshun placed the bricks atop the mound, making the originally daunting wall suddenly seem surmountable. Mo Jingshun intended to let Jiangli go up first, so he stepped aside, asking, "Do you need me to help support?" Jiangli shook her head. Even though her body had changed, the skills she had learned back then remained unchanged. Though she had climbed over walls less frequently, she could indeed do it. As Jiangli stepped onto the mound, Mo Jingshun raised his hands, prepared to assist her in case she slipped. Jiangli, though not tall enough, skillfully grabbed the wall's crevices and exerted force climbing up the wall. Once on the other side, she understood why Mo Jingshun wanted her to go first. For on the other side of the wall, a concrete platform came into view. She just needed to jump onto it to complete the climb. Without lingering, Jiangli lightly landed on the concrete platform and then jumped down. Mo Jingshun moved swiftly, climbing over the wall after confirming Jiangli's success, and the two officially entered Lanwan fishing grounds. It was very quiet, with only the sound of the rolling waves. The waves crashed against the sand, while in the distance a few old abandoned wooden boats lay docked. Jiangli silently followed beside Mo Jingshun, walking towards a more distant place. The soft sand beneath their feet made a rustling sound. The moon was bright today, and although there were no lights around, it illuminated the beach in a snowy white. The sea sparkled under the light, while farther away the land loomed darkly, lying still and forming an angle with the place where Jiangli stood. To the right of the Blue Bay fishing ground was the mouth of the sea. Having grown up in the southern inland province, Jiangli had never seen the sea and never anticipated experiencing it in such a manner today. Perhaps it was the ambience or the tranquility within, but Jiangli, seeing the sea for the first time, showed no sign of change on her face, walking alongside Mo Jingshun on the moonlit beach, leaving only shallow footprints. The sea breeze tousled Mo Jingshun's bangs, a smile gracing his lips as he looked steadfastly towards a certain point. "Come, Jiangli, this is the place." Finally, after walking on this beach for an unknown amount of time, Mo Jingshun pointed to a spot. It was a protruding rock formation, dark and quietly lying on the beach, transformed into a silent giant. The side facing the sea was covered with green moss, polished smooth by the waves, while the other side, though distant from the sea, still allowed one to feel the vibrations from the water crashing against the rocks. "Be careful." Mo Jingshun took the lead and climbed onto the rocks beside the beach, grabbing a protruding pillar with his left hand while extending his right hand towards Jiangli. Jiangli stepped onto the rock with one foot and looked up at Mo Jingshun, who was reaching out to her. Under the moonlight, the handsome features of the young man shone brightly, a smile blooming on his lips, his eyes filled with joy to share. Time seemed to pause for 3 seconds at that moment. After 3 seconds, Jiangli reached out her hand, and Mo Jingshun grasped it firmly, pulling her up. Once they climbed up the rock wall, they quickly released each other's hands. They leaped back and forth on the black rock wall until they found a flat area with a fantastic view, where they sat down. At that moment, Jiangli finally understood why Mo Jingshun had said she would definitely like this place. The scene before her was breathtakingly beautiful. In Jiangli's eyes appeared 2 moons, one hanging in the sky and the other reflected on the sea. The 2 moons complemented each other as the waves rolled and crashed against the rocks and the beach, creating a deep sound. The continent, once seen from afar, now formed 2 dark backdrops at this sea entrance, with a bright moon hanging in between, leaving one in awe. Mo Jingshun took out his phone and resumed the music from earlier. The rustling of the sand, the crashing of the waves, the muffled sounds of rocks being hit, and the pure, tranquil music all contributed to the serenity of the night. "How is it?" Mo Jingshun's voice sounded from beside her. Jiangli turned her head to find him looking at her. Mo Jingshun was still smiling. "Isn't it beautiful here? I didn't lie to you." Jiangli nodded, turning her gaze back to the moon hanging over the sea and its reflection. "This is the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen." "Really?" Mo Jingshun's smile faded as he gazed at the sea. "If possible, or if there's a chance, I can take you to see the shooting stars." Mo Jingshun stared at the gap between the sea and the moon. Jiangli did not respond, curling her body, hugging her knees, resting her head upon them. "Why are you doing this? We're just ordinary friends, right?" Jiangli spoke up. "Didn't I tell you before? I cherish every friend I acknowledge," Mo Jingshun said, running a hand through his hair. "A friend you acknowledge?" Jiangli turned to glance at Mo Jingshun. "I've always wanted to ask, how did we become—" "What kind of question is that?" Mo Jingshun frowned. "Perhaps it's due to fate." Jiangli slowly shook her head at his words, her gaze fixed on the moon and the sea. "I don't think so." "Then what should it be?" Mo Jingshun asked quickly. Jiangli remained silent for a long time, unsure of how to respond. "Then it must be fate. Fate brought you to meet Mo Ling in the library, and it was fate that made you encounter Su Fan at the corner. That's why I say fate is truly extraordinary." "Is it?" Jiangli questioned again. "But I feel that you're different." "I'm different?" Mo Jingshun was taken aback by Jiangli's words. "In what way am I different?" Jiangli withdrew her gaze from the moon and sea, turning her head towards Mo Jingshun, who was facing her. After a brief moment of eye contact, Jiangli spoke up. "Who am I?" she asked out of the blue. Mo Jingshun frowned. "You are Jiangli." No, a determined expression appeared on Jiangli's face. "I am not Jiangli." Mo Jingshun couldn't help but laugh at her words, continuing to ask, "If you're not Zhongli, then who are you?" "I am someone else," Zhongli replied. "Someone else?" Mo Jingshun's smile faded. Zhongli nodded slightly, her gaze dropping. "Which someone else?" Mo Jingshun asked. "I don't know." Zhongli's eyes lowered. "Then what do you mean?" Mo Jingshun was truly baffled now, as their conversation always seemed to drift into strange directions. "That must be someone very important to you." Zhongli blinked her beautiful eyes and continued, "In your gaze towards me, I see other colors, traces that belong to her." Right. Mo Jingshun was stunned, swallowing hard. Zhongli was not Zhongli, but another person. The distant sea continued to churn, and the moonlight radiated a silvery glow. "I am her substitute." "No, perhaps just a reflection." Zhongli turned her entire face towards Mo Jingshun, looking directly at him. "Am I right?" Mo Jingshun instinctively opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but no sound came out. "You don't need to say anything." Zhongli's voice was cool, as if blending with the moonlight. "I am very happy." "You are very happy." Mo Jingshun neither contradicted nor affirmed Zhongli's words. "Yes, I am very happy." A visible joy spread across Zhongli's face, her serene smile blooming. "If your kindness towards me is not for me, but for another person, I would be very happy." Suddenly Zhongli's high ponytail came undone, the sea breeze lifting her scattered black hair, and the moonlight shining upon it was fragmented into tiny shards by her dark locks. A strand of black hair fell on Mo Jingshun's nose, and he once again caught a whiff of that fresh, subtle scent. Zhongli bore the shadow of another. Both Mo Jingshun and Zhongli averted their gazes from each other once again, looking towards the gap between the sea and the moon. The moon shone softly upon them, the scent of the sea breeze was refreshing, and the phone placed in the middle continued to play that pure music, creating a serene mood in this moment. The sea and the moon complemented each other beautifully, devoid of tumultuous waves or grandeur, only the beauty of the moon rising with the tide. On the 5th day of the National Day holiday, the 2nd day of job hunting on Shichiao Road. "Here you go." Mo Jingshun pulled a powdery pink flower from the bag on his back and handed it to Zhongli. Zhongli's gaze lingered on the flower for a few seconds before shifting to Mo Jingshun's face. "What is this?" "It's a flower," Mo Jingshun replied, shaking the hand holding the flower. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Zhongli shook her head, reaching out to take the powdery pink flower from Mo Jingshun's hand, halting the latter's attention. Passers-by nearby witnessing this scene wore enigmatic smiles on their faces. "Ahem." Zhongli's fair face flushed slightly, mirroring the color of the powdery pink flower in her hand with its snow-white petals adorned with hints of pink. "Didn't you say you found a part-time job?" Zhongli steadied her expression. "Where is it? What are you doing?" After returning to Hangsheng from Lanwan Fish Farm yesterday, they began searching for a part-time job for Zhongli. Mo Jingshun had prepared a list searching numerous locations around the school, but when he heard that Zhongli could only work 4 days a month, they all turned her down. The study schedule in high school is very tight. Even those 4 days were squeezed out during holidays. Having come up empty yesterday, they found themselves on the 5th day of the National Day holiday. If a part-time job wasn't found during this holiday, there would be even less time to search later. "Don't worry," Mo Jingshun said mysteriously, leading her on. "Just follow me." Zhongli followed Mo Jingshun, crossing the road, twisting and turning until they entered a small alley where a flower shop was located at the end near the intersection of Shichiao Road. "Xingyue Flower Shop." Zhongli looked up at the flower shop and murmured. Then she turned to Mo Jingshun beside her, only to find him gazing at her with great interest. "What do you think? This place is much better than the one you went to before, right?" Mo Jingshun said with a hint of pride. Zhongli stared at the job advertisement posted outside the shop. "Have you talked to the owner?" Mo Jingshun's proud expression fell at her words. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "Wasn't I waiting for you to come?" Zhongli nodded and took the lead into the flower shop. As with many flower shops, a variety of green plants greeted their eyes. Xingyue Flower Shop featured a small garden surrounded by colorful lights, while the outer edge was piled with various tools for digging and spraying. Zhongli and Mo Jingshun continued to walk forward, where 2 rows of wooden shelves displayed various flowers: yellow carnations, pure white lilies, as well as budding tulips, sunflowers, and daisies. The vibrant flowers set against the green leaves looked even more lively. Zhongli took a deep breath, greedily inhaling the floral fragrance in the air. This was Zhongli's first visit to a flower shop, but the powdery pink flower she clutched in her right hand told her that she had grown fond of this place. Mo Jingshun secretly observed Zhongli and couldn't help but feel pleased with his judgment upon seeing her expression. Indeed, every girl, regardless of type, loves flowers. At this moment, the two stood in a bright and cozy little room which was covered by a huge floor-to-ceiling window, making the entire shop appear exceptionally well lit. Inside the display window were various fresh flowers, beautifully illuminated by the soft lighting. Surrounding the flower shop were various exquisite potted plants, such as pothos spider plants and crabclaw plants. Under the warm light, they appeared full of life, adding vitality and energy to the entire space. Some paintings depicting blooming flowers were hung on the walls, perfectly complementing the atmosphere of the flower shop. Are you two here to buy flowers? At that moment the shop owner, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, came out from inside and approached them. The shop owner wore a clean, tidy apron with some pink juice on her hands, as if she had just been wrapping flowers for customers. Ahem, boss, we are here for a part-time job interview. Mo Jingshun coughed lightly and pointed to Jiangli beside him. What do you think of her? She works quickly, is diligent, and most importantly responsible, loves flowers and plants, is sympathetic and very kind. Mo Jingshun. Jiangli hurriedly interrupted him. Is this how you introduce someone? Unexpectedly, the female shop owner immediately agreed. Great, our Xingyue flower shop needs someone like you, right? The shop owner nodded while pulling Jiang Li's arm to walk inside the flower shop. Jiang Li's face bore a puzzled expression. How was this different from her initial part-time job search? Jiang Li instinctively looked back at Mo Jingshun, seemingly seeking answers on his face. Mo Jingshun remained silent, merely smiling as he followed her inside. Inside the flower shop, there was a long rectangular table painted red serving as the counter, surrounded by round or square tables piled with various bouquets and greeting cards. Come, let me show you what the work here involves, taking care of the flowers and assisting me in fulfilling orders. The female shop owner walked toward one of the unfinished bouquets, reaching out to gather several pink roses together and inserting a few small blue flowers for decoration. Moreover, you can learn a bit of flower arranging skills. Jiang Li glanced around the flower shop. The space wasn't large, and aside from the female shop owner before her, there seemed to be no other employees. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, as she hadn't even stated her situation yet. Oh right. The female shop owner turned around, the several pink roses in her hand, now wrapped in colorful paper and tied together, placed aside. My last name is Shun. You can call me Manager Shun. May I ask what your last name is, young lady? You're too polite, Jiang Li responded. My name is Jiang Li. Oh, that's good. Manager Shun withdrew her gaze from Jiang Li and turned back with a smile. Now let's discuss our salary and benefits. Manager Shun. Jiang Li seized the opportunity to explain her situation. I have a special circumstance regarding part-time work. I can only come in 1 day a week on Sundays. Can you accept that? This? A hesitant look appeared on Manager Shun's face, seemingly not expecting such a situation. Jiang Li observed the hesitant expression of Manager Shun and couldn't help but feel worried. A light pressure was felt on her shoulder, and Jiang Li turned to look at Mo Jingshun beside her. Don't worry, Mo Jingshun said, placing a hand on Jiang Li's shoulder and nodding at her. You can definitely do it. Jiang Li was somewhat puzzled. Why was Mo Jingshun so confident today, believing that Manager Shun would agree to let her? Jiang Li frowned, her almond-shaped black eyes revealing a hint of confusion, and her right hand involuntarily tightened around the pale pink flower she held. Although she did not know the name of the flower, she could smell its fragrance and appreciate its beauty. Jiang Li instinctively reached out her other hand to caress the pale pink petals. The touch of the petals was soft and delicate. Jiang Li gently stroked them without a sound, as if afraid to harm the fragile flower in her hand. Actually, it can work, Manager Shun nodded in agreement after some thought. The work here isn't too busy. I just sometimes forget to take care of the flowers when there are too many orders, which is why I considered hiring a staff member. However, concerning the salary, Manager Shun hesitated for a moment and said, how about 800 a month? Jiang Li's face showed a look of surprise. After Mo Jingshun patted her shoulder, she reacted quickly and nodded. 800 a month was much better than her previous part-time job. All right then. Manager Shun smiled slightly and walked to the nearby red-painted counter, retrieving a prepared contract from within. That's settled then. You can come in tomorrow to get accustomed to things, Manager Shun said, putting away the contract and smiling at Jiang Li. Mo Jingshun stood beside her, blinking. The salary is the same, Manager Shun added. Jiang Li gratefully bowed to her, and Manager Shun supported her shoulder, indicating that it wasn't necessary. By the way, as Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun were about to leave the flower shop, Manager Shun called out to them. When you arrived, I saw you holding a flower. Do you know what that flower is called? As Manager Shun spoke, she pointed at the pale pink flower in Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment and shook her head. It was beyond her knowledge. Mo Jingshun shrugged. He naturally didn't know either, since he had just randomly picked the flower from a shop. That Manager Shun said, bellflowers are quite common. Sometimes you can find them in the grass by the roadside. Yeah, thanks for the information, Manager Shun. Jiang Li nodded. At that moment, she and Mo Jingshun were standing in the garden of the Xingyue flower shop, filled with greenery, just a few steps away from leaving. The language of bellflowers is eternal love. Manager Shun called out to Jiang Li from outside the floor-to-ceiling window. You can start learning about the meanings of various flowers. It will be helpful when customers have requests. Upon hearing the meaning of the bellflower, Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, but then reacted, protecting the pale pink bellflower in her hand and nodding at Manager Shun. I will, Manager Shun. Where are you planning to go next? Mo Jingshun looked at Jiang Li beside him. By now they had exited the Xingyue flower shop and returned to the street they had come from. Back home, Jiang Li set her head down, her black hair slightly drooping, revealing only a hint of her fair cheeks. Are we just going back like this? Mo Jingshun seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but then he raised his eyebrows, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. What do you think? Are you interested in going out to play with me? I can take you to a nice place. No, Jiang Li quickly rejected Mo Jingchun without hesitation, she was well aware of her current situation. This gear really no fun. Mo Jingchun pouted, shaking his head, one hand digging into his pocket to pull out his. Jiang Li fell silent, simply walking forward with her head down. For a moment the two of them distanced themselves, walking one in front of the other. The road was bustling with many pedestrians, with cars whizzing by, the sound of birds chirping, the wind rustling leaves, and even the noise of planes flying through the clouds above. It was not a quiet road. Perhaps both of them were lost in their own thoughts, or simply not paying attention to everything around them. They had fallen into a strange rhythm, like a whirlpool unknowingly sinking into it. Of course, perhaps the word sinking wasn't quite accurate. Mo Jingchun looked at the frail figure ahead, his eyelids briefly closing and then opening, as if performing a slow-motion action. Jiang Li's figure was once again caught in Mo Jingchun's sight during this slow motion, and the familiar feelings surged back. Mo Jingchun slowed his pace and finally stopped. He felt somewhat parched, and by the time he reacted, Jiang Li had already walked 12 steps away. 12 steps apart was both far and near. Mo Jingchun stood at one end, while Jiang Li stood at the other, a hazy distance in between that was hard to define. How could one describe this feeling? Perhaps there truly was an invisible wall. Mo Jingchun found it hard to take. He opened his mouth, his throat moving, but no sound came out. Looking down, he saw the phone he had just taken out, and thus his fingers swiftly scrolled, and a message was quickly sent out. Buzz buzz, Jiang Li's phone, which was in her pocket, vibrated. She took it out and found a message from Mo Jingchun. Jiang Li stopped in her tracks, standing still. At the moment she turned her head, her black hair was lifted by the wind. It was merely a fleeting glance, yet it was stunning enough, like a little cat that had climbed into one's heart constantly. Jiang Li's face was both delicate and exquisite, her snow-white skin adorned with two eyes that resembled black gemstones, captivating anyone who looked. But if the corners of her eyes could rise instead of droop, those eyes might be even more beautiful. Just a second of gazing, but that glance crossed the 12 steps between them, imprinting itself in the young man's burning heart on that day, deeply planting its roots. Jiang Li lowered her head to look at the message in her hand. Mo Jingchun had sent a perplexing message containing only a few words. What is the language of the bellflower? This was something Manager Shun had just explained to her not long ago, yet Mo Jingchun was asking Jiang Li about it again now. The pale pink bellflower was quite common, often appearing as a supporting role in bouquets. Despite having an incredibly beautiful language, it was often replaced by the more passionate rose. After all, eternity is difficult to achieve and ensure. Thus love became something fleeting. The bellflower remained in Jiang Li's hand, and as she delicately sniffed it, she seemed to catch a whiff of its cool fragrance. Her dark eyes moved slightly, and her slender fingers typed 4 words on the 26 keys. Eternal. After completing this, Jiang Li felt a sense of relief. Ignoring Mo Jingchun behind her, she tucked her phone into her pocket and walked forward without looking back. She wanted to go home rather than stay here. Mo Jingchun remained rooted in place, watching Jiang Li walk out of his line of sight. He slowly raised his left hand, disregarding the surprised gazes of passers-by, and looked at the reply message. The message he clearly knew but asked about again. The 12 steps between them stretched infinitely, leaving Mo Jingchun standing alone. This was the distance of the heart, and also the most distant distance in the world. Time flies. The National Day holiday was a month and a half ago. Perhaps due to the countdown to the college entrance examination getting shorter on the wall, the entire class 407 has completely lost the relaxed demeanor they had when they first entered their senior year. During breaks, there is less playful banter and more students competing to make the most of their study time. The number of those staying late for review has significantly increased. Mo Jingchun's grades have remained stable, consistently ranking among the top 10 in the school. He often stays after class to tutor Jiang Li in mathematics. With Mo Jingchun's assistance, Jiang Li's grades have naturally improved as well. Amidst their busy studies, their lives seem to have become somewhat monotonous. But only Mo Jingchun knows that he seems to have changed. Apart from his younger sister and Su Fan, he had never focused on anyone like this before. He deliberately pays attention to the corners of Jiang Li's mouth, capturing her fleeting smiles. When she earnestly asks him a math question, he finds himself momentarily entranced by her beautiful black eyes. He often recalls the words Jiang Li has said to him in his mind. When his gaze wanders, he inexplicably sees Jiang Li's face flash before his eyes. Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun murmurs to himself, subconsciously turning to look at the empty seat beside him. It's mid-November. Autumn is nearing its end. It rained that day, covering the ground with wilted yellow leaves which were pelted down by the rain, creating a fresh layer. The rain was not heavy, but it drizzled persistently for almost the entire day. Mo Jingchun leaned against the glass window, gazing at the overcast sky and the falling raindrops, feeling inexplicably restless. Jiang Li took a leave of absence today on Saturday. Mo Jingchun was not surprised, as Jiang Li had caught a cold 2 days ago. He had insisted that she go to the hospital, but she remained as stubborn as ever. She told Mo Jingchun that she had already taken medicine and insisted on coming to school. Today, however, she didn't come, indicating that she had finally reached her limit and decided to rest. Mo Jingchun blinked as a raindrop carried by the wind crossed the corridor and splashed against the glass window. He watched the droplets slowly slide down, leaving a long streak of water on the glass. Even glass can shed tears. Mo Jingchun seemed to recall something, his head drooping as he straightened his posture. Today felt very lonely, and it seemed to color his mood negatively. Perhaps it was the weather, or perhaps it was because Jiangli was not there. This was the last class of the day, and when the school bell rang, Mo Jingchun stood up from his seat in a daze and wobbled down the stairs. This time he was neither the first nor the last to leave. He exited the classroom amid the crowd at the peak of the hustle and bustle. What kind of fate would it be to meet someone who resonated with his heartbeat? Mo Jingchun squeezed through the crowd, and this thought inexplicably appeared in his mind. After much effort, when Mo Jingchun finally reached the ground floor of the senior department, he was surprised to find that the rain, which had been drizzling continuously, had somehow stopped. Mo Jingchun shook his umbrella and quietly put it away. Even without rain, there were still many puddles on the road, and one could easily get their feet wet if not careful. Mo Jingchun felt a sense of daze. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Was it because he had stayed up too late yesterday? Or perhaps it was that he was preoccupied with thoughts. Lost in thought, Mo Jingchun found himself beside the bus stop, where Jiangli parked her bicycle. He instinctively looked in that direction, but the bicycle he had replaced for Jiangli was nowhere to be found. There was only a small empty space. At that moment the bus arrived. Mo Jingchun got on the bus, and after several stops he realized he had taken the wrong bus heading in the opposite direction, so he hurriedly got off at the nearest stop. Where is this? Mo Jingchun glanced around, surprised to find that the building looked like the place where teacher Lu had dropped Jiangli off. He had accidentally found himself here. Mo Jingchun did not know where Jiangli lived. Whenever the three of them asked her, she would always hesitate and refuse to tell them. Mo Jingchun recalled what he thought about during his last class. He looked around, and after confirming the direction, he walked step by step toward the nearest bus stop. Achoo! Jiangli sat on the bed with a hot water bag in her arms, rubbing her reddened nose. She reached for a tissue on the desk beside her, forcefully blowing her nose, then crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it into the trash can beside the bed. Having a cold coupled with those days that every woman experiences monthly is simply the ultimate torture. Jiangli leaned against the window, biting her pale lips, silently enduring the discomfort in her body. If it weren't for her menstrual period, she would definitely have gone to school today. The building where Jiangli lived was not far from the entrance of the 7th Welfare Institute. In fact, it was quite close. From her room's window, she could see the sign at the entrance of the Welfare Institute and the gray sidewalk. Ding ding ding. The phone on the table rang. Jiangli was startled at first, then struggled to leave the window to grab the phone. At the moment Jiangli's gaze was diverted, a boy in a school uniform appeared on the sidewalk. Mo Jingchun walked down the sidewalk step by step. When he passed the 7th Welfare Institute, he paused for a moment. His gaze first lingered on the entrance of the 7th Welfare Institute, and then slightly shifted, gliding past a window of a building next door. It was an ordinary window, just like the building itself. Mo Jingchun withdrew his gaze and walked toward the bus stop ahead. Soon a bus arrived. He got on and left. Aunt Lin Yun. Jiangli answered the call, surprised to find that it was Lin Yun, whom she hadn't contacted in a long time. Jiangli, how's your cold? Lin Yun's familiar and concerned voice came through the phone. It's nothing, Aunt Lin Yun, just a little cold, no need to worry. Jiangli smiled faintly, but her other hand pressed against her abdomen. You need to take care of yourself, okay? It seemed Lin Yun was busy. After a few quick exchanges, she hurriedly hung up. Jiangli put away her phone and set it back on the table. Just then another sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and she sat stiffly in place, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Jiangli took a long time to recover. She shifted her position, sitting back on the edge of the bed by the window, resting her head against the wall. Leaning against the wall corner seemed to provide a sense of security. In her line of sight, aside from a bus leaving from the stop next to the 7th Welfare Institute, everything else was frozen in place. The entrance of the 7th Welfare Institute still stood silently there, with not a soul on the sidewalk, only scattered wilted leaves. The rain has stopped. Ding dong, you have arrived at the final destination. The announcement from the bus display device signaled the end of the journey. Mo Jingchun withdrew his right hand that had been propping up his chin, brushed off his clothes, stood up from the back seat, and exited the bus. The ground outside was damp, and every step he took produced a splashing sound. Mo Jingchun looked around to ascertain his direction. After getting off the bus, he chose to turn left and walk towards a walled area in the distance. After about 10 minutes, Mo Jingchun finally reached his ultimate destination. Before him stood a solemn and dignified place, the final resting ground for many heavy with sorrow. Qingping Cemetery. Mo Jingchun's throat moved slightly, as if feeling somewhat tense. The main entrance of Qingping Cemetery featured a large gate, with a security booth nearby, while other staff members were inside, tending to the graves. Mo Jingchun approached the security booth beside Qingping Cemetery, explained his situation, and after filling out the necessary information, the guard opened a side door to let him in. The atmosphere within the cemetery felt oppressive. Mo Jingchun hardly encountered anyone on the paths. Due to the rain, the cemetery paths were all wet, and with the trees scattered throughout the humidity was heavier, filling the air with a mingled scent of earth and leaves. Mo Jingshun had not yet entered the cemetery. He continued walking forward, but noticed a black car out of the corner of his eye. His gaze darkened. He recognized the vehicle as his father Mo Zu's car. What is this? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mo Jingshun's mouth. Is this a tacit understanding between father and son, or does he still harbor guilt? He stood still for a long time, his tall figure resembling a silent statue. Finally, he moved again, traversing the winding path ahead until he reached the western side of the cemetery, arriving at a row of graves that ascended. Mo Jingshun did not rush forward, but stopped at the corner in front of this row of tombstones. He leaned against the concrete pillar, unconcerned about the residual moisture on it. Standing before the row of tombstones to the west was a man dressed in a black suit, his hair slightly graying. That was Mo Jingshun's father Mo Su, standing alone before a tombstone. Mo Jingshun did not know when he had arrived, nor did he care when he would leave. He merely kept a cold expression, avoiding an encounter with his father. After about 5 minutes, Mo Su stepped back from the tombstone and descended the nearby steps, while Mo Jingshun had already hidden to the side. Just like the impression he had of his father, once he set his mind on something, he would not look back. Just as now, having just completed the ritual for his wife, he left without a single glance back. Mo Jingshun watched as Mo Su left, gradually disappearing from his sight. Mo Jingshun stood up, grasping the nearby concrete pillar, and walked back towards the rows of tombstones, coming to the extended steps at the far side, stopping at the 7th row. He descended the steps to the third-to-last tombstone, which was where his father Mo Su had just stood. Yang Shui, this was the name of Mo Jingshun's mother. Mo Jingshun's expression dimmed as he gazed at the photo of his mother hanging on the tombstone. She smiled gently, just as she had when she left. Mo Jingshun inherited his mother's peach blossom eyes. He remembered her as always being beautiful and gentle. His mother's health had been poor, something he had known since he was very young. Every time she fell ill, she would comfort him, who was frightened, enduring the pain, while smiling and assuring him that she... Gradually, memories surged to the forefront of his mind. Mom, what's wrong? The young Mo Jingshun asked. Fine, dear, his mother in his memory smiled gently. A little monster has entered mommy's body, and am trying... Really? The young Mo Jingshun countered, shaking his head and hugging his mother tightly. Where are the little monsters? I want to help mommy defeat them. Silly child. His mother in his memory did not say more, but simply embraced the young Mo Jingshun. Perhaps she had long known that today's outcome would come. Despite the sorrow, she still had to pretend to be strong, enduring the pain, while striving to maintain her gentleness. Mo Jingshun took a deep breath, his eyelids trembling. The more he recalled these past events, the more he could feel the pain he had experienced. People often say that time can heal all wounds, but some people and things, even after being washed away by the river of time for so long, remain forever fresh, bringing back memories at certain moments in the future, allowing you to feel the same emotions once again. Mo Jingshun lowered his head, no longer looking at the photo of his mother on the tombstone, and noticed a fresh bouquet of flowers placed on the stone platform below. There was no doubt that these flowers had just been placed by his father Mo Su. Had it been before, Mo Jingshun would have been unable to recognize the name of the flowers before him, but coincidentally, he had become acquainted with this bunch of flowers at the Xingyue flower shop a month and a half ago. It was a bouquet of white bellflowers. Mo Jingshun stared at the flowers in his hand for a long time, the pale pink petals seeming to penetrate deeply into his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the nearby steps. Mo Jingshun set down the bellflowers and turned his head to look over. Aunt Lin, he recognized the person before him and called out to her. Lin Yun nodded, holding a bouquet of carnations as she approached the tombstone and placed the flowers beside the bell. Aunt Lin. Mo Jingshun's throat felt as if it were choked. It had been a long time since he had seen Lin Yun, and now encountering her in front of his mother's tombstone, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yun, however, did not seem to mind. After placing the green carnations, her tone became more relaxed. Xiao Chun, it's been a long time. How have you and Xiao Ling been lately? I've been doing well with Mo Ling, Aunt Lin. Mo Jingshun paused slightly before replying. Lin Yun took a deep breath. At the tomb of her best friend, she felt somewhat breathless. She recalled that it had been a long time since she had visited Yang Shui, reminiscing about the two of them in their youth. I'll take you back later, Lin Yun said. After a moment of silence, I drove here, so I'll wait for you outside. Soon, with Lin Yun's departure, he was once again left alone. Mo Jingshun gently caressed the photo of his mother on the tombstone, slowly closing his eyes, recalling the words she had said when she left. Jingshun, find someone gentle who will love you like I do. You will surely be happy. No, I only want my mom. Don't worry, the mother in his memory said with tears in her eyes. Mom will turn into a star in the sky and be with you. You must find that person who makes your heart flutter, that makes you change, that you will never forget. Why? The young Mo Jingshun did not understand what kind of person is that. His mother smiled again, her smile gentle. That will be a special person. A special person. Mo Jingshun opened his eyes, a small tear silently falling. The surroundings of the cemetery were quiet, and the air after the rain was crisp, carrying a hint of coolness. Standing before the cemetery, Mo Jingchun hoarsely murmured, Jiang Li, she is not a shadow. She is the special person. The exam has ended. Put down your pens, and the students in the first row should collect their answer sheets. With the ringing of the final bell for the last exam of the first semester for the third-year students, the long-awaited winter vacation has finally arrived after 4 grueling months. Jiang Li placed her answer sheet in the upper left corner and neatly packed away the 2 black pens and the pencil she had brought, putting them into her pencil case. A male student came to collect the answer sheets and quietly glanced at Jiang Li as he approached her. Jiang Li was wearing the winter uniform issued by the school, which was still in blue and white, but unlike those around her, Jiang Li seemed to wear less, making her appear quite slender. Jiang Li's originally fair cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold weather, adding a touch of liveliness and charm that made her exceptionally enchanting. The male student lingered for a few seconds, indulging in his gaze before reluctantly collecting Jiang Li's answer sheet and placing it on the podium. As he eagerly packed his belongings and turned his gaze back to the rear seats, he found that Jiang Li had already vanished from her previous spot. The examination room was chaotic, and everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they squeezed towards the exit with the crowd. The boy's expression turned dejected as he looked out the window, where a sea of people filled the area, making it impossible to find Jiang Li's figure. A puff of white breath escaped his lips. Jiang Li arrived at the corridor connecting the buildings, which was spacious. Although many people were passing by, it did not feel crowded. She leaned against a pillar near the corner, gazing at the expanse of white snow below with a calm expression. Today is February 2nd, and it has started to snow in Hangzhou. The same snow, yet in a different place with different people. Suddenly a ripple appeared in Jiang Li's previously calm eyes, as if snowflakes had fallen into her gaze, or like dark red maple leaves long buried were being stirred once more. Standing downstairs, Mo Jingchun held his pencil case in his left hand and waved at Jiang Li, who was on the Mo Jingchun was tall with long legs, and the winter uniform of Hangzhou Third High School, which was quite bulky, fit him, while making him look neither awkward nor unkempt. In addition, unlike those around him, he wore a slightly faded red scarf around his neck. The scarf was thick, seemingly made of cotton, with some mottled marks that suggested it had been worn for a long time. The crowd around them became blurred, leaving only a red trace on the pure white ground along with Mo Jingchun's smiling face. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile like a bellflower blooming in winter. Mo Jingchun downstairs nodded at her and dove back into the less crowded crowd heading upstairs. Jiang Li also left her previous position and turned towards classroom 407, as they still had a cleanup session to conduct after the final exam. After the cleanup session, they would hold a class meeting before officially starting their winter vacation. Why didn't you wait for me? Mo Jingchun asked Jiang Li with a dissatisfied expression as he sat back in his seat. Wasn't I waiting for you? Jiang Li feigned surprise, pointing to her own seat. I was waiting for you in the classroom. So I no need to say more, it was a wrong investment, Mo Jingchun said with a sorrowful look, turning his head. Seeing her joke succeed, Jiang Li smiled brightly and playfully nudged him. Are you angry? No, Mo Jingchun immediately retorted. Jiang Li's smile was captivating, especially since she was only smiling at Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun turned back and found himself unable to help but relax at Jiang Li's cheerful smile. After more than 4 months together, their relationship had grown much closer. Let's not just sit around, Jiang Li said, putting away her smile and looking at teacher Lu, who was assigning tasks for the cleanup. Let's go help out together. Mo Jingchun nodded. After a long session of tidying up, they finally managed to finish the cleanup and class. Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun stood at the school gate, finally waiting for the tardy Su Fan and Mo Ling. As soon as they met, Mo Ling rushed into Jiang Li's embrace, wrapping her gloved hands around Jiang Li's slender waist, lowering her head to nuzzle against Jiang Li's chin and collarbone. What kind of look is that? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, pointing at the white-haired Mo Jingchun and saying, buddy, you're... Mo Jingchun approached Su Fan with a straight face, tightly gripping his shoulder. You really know how to talk, my friend. So I wish you to die under your father's belt. You will be disappointed, Su Fan said smugly. This time I will definitely perform exceptionally and score a solid 6. Die you. Mo Jingchun yelled, shaking the snowflakes off his head and rubbing his face against Su Fan's clothes. Don't rub your snot on me. Su Fan's delicate face was instantly filled with horror as he tried to push Mo Jingchun away with all his might. Haha, Jiang Li, look at those two, Mo Ling said, without hesitation, pointing with her gloved hand and starting to laugh. Jiang Li smiled, but did not speak, simply smiling quietly. All right, Su Fan finally pushed Mo Jingchun away. He glanced around somewhat disgusted as he patted himself. My lifetime reputation has been ruined by you. However, 2 girls passing by covered their mouths and giggled at Su Fan hurriedly walking past him. Su Fan clutched his chest. Ruined, really ruined. Enough. Mo Ling stepped forward and kicked Su Fan's. But what do you mean ruined? How did the demon lord become a clown? He always was, Mo Jingchun added without hesitation. All right, Su Fan pointed at Mo Ling and Mo Jingchun. You 2 siblings are teaming up to bully me, right? What? Do you have a problem? Keep it to yourself, Mo Jingchun said proudly. You. Jiang Li, help me judge, they are bullying me. Jiang Li pretended to be very aggrieved, clutching Jiang Li's arm and hiding behind her. Bishop, don't be too Mo Ling's aggressive demeanor intensified as she looked at her brother, reprimanding him. How come you're still acting like this at your age? Mo Jingshun squinted his eyes, staring directly at his sister. So you understand a lot, huh? The bloodline suppression made Mo Ling shiver. She awkwardly laughed once before quickly running behind Jiang Li, grabbing her other armed servants of the Holy Library. Stop him, the bishop is about to turn dark. Su Fan and Mo Ling both hid behind Jiang Li together, while Mo Jingshun stood opposite them. Snowflakes fell silently on Jiang Li's dark hair, making it appear white, yet she continued to smile at Mo Jingshun across from her. Mo Jingshun cleared his threatening expression. He too had snow-dusted hair, and their gazes met, colliding gently but intensely. Snow fell quietly, and the hair of the four friends turned white with snow. They were good friends, and would continue to be so in the future. Time moved forward. The snow continued to fall. So what are we doing now? Mo Jingshun sighed with a wry smile. Xu Fan, seeing this situation, released his grip on Jiang Li's arm and stood up straight. Mo Ling hid behind Jiang Li, noticing that the three people in front were not paying attention to her. She pressed her pink lips together, her heart racing, and quickly slipped what she was holding into Jiang Li's pocket. Jiang Li patted her hair, shaking off the snow on top, not paying it any mind. Ah, Mo Ling suddenly laughed awkwardly. I think we should head out first. Most of the people from the third class have already left, and it's just a few of us still here. Reminded by Mo Ling, the others also reacted. Many people had already left when Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun were waiting at the beginning. After the ruckus, most of the students in the large third class had already departed. As noon approached, everyone's stomachs started to grumble, so they quickly agreed to go fill their bellies. Cough cough, Mo Jingshun choked on a chili pepper, and Jiang Li, sitting beside him, handed him a glass of water. Mo Jingshun took the water, gulping it down in 2 swigs, then turned his gaze to the 2 people across from him. Speaking of which, what are you 2 dawdling about? You've made Jiang Li and me wait so long. This isn't my fault, Su Fan said, feeling a bit aggrieved as he pushed some noodles around, casting a resentful glance at Mo Ling, who was furiously focused on her meal. Haha, let's not bring up the past. Isn't it said that one shouldn't speak while eating? Let's just hurry up and eat, shall we? Mo Ling, unable to withstand Su Fan's pitiful gaze, awkwardly raised her head to say. Mo Jingshun, speechless, pinched his brow. Mo Ling, you haven't brought along your junk again, have you? What junk? Mo Ling protested, lifting her cotton coat to reveal a down jacket that was supposed to be pink. These are the spoils of my victories as the Knight of the Holy Library's Wheel of Endings. They are my distinguished medals. The pink down jacket was adorned with various colorful metal ornaments which piled heavily together, causing Mo Ling to take so long. You're still so proud, Mo Jingshun said mercilessly. You better throw them all away later. No. Mo Ling's expression fell, becoming aggrieved. Sister Jiang Li, you must control him. Oh. Suddenly called out. Jiang Li felt a bit flustered. She instinctively grabbed her hair behind her for comfort and assured, don't worry, your brother won't throw away your medals. That may not be the case. Just as Mo Ling's expression relaxed, Mo Jingshun spoke darkly. You all stop talking, slurping. Him slurping, the most miserable one here. Su Fan interjected while eating his noodles. For a moment, the fast food restaurant, steaming with white heat, became lively. The owner in the window shook his head and smiled at the noisy 4 outside, thinking about today's youth. The restaurant was warm, but Mo Jingshun still wore his old red scarf, not taking it off, even while eating. Let's go check out Westlake. It just snowed this year. Do you remember what it looked like when it snowed at Westlake? Mo Ling hurriedly changed the subject, not allowing her brother to discuss whether to throw away her medals any longer. Westlake. Mo Jingshun stroked his chin. I wonder if it might be a bit. His words trailed off as he turned slightly, catching a glimpse of Jiang Li beside him. At that moment, Jiang Li was smiling at Mo Ling, continually assuring her that she would stop her brother's actions. By the way, Jiang Li isn't from Hangzhou. Oh, she probably hasn't been to Westlake, right? Mo Jingshun thought to himself. Wow, this bowl of noodles really smells good. Su Fan dropped his chopsticks, slapped the table, also interrupting Mo Jingshun's thoughts. Forget it, since we don't know what to do this afternoon, let's just go to Westlake. Mo Jingshun resolved in his heart. Alright, let's head to Westlake soon. Westlake. Su Fan, who had been eating dry noodles the whole time, found a toothpick and stuck it in his mouth. You don't talk, just go settle the bill for me. It's gone bland, now the brotherhood has really faded. Su Fan clutched his chest dramatically. He'll pay. Jiang Li took out a piece of paper, wiped her mouth clean, and pulled out money from her pocket. Since working part-time at the Xingyue flower shop, her financial situation has indeed improved quite a bit. Moreover, she also learned many flower arrangement techniques and the meanings of various flowers. In addition, with Mo Jingshun consistently bringing her breakfast, even though she said it many times, he still wouldn't listen, saving Jiang Li some money. No. Su Fan patted his chest, raising his handsome face. How can we gentlemen let a lady like you pay? Gender equality, Jiang Li insisted. This. Su Fan hesitated for a moment before finally sitting back in his original position. Jiang Li was very satisfied. After paying, the 4 of them tidied up and headed toward Westlake. Winter in Hangzhou is a random affair when it comes to snow, but it has snowed almost every day lately. The tall city buildings are covered with a layer of white, adding a touch of chill to the city. The four of them chattered and got off the bus, finally arriving at the shores of Westlake. Here many locals from Hangzhou had gathered. Some elderly people wore earmuffs, steaming their breaths as they chatted animatedly with those nearby. By the white stone railing across, an old man was playing the eru, its melodious sound seemingly carrying across. As it was close to the spring festival, there were naturally no signs of tourists. Usually this place is always crowded, but Westlake has welcomed a bit of tranquility in this snowy winter. Although Westlake at this moment did not have the tender caress of willow branches on the water's surface as in summer, it possessed a point of coldness and nobility from the frozen lake. Of course, these observations were from Jiang Li's perspective, as it was her first time beside Westlake. The other three, already tired of it, did not share Jiang Li's initial amazement. Yet with friends around, everyone was still in high spirits. Fishing alone in the cold river snow, Jiang Li gazed at the distant Leifeng pagoda, unconsciously uttering this phrase. Let's go, Jiang Li. Mo Jingchuan, who had been drenched in snow, met Jiang Li's eyes and smiled broadly. Let's explore around here. Jiang Li nodded in agreement, her nose turning red from the cold. Mo Jingchuan's eyelids twitched, and he took off the red scarf around his neck, tying it around Jiang Li's. No need, Jiang Li said, pulling at the red scarf that Mo Jingchuan had tied around her neck. I'm not cold. Why are you still so stubborn? Mo Jingchuan smiled softly, reaching out to pinch Jiang Li's reddened nose. It's going to freeze off. Perhaps the gesture was too intimate, or maybe the weather was indeed very cold, causing Jiang Li's mind to momentarily falter. She froze for a moment, taken aback, and after a while she forcefully pushed Mo Jingchuan away. You? Holy Library's attendant, you two come over here quickly. What are you waiting for? Mo Ling's voice came from a distance. Jiang Li lowered her head and jogged towards the direction of Mo Ling. Mo Jingchuan remained where she was, her peach blossom eyes reflecting Jiang Li's fleeing figure. Sister Jiang Li. Mo Ling as usual rushed to hug one of Jiang Li's arms upon seeing her and started to act. Mo Ling's adorable face was filled with confidence, and there was a hint of something incomprehensible in her always clear eyes. Mo Ling blinked, her face brimming with smiles. Holy Library's attendant, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, Mo Ling said. What? Jiang Li reached out to touch her own nose, appearing unfamiliar with such intimate gestures. If you've triggered a hidden quest. If you succeed, you'll become the head of the Holy Library. Mo Ling looked quite pleased, even closing her eyes. Jiang Li misunderstood Mo Ling's meaning, thinking she was joking, and smiled back, saying, What hidden quest? So you mean you've accepted this hidden quest then? Mo Ling opened one eye, secretly glancing at the red scarf around Jiang Li's neck. Alright, I accept it, Jiang Li said, with a lock of hair falling over her right cheek, smiling gently like the west. Dude, what are you grinning about? Have you lost it? Su Fan had approached Mo Jingchuan unknowingly and nudged. Nothing, Mo Jingchuan replied, putting away his smile and focusing on Su Fan. Let's go over to TSK tisk tisk. Su Fan looked at his good buddy, who wasn't insulting him or making any gestures, feeling a bit emotional. Is this the change that comes with falling in love? Su Fan thought, while turning to look at Jiang Li and Mo Ling not far away. As his gaze focused, it finally landed on Mo Ling. If I want change. In broad daylight, the two walked side by side, heading towards the enchanting figure in the distance. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the day before New Year's Eve, Jiang Li received a call from Mo Ling. Are you saying that the key was placed in my pocket by you? Jiang Li held the phone, frowning as her gaze fixated on the key lying on her desk. That's right, it was me. Holy Library's attendant, do you remember the hidden quest I mentioned? I do remember. Jiang Li's tone was somewhat slow. So you really have a hidden quest? Of course. Mo Ling's voice on the other end rose. As the Holy Grace, Celestial Radiance's final wheel knight, I never lie. Jiang Li seemed to recall something, furrowing her brows as she turned to look at the old red scarf hanging at her. After her visit to Westlake, she had initially planned to return it to Mo Jingchuan, but the latter had seized the opportunity to slip away without her noticing. Jiang Li looked at the key on the desk again, which she had found in her pocket when she returned home. Was there a connection between these two things? So the strange light in Mo Ling's eyes back then was because of this so-called hidden quest. Jiang Li felt somewhat helpless, realizing that she shouldn't have casually agreed back then. Who knew Mo Ling was serious? He listened closely to my story. Mo Ling, having succeeded, laughed on the other end of the line, explaining the so-called hidden quest to Jiang Li. Isn't this inappropriate? Jiang Li showed a troubled expression. You want me to find him, but it's already nighttime. Isn't that a bit? No way, Sister Jiang Li. Mo Ling assured her on the other end that when she saw the red scarf around Jiang Li's neck by Westlake, she understood that perhaps only Jiang Li could comfort her now. Jiang Li lightly bit her pale lips. Okay, I'll go. Thank you so much, Holy Library's attendant. I'm looking forward to your successful upgrade. Mo Ling's cheerful voice came through the phone. Jiang Li nodded with some difficulty as she hung up. You want me to find him? Jiang Li gazed at the red scarf, which was made of thick material and felt comforting around her neck. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li put on her shoes, grabbed the key that Mo Ling had given her, and as she opened the door to step out, she hesitated for a moment, while looking at the red scarf hanging above, but eventually took it down and wrapped it around her neck. Zhongli stepped out the door heading towards the direction Mo Ling had mentioned. At the same time on the other side of the city, Mo Ling put down the phone. Her cute face that had just been filled with joy a second ago turned melancholic as soon as the call ended. Mo Ling sniffed twice, pulling open the closed curtains to let the light from outside flood into the room. Outside snowflakes were falling, and as New Year's Eve approached, the snowfall intensified. They fell like autumn leaves, or like white butterflies dancing gracefully. Mo Ling rarely displayed such a sorrowful expression, and for the most part, she was that cute, optimistic girl with an air of teenage naivety. However, on this special day, just like her brother, she found herself drowning in distant childhood memories, recalling the day their mother passed away. Perhaps due to her young age at the time, her impression of her mother was not very deep, so, on the anniversary of her mother's passing, her reaction wasn't as strong as her brother's. Sister Zhongli, please. Mo Ling stared blankly at the falling snow outside, her reddened eyes looking particularly heart-wrenching. In the old district of Hangzhou, many aging neighborhoods were nestled, most of them without names, simply enclosed by walls forming basic divisions. The snow fell heavily, covering everything, and the vast majority of people had already returned home today, lying in the warmth of their blankets. Mo Jingshun walked alone on the white pavement, easily navigating to one of the apartment buildings, tracing back memories to a place he hadn't visited in over a year. That was his home, or perhaps one could say his former home. The key was inserted into the lock. Click, click. Perhaps this door had not been opened for a long time as the key turned in the lock, producing a rough and aged metallic sound. Mo Jingshun's hand trembled slightly as he pressed down on the doorknob, pushing it down to open the door painted in red. Inside was a dimly lit expanse. Mo Jingshun stood outside the corridor, his right hand lingering on the doorknob, hesitating to step inside. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment, whether it was the memory of his mother's passing or fragments of memories from when he lived here. After a long while, Mo Jingshun finally lifted his foot to step inside his home, turning sideways to close the door. Zizi, the light bulb, having not been used for too long, emitted a crackling sound the moment it was switched on. The vision became bright, revealing a dining table directly in front. To the right, a storage compartment divided the space, housing a somewhat outdated-looking sofa, while facing the sofa was a large-headed LCD television. Next to the sofa was a window facing outside, allowing one to see the snowflakes continuously falling while seated on the sofa. Mo Jingshun withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. On either side were two rooms. He and his sister lived in the room on the left, while their parents occupied the room on the right. Before they became successful, they lived in such a small home. Though they did not live in wealth, they were sufficiently happy. Unfortunately, happiness did not last long. That illness took away his mother's life and led his father to make a decision that Mo Jingshun still could not forgive. Mo Jingshun exhaled a breath of stale air, taking a few steps forward and letting his right hand glide across the tabletop. Mo Jingshun raised his right hand only to find it dust-free. Upon seeing this result, he couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. But as he laughed, his eyes began to redden. Mo Jingshun tilted his head back, inhaling the air within the room. It did not carry a heavy scent of dust, but rather a fresh aroma, indicating that it had been cleaned not long ago. Mo Jingshun certainly knew who had done it aside from him, and Mo Ling. Only their father, Mo Su, could have come here. Mo Jingshun fell silent as he walked into the narrow, short corridor and turned the doorknob on the left. The room was not large, containing a bunk bed that occupied most of the space. Previously, he and Mo Ling would sleep separately, one on the top and the other on the bottom, sharing the same room. Next to the wooden bed was a cabinet which was used to store their clothes. Beside the room were two small tables where they often hid, pretending to do homework, while secretly taking out toys, leaving behind a few traces. Mo Jingshun exited the room and moved to the right. This was the room where his parents lived. The overall layout was not much different from the other room, except for an added balcony. Mo Jingshun turned on the light and looked at the wedding photo hanging on the wall of the room. In the photo were his young parents, smiling happily, as if bliss surrounded them. Mo Jingshun seemed to be touched by this photo, his breath trembling as he let out a deep sigh. Turning off the light, he returned to the old sofa in the living room, clasping his hands on his knees, and fell into a state of silent contemplation. This was the night before New Year's Eve, the day before the most exciting and joyous festival, when his mother passed away, and happiness seemed to vanish that day. Outside, snowflakes fell, blanketing everything in white, reflecting tiny stars as they descended from the... When the snowflakes fell, not even the slightest sound could be heard, just like Mo Jingshun's longing, turbulent, yet silent. The world was quiet, but Mo Jingshun closed his eyes and lowered his head, seemingly trying desperately to capture the sound of the falling snowflakes to validate his longing. Zhongli stood outside the door, exhaling a breath of white mist. Her expression was hesitant, appearing somewhat unprepared to be out there. Mo Ling had not clarified things with her. To be honest, Zhongli did not even know why she had come here. Yet there was an inexplicable impulse in Zhongli's heart, compelling her to agree to Mo Ling and ultimately arrive at this unfamiliar door. Jiang Li wore a beige cotton coat wrapped around her neck was the old red scarf that Imo Jingchun once wore. Jiang Li was very afraid of the cold, so during her journey her lips turned white and her face lost its color, presenting a somewhat sickly beauty. Jiang Li took the key from her pocket, hesitated for a moment before inserting it into the lock, turning it to open the door, and stepped inside. Click. Imo Jingchun, who had been looking down in silence, suddenly heard a faint sound. He raised his head puzzled and looked towards the window beside him. The snow was still falling, but it made no sound. Imo Jingchun realized and turned to look at the door. His constricted pupils suddenly dilated as if he had experienced an emotional roller coaster. At the door stood someone, not Imo Ling or their father Imo Su, but that special person it was. Jiang Li. Jiang Li's face was pale, yet the warmth in her eyes radiated her unique gentleness, her captivating gaze impossible to ignore. Jiang Li stood at the door somewhat at a loss. Imo Jingchun's long eyelashes fluttered as if he had come to an understanding. He focused his gaze on Jiang Li, noticing the red scarf around her neck. Don't just stand there. Imo Jingchun forced a smile, extending his hand to beckon Jiang Li. Come and sit for a while. Jiang Li, unsure of what to do, nodded, obediently closed the door, and slowly walked over to sit next to Imo Jingchun, positioning herself between two sofa cushions. Are you okay? Jiang Li turned her head, asking Imo Jingchun beside her, noticing the expression on his face. I'm fine, just a bit. Imo Jingchun smiled, directing his gaze to the dining table behind Jiang Li. Jiang Li followed his words, probing further. Imo Jingchun felt a sense of unexplainable ease upon seeing Jiang Li. He rubbed his nose. I was afraid you'd laugh at me. How could I? Jiang Li leaned in a bit closer, her expression earnest. I won't laugh at anything you say. Imo Jingchun steadied his emotions, gazing at the earnest Jiang Li, his heart fluttering. After a brief silence, he slowly spoke. I'm hungry. Could you cook me a bowl of noodles? Any kind will do. Just wait a moment. Jiang Li rose and walked towards the kitchen across from her. Imo Jingchun sat on the sofa, watching her figure disappear, blinking his eyes. He was not truly hungry, just nostalgic for the noodles his mother used to make. Longing is indeed silent, but companionship. Suddenly remembering that no one had lived here for a long time, Imo Jingchun stood up from the sofa and quickly stepped into the kitchen. As for Jiang Li, she had just finished arranging the induction cooker on the stove and was now opening the refrigerator beside her. Imo Jingchun didn't have time to speak as an orange-eyed light illuminated Jiang Li's face, revealing that the refrigerator was not empty as he had imagined. Instead, it contained some eggs, noodles, and vegetables. Surprise flashed in Imo Jingchun's eyes as he stood at the kitchen door, shifting to doubt and finally to relief. It seemed that his father Imo Su had guessed that he wouldn't be home tonight, had he prepared these for him in advance. Indeed. Imo Jingchun's gaze shifted as he noticed Jiang Li holding noodles and looking at him. Are you very hungry? Jiang Li set the noodles down, picked up the frying pan, and said, just a moment, it will be ready soon. Imo Jingchun did not deny it. He nodded, no rush. After washing the pan, Jiang Li added an appropriate amount of clean water and adjusted the power on the induction cooker while taking out some chopped green onions from the refrigerator, skillfully slicing them on the cutting board. Given the available ingredients, Jiang Li decided to speed up and make a simple egg drop noodle soup. Imo Jingchun slowly retreated from the kitchen, worried that staying there would disrupt Jiang Li's cooking. Sitting at the dining table in the living room, Imo Jingchun's mind replayed Jiang Li's skilled movements from a few moments ago. It seemed that Jiang Li often cooked, otherwise she wouldn't be able to chop the green onions so quickly and well. Imo Jingchun thought, glancing at the time on his phone, which read 10 o'clock. Wouldn't Jiang Li's parents mind her being out at this hour? Moreover, it was the day before New Year's Eve. Imo Jingchun placed his phone on the table, feeling increasingly curious about Jiang Li's family. Previously, they had not been shy about inquiring where she lived. However, every time they brought it up, Jiang Li would always hesitate and change the subject, as if unwilling to confront the issue directly. Imo Jingchun couldn't understand why Jiang Li always showed signs of nervousness whenever her home was mentioned. Was it because of her family's difficult circumstances leading to her insecurity? Imo Jingchun felt that was not the case. Jiang Li did not seem to be the type to feel inferior due to poverty. She was principled and strong, which suggested there were things about her he did not yet know. What could they be? The more Imo Jingchun thought, the more he felt his understanding of Jiang Li was still quite shallow. This girl who had suddenly entered his world made his heart flutter, but also left him puzzled. The noodles are ready. At that moment, Jiang Li walked out of the kitchen holding a bowl of noodles, interrupting Imo Jingchun's thoughts. Imo Jingchun instinctively looked down and saw a steaming bowl of golden egg drop noodles placed before him. The noodles were evenly spread in the bowl, long and soft, covered with yellow egg drops that were uniform in size and shape, resembling delicate snowflakes, promising a smooth taste. Imo Jingchun glanced at Jiang Li, who noticed his gaze and sat down at the adjacent table, looking a bit nervous. Don't you like egg drop noodles? Imo Jingchun remained silent, simply shaking his head as he picked up his chopsticks and stirred the noodles in the bowl. Around the noodles and egg drops, some green onions added a splash of color, making the dish look even more vibrant. Jiang Li's egg drop noodles were visually stunning, making one's mouth water. Mo Jingshun picked up a bunch of noodles, blew on them for a moment, and then put them in his mouth. The flavor was as delightful as its beautiful appearance at the moment of entry. Mo Jingshun sniffled, feeling a bit sour as he lowered his head, forcefully grabbing the egg drop noodles, disregarding whether they were hot or not, and stuffed them into his mouth. Jiangli watched Mo Jingshun, who was eating with his head down, and instinctively touched the red scarf around her neck. She could sense his low spirits. But Jiangli didn't know what to say. Although she felt some similarities between herself and Mo Jingshun in certain aspects, she clearly understood that they were ultimately different. Like the vast sky cannot understand the silent earth, like the chirping summer cannot understand the quiet winter, like the stars and the bright moon, they were like the two people at this moment. Jiang Li's pale lips pressed tightly together, her right hand instinctively sliding down to grasp the peace buckle at her chest. The red scarf on Jiang Li stood out especially against her earlier pale face, creating a striking contrast. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Jingshun ate too quickly and accidentally choked. Seeing this, Jiang Li hurriedly reached out to pat his back. Puff. Mo Jingshun's eyes turned red as he raised his head, taking a deep breath. He stared at Jiang Li in front of him and suddenly grabbed her hand, which was retracting from his back. Jiang Li widened her beautiful black eyes in surprise, not expecting Mo Jingshun to suddenly grasp her hand. Mo Jingshun held Jiang Li's soft, cold little hand tightly, his large hand gripping it firmly. Mo Jingshun looked at the red scarf around Jiang Li's neck, the one his mother had knitted for him. Perhaps his mother was aware that her time was short, so she knitted the scarf very long and wide, saving it for when Mo Jingshun grew up, which also indirectly caused the scarf to appear quite worn. Mo Jingshun gazed at Jiang Li, and she was also looking at him. Both of their gazes were urgent, seeking to find some clues in each other's eyes to discern their inner thoughts. Jiang Li's dark eyes resembled a bottomless pool, hiding many secrets that Mo Jingshun could not. But one thing was undeniable: her deep black eyes had an alluring quality that drew one in at first glance, making it impossible to look away. Her gaze carried tenderness and sorrow, and Mo Jingshun felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Jiang Li quickly extended her other hand to support his chest, halting his approach. Between them lay a bowl of steaming egg drop noodles. Jiang Li looked a bit flustered, having tried several times, but unable to retract her hand due to the disparity in strength. Mo Jingshun's eyes curved into a smile as he lightly laughed and released Jiang Li's hand. You? Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, two transparent tears dropped from the corner of Mo Jingshun's eye, landing on her hand, which she had not yet retracted. Don't be startled, Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li softly called out to Mo Jingshun, puzzled as to why he suddenly started crying when she had done nothing. After a brief silence, Mo Jingshun pressed his right hand against his forehead, shielding his eyes, making it impossible for Jiang Li to see his expression. Did Mo Ling send you? Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before nodding. Haha, she really did. Mo Jingshun vigorously wiped away the tears that had accidentally fallen from the corner of his eyes with his ring and little fingers. He lowered his hand, his bangs drooping over his eyebrows, parting into two sides, his eyes red, but still smiling. Jiang Li subconsciously tightened her grip on the piece pendant at her chest, not knowing why, but looking at Mo Jingshun like this reminded her of her past self. Was her former self also like this? Her heart was breaking, yet she had to pretend to be strong, afraid of showing her weakness to others. A vague sense of heaviness crept into her chest. Jiang Li sensed the change in her emotions, but still couldn't control them. Today is my mother's Memorial Day. What? Jiang Li's pupils constricted in shock, realizing that the comfort Mo Ling had mentioned was, haha. Mo Jingshun smiled, yet to Jiang Li that smile was filled with bitterness. She probably didn't tell you, did she? No wonder you came here. Jiang Li shook her head. It's okay. You should go back. Mo Jingshun leaned back in his chair, putting on a facade of ease. I'm fine now. Thank you for coming, and for the bowl of noodles. I will remember today. Then you. Jiang Li's expression hesitated. To be fair, she had never seen Mo Jingshun like this. In her memory, he always acted carefree and indifferent, rarely showing such emotion. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Mo Jingshun continued to smile. I'm very open-hearted. You should hurry back. Don't let your family worry. You're just a young girl, but don't stay out all night. Mo Jingshun's words seemed to strike directly at Jiang Li's heart. She couldn't find the words, only silently stood up from her previous seat and glanced deeply at Mo Jingshun. Are you really okay? A shadow of gray flashed in Mo Jingshun's eyes. I'm fine. Jiang Li stood up, now just a few steps away from the door. Who? After taking a deep breath, Jiang Li turned the doorknob, stepping outside, leaving behind the home that held all of Mo Jingshun's childhood memories. At the moment the door closed with a click, Mo Jingshun felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing weakly in his chair, unable to even lift his hands. Tears began to flow, blurring Mo Jingshun's vision, while the half-eaten egg noodle bowl on the table became. Everyone has something fragile within their hearts, regardless of what kind of person they are, how strong they appear, or how Moreover, one must know that even the hardest stone has a heart, let alone a human. Mo Jingshun actually didn't want to cry. First, he had promised his mother to be strong, and second, it felt unmanly for a boy to cry. But Imo Jingchun couldn't control himself. That bowl of noodles reminded him of a familiar taste. It was a flavor from long ago so distant that even reminiscing about it felt hazy. As the saying goes, seeing familiar sights brings to mind old friends. Imo Jingchun closed his eyes, tears slowly sliding down his cheeks, reaching his jawline. His longing had been long-standing, his sadness came suddenly, and his crying was silent. The room was very quiet. The white light of the bulb flickered slightly, as if there was still some contact issue. After a long time, perhaps just a moment, Imo Jingchun finally moved slightly, his raspy voice breaking the silence. I really am so cowardly. At this moment, Jiang Li was standing at the door, her expression filled with struggle. The night wind and snow were stronger than when she had arrived. Jiang Li's frail figure stood at the staircase, appearing extremely vulnerable, as if just a flake of snow could break her. Jiang Li bit her lower lip, releasing it only when it turned slightly red. Her right hand clutched the piece pendant at her chest, as if trying to draw some warmth. Jiang Li walked down the stairs step by step, without looking back. The architectural style of the buildings in the community was basically the same. In the corner of each staircase, apart from the cement walls, there was a large hollow space that did not completely enclose the building, allowing the outside wind to blow into the corridor. At this moment, Jiang Li had descended one flight of stairs. She stood at the corner of the staircase, watching the snow and wind blowing in from outside. The outside was a vast expanse of pasture, while the inside corridor was mottled and worn like an elderly person nearing the end of their days. In this scene, Jiang Li couldn't help but be moved, recalling the snow from years ago. That day the snow fell quietly. Perhaps it had already stopped when she left, leaving only the bright moon in the sky. Today's snow fell incessantly, as if wanting to bury every passerby and every lonely heart. The pain from that night still lingered deeply in her heart. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, holding onto the railing, pressing the piece pendant against her chest. Jiang Li's heart ached so much so that she wished for a miracle to happen that day. Unfortunately, miracles like happiness are elusive. Jiang Li recalled the urging gaze of Imo Jingchun when he had told her to leave. She was all too familiar. Jiang Li slowly loosened her fist, releasing her heart. A thin layer of cold sweat surfaced on her forehead, but her almond-shaped black eyes became resolute. She turned around and walked back up the stairs. Unlike her earlier hesitation, this time Jiang Li's steps were remarkably firm. Perhaps miracles truly are ethereal. Perhaps happiness is also simply non-existent. But so what? Jiang Li thought. Maybe it was empathy, or perhaps to grant her past self a miracle. She took out the key from her pocket, inserted it into the lock once more, and turned the door open. In her sight, Imo Jingchun was slumped in the chair, exuding a sense of despondency, unaware that someone had entered. Jiang Li gently closed the door, removing her scarf from around her neck. He was actually very lonely, and so was she. Jiang Li approached Imo Jingchun from behind and softly placed the scarf around his neck. You? The moment Imo Jingchun saw Jiang Li, his eyes were filled with shock. Why are you back again? Of course I have to come back. Jiang Li ignored the mess on Imo Jingchun's face, her expression very serious as she spoke each word clearly. I am your friend and will never leave you behind. Imo Jingchun's expression froze for a moment, then slowly broke into a smile, one so gentle and slow, as if the most beautiful thing in the world stood before him. Imo Jingchun stood up from his seat and embraced Jiang Li, the red scarf entwined between them, as if it had transformed into an invisible thread. Beep, beep, beep. The phone on the table emitted a notification sound. It was already midnight. Lunar December 30th, New Year's Eve. On the night of New Year's Eve, in the lavishly decorated living room of the Imo family, Imo Jingchun, his sister Imo Ling, and their father Imo Su were sitting at the dining table enjoying their dinner. The villa, which appeared both luxurious and elegant, had a layout somewhat similar to a typical apartment, with a large LCD TV placed on the other side of the dining table, playing the opening ceremony of the Spring Festival Gala. After dinner, they could sit comfortably on the soft sofa and gather together as a family to watch this year's gala. However, the atmosphere among the three at the dining table seemed far from the joyous ambience typical of other families. On the contrary, there was a hint of gloom. Imo Jingchun's father, Imo Su, sat steadily at the main seat of the dining table, wearing a very ordinary black shirt. With the heating on, the indoor temperature was much warmer than outside, so there was no need for thick clothing. He had a well-defined face with a high nose and prominent brow bones, but the brow ridge appeared slightly fractured, giving him the look of a handsome middle-aged man, though his graying hair and the beard at the corners of his mouth added a touch of age. Sitting to his left, Imo Jingchun and Imo Ling shared similar mouth and nose features with Imo Su. Perhaps due to his strong presence as a father, Imo Su remained silent, and both Imo Jingchun and Imo Ling also kept their mouths shut, quietly eating their meal. The dining table was filled with 12 steaming dishes, looking quite tempting. What should have been a joyous reunion dinner was met with silence as they ate as if they were strangers brought together. Dad, Imo Ling uncharacteristically set aside her usual childishness, raised a cup of tea with a smile, and said Happy New Year's Eve. Imo Su nodded, his response very plain. Mo Ling had grown accustomed to her father's bland replies, whether at the company or at home. He always seemed so indifferent, and she had never seen his emotions fluctuate. Sometimes Mo Ling really felt that her father was less like a person and more like a piece of wood. Mo Jingshun did not speak or wish Mo Su a happy New Year's Eve. It seemed there was a conflict between father and son, an invisible barrier forming between them. After quickly finishing his meal, Mo Jingshun was the first to leave the first floor, heading upstairs without looking. Seeing that only she and her father were left on the vast first floor, Mo Ling quickly finished her dinner, said goodbye to her father, and ran upstairs. At this moment, only Mo Su remained on the first floor. Faced with the hurried departures of his children, Mo Zu's weathered face did not show much reaction. He merely gazed at the dishes on the table, instinctively turning his head to look at the Spring Festival Gala playing on the TV opposite him, his eyes slightly drooping. "Brother, why are you running so fast?" After reaching the second floor, Mo Ling looked with some dissatisfaction at Mo Jingchuan, who was standing outside on the balcony. On a protruding balcony on the second floor, Mo Jingchun had put on a thick coat, again standing amidst the fallings. Mo Ling wore only 2 layers of clothing, so she leaned against the glass window on the balcony, sitting on a wall-mounted sofa, chatting with her brother through the glass. "Brother." Mo Ling looked at her brother with a concerned expression, as if caring for a child with a mental disability. "It's warm inside, yet you choose to stand out here in the cold. Are you alright?" Knock knock knock. Mo Jingshun tapped the glass, separating them with his finger, displaying a look of dissatisfaction. "You've really improved, Mo Ling, and now you can lecture your brother." "Of course," Mo Ling insisted. "Your behavior is just as foolish as that of an evil overlord." "Humph." Mo Jingshun wore a disdainful expression, his hands in the pockets of his winter coat. "Su Fan may be foolish, but he's still better than you. As for me, I'm the smartest among you all." Who said that? Where did that wild ranking come from? "I, the Knight of the Holy Grace, am not the dumbest." Mo Ling was a bit flustered by her brother's words. Her previous relaxed posture on the sofa transformed into a half-kneeling position as she propped herself up. Her pretty little face flushed. Mo Ling hurriedly said, "You're not the smartest. The head of the Holy Library is the smartest." "Are you referring to Jiangli?" Mo Jingxuan, already familiar with his sister's speaking style, instantly knew who she was talking about. "Yes." Mo Ling lifted her chin, trying to project an air of pride by flaring her nostrils at Mo Jingxuan did not immediately refute her, but instead rubbed his chin, which had just begun to sprout stubble, and feigned deep thought. "All right, then I'll reluctantly admit that I'm not the smartest." "Humph, good to know." Mo Ling became proud, her adorable face filled with cunning. "But the title of the lowest IQ should undoubtedly belong to you." Mo Jingshun did not let his sister revel in her victory for long, and mercilessly suppressed her. "As your brother, I'm quite worried about your future. I hope you won't be fooled by some little rascal down the line." "What are you talking about?" Mo Ling felt a bit shy, her fair hands touching her slightly flushed cheeks. I am the Knight of the Holy Grace." Got it. Mo Jingshun smiled. "I know you are someone destined to save the world, and worldly emotions have nothing to do with you, right?" "That's more like it," Mo Ling stammered. Mo Jingshun's expression suddenly became serious and his voice lowered. "What kind of person do you think Zhongli is?" "You mean the head of the Holy Library?" Mo Ling nodded after hearing her brother's question. "Sister Zhongli is a really nice person." "A nice person?" Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "I can't quite explain it. I just feel that Sister Zhongli is great. Being with her gives me a sense of security and comfort." Mo Ling collapsed onto the sofa, giving up on formulating her thoughts. "She is both gentle and respectful to others. More importantly, she is the head of the Holy Library, which will be a tremendous help for me in my future quest to save the world." As Mo Ling spoke, she suddenly veered off onto a strange tangent. Mo Jingshun pursed his lips, no longer paying attention to his sister, and looked up at the night sky outside the window. Due to the snowfall, the stars were completely obscured, and even the moon was nowhere to be found. Mo Jingshun smiled, took out his phone, and quickly typed out a message. Meanwhile, in room 301 of the 7th Welfare Institute, Jiang Li had simply boiled a plate of dumplings for her New Year's Eve dinner. Now she was lying in bed, wrapped tightly in her blanket, watching the Spring Festival Gala on her phone. Jiang Li's long eyelashes fluttered as a message popped up. One sent by Mo Jingshun. The message was simple, containing just 5 words. Jiang Li exited the background and entered the chat interface. "Happy New Year's Eve." Jiang Li licked her dry lips, scrolling her fingers up and down. "Same to you." After sending the message, Jiang Li switched back to the background and returned to the live broadcast of the gala. This was her first New Year's Eve spent alone, yet it didn't seem as desolate as she had imagined. Because she had friends, Jiang Li smiled and opened WeChat once again, where the group chat for the beggar gang was in an uproar. On New Year's Eve, keeping vigil, good night. As the sun and moon revolve, spring departs and autumn arrives. Time quietly slips through the tightened fingers like a dream or an illusion, while the years pass by like a galloping horse. Unconsciously, the once youthful smile has vanished in the long river of time, replaced by a mature visage and determined gaze. The college entrance examination is drawing ever closer. The sun follows its trajectory in the sky, seemingly witnessing the fleeting moments and the changing seasons. It is an ordinary summer night, yet the pervasive tension in the air suggests that this evening is anything but ordinary. Mo Jingchun brushes his bangs aside, gazing straight ahead where a countdown of just 12 days remains until the examination appears in his line of sight. Time passes swiftly to the point where Mo Jingchun has not even realized he has become a legal adult, so swiftly that he has not had time to react, as his high school life seems poised to come to an end so swiftly that he has known Jiang Li for a full year, yet the scene of their first encounter feels like it was just yesterday. It was a vibrant morning, the sun shining just right, when the 17-year-old them met here, youthful and naive. Two solitary hearts, both flawed, drew near for the first time. Two pairs of differently colored eyes collided for the first time, painting the memory of that ordinary afternoon. Mo Jingchun withdrew his gaze from the blackboard and turned it towards Jiang Li beside him. Jiang Li wore the summer uniform of the third high school, revealing her fair arms and beautiful profile, her dark eyes intently focused on the exam paper below. Jiang Li is unlike others. She does not shine brightly, but rather hides away, waiting yet not expecting anyone to discover her beauty. Like a bellflower blooming by the roadside, forgotten and unremembered by anyone. She is pure and beautiful, and long ago, Mo Jingchun could not tear his gaze away. For some reason, Mo Jingchun recalled the 100-day vow ceremony for the college entrance examination. At that time, Su Fan's mother came tugging at his ear and urging him to study hard, claiming she would break his dog leg if he failed to get into college. They stood in the spacious area at the center of the teaching building, surrounded by many students and parents. At that moment, Mo Jingchun and Jiang Li stood beside Su Fan, with Mo Jingchun crossing his arms, watching his good friend with great interest. He felt a twinge of regret for not capturing Su Fan in this state on camera. Otherwise, it could have served as a source of leverage in the future. As for Jiang Li, she said nothing, merely maintaining a serene smile as she quietly stood by. Mo Jingchun knew his father would not come. He was well aware of this, so he did not bother to tell him about the 100-day vow ceremony. Mo Su is a very career-driven person. It was impossible for him to take time off work to accompany Mo Jingchun to such a ceremony. He must be busy planning further developments for the company with Uncle Su. But Su Fan is different. He still has a mother. Although Mo Jingchun appears carefree, a tinge of bitterness lingers in his heart. Suddenly, Mo Jingchun caught a faint floral scent. This fragrance wafted beside him, gently filling his nose, easing his mood. Mo Jingchun turned to Jiang Li with a smile. That delicate floral scent came from her, a fragrance that belonged. Jiang Li also had no parents around. Mo Jingchun did not ask, knowing that some things cannot be rushed. If he kept asking, it would only raise his own suspicions. Yet he couldn't help but feel curious about Jiang Li's family. What the hell? What is this? You guys look fat. At that moment, the previously tense and quiet classroom was suddenly interrupted by a few exclamations. The third-year students diligently preparing for the college entrance examination seemed to be captivated by something, collectively putting down their pens. Mo Jingchun's thoughts were interrupted, and he followed the crowd's gaze towards the window. Due to the concrete barrier, he could not see the scene below, clearly only noticing that colorful lights were shining downstairs, and it seemed there were many people. Coincidentally, the bell signaling the end of the second evening study period rang at that moment. Perhaps they had been tense for too long, or perhaps due to their uncertainty about the future, students from various classes in their third year put down their pens and ran into the corridor outside. Mo Jingchun got up from his seat, standing tall to look out, and found that it was the second-year students calling out to the third-year students below. This has become an old tradition in their school. As the college entrance examination approaches, first and second-year students spontaneously organize to cheer the third-year students on. Although the school does not advocate such activities, nobody stops them each time it occurs, as if tacitly permitting. Give me wings so I can soar. Give me strength, for you make me strong. The students below set up speakers holding glow sticks as they performed a choir. The third-year students gathered around the building seemed to be moved by their song, eagerly waving their arms and singing along with the younger students below. What a stunning scene it was, as colorful lights scattered within the encircled floors of the third-year section, the Yuanming building seemingly bathed in a charming glow. The youthful voices echoed, here releasing the essence of youth and beauty. The future for these young individuals is immensely broad as they tread different paths towards the same destination. I'm not afraid of getting hurt, for you are by my side. Your smile, your tears are the most beautiful sun on my dream journey. Jiang Li. At that moment, the classroom 407 was empty of students who had all gathered in the corridor outside, leaving just two people standing still. Mo Jingchun extended his palm towards Jiang Li, his heart racing, the youthful excitement causing him to Let's go take a look. I'll take you to the rooftop. Mo Jingchun's face blossomed with a radiant smile on this colorful night, a night destined to be unforgettable, exhilarating, and feeling like the future was within his grasp. Jiang Li extended her fair right hand, tucking her hair behind her ear. She lifted her head to meet Mo Jingchun's gaze, and the tranquility of the night spread in her pool-like eyes. This time, as Mo Jingshun reached out his hand, it involuntarily reminded Jiang Li of that experience of watching the sea under the moonlight. The same person, the same gesture, but in a different scene. The two at that time seemed not to share the same intimacy as they do now. Jiang Li placed her hand on Mo Jingshun's palm and nodded vigorously. Embrace the dream and fly forward without retreating or evading. The singing outside continued unnoticed by anyone as Mo Jingshun held Jiang Li's hand and ran out through the back door of the classroom. The night breeze swept through, stirring the youthful voices and tousling their hair as their hands remained tightly clasped. This was the finest representation of youth. They arrived at the rooftop, a place Jiang Li frequented countless times during the day. The starry sky enveloped them, the Milky Way ablaze with the sun and moon revolving as if in an instant. Standing at the highest point of the Yuanming building, they looked down at the students shouting below, and their hearts began to swell with excitement. Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li turned her head to look at the person beside her. What's wrong? Mo Jingshun replied with a smile, his gentle gaze resting on Jiang Li. Good luck with the college entrance examination. Mo Jingshun nodded with a smile. Good luck with the college entrance examination. The music continued to echo below, a stirring battle song, the march of youth heading towards a beautiful future. Please give me wings so I can soar. Everyone make sure to check your ID and examination permit clearly before tomorrow's college entrance examination. Do not forget to bring them. Likewise, relax today and don't be too tense. Make sure to get a good night's rest. If you feel sleepy or are late for the exam tomorrow, it would be a great loss. Teacher Liu stood at the podium looking sternly at all the students in class 407 as he reminded them. The students of class 407 nodded in agreement, responding to Teacher Liu's reminder. Sighing softly, Teacher Liu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he looked at the familiar faces below the podium, realizing that in the blink of an eye they were about to graduate from this school. Adjusting his glasses and steadying his mood, Teacher Liu couldn't let his feelings affect these students. He then revealed a calm smile and said, "So I wish you all success and glory in your exams." Class dismissed. With that, the first and second year students had already started their summer break, making the school feel much emptier than usual. On a long corridor surrounded by trees, 3 students who were about to face the college entrance examination tomorrow were walking towards the school gate while chatting. How do you feel about tomorrow? Are you confident? Su Fan asked nervously, rubbing his hands. Mo Jingshun seized the opportunity to tease his good buddy, throwing an arm around Su Fan's neck. Oh, come on. Su Fan's face showed rare concern. You two top students aren't worried, but someone like me whose grades are just average has every reason to be anxious. You're probably just afraid of getting your legs broken. Mo Jingshun shot back mercilessly. All right. Jiang Li timely intervened to stop Mo Jingshun's verbal assault on Su Fan. She stepped beside Su Fan and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Relax, Su Fan. I believe you will perform exceptionally well tomorrow." "Oh, look at Jiang Li," Su Fan said, touched while not forgetting to criticize Mo Jingshun. "Why is your mouth so—" "I've really done a terrible job befriending someone like you," Mo Jingshun replied, a radiant smile on his face, arms crossed, and his charming eyes glinting mischievously. "What can I do? You live next door to me. Can't take it anymore, stop showing off." Jiang Li watched the two start bickering again and promptly halted their antics, stating, "All right, the exam is tomorrow. Stop messing around, we all need to study hard. Didn't we agree to apply to the same university? Huangcheng University is a piece of cake for me," Mo Jingshun said, tilting his head with a nonchalant expression. "Just wait for me to surpass you in the exam." Su Fan looked equally defiant. Jiang Li, observing the childish antics of the two, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mo Jingshun and Su Fan exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed as they saw Jiang Li laughing at them. After a moment of shared looks, the two friends who had been bickering since they met finally ceased their joking, their expressions gradually turning serious. "So let's wish for all our wishes to come true," Su Fan said, a smile blooming on his handsome face as he looked at the two beside him. "Yes," Mo Jingshun replied, catching Su Fan's gaze. "We 3 will definitely conquer this small college entrance exam together." "All right." Jiang Li, standing between the two, nodded and smiled gently. "Then let's wish for our utmost efforts and for our names to be on the honor roll." "All right. It's a done deal." In the scorching June heat, the temperature had quietly enveloped every corner of the city. Most people walking under the bright sun were sweating profusely, but fortunately the exam hall was air-conditioned, so the impact wasn't too bad. Mo Ling, dressed in a bright red outfit, stood at the entrance of Hangzhou No. 3 middle school, surrounded by many parents dressed in kipeos or traditional jackets. Her petite figure was squeezed among the crowd of middle-aged people like a small boat drifting in a turbulent sea. Thankfully, Su Fan's mother was also there, and standing together provided some stability. Su Fan's mother was very considerate. She originally prepared 2 bouquets of flowers, one for Su Fan and one for Mo Jingshun. But upon hearing that they also had a friend named Jiang Li, she immediately bought another bouquet. After they finished the exam, they could immediately hand over the flowers they were holding to celebrate the end of their college entrance examination. Mo Ling squeezed in the crowd. Her legs felt a bit sore, but there was no place to squat down, so she had to stand, her clothes soaked with sweat. Finally, the bell signaling the end of the college entrance examination rang out from within the school, concluding the 2.5-day exam at noon on the 9th. Hearing the bell, the parents gathered around waiting for their children began to get restless. Thankfully, there were some traffic police managing the scene, otherwise it might have gotten out of control. About 5 minutes after the bell rang, students began to come out of the school gate one after another. Some wore smiles, exuding confidence, while others seemed worried about the questions they'd just faced. Their brows. Mo Ling, being petite, looked around for a long time, but couldn't find her brother or the figures of Su Fan and Jiang Li. Hey, over here. After searching hard, Mo Ling finally spotted her brother and the others in the crowd, waving her hand frantically to signal them to come over. Under the bright sun, the three of them wore simple clothes, their good looks and confident smiles naturally drawing the attention of those around them. It seemed they had agreed beforehand. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked through the crowd towards Su Fan's mother and Mo Ling. Mom, you really didn't have to come out on such a hot day. What do I need flowers for as a big guy? Su Fan complained, but his body was quite honest, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face as he held the flowers his mother had in his arms. You rascal, how did you do? Whether your legs will be intact depends on your scores, Su Fan's mother scolded playfully, not forgetting to ask how he performed. Reporting in, Su Fan replied with a smile, placing his right hand at his temple. My legs should be just fine. Bro, Jiang Li, you guys. Mo Ling started, but suddenly remembered something, quickly coughed twice to you all. Ouch. Mo Ling looked at her brother pitifully, using one hand to touch her head. Senior sister Jiang Li. And Mo Ling pouted, wrapping her arms around Jiang Li's slender waist in a plaintive gesture. You must discipline him. He's kept us waiting here for ages. Jiang Li gently stroked Mo Ling's smooth hair with a tender smile. He's only teasing you, little sister. Don't take it to heart. And, oh, by the way, Mo Ling suddenly remembered the bouquet cradled in her arms. She wriggled free from Jiang Li and extended the flowers. Ahem, Director of the Sacred Library sends his blessings on your graduation from the college entrance examination. Jiang Li beamed with delight as she accepted the bouquet. Thank you. Flowers from our beloved Mo Ling, the Holy Grace Radiant Wheel Dancer Knight. Wow. Senior sister Jiang Li, you actually know my true name. Mo Ling's cheeks flushed crimson with exhilaration. Of course I do. Jiang Li replied, her jet-black eyes crinkling upward with quiet mirth radiant amidst the blossoms she held. You chant it so often, it would be impossible not to remember. Oomph. Mo Ling huffed. This always riled her up, especially since Su Fan and Mo Jingshun could never recall it. Jingshun, may you ascend the imperial examination list with glory. Su Fan's mother handed another bouquet to Mo Jingshun, offering warm wishes. Thank you, Auntie. Mo Jingshun bowed slightly, accepting the flowers with quiet reverence and impeccable courtesy. Your father is extremely busy. I hope you won't mind. Yes, Mo Jingshun nodded. I won't mind at all. Very well. Su Fan's mother turned to the others nearby. Then let's head off. We'll find somewhere to eat. Oh, and this young lady is welcome to join us too. Auntie, Mo Jingshun interjected politely. She and I must return to our original class. The homeroom teacher plans to hold our final class meeting. Jiang Li, hearing this, nodded in quiet agreement. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Well, a flicker of hesitation crossed Su Fan's mother's face. Until Su Fan stepped in, then the three of us will head off first. All right, Mo Jingshun affirmed while Jiang Li remained silent, standing quietly beside him. You're taking me along too. Mo Ling smoothed her disheveled hair with a dazed expression. And why not? Su Fan arched a brow, sidled up beside her, and promptly ruffled her freshly tidied hair again. Surely our valiant knightess doesn't intend to stand beneath the scorching sun awaiting the conclusion of their class meeting. Dark Sovereign, cease touching my hair. Seeing her carefully arranged tresses once more ruined by Su Fan, Mo Ling bristled with indignation. She fumbled in her pocket for what she called a holy exorcism artifact and hurled it straight at him. We'll be off now, Su Fan's mother said, nodding as she led the two still playfully bickering youths away. Auntie, could you please hold these flowers for us? Mo Jingshun pressed both bouquets, his and Jiang Li's, into Su Fan's mother's hands, entrusting them to her care. After all, they'd soon be attending their final class meeting. Carrying flowers would only prove cumbersome. Su Fan's mother accepted the flowers and departed from the gates of Hangqing 3 High School, accompanied by Su Fan and Mo Ling. Let's go. Mo Jingshun clapped his hands lightly and turned to Jiang Li. Our final class meeting. Today marks the end of our high school years, Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li nodded and followed Mo Jingshun back toward the main gate of Hangqing 3. Inside the school grounds, clusters of students still lingered, some like Mo Jingshun and Jiang Li returning for the last class meeting, others exchanging farewells with classmates before parting ways forever. In the wake of jubilant post-examination revelry, melancholy settled softly upon the campus. All feasts must end. This was a truth every soul must learn to bear. When Mo Jingshun and Jiang Li arrived at class 407, it was still early, The vast classroom held only one figure, Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu noticed them entering through the rear door and greeted them warmly. Zhang Mo Jingshun, how did the exam go? Were the questions difficult? Not at all, Teacher Lu. The question types were quite familiar. Jiang Li's raven hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair cheeks glowed with quiet joy. She approached the podium and sincerely thanked her homeroom teacher, the one who had guided and nurtured her throughout senior year. Thank you, Teacher Lu, for your unwavering care and support this entire senior year. And it's nothing, merely my duty as an educator. Teacher Lu waved a dismissive hand, utterly unconcerned with such formalities. Then he turned, peering over his black-rimmed glasses at Mo Jingshan. And how about you? How did you fare? Mo Jingshan, solid old Lu. Mo Jingshan slouched, as ever, laid back, effortlessly nonchalant. By the way, Teacher Lu recalled something and glanced toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li, after class meeting, please come to my office. There's something important I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Can't you tell us now? Mo Jingshun asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. That's none of your concern. Teacher Lu chuckled, shaking his head. Yes, Teacher Lu, I'll be there. Jiang Li nodded, committing the request to memory. And even as they spoke, other students from class 407 began trickling into the classroom. Mo Jingshun and Jiang Li, two souls never quite attuned to the clamor of crowds, quietly withdrew from the podium and returned to their usual seats, the rear corner beside the window and the door. Teacher Lu was a man of profound integrity and deep pedagogical devotion, a truth evident in the sea of students crowding the front of the classroom. They gathered tightly around him, faces alight with emotion, some even held phones, gifts from their parents, and posed cheerfully for photographs with their beloved teacher. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and turned to Mo Jingshun beside her. As always, he leaned his chin upon his palm, gazing out the window at the boundless azure sky, a posture she had watched countless times over the past year. Perhaps it was the ineffable charm of youth. This simple act never failed to stir her. But today marked the last time Mo Jingshun would sit thus, gazing beyond the glass. Their days as desk mates drew to a gentle close. At university, life would loosen its rigid constraints. Freedom, wide and unbounded, would finally unfold. In the span of a single fleeting reverie, Mo Jingshun had already shifted his gaze from the sky back to Jiang Li, his eyes locking onto hers with quiet intention. He winked mischievously, lifted his chin with one hand, and swept back his bangs, striking a pose both theatrical and charming. Well, captivated by my charisma yet? Jiang Li smiled faintly, her deep black eyes shimmering with soft ripples. You truly are beautiful. Gradually, everyone from class 407 returned to the classroom, and their final class meeting of high school was about. Teacher Lu, who was leading a senior class for the first time, appeared somewhat excited. He walked up to the podium and looked at the youthful, yet slightly mature faces of the students below. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. The students below the podium responded in unison to Teacher Liu's greeting, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. The college entrance examination is over, and I believe all of you can achieve satisfactory results and go to the schools you desire. Haha, that sounds great, thank you, Teacher Lu. Absolutely. Our class is incredibly strong, I don't see anyone failing. Teacher Lu gestured with both hands to signal the students to quiet down. Standing upright, Teacher Liu's gaze, magnified by his black-rimmed glasses, fell upon each student in class 407. Throughout the year of hard work in senior year, he had spoken with every student in the class, without a doubt proving himself to be a dedicated and caring teacher. This approach earned him great respect from the students, which is why they returned to the classroom for this final class meeting even after the exam. Dear students, Teacher Lu took a deep breath and began to express the words he had prepared long ago. At this moment filled with joy and sentiment, as your homeroom teacher, I feel genuinely happy for you as you step into a new phase of life. Over the past 3 years, we have endured countless nights together, fought side by side, and overcome difficulty. The classroom of class 407 was very quiet. Not a single student spoke. All eyes were fixed on Teacher Lu standing at the podium. First, remember that the road of life is filled with challenges and opportunities. You are about to spread your wings and enter a new world. No matter where you go in the future, always maintain bravery and determination, facing every unknown challenge with confidence. Secondly, never forget the efforts you put in during this special time in your senior year. These efforts have made you grow. In the days to come, please carry this persistence and resilience into your lives, continuously pursuing excellence and becoming a better version of yourselves. As Teacher Lu finished this segment, many emotional female students were already covering their mouths, their shoulders gently trembling. Indeed, those years of hard work will always be precious, serving as anchors cast into the river of time, never to be forgotten. Additionally, cherish the time spent with teachers and classmates, as these are the most treasured memories of your life. Learn to be grateful for those who have helped and supported you. At the same time, learn to care for others and pass this love on to more people. Teacher Liu's voice choked slightly as he paused, reaching up to wipe his eyes before continuing. Finally, I hope you can maintain your curiosity in the future, bravely explore unknown fields, and broaden your horizons. Remember, no matter when or where, you are never alone. Your homeroom teacher, other teachers, and your classmates will always be here to support you. I sincerely wish you all a bright future ahead with dreams coming true. After finishing his speech, Teacher Liu took off his glasses and turned around to face the blackboard, turning his back to them. In an instant, everyone in class 407 was moved to tears by Teacher Liu's heartfelt words. They looked at their friends around them, those who had accompanied them through this arduous time, and a sense of sadness at the impending farewell rose within. They bid farewell to each other here while stepping towards a larger and more distant world. Goodbye to yesterday, perhaps for a better tomorrow. Zhu Hong did not cry. He sat in his seat, turned his head, and his gaze pierced through the crowd straight to Zhongli. The girl's fresh and ethereal face was the reason for many restless nights for the boy. She sat right there, surpassing everything else in the world. Zhu Hong pressed his hand against his heart, realizing that after today, he might never have any contact with her again. Throughout the year in senior year, he had not managed to connect with her, and Zhongli might not even remember his name. But so what? Unrequited love is so unreasonable. It silently occupies your heart, causing you to toss and turn, unable to sleep, thinking only of one person. It makes you feel inexplicably jealous, inexplicably angry, and inexplicably regretful. Zhu Hong took a deep breath. He simply did not want his youth to leave any regrets, even if it was destined to fail. Due to time constraints, this class meeting did not last very long. Teacher Liu hurried back to the office, reminding Zhongli of what he had mentioned earlier before leaving. As Teacher Liu left, the surrounding students began chatting in groups, and this youth banquet that started in early summer was about to conclude. Where are you planning to go later? Mo Jingchun propped his head up and asked Zhongli beside him. He had no friends in class 407. The only person he cared about was Zhongli. So the girls merely watched him from a distance, not approaching. Me. Zhongli twirled a strand of her black hair around her finger. I might. Suddenly, a few exclamations erupted in class 407, interrupting what Zhongli was about to say. Mo Jingchun and Zhongli instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, only to find Zhu Hong walking towards them holding a flower. Mo Jingchun squinted his eyes, uncrossed his legs, and became tense, turning into a block of ice in the scorching June heat. The reason was simple. Zhu Hong was holding a rose. Zhu Hong approached Zhongli, his face displaying excitement and nervousness with a hint of relief, seemingly unconcerned about whether this confession would succeed. He just wanted to give this secret admiration a conclusion, even if it was a bad one. Zhongli frowned as she sat there, her complexion pale, her demeanor radiating a sense of distance that kept others at bay. Zhongli. Zhu Hong's voice trembled slightly as he confessed to the girl he liked. This tall boy's hands were shaking with excitement. I have kept this sentence in my heart for a long time. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Whoa. Zhu Hong was quite popular in class. As soon as he said this, many students started to cheer, some even shouting, agree to him, agree to him. Mo Jingchun's chest rose and fell sharply. He wanted to stand up and directly refuse for Zhongli, but he remained seated, his gaze fixed intently on her. Because Zhu Hong had done something he hadn't had the chance to do yet, and he was also concerned about Zhongli's attitude. What kind of stance would such a cold girl take in the face of love? Mo Jingchun's fists were tightly clenched as he forced himself to remain calm, sitting there waiting for Zhongli's response. In that moment, both Zhu Hong and Mo Jingchun felt their hearts tighten. One harbored hope, while the other feared Zhongli would agree. Perhaps it was the chill emanating from Zhongli that spread throughout class 407, as the previously raucous crowd fell silent, and the classroom became unusually quiet, with dozens of eyes focused on Zhongli sitting in the corner. Outside the window, summer cicadas, scorched by the sun, opened their mouths wide, producing a series of hoarse sounds that rang particularly clear in the silent classroom. Zhu Hong nervously swallowed, waiting for Zhongli's answer. Zhongli raised her gaze, her dark eyes as deep as a pool showed no hint of emotion, as if the frost of a harsh winter had frozen the surface of the water. Zhongli's eyelids twitched, her body trembling slightly. This was her bottom line. No one could cross it, not even her closest friends. After a brief moment of calm, Zhongli pulled out her chair and stood up. An imposing aura radiated from her, and the coldness in her eyes seemed to materialize. Ignoring the fervor in Zhu Hong's eyes, Zhongli lightly reached out her hand and grasped the rose in her palm. Zhu Hong's eyes widened with excitement. Zhongli, you. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun could no longer sit still. Had Zhongli agreed? Just as Mo Jingchun was about to rise, Zhongli extended a finger, pinching the rose in the middle, and with a crisp snap, the rose was broken in two. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze at that moment, and the faces of the onlookers were collectively filled with awkward. Zhongli placed the severed rose on the desk, clearly indicating her stance. She had not agreed to Zhu Hong's confession. Instead, she chose to reject him. Mo Jingchun let out a sigh of relief, having almost completely left his seat, and now he sat back down. Mo Jingchun's heart raced rapidly. The moment Zhongli picked up the rose, he almost shouted. Mo Jingchun looked up at Zhongli's frail silhouette, opening his mouth, but unable to speak. Zhu Hong, perhaps anticipating this outcome, did not show much sadness on his face, but instead wore a smile as he prepared to leave. Zhangli, I know you might not want to hear me speak, but I still want to say thank you for being a part of my youth. After expressing his feelings, Zhu Hong felt a sense of relief as he recalled how out of jealousy he had once chosen to spread rumors. A hint of guilt appeared on his face as he took a step back and deeply bowed to Zhangli. I'm sorry. The classroom fell into a long silence. Mo Jingshun stood up from his seat, his peach blossom eyes flashing with an inscrutable meaning. Clang. A crisp sound broke the silence in the classroom as Zhangli pushed aside her chair and exited through the back door of class 407. Seeing this, Mo Jingshun hurriedly chased after her. It was only after Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun had left for a while that the atmosphere in the classroom began to liven up again. Zhuhong, you really surprised me. Ooh, I didn't expect you to have a crush on Jiang Li. A Shuo put his arm around Zhuhong's shoulder. It's okay that your confession failed. Come on, buddy, let's go out and relax. Zhuhong looked at his friends beside him, smiling in relief, and nodded as he left the classroom with them. The others in class 407 also left one after another due to what had just happened. The once bustling class 407 gradually fell silent. High school came to an end at this summer moment. Zhangli, are you okay? Mo Jingshun strode forward, blocking Jiang Li's path. Seeing Jiang Li's reaction to someone's confession, a hint of worry appeared on his face. The heart firmly embedded in his chest continued to beat powerfully, the agitation making Mo Jingshun restless, and the sudden confession stirred waves within him. Phew. I'm fine. Jiang Li exhaled deeply, forcing a stiff smile. Mo Jingshun was momentarily at a loss for words. He reached out his right hand to grasp Jiang Li's frail shoulder, struggling visibly. It was now afternoon, the glaring sunlight enveloping the outside as tall buildings stood in the middle, casting power. In a corner inside the building, two young men and women stood silently, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li suddenly raised her voice, breaking the silence, her dark eyes fixed intently on Mo Jingshun. Under the gaze of such bright and deep eyes, Mo Jingshun felt as if all his thoughts were laid bare. Mo Jingshun turned his head away, no longer meeting Jiang Li's gaze. She was an overly intelligent girl. Jiang Li had told him this long ago. Jiang Li lowered her head, withdrawing her gaze and turning to walk away. Teacher Lu is still waiting for me. Mo Jingshun, if you want, you can wait for me here. As Jiang Li walked towards Teacher Liu's office, she left Mo Jingshun alone. Mo Jingshun's expression was conflicted, but it gradually transformed into determination. He was not afraid of Jiang Li's rejection. He was afraid of his own weakness. Those who are closest to the water have the first chance at the moon. Even the wicked know to report first. So why shouldn't he confess his feelings in advance? Mo Jingshun secretly made up his mind and chased after Jiang Li's departing figure. Jiang Li, have you thought about which university to apply to? Teacher Lu picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip, pulling up a chair for Jiang Li to sit opposite him. They were sitting in the conference room where Teacher Lu had previously dealt with early dating. Jiang Li nodded. I plan to stay in Hangzhou, so my first choice will be Hangzhou University. Good, as long as you have your own thoughts, that's fine. Teacher Lu felt a sense of relief as he heard Jiang Li's words. Jiang Li had no parents, it was just her alone. Teacher Lu feared that she might lack experience when it came time to fill out her application and encounter problems. So he had deliberately kept her behind today to provide some advice, but now it seemed unnecessary. Teacher Lu composed himself. At the last moment of their separation, he intended to give his student one final piece of advice. Jiang Li, people live in this world with various identities. Being an orphan is not frightening. What is frightening is being unable to find inner peace and a sense of belonging, forever trapped in self-denigration and endless internal conflict. Teacher Lu smiled. I wish you can find inner peace and belonging and live each day wonderfully. Jiang Li stood up, traces of emotion floating in her otherwise calm eyes. I will remember this, Teacher Lu. Deeply grateful to Teacher Lu from the bottom of her heart, Jiang Li bowed, deeply thanking him for his care over the— All right, Teacher Lu nodded with a relaxed smile. You should head back now. Jiang Li silently nodded and turned to walk towards the door. At the moment she opened the door, a slightly flustered figure appeared in Jiang Li's sight. Her black eyes narrowed as she hesitantly called out to the figure. Mo Jingshun. Why are you here? Mo Jingshun leaned against the wall beside the conference room. After a brief moment of panic, her expression gradually calmed, as if she was trying to steady herself. Jiang Li turned to glance at the closed conference room door, and then at Mo Jingshun standing beside her. The answer was already evident, wasn't it? Jiang Li's breathing grew heavy as an inexplicable embarrassment surged in her heart. The secret she had kept for a year was unexpectedly revealed today in this manner, despite Mo Jingshun always skillfully diverting the topic whenever they asked her. Hoo. Jiang Li's face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. Jiang Li, are you okay? Mo Jingshun reached out a hand to grasp Jiang Li's shoulder, but she dodged, leaving his hand suspended in the air for a while before it fell back down. Mo Jingshun understood that lying at this moment was not a good idea, nor could he deceive Jiang Li. Mo Jingshun had imagined many times what it would be like to face Jiang Li's parents in the future, but he never expected that Jiang Li was reluctant to reveal her home because Jiang Li was an orphan. No wonder she needed to work part-time every week. It was not to supplement her family's income, but to maintain her basic living. No wonder when he asked Teacher Lu at the hospital, he saw that strange expression on her face. Poverty assistance that bicycled the questions that were never answered directly. So it was because of this. After coming to this realization, Mo Jingshun looked at Jiang Li with more compassion and heartache in his gaze. Jiang Li quickly turned and fled into the staircase, avoiding that sympathetic gaze. Mo Jingshun hurried. Jiang Li walked quickly, reaching the middle of the staircase in just a few seconds. Mo Jingshun arrived at the staircase entrance, looking down at Jiang Li and urgently called out to her. Jiang Li, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Mo Jingshun fumbled to explain, but faced with Jiang Li's current state, his usually clear mind felt like a muddled mess. Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li stopped in her tracks, gripping the railing with her right hand, while her other hand quietly climbed up to grasp the safety buckle hanging from her chest, tightly holding it through her clothing. Look at how nervous you are. Jiang Li's face was pale, yet she forced a smile. It's my fault for not being honest with you all this time as your friend. Friends should be honest. I have no issues, you shouldn't overthink it. Jiang Li's lips were a faint color. She was a person of deep contradictions, fully aware that her identity as an orphan was merely one of the least significant secrets she kept. Yes, it must be like that. Mo Jingshun fell silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. His hands rested beside his long thighs, his bangs neatly framing his temples, revealing his bright eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Mo Jingshun descended the stairs, slowly producing faint sounds. Yet these subtle sounds felt like heavy hammers pounding repeatedly on Jiang Li. The revelation of her orphan status instilled a profound fear in her, making her dread that her past would be exposed. Mo Jingshun walked slowly as if he was pondering something. But as he drew closer, he raised his head, his gaze filled with determination. Perhaps this was not the right time, nor the suitable place, and certainly not the appropriate opportunity. But Mo Jingshun could no longer contain himself. Blood surged through his heart as it raced within his body. This was his first confession to a girl, and also his first experience of infatuation. Mother, the special person you mentioned, I have found her. She is right in front of me, but she is so conflicted to the point that we are close, yet so far apart. Like the moon and stars in the sky. Let's hurry and go. As Mo Jingshun was only a few steps away, Jiang Li spoke again, quickening her pace forward, as if trying to escape. The two descended the stairs and exited the teaching building. Jiang Li walked ahead of Mo Jingshun, leaving behind a flustered silhouette. Her pace was neither fast nor slow, yet she maintained her lead. Finally, Mo Jingshun took a deep breath. He was not a person to hesitate or regret his decisions. He called out to Jiang Li, who was walking in front. Jiang Li. Jiang Li seemed to have not heard, continuing to walk ahead. Jiang Li. Mo Jingshun furrowed his brow, hurriedly stepping forward to grasp her hand. Jiang Li, I like you. Clatter. The forward steps abruptly halted, as Jiang Li stood frozen in place, her right hand held firmly by Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li felt a chill throughout her body, her beautiful face displaying unprecedented fear. She stiffly turned around, her tranquil eyes slowly fixing on the serious expression of Mo Jingshun behind her. What are you saying? Jiang Li gazed deeply at Mo Jingshun, a mixture of contradictions. Jiang Li, I like you. Mo Jingshun looked intensely at Jiang Li, repeating his earlier words. Time seemed to stop at that moment, and that strange feeling washed over them again, with only a negligible distance separating them in reality. Yet it was this insignificant distance that obstructed them, rigid and unreasonable, transforming into a barrier that prevented them from advancing further. Hoo. Jiang Li's breathing turned rapid, her thin chest rising and falling as her emotions became agitated. Jiang Li, you. Mo Jingshun noticed something was off with Jiang Li and quickly inquired about her condition. Don't touch me. Jiang Li suddenly exploded. She retracted her right hand from Mo Jingshun's grasp and pushed him away forcefully. Mo Jingshun stumbled back a few steps. Jiang Li's expression was pained as she pointed at Mo Jingshun with her right hand. Why? Why did you have to do this? Mo Jingshun, I don't care what you think, but I can tell you the result right now, we are not meant to be. Jiang Li's rejection was straightforward. She quickly turned and ran towards the distant school gate. Mo Jingshun stood still, silently watching Jiang Li leave until she completely disappeared from his view. Mo Jingshun took a deep breath, gazing bitterly at the sky. His confession received a result similar to Zhu Hong's, or perhaps an even worse outcome. The azure sky and layers of white clouds complemented each other, and as the clouds scattered, a ray of sunlight pierced into Mo Jingshun's eyes, prompting him to close them. But I will not give up, Mo Jingshun thought to himself. Jiang Li, I want to tell you that I like you not for any other reason, but because you are that special person in my life. Fate brought me to you, and until it disappears I will not give up. Jiang Li sat curled up on a small sofa in the corner of the room, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. She had not drawn the curtains, yet the surrounding environment felt dim, indicating that night was approaching. As for how long she had been sitting in this position, even Zhang Li couldn't say for sure. It seemed like ever since returning to the 7th Welfare Institute, she had remained seated there. Her mind was a chaotic mess filled with countless strange and jumbled thoughts. She closed her eyes. No. Why? So cold, so frightening. Friends. Lovers. Family. Flowers. Bellflower. No, this is all wrong, lovers. No, that's not me. What am I? What am I? Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Li's hands had already tangled in her hair, tugging fiercely, as if trying to escape this chaotic thinking. Ugh! Zhang Li let out a low, painful groan, the emotional turmoil, causing a long-forgotten pain to surge in her chest. Zhang Li stopped pulling at her hair, and instead clutched her chest tightly, hoping to alleviate the unimaginable. This pain made her close her eyes. Hoo. It was just a confession. Why did it have to be like this? Why? It's not because of this, it's because of myself. I am not. I am. What exactly am I? What is it? What is it? What is it? I am the abandoned one. He does not know my past, which is why he likes me. Yes, it must be that way. It must be that way. It must be that way. No, I don't want this. No, I want this. The past, it's too disgusting. They won't accept it. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Ugh. Zhang Li's body went limp, and she fell from the sofa, propping one hand on the ground as she gagged, but other than a few drops of saliva, she couldn't throw up anything. Hoo. Zhang Li's frail chest rose, and fell sharply, her breathing heavy and labored. In Mo Jingchun's eyes, Zhang Li was a strong person, but what he did not know was that her so-called strength was built upon a fragile foundation of mental collapse. Zhang Li was a contradictory person. This had been evident long ago. But this contradiction was not only reflected in her daily behavior, but also in the deep-seated turmoil within her mind. Zhang Li closed her eyes again. So painful. Why is it me? Don't try to get close anymore. Don't taint yourself with my colors. Don't let yourself feel sadness. Don't let yourself suffer pain. So painful, so painful, so painful, so painful. Why is it so painful? What did I do wrong? Knock, knock, knock. In the instant her consciousness was about to plunge off a cliff, a clear and assertive knock on the door pierced through the chaotic thoughts in Zhang Li's mind, clearly reaching her ears. Zhang Li opened her eyes, and in an instant the conflicting thoughts vanished without a trace, leaving only some damp traces around her eyes. Zhang Li looked towards the door of the room, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Knowing that there were very few people who lived here, she wondered who was knocking now. Or rather, Zhang Li furrowed her brow. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of urgent knocks came, accompanied by a familiar voice. Zhang Li, it's me. Zhang Li suddenly froze, remaining in her slumped position on the floor, the shadows of the room enveloping her, making her appear like a black statue. Mo Jingchun stood at the door of room 301, having put in a lot of effort to find this place. Before he could even express his feelings, he was still unaware of them. But after he confessed his feelings for Zhang Li today, Mo Jingchun realized that the emotions he harbored had gradually grown to a level he could no longer ignore. It was this feeling that compelled him to find the fleeing Zhang Li. Mo Jingchun's handsome face was marked by determination, as if he was set on knocking down this door. Just as he raised his hand to knock for the third time, the door before him creaked open from the inside. Zhang Li, what happened to your hair? Mo Jingchun looked at Zhang Li, whose hair was disheveled and exuded a sense of despair, and asked in surprise and confusion. Zhang Li said nothing, merely casting a silent glance at Mo Jingchun and stepping aside to indicate that he could enter. Mo Jingchun stepped over the threshold and entered Zhang Li's living space. The layout of the one-bedroom apartment was not large, but it was more than enough for one person. Mo Jingchun glanced around the living room. It was arranged very neatly and looked orderly, a small space, yet fully equipped, which was very much in line with Zhang Li's usual style. Zhang Li pulled out a chair from the dining table and sat on the side near the wall. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun pulled out the chair opposite and sat down, the two facing each other. Mo Jingchun had a lot to say. He wanted to express everything right now. To tell Zhang Li that he had liked her on that stormy night, on that gentle moonlit night, on that snowy night. But looking at Zhang Li's cold, distant face, Mo Jingchun found himself unable to speak. After a long while, Zhang Li finally spoke. Mo Jingchun, isn't it good to be friends? Tears welled in the corners of her eyes, yet she fought to keep them from falling. Weren't we friends before? It's not about destroying, it's about deepening. Mo Jingchun did not agree with Zhang Li's words. His expression was serious. Zhang Li, I like you. The reason I emphasize this is that you always comfort yourself. My confession today means that I am no longer satisfied with being your friend. I want to be your lover, and even your partner in life ahead. Zhang Li fell silent for a long time before slowly speaking, but I will not agree to you. It's okay. Mo Jingchun's handsome face broke into a relaxed smile. I like you, that is my affair, and I will prove it with my actions. Zhang Li fell silent. She could not change Mo Jingchun's thoughts. It feels so good to have said what I want. Mo Jingchun smiled as he stood up, walked back to the door, and turned to Zhang Li. Well then, I'm leaving Zhang Li. He twisted open the door and stepped back outside. Mo Jingchun stood in the dimness while Zhang Li remained inside, surrounded by light. In the darkness, Mo Jingshun wore a confident smile, while in the light, Jiang Li bore an inscrutable. They existed in different landscapes, yet at the same moment in time. Jiang Li, she is the dawn that cannot rise, the dusk that cannot darken, existing in between, trapped in eternal contradiction. Where are those people? Didn't we agree to go out together today? Su Fan asked, holding a toothpick in his mouth as he leaned against his dazzling orange Lamborghini convertible. The car parked by the roadside attracted the attention of passers-by, many of whom turned their heads frequently, and some even approached Su Fan asking for his contact information while holding their phones. Su Fan, feeling a bit annoyed, simply took out a triangular sign from the backseat that read 2,000 for rental. This action proved effective, significantly reducing the number of girls trying to strike up conversations, allowing Su Fan to finally stand here, quietly waiting for his friends. Oh, isn't this our young master Su? TSK Tisp, driving a sports car right after graduation, you really have some clout. Just as Su Fan tossed his toothpick into a nearby drain, a teasing voice came from the street on his left. Su Fan smiled, raising his head to look at Mo Jingshun and Mo Ling, who were approaching while waving them over. As Mo Jingshun reached Su Fan's side, he unceremoniously punched Su Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Look at you trying to show off. What's this? Is Uncle Su not planning to raise you poor anymore? What are you talking about?" Su Fan flicked his hair back with confidence, saying, "I'm already an adult. Why not spend my money? Why not drive a car? Besides, I'll help you all live a good life later." Mo Jingshun asked, "What are you going to support us?" Mo Jingshun pretended to be surprised, tugging at his shirt, affecting a shy demeanor. "Support you?" Su Fan was quite adept at this banter. He took out a pair of sunglasses from the car and put them on, striking a pose of a nouveau riche. Mo Ling interjected, her face showing barely contained disdain. "I don't want to be supported by an evil demon Lord Humph. Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt." Su Fan calmly retorted against Mo Ling. "Demon Lord, aren't you just a year older than me? What's there to be proud of?" Mo Ling was not pleased. She had specially worn what was called a magical battle skirt today. Even more puzzling was that on this scorching June day, she wore a gray cloak adorned with various shiny trinkets that sparkled in the sun, making it nearly blinding. "Take that, Demon Lord." Mo Ling rummaged through her cloak for a long time before finally finding a miniature sword-shaped pendant. After using her mouth to activate it, she dashed towards Su Fan with the pendant in hand. Su Fan screamed and dodged around the orange Lamborghini, performing a maneuver reminiscent of King Qin. Mo Jingshun's lower half was clad in black shorts, while his upper half wore a vintage American-style hip-hop t-shirt. His bangs hung loosely on either side, giving him a somewhat lazy appearance. Mo Jingshun shook his head. These two clowns couldn't be together without engaging in such childish and Mo Jingshun redirected his attention to the nearby bus stop. At this moment, aside from Jiang Li, everyone else had already arrived. However, the wait did not last long, as Mo Jingshun's eyes soon caught sight of a figure. Jiang Li, dressed simply in navy blue pants and a gray t-shirt, her hair pulled up into a high ponytail. Her fair skin glowed under the sunlight, as if reflecting light. "Sorry I'm late." Jiang Li walked up beside Mo Jingshun, her gaze shifting to the two people playfully chasing each other nearby. Jiang Li seemed to have returned to her usual self, as if last night's events hadn't affected her at all. Mo Jingshun initially thought Jiang Li might ignore him or act coldly, but to his surprise, she showed no reaction at all, behaving just like before. "Okay, let's get in the car." Su Fan stopped his antics and stood by the car door, opening it. Just as he was about to sit down, Mo Ling, who had caught up from behind, stabbed him in the side with her sword. All right, is this how we're playing?" Su Fan was furious, grabbing Mo Ling, who had successfully ambushed him and was trying to retreat. The delicate sensation reached Su Fan's palm, but he kept his face impassive, maintaining his anger. "Librarian of the Holy Library, save me. Please no." Jiang Li's cool face broke into a faint smile, her lightly colored lips curved upwards. She ignored Mo Ling's clumsy English and got into the car. "Hurry up. Sit next to me." Su Fan shoved Mo Ling into the passenger seat. Mo Jingshun's eyes shifted, giving Su Fan a knowing look. Su Fan pressed his index and middle fingers together and waved them from his temple outward, making a gesture that implied everything was fine as long as he was there. All of this goes back to the night before, when Jiang Li rejected Mo Jingshun's confession. Even though Mo Jingshun had taken it well, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had made it clear Jiang Li was a very stubborn person, and he had no idea how long it would take to win her heart. Feeling somewhat gloomy, Mo Jingshun needed someone to talk to. Naturally, he thought of his good brother Su Fan. Thus, Mo Jingshun rushed to Su Fan's house overnight and burst into his room, pulling out Su Fan, who was immersed in the internet and gaming with headphones on. Su Fan, caught off guard by Mo Jingshun's sudden move, stood by the roadside motionless, his arms crossed in frustration. "Bro, I'm feeling emo." Mo Jingshun planned to employ a strategy of emotional appeal. "I feel like you won't be emo for long." Su Fan squinted. "I was almost done with the game. Oh, I feel like you might die here soon." "Oh, come on, are you saying our relationship is less important than a game?" Mo Jingshun said, awkwardly attempting to. True, Su Fan's fierce expression softened a bit. "Bro, and games really can't be compared." "That's right." Mo Jingshun nodded eagerly. "So how do you plan to die?" Su Fan said menacingly. Su Fan, seeing Imo Jingchun acting unusually, decided not to hold a grudge against him, as they would usually be at each other's throats. Su Fan pulled out his Suntober-retired vehicle, the electric bike, straddled it, and patted the back seat. Son, who's your son? Don't call me that. Then don't get in. Imo Jingchun obediently got into the back seat, and Su Fan could no longer control the corners of his mouth, bursting into laughter as soon as he started the vehicle. The night rapidly retreated, with Su Fan's laughter, the night breeze lifting Imo Jingchun's bangs, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Impressive, you're unbeatable. On that grand river crossing bridge where the four of them gathered back, then the electric bike came to a stop at a suitable spot. Su Fan and Imo Jingchun leaned against the railing of the bridge, letting the river breeze tousle their hair. Su Fan leaned against the railing, giving Imo Jingchun a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. You're truly impressive. I told you that the iron tree blooms, but I didn't believe it back then. So did you succeed? Su Fan's barrage of questions left Imo Jingchun momentarily speechless, awkwardly touching his nose. Alright, stop talking. Just looking at you, I know you must have failed. I shouldn't have come to find you, Imo Jingchun said, clutching his chest in pain. Your words hit too hard, old buddy. Oh, it's fine. Su Fan quickly changed his tone, putting away his smile, and adopting a serious demeanor, reaching out to pat Imo Jingchun on the shoulder. Dad's words may be harsh, but just get used to it. Imo Jingchun steeled himself, his fists clenched, and he genuinely wanted to punch Su Fan. Though he felt like he deserved a beating after chatting with Su Fan, the earlier gloom in his heart had indeed lifted quite a bit. So what did Zhongli say? How did she reject you? Su Fan nudged Imo Jingchun, continuing to inquire. Sigh. Imo Jingchun sighed, gazing at the distant river surface. She said being friends is enough. Being lovers would only ruin our relationship. It's fine. Su Fan reached out to pat Imo Jingchun's shoulder, but the latter warily dodged his hand. Be serious, don't make me hit you. Alright. Su Fan waved his hand at Imo Jingchun. Although I'm also a lifelong single, I believe that if you give it your all and pair that with your handsome face, I can't believe Zhongli won't agree to be your girlfriend. After all, she's still a girl, and what girl doesn't like handsome guys? Zhongli isn't that shallow. I find it quite difficult. Imo Jingchun shook his head, the words Zhongli had said when she rejected him echoing in his mind. Why do this? Isn't being friends good? Zhongli's tears never fell. That was her last bit of stubbornness to maintain her dignity. No, it's not good. Imo Jingchun argued within himself. It's fine, Su Fan continued. Zhongli is now our friend. There's no fear she'll run away. When the time comes, I'll help you pursue Zhongli, alright? So touching, wait a moment. Imo Jingchun said as he took out his phone, opened the music player, and found the song that could express his feelings. Brother, give me a hug. Let's talk about what's in your heart. Share the grievances and changes you've faced over the years. Enough, don't play it. Su Fan grabbed Imo Jingchun's phone and turned off the song. Then you promise to help me pursue Zhongli and be— Don't worry, my word is my bond. Ooh, just help me out later, Su Fan replied nonchalantly. Okay, Imo Jingchun nodded, casually agreeing. Su Fan nodded and sat in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini convertible, while Imo Jingchun and Zhongli sat in the back. With the engine roaring a seductive and powerful sound, the orange Lamborghini that had been parked there for a while merged into the traffic of Hangzhou, driving forward under the sunlight. Zhongli sat somewhat stiffly in the back seat of the car. To be honest, she had never been in such a vehicle before. Zhongli's gaze was filled with confusion as she looked at Su Fan driving ahead. Could he be a hidden wealthy person? This was an expensive car, something anyone could tell at a glance. However, apart from herself, Imo Jingchun and Imo Ling showed no signs of surprise, as if they were already accustomed to it. Zhongli nervously swallowed, realizing that her impression of these three friends might need to change slightly. They might not be as she had imagined. What are you thinking? Imo Jingchun's voice rang out beside her, one hand resting on the car door, his hair tousled by the wind, his handsome face turned towards Zhongli. Zhongli shook her head. Nothing. Imo Jingchun retracted his hand from the door and shifted his body closer to Zhongli, who was sitting on the other side. Zhongli tucked her tousled hair behind her ear and adjusted herself in her corner. Imo Jingchun, unfazed, continued to inch closer until Imo Ling in the front noticed something unusual. Originally, Imo Ling was discussing fiercely with Su Fan about where they would go next, but suddenly remembering the two in the back, he decided to ask for their opinions. However, to his surprise, as soon as Imo Ling turned around, he found a large space had opened up behind him, with his older brother having unknowingly squeezed to the left, encroaching upon Zhongli's space. Hey priest, what are you doing? Imo Ling interrupted his older brother's actions with a righteous expression. You're on the same level as the head of the Holy Library. How can you encroach on her seat? Divine Radiance, the fallen will dancer, you just said where we were going. Su Fan turned his head to look at Imo Ling, his gaze urgent through the sunglasses. Oh, to the tin halls of Yanluo battlefield. Imo Ling was distracted and turned back to answer Su Fan's question. Alright, let's go there then. Su Fan strictly adhered to the role of his wingman, preventing Imo Ling from speaking further. Imo Jingchun propped himself up on the seat and slowly moved closer. Just as he was about to draw closer, Jiang Li extended a hand to stop him, using her strength to push him away. Mo Jingchun. Jiang Li's eyes widened, a hint of shamed anger on her face. Is this ever going to end? You're scaring me, but hurts my heart. Mo Jingchun learned Su Fan's trick immediately, putting on a pained expression, clutching his heart, and dramatically collapsing onto the back seat of the convertible. This tactic was quite effective on Jiang Li. Even though she knew that Mo Jingchun was doing it on purpose, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Jiang Li originally wanted to remain indifferent, but for some reason, perhaps because she had grown accustomed to the joyful times of playful banter among the four, she found it hard to maintain the same coldness she had towards others. All right, Jiang Li stretched out her hand. Get up quickly, stop messing around. Jiang Li's voice was very gentle, and Mo Jingchun stared blankly for a moment, not noticing her hands. Well, we've arrived. Su Fan suddenly stopped the car, calling out to everyone. Mo Jingchun instinctively looked up and was surprised to find they had somehow arrived at an amusement park. Mo Jingchun thought in his heart, looking towards Su Fan, who had driven them here. Su Fan waved his hand, innocently indicating to Mo Ling beside him. Mo Ling, on the other hand, looked very excited. Although he was already 17 years old, his mindset still resembled that of a child, innocent and romantic. 10 halls of Yinluo this female night will definitely flatten you all. Is this the 10 halls of Yinluo you mentioned? Mo Jingchun stood beneath the mouth of a fierce-looking ghost with sharp teeth, looking somewhat helplessly at the person beside him. Mo Ling, are you serious? Mo Ling was filled with excitement, eager to rush into the haunted house, but was abruptly grabbed by Su Fan, who held onto the back of her collar. Demon Lord, don't stop me. Su Fan, gripping Mo Ling's collar and disregarding her resistance, shot a questioning glance at Mo Jingchun. Receiving the signal, Mo Jingchun subtly turned his gaze to the side, noticing Jiang Li standing nearby. Jiang Li's beautifully shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed, seemingly not very interested in the haunted house before them. Mo Jingchun understood in his heart. He took a step forward and reached out to grasp the cloak adorned with medals that Mo Ling was wearing. We should still. Before Mo Jingchun could finish, Jiang Li, who had been standing next to him, had already walked towards the entrance of the haunted house. Su Fan was momentarily stunned and let go of Mo Ling's collar, allowing her to break free while also slipping out of the cloak she wore. In the blink of an eye, she clung to Jiang Li's arm. Let's go. Mo Ling is the youngest among us, so we should listen to her, Jiang Li said, resting a hand on Mo Ling's shoulder as she addressed the two behind them. Mo Jingchun and Su Fan exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement as the four of them walked towards the haunted house's menacing entrance. What greeted their eyes was a warm reminder posted on the wall: those with heart conditions or mental illnesses should refrain from participating. This haunted house was quite famous in Hangxing. The 10 Halls of Yinluo was a newly launched attraction, and since the college entrance examinations had just concluded, there weren't too many visitors yet. In a few days it would likely be packed. The four of them queued up, and after paying for their tickets, they officially entered the haunted house. To be fair, while Mo Jingchun and Su Fan couldn't be called overly brave, they were certainly steadfast materialists. Needless to say, these NPC ghost scenes were all enacted by real people, posing no real threat to either of them. The atmosphere in the haunted house was well-crafted, with eerie music lingering in their ears, dim lights casting shadows, and occasional ghostly figures springing from the walls, easily capable of startling anyone. At least throughout their journey, the screams of others had not ceased. Mo Jingchun deliberately glanced at Jiang Li beside him. The scarlet light of the haunted house illuminated her clean face, showing no signs of disturbance. It seemed that the haunted house posed no fear to her either. This was Jiang Li's first visit to a haunted house. While the immersive experience was strong and the NPCs occasionally startled her, her past experiences had fortified her resolve, leaving her unmoved by such scenes. This was due to her long-standing effort to maintain inner peace. Inner tranquility, finding one's own peace and happiness. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Jiang Li was lost in her thoughts, subconsciously glancing at Mo Jingchun, who stood beside her. Watch out. Mo Jingchun grabbed Jiang Li's small hand, shielding her behind him. At that moment, a crackling sound came from the wall beside Jiang Li, and a skull painted with blood crawled out. I'm done playing. Before Jiang Li could react, Mo Ling, who had been insisting on leading the way to slay demons, was startled by this scene, turned on her heels, and ran forward. Hey, Mo Ling. Su Fan, a bit worried, quickly chased after her. The suddenly appearing skull was there, clawing at the air, while making a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Don't be afraid. Mo Jingchun tightly gripped Jiang Li's hand, his bright eyes radiating a reassuring light. I'm here with you. Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. She wanted to say she wasn't scared at all, but for some reason she remained silent for a long time, only managing to utter a single word: okay. The feeling of reliance and being protected is something almost everyone struggles to refuse. It is warm. In the end, Jiang Li did not let go of her hand, allowing Mo Jingchun to hold her as they walked step by step towards the exit of the haunted house. As they approached the exit of the haunted house, the surroundings gradually became clearer, and both noticed the two people standing outside. Mo Ling and Su Fan stood under a large tree enjoying the cool shade with Mo Ling's cheeks flushed as she seemed to be arguing with Su Fan. The moment they stepped out of the haunted house, the two instinctively released each other's hands. Mo Ling was the type who, despite being scared off midway, still demanded to go again. Among the four, Mo Ling had been the most frightened, frequently letting out screams and always blaming Su Fan beside her for scaring her. Su Fan, having chased after her hastily, concluded his haunted house adventure. I, the holy knight of the celestial radiance, could never be frightened off by mere underworld monsters. It's clearly your fault. The demon lord affected my performance. Yes, it's my fault, Su Fan replied, noticing the other two had already exited the haunted house. Sigh, they are out now. Mo Ling, seeing the other two emerge, appeared tense. She stepped forward, asking, Director of the Holy Library and the Bishop, are you two all right? I was ambushed just now. I'm fine. Jiangli nodded. Our Lady Knight is still very brave. That's for sure. After all, I'm destined to save the world. Mo Ling, flattered by Jiang Li's praise, immediately puffed up with pride, boldly proclaiming her future ambitions. All right, what's saving the world? Don't you have school tomorrow? Mo Jingshan reminded her. At this, Mo Ling deflated like a punctured ball. All right, handsome and beautiful folks, are we riding the Ferris wheel or not? Su Fan asked while pointing at the towering Ferris wheel across the way. Great assist. Mo Jingshan thought to himself, if they ride the Ferris wheel, he and Jiang Li would have some time alone. How about we skip it? Jiang Li, seemingly anticipating what would happen next, pointed towards the roller coaster nearby. Why not try this instead? This? Su Fan hesitated. Was it really okay to jump straight into something so thrilling? That roller coaster seemed quite dangerous. Hey, what are you two thinking about? Hurry up and go. Mo Ling had clearly become Jiang Li's companion and immediately pushed them towards the roller coaster when she saw the other two standing still. Assist failed. Su Fan blinked. No worries, during the roller coaster ride, remember to sit next to Mo Ling. Mo Jingshan raised an eyebrow, subtly nodding towards Mo Ling. What are you two up to? Mo Ling noticed the two's strange behavior. Are you two poisoned? No, it's him who is acting weird. Su Fan and Mo Jingshan immediately stopped their silent communication, both voicing their accusations against each other. Jiang Li's cheeks revealed two shallow dimples, her teeth were pristine, and her entire beautiful face lit up. They were simply too amusing. Mo Jingshan's face turned pale as he struggled to get off the roller coaster, feeling a bit wobbly in the legs. Ahem. Su Fan coughed twice, making a fist by his mouth, attempting to cover up the chilling scream he had just let out. Mo Ling sat next to Su Fan, clearly affected by the experience, as she was straining to clap her hands over her ears, suspecting they had been deafened by Su Fan's yelling. After a thrilling roller coaster ride, everyone felt as if they had lost half their lives. However, Jiang Li appeared to be in good spirits, showing no unusual signs apart from a slight paleness in her complexion. Demon Lord, Mo Ling said with a sorrowful face, her pinky finger stuffed in her ear, I think him deaf now. Ahem. Su Fan coughed awkwardly twice, trying to comfort Mo Ling. How could that be? You must be imagining things. Besides, I shouldn't have yelled that loudly, right? To be honest, Mo Jingshan patted Su Fan's shoulder. I almost went deaf too. Jiang Li chuckled at this, saying, actually, I feel the same way. Enough of this. You're all ganging up on me. Su Fan exclaimed, feeling embarrassed that a roller coaster ride had caused him such shame. Let's go while it's still early, we can explore other places. Mo Jingshan quickly shifted the topic without pressing. Let's head elsewhere, this amusement park is toxic. However, it seems like Hangsheng doesn't have many places left that interest us since we've been to most of them already. Su Fan glanced at Mo Ling beside him and said, this second-year student still has a week of classes left, so she can't just come out with us now. Jiang Li, do you have any thoughts? Mo Jingshan turned to Jiang Li, who replied, me. I don't have anything in mind, I'll go along with you guys. How about going to sing? Su Fan suggested. Although the atmosphere might be lacking at this hour, there aren't many people, and we can book a private room. Jiang Li had actually not considered this option. Okay, let's go sing then. Mo Jingshan nodded in agreement, having received Su Fan's signal. What about you, Mo Ling? I have no objections, she replied. All right then, everyone, I'll take you for a spin first. The orange Lamborghini sped through the city's streets. The wind felt pleasant against the skin, as if a pair of gentle hands were softly caressing you. Mo Jingshan remained in her previous position, propping her chin on her hand, as she contemplated what song Jiang Li mirrored her actions, leaning against the car door, letting the wind tousle her hair, which floated in the air. The two seemed to have some unsaid conflict, an invisible barrier separating them, and they didn't speak to each other, which starkly contrasted with Su Fan and Mo Ling sitting in front of them. About half an hour later, everyone got out of the car. Jiang Li looked up at the colorful sign above her head. Since it was still early, the colorful lights had not yet lit up. The surrounding environment had changed. They seemed to have entered a chaotic area, where people were adorned in a variety. Jiang Li seldom visited such places as they were not suited for her quiet demeanor. Boss, book us a private room. Mo Jingshan was the first to step inside and talk to the manager. Even though it was still early, there were quite a few private rooms occupied in the KTV. Among them were students like Mo Jingshuan, who had just graduated from high school. By the way, once Mo Ling gets on summer break, they could all plan a trip together. Mo Jingshun walked in front, twisting the doorknob of the room, led by the manager, though she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Li would join them. Forget it, better not think about it. Based on Jiang Li's temperament, it was highly unlikely she'd come along. Inside the KTV room, the lighting was dim, with a swaying and rotating colorful light hanging from the ceiling. On the opposite wall was a small stage with a screen, and below the stage were rows of sofas with microphones placed on the tables. Mo Jingshun had booked the most expensive suite, which looked much cleaner and tidier. Both the equipment and soundproofing were excellent, completely blocking out any noise from the next room. Of course, who goes to KTV without drinking? Su Fan ordered a case of beer and some snacks to go with it, while Mo Ling had already grabbed a microphone, keenly tuning it, clearly ready to showcase her singing talents. As for Jiang Li, she sat quietly in a corner, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Bang! Su Fan placed a case of canned beer on the table and popped open a can, taking a big gulp. Hey, minors aren't allowed to drink. Su Fan caught a glimpse of Mo Ling coming off the stage, stealthily grabbing a can of beer from her hands and standing up to reclaim it. Humph! Mo Ling crossed her arms, looking sulky. If I can't drink, then I won't. Mo Jingshun grabbed a can of beer and sat down next to Jiang Li. Upon noticing the latter instinctively shrinking away, she couldn't help but shake her head. Jiang Li, it feels like our relationship has gone back to how it was when we first met. Mo Jingshun remarked, opening her beer, and some amber liquid spilled out with the bubbles. Want some? Mo Jingshun offered the beer to Jiang Li, who shook her head. Mo Jingshun then took back the beer, drinking a large gulp. Mo Jingshun sniffed, put down the beer, and walked up to the small stage. Mo Ling, you sit there and see what your brother wants to sing. Su Fan guided Mo Ling to sit next to Jiang Li, and they both tacitly allowed Mo Jingshun to sing the first song. Mo Jingshun scrolled through the screen for a while before finding the song she wanted to sing. The room was very quiet, with no sound from outside. As the soothing music began, the first line of lyrics slowly flowed from Mo Jingshun's lips. To love someone may require generosity. If one only wishes to be loved, in the end there are no dialogues. There must be genuine feelings between you and me, not seeking a fair score. There will always be happiness and heartache. Mo Jingshun sang slowly, her voice gentle, as if trying to convey her inner emotions to someone. We are each other's special ones, desperately inseparable, not just anyone's seriousness. If there were only one day to love someone, let every moment in that time rewind. Life has countless possibilities. You are the one I am destined to meet, the special one. Mo Jingshun held the microphone in her right hand, yet her gaze was fixed on Jiang Li, who sat in the corner. If there were only one day to love someone, let every moment in that time rewind. Life has countless possibilities. You are the one I am destined to meet, the special one. Jiang Li lowered her head, unable to meet Mo Jingshun's intense gaze. She understood clearly that this song was meant for her, who just yesterday, Mo Jingshun had told her she was the special one in his life. But why is it me? Mo Jingshun is such a wonderful person, why waste time on me? Jiang Li fell silent. If the answer had appeared long ago. It was not just Mo Jingshun's unilateral choice of Jiang Li, but to some extent Jiang Li had also chosen Mo Jingshun. At the moment fate brought them together, their destinies had already begun to change. All my subjects must obey my command. I am. Mo Ling passionately sang on stage at the KTV, wearing a cloak adorned with numerous ornaments. As she reached the climax of the song, she dramatically swept the cloak with her foot and waved it around. With her 5 fair fingers pointed forward, she made a gesture as if casting a spell. Su Fan, observing Mo Ling, who was completely immersed in her performance, couldn't help but chuckle. He held his phone in his right hand, filming her. I feel that my strength has greatly improved through this training, Mo Ling said happily as she stepped off the stage. Of course, our Mo Ling is the Holy Grace Knight, destined to save the world in the future. She is the Holy Grace Heavenly Radiance and Cycle Dance Knight, Mo Ling added, and after finishing her sentence, she turned her gaze to Jiang Li, who was quietly sitting on the sofa. Mo Ling walked over and affectionately hugged Jiang Li's arm. Director of the Holy Library, would you like to come up and sing a song too? Never mind. Jiang Li shook her head, placing her hand on the back of Mo Ling's head. I'll just listen to you sing. Drinking without playing is boring, Jingchun. How about we play a game? Su Fan suggested. Moi. Mo Jingchun, being called out, put down the nearly empty brown bottle. How about truth or dare? Su Fan discreetly kicked Mo Jingchun with his leg. Agreed. Mo Jingchun understood, immediately turning to pull her younger sister up, who was snuggling with another. This is also a trial, right? Mo Ling said, excitedly, caught up in her delusions. Yes, this is a trial. Mo Jingchun continued with his sister's words, although his focus was not on Mo Ling, but on Jiang Li. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Jiang Li nodded. I can do it. Then it's decided. Let me explain the rules now. Su Fan smirked wickedly as he picked up the empty bottle that Mo Jingchun had just finished and placed it on it. The rules are simple. We will spin this bottle, and whoever it points to must choose between truth or dare. If they don't want to do either, they must drink a cup of alcohol. If it points to oneself, it's invalid, and we move to the next round. Fair and reasonable, right? I have no objections, Mo Jingchun nodded. Let's get started, Mo Ling said excitedly. Jiang Li's dark eyes flickered as if she was contemplating something, but she ultimately raised no objections. Alright, we'll take turns spinning the bottle, and I'll go first, Su Fan said, placing his finger on the bottle and giving it a... After a smooth spin, the bottle eventually came to a halt, pointing directly at the excited Mo Ling. Oh, why am I the first? Mo Ling pouted, looking dissatisfied. Truth or dare? Su Fan asked with a smile. Fez the Holy Grace, Heavenly Radiance, in Cycle Dance Night, of course, I choose dare. Mo Ling proudly declared. Alright, Mo Ling, your dare is that from the end of today until tomorrow you cannot say your real name, nor can you call any of us by our real names. Su Fan said with a mischievous smile, so can you do it? Off. Su Fan hit her weak spot, and for a moment Mo Ling found it hard to hold back, but she gritted her teeth. Is this also part of my training? Fine, I accept. What should I call you now? Su Fan asked playfully. Humph. Mo Ling turned her face away, looking insulted, and gritted her teeth. Brother Su Fan. Hey, that's more like it. How long has it been since you called me brother? Su Fan said proudly. Jiang Li and the others are bullying me. You have to help me later. Mo Ling leaned back against Jiang Li's lap, acting cute. Jiang Li smiled gently and pinched Mo Ling's fair, tender face. Mo Jingchun watched their interaction from the side, feeling inexplicably envious. If only he could interact with Jiang Li so intimately. However, if he really did that, Jiang Li might truly ignore him. Jiang Li, oh Jiang Li, when will you be willing to be my girlfriend? When can I truly enter your heart? Hey, Su Fan patted Mo Jingchun's shoulder, signaling that it was now his turn. Regaining his senses, Mo Jingchun placed his hand on the bottle, glancing at Jiang Li with his peripheral vision, while controlling the force on the bottle, and then spun it with a light flick. The bottle barely rotated at all, merely shifting slightly in direction, and the mouth of the bottle pointed directly at Jiang Li's. Expression was calm, as if she had expected this moment. Jiang Li, truth or dare? Su Fan had already assumed the role of game referee, asking Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun swallowed his handsome face, revealing a hint of anticipation. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li picked up a can of beer from the table. I choose punishment. This. Before Mo Jingchun and Su Fan could react, Jiang Li had already opened the beer, and the two exchanged glances, and Mo Ling, being rather oblivious, did not realize anything was wrong. She was just a bit excited that it was her turn. Hey, look at my holy grace. Cough, cough, my greatness. Mo Ling's words were a bit stammered due to her inability to say her real name. As she forcefully spun the bottle after a whirlwind of rotation, it steadily pointed back to Mo Ling herself. Mo Ling's expression fell. Why is this happening? Haha, not fair, Mo Ling. Su Fan laughed at her from the side. Jiang Li, you help me teach him a good lesson. Mo Ling angrily pushed the bottle in front of Jiang Li while pointing at Su Fan. I'll do my best. Jiang Li nodded and gently began to spin the bottle. The bottle made a faint sound as it rubbed against the glass table, and everyone stared at the spinning bottle, which finally came to a stop. Mo Jingchun directed his gaze at Jiang Li, and the bottle pointed at him. Jiang Li, will you choose truth or dare? Su Fan asked as usual. I choose truth, Jiang Li said after a moment of thought. Alright, Jingchun. Su Fan turned his gaze to Mo Jingchun. I accept. Mo Jingchun looked intently at Jiang Li, curious about what kind of question she would pose to him. However, the next moment Jiang Li's words surprised everyone around. Her expression suddenly became conflicted. I don't want to ask a truth anymore, can I skip? Skip A. Su Fan didn't expect Jiang Li to say that. Mo Jingchun remained silent, just slightly furrowing his brows, feeling that Jiang Li was still as elusive as before. Sister Jiang Li, why aren't you asking? Mo Ling, the only person in the room focused on the game, looked at Jiang Li with some urgency. Quickly extract his secrets from my brother's mouth, and then threaten him with gold coins in the future. Mo Jingchun was somewhat speechless. Mo Ling was treating Jiang Li like herself, but only she was thinking about extracting her own gold coins daily. However, Jiang Li remained unmoved, shaking her head. No. Alright, since Jiang Li voluntarily gives up the right to inquire, automatically goes to Jingchun. Now Mo Jingchun can issue a game invitation to anyone present. Su Fan nodded and said this. This isn't right. Noticing the anomaly, Mo Ling raised her hand in protest. This rule is clearly not in the game rules. It's a new addition, a special situation, Su Fan added. What? How can you add rules halfway through? Mo Ling's expression showed some dissatisfaction. This is also part of the trial, Su Fan said with a smile. The greater the difficulty, the higher the level of improvement. Our Lady Knight should understand that, right? That's because I am a saint, Mo Ling said, momentarily excited, and almost lost control, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, and nodding dazedly with wide eyes. Jingchun and Su Fan glanced at him. Let's start. Mo Jingchun said. Jiang Li, do you choose truth? I choose punishment, Jiang Li replied, decisively, opening a can of beer again, and drinking it down before anyone could. Jiang Li tilted her pale neck back, her skin visibly reddening at an observable speed. After consuming 2 cans of beer, the originally pale cheeks of Jiang Li gradually took on a rosy hue, making her appear more lively, adding a touch of allure and charm. Even the usually thick-skinned Mo Ling noticed something was off. She anxiously grabbed Zhang Li's slightly warm hand. Sister Zhang Li, are you feeling unwell? How could that be? Zhang Li revealed an enchanting smile. I am very happy to be with you all. Taking the opportunity, Su Fan made a gesture towards Mo Jingchun, but Mo Jingchun frowned and did not respond to Su Fan's signal. He anticipated that even if he turned to Zhang Li again in the next game, she would likely choose punishment again. She was still avoiding it. Mo Jingchun sighed, suddenly losing interest. Su Fan and Mo Ling spun the bottle for another round, and it was Mo Jingchun's turn again. With a casual spin of his right hand on the bottle, it pointed to Zhang Li again. Without waiting for Su Fan to speak or for anyone to react, Mo Jingchun directly posed a strange question to Zhang Li. Zhang Li, what kind of person do you think you are? The air suddenly became stagnant, and the previously noisy surroundings fell silent. Confused expressions appeared simultaneously on Su Fan and Mo Ling's faces. What kind of question was this? Zhang Li was also taken aback, probably not expecting Mo Jingchun to ask her that. Although the question was strange, it was harmless, seemingly just a casual inquiry among friends. But Mo Jingchun knew that the answer to this question was very important. He vaguely sensed something. Zhang Li seemed to lack self-identity, her heart trapped by something. What kind of person am I? Zhang Li murmured to herself, her face flushed, revealing 8 bright white teeth, exuding a kind of antiquated and elegant beauty. I should be a gentle person. Mo Jingchun's gaze fell as he had already understood. Come on, let's continue. Su Fan glanced at Mo Jingchun without showing any signs and continued to lighten the atmosphere. Around 9 p.m., Su Fan and his group walked out of the KTV private room and returned to the street outside. A gentle breeze blew and the air outside was much fresher than that in the private room. The cool evening wind made everyone feel more sober. Mo Ling struggled to support Su Fan as they moved forward, gripping one of Su Fan's arms, while the latter leaned almost all his weight onto her. Damn it, the demon lord told you not to drink so much. Mo Ling gritted her teeth, her delicate legs trembling slightly, as she finally managed to help him to the side of the sports car. You broke the rules, Mo Ling. Su Fan, although drunk, still remembered the rules established in the first round of Truth or Dare. Don't speak, or he'll just leave you here later. Mo Ling threatened Su Fan fiercely. Oh, okay. Su Fan obediently closed his mouth. Mo Ling, call a designated driver for you guys. You should go back with Su Fan first. Mo Jingchun stood beside them, pulling out his phone to call a designated driver, while on his other side, he was supporting the slightly tipsy Zhang Li. Originally, Mo Ling was supporting Zhang Li, but later she was ordered by her own older brother to help Su Fan, showing no concern for her younger sister's well-being. What about you two? Mo Ling asked. Why don't we wait for the designated driver to come, send Zhang Li back first, and then take us 3 back? Mo Jingchun shook his head. I can take Zhang Li back. Later he'll take the bus home. Well, then fine, brother, you and Zhang Li be careful. Mo Jingchun nodded, supporting Zhang Li as they walked forward, leaving the place. Actually, I'm not drunk. Zhang Li, feeling drowsy, suddenly reacted and struggled to walk by herself. Don't be stubborn, you can barely walk straight. Mo Jingchun firmly supported Zhang Li. She had drunk another half cup of wine behind him and was now swaying unsteadily. She really shouldn't have drunk so much with her poor tolerance. Mo Jingchun thought to himself, but Zhang Li was quite stubborn. Squinting her eyes, her lips were red from the alcohol. She pushed Mo Jingchun away forcefully, but barely walked 2 steps before sitting down on the ground. People passing by on the road cast their gazes at Zhang Li, who was sitting on the ground. Mo Jingchun helplessly smiled. He quietly walked up, wrapping his arm around Zhang Li's back and lifting her off the ground while supporting her knees. This was a standard princess carry. Zhang Li's left hand rested on Mo Jingchun's chest, bringing them close. In her daze, Zhang Li was completely unaware that she was currently being held in Mo Jingchun's embrace. She only felt a sense of warmth and security, as if she had been protected by something reliable amidst the chaos, akin to the wall she tightly leaned against while sleeping at night, bringing her a fleeting sense of peace. She truly lacked a sense of security, like someone on the verge of drowning, desperately grasping for the last possible lifeline. Zhang Li's head tilted against Mo Jingchun's chest, the closest position to his heart. Mo Jingchun noticed Zhang Li's lips moving as if she were murmuring, so he instinctively leaned closer. At that moment, a yellow circular pendant appeared in his view. Mo Jingchun recognized it. It was something Zhang Li had always carried, seemingly a safety token. Mo Jingchun thought about it while carrying Zhang Li forward, intending to take her back to the 7th welfare. Mo Jingchun reluctantly placed Zhang Li on her bed. To be honest, he quite enjoyed the feeling of carrying her. Zhang Li, soft and pliable from drunkenness, felt comfortable cradled in his arms. More importantly, she had a fresh and elegant scent. Although Mo Jingchun had smelled it many times before, he never grew tired of it. He gazed at Zhang Li lying on the bed, his brows curving as his expression softened. Despite Zhang Li's emotional contradictions, it must be said that her appearance was refreshingly beautiful, leaning towards a classical gentleness. She resembled a gentle woman from the south of the Yangtze River, quietly lying on the bed, evoking no ill thoughts. Mo Jingshun sat by the bed and pulled up a corner of the blanket to cover her beautiful chest. Mo Jingshun sniffed and rubbed his nose with his fist. Came a soft voice from the bed. Mo Jingshun suddenly stood up from the bedside. At this vigorous age, he could hardly tolerate such a tease from Jiang Li, even though her unconscious murmurs inevitably tugged at his youthful heartstrings. Mo Jingshun's face flushed as his eyes involuntarily lingered on Jiang Li. Her dark hair sprawled across the bed, and her originally fair cheeks were tinged with a hint of red, adding a touch of charm. Perhaps feeling thirsty, Jiang Li pursed her lips, the rosy lips brushing against each other, looking soft and inviting. Mo Jingshun turned and exited the room, stepping into the living room. He calmed his racing heart and instinctively surveyed his surroundings. This was his second visit to Jiang Li's residence, the 7th Welfare Institute. He recalled passing by often, but never thought Jiang Li lived here. The surrounding layout was simple. Jiang Li's lips were rosy, as if she had just wanted to drink water. Damn it, what am— Mo Jingshun shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the scene he had just witnessed. However, the more he resisted, the more that image appeared in his mind. This was a side of Jiang Li he had never seen before. After her drunkenness, she showed less of her usual indifference and more of a charming tenderness. Usually, Mo Jingshun only saw Jiang Li's indifferent expression. Although this was an accident, it undeniably stirred his heart. Water, water, Mo Jingshun muttered as he found a glass and filled it with water before re-entering the room. However, when Mo Jingshun opened the door again, the sight that greeted him made it impossible for him to remain calm. Perhaps due to the heat of drunkenness, Jiang Li had tossed off the blanket covering her chest, lying sideways against the wall, her short sleeves lifted, exposing large swathes of her smooth back. Do not look at indecent sights. Mo Jingshun turned his head away, but his peripheral vision could not help but focus on Jiang Li's smooth back. Cough, cough. Mo Jingshun cleared his throat twice, resolutely turning his head back and placing the glass of water. Mo Jingshun stepped closer, gently supporting Jiang Li's back as he reached for the lifted shirt to pull it down. However, he inevitably came into contact with her delicate back. The sensation was smooth and warm, causing Mo Jingshun's face to flush again. To be honest, due to his personality, he had never considered dating. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Li burst into his life, compelling him to change his initial thoughts. She was like a lost person entering Mo Jingshun's world and leaving an indelible mark. With no experience interacting with the opposite sex, Mo Jingshun's actions appeared clumsy and inexperienced. After dressing Jiang Li, he sat sideways on the bed and helped her sit up. Holding Jiang Li with his left arm, while grappling with the glass of water in his right, he pondered how to get the water into her mouth, given her current state. Could it be that he had to? Suddenly, scenes from melodramatic soap operas he had watched as a child flooded Mo Jingshun's mind. Upon considering that possible method, his heart raced, almost startling Jiang Li awake. No. After hesitating for a long time, Mo Jingshun dismissed the idea. Though it was tempting, his actions would be no different from taking advantage of her. Wasn't this just using Jiang Li's drunkenness as an excuse to act shamelessly? After much contemplation, Mo Jingshun placed the cup back on the table, freeing a hand to gently pat Jiang Li's cheek. Ouch! Mo Jingshun regretted it a bit. Jiang Li's face was soft and fragrant, and he couldn't help but gently. Jiang Li's small face was shaped into various forms by Mo Jingshun's hand, looking extremely adorable. Mo Jingshun gently held Jiang Li, and without even realizing it, he leaned down, gradually inching closer to her beautiful face. Huff! His heavy breaths brushed against Jiang Li's face, causing her eyelashes to flutter slightly, her eyelids to twitch gently, seemingly on the verge of waking up. I shouldn't be taking advantage of her, right? No, Mo Jingshun, you are indeed taking advantage of her. Quickly lift your head. But I really like her. Liking Jiang Li should be done openly, not by taking advantage of her vulnerability. At the same time, two figures, one light and one dark, emerged in Mo Jingshun's heart, waging a battle with. A struggle appeared on Mo Jingshun's handsome face. At this moment, he was only a hair's breadth away from Jiang Li's rosy cheeks. If he moved just a little closer, he would kiss Jiang Li's face, something only couples could do. Mo Jingshun closed his eyes, feeling more conflicted than during a college entrance exam. Forget it, I should wake her up for water instead. Ultimately, the light figure triumphed over the dark one, and Mo Jingshun sighed, opening his eyes. However, he found himself staring into a pair of slightly dazed eyes. Jiang Li had unknowingly awakened at some point. Perhaps out of shyness or surprise at Jiang Li's sudden awakening, Mo Jingshun became tongue-tied, even his hands trembling slightly. Jiang Li, you are drunk. I was going to give you some water. Jiang Li replied softly, her beautiful eyes slightly downcast, seemingly lost in thought. Then I won't bother you any longer. They'll just take my leave. Mo Jingshun hurriedly attempted to escape the scene. Jiang Li did not stop Mo Jingshun, who quickly left. She turned to the glass of water on the table, lifting it to take a shallow sip. However, Jiang Li's face did not soften from the cool water. Instead, it seemed to grow even redder. Jiang Li placed the cup beside her face, trying to cool herself down physically, but the flush on her cheeks persisted. Tisk, what exactly did you do when you returned Jiang Li that day? Look, she won't even meet you now. Su Fan sat in the gaming chair, headphones around his neck, controlling the character on the computer screen, while continuing to complain about Mo Jingchun. How could I? Mo Jingchun replied with a tone of grievance, just as the character he was controlling was killed by the enemy, prompting him to release the mouse in a gesture of giving up. Why have you become so bad? Don't duo with me anymore, you've lost all your stars. Su Fan opened the stats panel and shook his head at his good friend's abysmal performance. Is this what being in love looks like? Su Fan looked at Mo Jingchun slumped in the gaming chair, completely devoid of his former carefree and unkempt demeanor. Brother, you're finished. What should I do now? I have no experience chasing girls. Mo Jingchun ignored his good friend's insults and simply covered his eyes in frustration. Su Fan looked at the large victory message on the computer screen and also released the mouse. He twisted open a drink beside him and took a sip. Look at what you're saying. Is this even human talk? It's like I've been in a relationship before. Actually, the method is quite simple. Su Fan put down his drink. Just persist. Jiang Li works part-time at the flower shop, so you should go there and hang out with her under the guise of a part-time job. That should work, right? Mo Jingchun had thought of this as well, but he feared it might have the opposite effect. If you like her, go for it. Don't wait until there's no chance left and you're hiding in your blanket listening to the wrong kind of clock. Su Fan reminded him, girls like Jiang Li are still under the teacher's supervision in high school, but once she gets to university. Just wait, you have no idea how many people are chasing her. Mo Jingchun trembled at the thought, feeling uneasy at the image of Jiang Li comfortably chatting with someone else in university. Listening to you is like listening to a lecture. Mo Jingchun got up from the gaming chair, throwing his headphones on the keyboard. Jiang Li is mine, I won't allow her to like anyone else. Hey, are you leaving already? Su Fan called out, as Mo Jingchun ran to the door of the room. What else should I do? I don't want to hide in my blanket listening to the wrong kind of clock. What about the pact we made to play together? Are you just going to abandon your good brother like this? Su Fan said helplessly. Mo Jingchun straightened his expression. Then I wish you good scores in the exam. I'm leaving now. You? Su Fan didn't finish his sentence as Mo Jingchun had already slammed the door behind him. Sigh, Su Fan shook his head, feeling inexplicably relieved as he watched Mo Jingchun. Luckily, that silly one probably wouldn't be stolen away by someone else. As Su Fan pondered, a smile involuntarily appeared on his delicate face. Mo Jingchun went downstairs, took out his phone from his pocket, and called the manager Shun at Xingyue Flower Shop. The busy tone rang briefly at the other end before the call connected. Hello, this is Xingyue Flower Shop. What kind of floral service do you need? It's me, manager Shun. Mo Jingchun changed out of his slippers, put on his shoes for going out, and opened his front door, stepping outside. It's like this, Mo Jingchun explained his request as he walked towards his front door, conveniently passing by the garage. Mo Jingchun stopped in front of the garage door, saying, I'll give you a week off, your salary will still be paid as usual, and the profit sharing will remain the same. I understand, Mo. I will explain it clearly to Xiao Jiang. The manager Shin's voice came from the other end in agreement. Then let's leave it at that. I'll come by in the afternoon, you can leave in the morning today. After finishing the conversation with manager Shin, Mo Jingchun hung up the phone. After hesitating for a while, he walked into his garage. Although he had gotten his driver's license during winter break, Mo Jingchun still preferred to take the bus. But at that moment, for reasons unknown, Mo Jingchun felt a strange sense of vanity. He wanted to drive to find Jiang Li and then take her to many places. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. Mo Jingchun shook his head, trying to clear those messy thoughts. Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun recalled the time Jiang Li sat in the convertible, her hair blowing in the wind along with her elegant demeanor. That one will do. Mo Jingchun found his target and immediately set off to Xingyue Flower Shop. Meanwhile, at Xingyue Flower Shop, manager Shin had just hung up the phone and was currently standing in the floral trimming area at the back of the shop. Jiang Li was at the counter outside handling flowers and receiving online orders. Manager Shin untied the apron with the Xingyue Flower Shop logo tied around her waist and hung it on the wall beside her. She reached out with her hands marked by the traces of time and slightly opened the door leading outside. In her line of sight, Jiang Li was engrossed in a book, reading diligently. The girl wore simple clothing, a black apron tied around her waist, her hair tied up high, leaving 2 strands framing her fair face. It was morning and sunlight streamed through the surrounding windows onto the counter of the Xingyue Flower Shop, bathing the various flowers in sunlight, making them thrive and grow freely. Amidst it all, Jiang Li, immersed in her reading, seemed to be infused with vibrant colors of life. Manager Shin's expression was slightly complicated. She only knew that Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun should just be friends, as she was unaware if there was any further relationship between them, nor should she inquire about it. After all, the family behind Jiang Li runs such a large company, and she just needed to comply with their arrangements. Moreover, the week off allowed manager Shun to have more time to deal with her own matters. While thinking this, manager Shin pushed the door open and walked to the front desk outside. Ding 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 ding. The wind chimes hanging at the entrance of the flower shop jingled as the wind blew, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Li looked up, first glancing toward the door, before noticing manager Shin. Xiao Jiang, I have something to tell you. Manager Shin adjusted her expression, intending to explain the situation. Oh, Zhang nodded, closing the book she had placed on the counter. Someone will come to temporarily take my place. During this time he'll trouble you too. As she spoke, Manager Shin picked up her small white bag and slung it over her shoulder, preparing to open the flower shop's display window. The wind chimes above made a soft clinking sound, clear and pleasant. I understand, Manager Shun. Zhang nodded, her calm face showing no excess emotion. Alright, I'm off. After Manager Shin finished explaining, she turned and left Xingyue flower shop. At 1230 noon, Zhang Li was alone in the Xingyue flower shop. She touched her flattened belly and pulled out the 2 buns she had left over from breakfast from the drawer beneath the counter. The shop didn't provide meals, one had to fend for themselves. Previously, both Manager Shun and she always brought their. This method saved quite a bit on meal expenses. The buns that had been sitting in the drawer all morning were no longer as soft as they had been in the morning. Zhang Li pinched the bun skin through the plastic bag, feeling it was both cold and hard. She opened her light pink lips and bit into the bun, revealing the red spicy dried tofu filling inside. Zhang Li sniffed and took a sip from the nearby cup. Dingling dingling. Just as Zhang Li was drinking, the wind chime hanging at the front door of the flower shop rang out with a clear sound, and at the same time the door of the display window creaked open. Zhang Li hurriedly put down her cup. Welcome, may I ask if you would like? She only got halfway through her sentence before she stopped, dumbstruck. Standing by the door under the wind chime was none other than him, the person she had parted with that evening. Mo Jingshun stood there, youthful and spirited, his smile wild yet tinged with a hint of tenderness. That smile was like a drop of ink on pristine rice paper, gradually seeping through layer by layer, leaving an indelible and profound mark. Mo Jingshun appeared once again before Zhang Li. He brusquely intruded into her vision, stirring her heart that had just begun to settle. Zhang Li's face flushed, slightly contrasting with the blooming flowers around her. She felt shy, perhaps recalling some experience from before. Mo Jingshun was less restrained than Zhang Li. His left hand held a white plastic bag containing the meal he had packed from the restaurant earlier. One has to admit that Mo Jingshun's timing was impeccable as he happened upon Zhang Li in the midst of her bun eating. Time to eat, time to eat. Mo Jingshun placed the meal he was holding under the counter in front of him, pulled out a chair, and sat beside Zhang Li, unboxing the meal and spreading it out in the space under the counter. Mo Jingshun, what are you doing here? Zhang Li still held the half-eaten tofu bun in her hand, but the blush on her face faded as she returned to her initial calm. Wait a minute. Zhang Li seemed to recall something, staring intently at Mo Jingshun. Is the person Manager Shin mentioned you? What about me? Mo Jingshun said nonchalantly, his gaze drawn to the bun Zhang Li held. Mo Jingshun, what flavor is that bun? Let me have a bite. Before Zhang Li could react, Mo Jingshun leaned over the counter, biting off the remaining piece of the bun from her. You? Zhang Li's face reddened again, and she quickly lowered her head, not wanting anyone to see her slightly shy expression. But her long dark hair was tied up, and lowering her head didn't effectively cover her face. Alright, let's eat. Mo Jingshun chewed a couple of bites of the tofu bun before swallowing, then handed Zhang Li the packed meal. We still have work in the afternoon, and you need to eat well to have the energy to work properly. His radiant smile was like sunlight, capable of illuminating even the darkest corners. Zhang Li could never refuse Mo Jingshun. Her heart, after all, still longed for love. Zhang Li extended her delicate pale hand to take the boxed lunch from Mo Jingshun, but their fingers inevitably brushed against each other. Mo Jingshun's hand was warm, unlike Zhang Li's. Mo Jingshun's eyes moved slightly, the pad of his index finger silently grazing Zhang Li's hand. After they finished eating and rested for half an hour, the Xingyue flower shop reopened at 130. What book is this? Mo Jingshun stood at the counter, leaning beside Zhang Li. There were many green plants and flowers arranged on top of the counter, making it quite long and providing ample space. Even with 2 people standing there, a considerable distance remained. However, Mo Jingshun seemed oblivious to this, slowly edging Zhang Li closer. Floral Art Encyclopedia. Zhang Li turned the book in her hands to show the cover, while resting her hand on Mo Jingshun's shoulder, pushing him away. If you keep this up, I'll go inside to cut flowers. Are you very interested in floral art? Mo Jingshun took a step back. Your job in the flower shop shouldn't be too complicated, right? Yes, Zhang Li nodded. It's something I want to learn myself. Having more skills is always beneficial. Since I'm here part-time, it's good to learn a bit. How about this? Since there aren't many orders right now, let's go water the flowers outside. Zhang Li suggested. Okay. Mo Jingshun nodded, eagerly picking up the 2 plastic watering cans at the flower shop's entrance and leading the way out of the display window into the little garden outside. Don't water too much, or listen to me. Zhang Li held the watering can standing beside the flowers in the garden with him. Zhang Li explained the flowers in detail, including their preferred temperatures and how many times to water them each day, all very clearly. As Zhang Li chatted, a smile blossomed on her face like the surrounding flowers. It was evident that she truly loved flowers. Mo Jingshun thought to himself. Although he had previously tried multiple times to predict Zhang Li's feelings, all ended in failure. At least this time, he had not misjudged. Mo Jingshun was holding the watering can when he noticed a figure walking into the Xingyue flower shop. It was a boy dressed in a gray outfit with messy hair and a weary expression. The flesh at his jaw was tightly pressed against the bone, making him look very thin. "Hello, may I ask what style of flowers you would like to order?" Jiang Li also noticed the weary boy in gray, so she set the watering can down on the ground beside her, rubbed her hands on her apron to dry the water stains. "Hi." The weary boy in gray looked up, his eyes brightening at the sight of Jiang Li, but quickly dimmed again. Mo Jingshun stood next to Jiang Li, exuding an air of a protective hen. "Boss, can you cut me a bouquet of heartbreak flowers?" The weary boy in gray said, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and anger. "It would be best if you could include some cursed flower language too." "Off." Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had heard such a request. "Buddy, what's wrong with you?" Mo Jingshun also noticed the gray-clad boy's unusual emotions and asked him, "What's the matter?" A look of anger gradually appeared on the haggard face of the gray-clad boy. "I was cheated on." Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun exchanged glances, both sensing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. "I'm sorry," the gray-clad boy seemed to calm himself. "I don't know if you can fulfill my request." Jiang Li nodded, "Sure, but it might take a little time. You'll have to wait a while." "No need," the gray-clad boy shook his head. "They'll give you an address. You can use local delivery to send it there. They'll pay you in advance." "So, buddy, is this bouquet for your ex-girlfriend?" Mo Jingshun asked tentatively. "Sigh, I'm not afraid to tell." The gray-clad boy sighed. "Even though she cheated on me, I still like her. But I don't want to be a clown. This bouquet is my way of putting an end to this relationship." After finishing his words, the gray-clad boy's face returned to its previous haggard expression, as if he no longer had the strength to continue speaking. After paying, the gray-clad boy left the Xingyue flower shop, determined to move on after today. Jiang Li stored the address he had given her, put down the kettle in her hand, and walked towards the shop's display window. The sound of the wind chime rang clearly as Jiang Li entered the shop, with Mo Jingshun closely following behind. Breakups, betrayal, and curses. This was the customer's request, and Jiang Li had never gone through the process of creating floral art alone. It had always been manager Shun who handled the arrangements. Although Jiang Li had observed many times, she had never actually done it herself. This morning, when manager Shin left, Jiang Li had thought an experienced person would temporarily take over, but to her surprise, it was Mo Jingshun who came. Mo Jingshun knew nothing about floral art and language, so the current order had to be completed solely by Jiang Li. White bougainvillea, light yellow laurel, and deep-colored black lilies. These flowers somewhat matched the meanings required by the order. Jiang Li was deep in thought, contemplating how to. Mo Jingshun stood quietly beside Jiang Li, watching her thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. A sense of inexplicable nostalgia washed over him, as if he had returned to his senior year, sitting in the back row. He didn't look at the sky, but secretly watched Jiang Li pondering over her problems. Since getting to know Jiang Li, Mo Jingshun seemed to have reduced the times he looked at the sky and increased the instances of secretly observing Jiang Li. The latter seemed to have sensed this, as she often cast puzzled glances at him, but fortunately Mo Jingshun was quick to react and had never been caught by Jiang Li. "Have you had enough watching?" Jiang Li's clear voice rang in his ears, causing Mo Jingshun to turn his head sheepishly, his earlobes slightly flushed. Her pink lips curled into a smile, a shallow dimple appearing on her cheek. Mo Jingshun's shy demeanor was surprisingly contrasting. "I'm going into the floral cutting room. They'll leave the outside to you." "Got it." Mo Jingshun put down his hand that had been touching his earlobe and cheerfully agreed. Although Jiang Li had hidden her earlier smile, Mo Jingshun could still perceive the subtle changes in her expression. Her dark hair contrasted beautifully with her deep-set eyes, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Jiang Li entered the cutting room inside the flower shop and closed the door. Mo Jingshun clapped his hands and returned to the counter where Jiang Li had been. Perhaps out of boredom, he picked up the floral encyclopedia Jiang Li had been looking at earlier. The first page caught his eye, revealing Jiang Li's elegant handwriting. It was her name. Mo Jingshun flipped through the book, which not only introduced various flowers, but also described some floral techniques. Snap! As Mo Jingshun was reading, a card seemed to fall out from between the pages, landing on the ground with a barely audible. Mo Jingshun bent down to pick up the card that had fallen on the floor. To be precise, it was not just a card. Because it was affixed with a pale pink flower, Mo Jingshun recognized it at a glance. It was the same bellflower he had once given to Jiang Li. At this moment, the bellflower no longer had the vibrant and tender quality it had when he first gifted it to Jiang Li. The bellflower had been trimmed to a suitable size and affixed to a pure black card. It had been made into a floral specimen, seemingly becoming an eternal memento, transforming into fragments of memory that surged back to his mind. Black and white, the colors were distinctly separate, like a nameless flower blooming in the night unnoticed, but it was undeniable that it had indeed bloomed. Only those with keen eyes could spot its existence in the dark, discovering the inconspicuous bellflower blooming by the roadside. Mo Jingshun took a deep breath, his gaze drifting to the floral cutting room, where Jiang Li had just entered. Why did he choose this flower back then? In truth, there was nothing particularly meaningful about it. Mo Jingshun did not understand flowers. He had simply seen this flower blooming in a corner as he was leaving, feeling an inexplicable connection to Jiang Li. Many things are like this, though what you deliberately pursue may not succeed, while spontaneous actions might become an important part of life one day. Zhongli loved flowers and cherished Mo Jingchuan, but like the bellflower, she had grown accustomed to staying in the corner, leading a life unnoticed. Many who long for redemption hope that one day someone will come into their lives illuminating the darkness yet they never consider when a person has been in darkness for a long time, will they truly embrace the light when they see it choosing the path of salvation? Or will they shrink back in fear, dreading that the light may not bring salvation, but yet another wave of pain? One-sided thinking cannot yield rational results. Just as a bat hiding in the shadows cannot merge with the light, some people are destined to remain in dark corners, licking their ugly scars day after day. If the light can only be possessed for a short time, then Zhongli would rather it had never appeared. As long as she stays in place, she would not have to endure the possibility of being hurt. This is Zhongli's self-protection mechanism, and she considers it the best method to date. This is also why Zhongli resists stemming from her inner weakness. Zhongli, you're so sensitive and smart. Can you sense that my heart aches for you? Every time I see you alone, my heart feels painful. It hurts so much. In the flower shop that afternoon, Mo Jingchuan held a wilted bellflower, alone murmured. Zhongli's right hand held a pair of scissors, and before her lay colorful paper spread out on the table, 4 black lilies, and 15 interspersed, night-blooming jasmine flowers, with remaining bay leaves serving as the final embellishment. Zhongli fiddled with the flowers in front of her, letting out a slight sigh. Most of the people who come to the flower shop to order flowers are young, their faces radiant with joy about love, as if they've met the right person at the best age. However, the reality often contradicts this, as the majority of love affairs are too superficial to bear fruit, ending hastily and leaving behind only bitter memories. Or perhaps in this increasingly restless world, true pure love has vanished, replaced instead by the bouquet Zhongli is preparing. Zhongli patted her face, seemingly influenced herself. Was it because of Mo Jingchuan? Zhongli's eyes slowly turned upward as if pondering. After a moment's hesitation, she tilted her head to glance at the door of the flower studio. Click. The door of the flower studio was pushed open from the outside. Zhongli quickly averted her gaze, returning it to the floral table before her heart racing with a sense of nervousness, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Mo Jingchuan looked at Zhongli, who was turned sideways, and coughed twice while extending a hand. Zhongli cooperatively turned around, displaying a look of surprise. How did you get in, Mo Jingchuan? Do you have an order? No order really, Mo Jingchuan said with a curious expression on his handsome face. I was bored outside, so I thought I'd come in and see you. No way, what if a customer comes in like this? Zhongli placed her left hand on her hip, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her scissor-holding hand. Mo Jingchuan chuckled, realizing that flowers indeed couldn't compare to Zhongli's beauty. Oh, it's fine. He approached her with a smile. How do you plan to cut the bouquet for that pure love warrior from earlier? Black lilies, bay leaves, night-blooming jasmine. Zhongli replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Jingchuan. Mo Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Do these 3 flowers have any special meaning? Zhongli nodded, aware of the meanings of different flowers by now. Black lilies symbolize curses and pride. Bay leaves carry a sense of seduction, just right since he has been betrayed, hasn't he? As for night-blooming jasmine, it signifies the beauty of an ending and the meaning of breakups. Mo Jingchuan clicked his tongue lightly upon hearing this. That indeed fits that guy's situation perfectly. Zhongli shook her head and focused on arranging the flowers. The gray paper gradually wrapped around the few flowers in Zhongli's fair fingers, with the black lilies at the center adorned by night-blooming jasmine, while the bay leaves formed a circular ring on the outermost edge. Zhongli was very serious while handling the floral arrangement, her expression focused, as if pouring her emotions into it. Mo Jingchuan fell silent, quietly watching Zhongli. Humans are indeed a contradictory species. In their youth, stimulated by hormones, they often experience inexplicable sadness. Thus it is said that humans are inherently melancholic beings, feeling lonely, which leads them to choose to live in groups, tightly holding on to those they connect with to fend off the enduring sorrow. Sadness is important, yet it is not the predominant hue of humanity. For it is true that hearts can complement each other. This is a truth Mo Jingchuan has known for a long time. Mo Jingchuan was captivated by the beautiful and cool girl before him, firmly believing she was the one who could fill the void in his heart. Okay, this is done. I'll get ready to call the delivery person shortly. Zhongli set down her finished work, placed it in a bag, and walked outside with it. You seem quite happy, Mo Jingchuan said, walking beside Zhongli. Do you enjoy floral art? Not really, Zhongli replied, feigning indifference. Just a little. Just a little. The two of them exited the flower studio and stepped outside. Mo Jingchuan blocked Zhongli's path. Your smile could lift off the ground. Is it really just a little? Cough, cough. Where did that come from? Zhongli looked up, revealing her entire face. I'm not smiling. Mo Jingchuan laughed joyfully, extending a long finger to poke Zhongli's fair cheek. You're not. Zhongli's fair face flushed again as she took a few steps back and lowered her head, realizing she shouldn't be saying so much. Should we call now? Or wait a bit? Mo Jingchun shifted the topic, inquiring Jiang Li. Jiang Li blinked and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Li recalled the request made by the gray-clad boy before he left, asking them to deliver it in the evening. So what should we do now? Mo Jingchun asked. Watch the shop. Jiang Li walked to the counter and sat down, reopening the floral encyclopedia. Before long, Mo Jingchun also pulled a stool and sat down beside her. If we're just sitting here, why not tell me about flowers, Jiang Li? What do you want to know? Jiang Li closed the book, resting one hand on the table underneath the counter, turning to look at Mo Jingchun. Anything is fine, Mo Jingchun said. You could talk about why you like bellflowers. Jiang Li paused, seemingly not expecting Mo Jingchun to ask this. The afternoon sunlight was warm, and she did not intend to hide anything. Because they are very common, standing in the corners by the roadside. Although they have a profound meaning, they are just as humble as weeds-like. Jiang Li paused, not finishing the latter half of her sentence. Why do you say they are humble? Mo Jingchun shook his head. There are countless flowers and countless people in this world. Each one is an independent individual and not humble at all. Heh. Jiang Li smiled, pointing at the bouquet she had just finished. But flowers are indeed different here. Bay leaves can only serve as the outermost embellishment, while black lilies occupy the central position. But one thing we must acknowledge is that it is precisely because of the bay leaves that this floral piece exists. They complement each other, and one cannot exist without the other. You? Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for how to retort against Mo Jingchun's words. Mo Jingchun smiled, gently taking hold of Jiang Li's hand. Back to the beginning, why do you like bellflowers? Jiang Li fell silent. Indeed, why did she like bellflowers? Was it truly because they willingly bloom in solitary corners? No, Jiang Li shook her head inwardly. She did not wish to linger in a lonely corner. She was merely waiting for a love that could bring her peace, one that was eternal and resonated with the bellflower's meaning. The night was thick and layered, enveloping the bustling city. Loneliness quietly leaped onto the branches as the people, having toiled throughout the day, were about to embrace a brief slumber. The uniformed delivery rider took the delivery order from Mo Jingchun's hands and hurriedly left the Xingyue flower shop. Mo Jingchun clapped his hands and turned back into the shop. The warm orange light filtered through the shop window, illuminating the steps of the flower shop, while Jiang Li sat quietly inside, surrounded by flowers, as if she were in spring. Though she had no intention of competing for spring's favor, her quiet presence in the corners still stirred the heart of spring. This scene truly sparked endless imagination. Mo Jingchun stood dazed, imagining a life where they built a family together, with Jiang Li quietly waiting at home for his return, while he, after a busy day, returned to the side of his beloved with joy in his heart. Such a life was simple and blissful. Mo Jingchun chuckled, breaking his fantasy, realizing the revolution was yet to succeed, and he still needed to work harder. By the way, Mo Jingchun recalled the yellow jade pendant that had emerged from Jiang Li's neck when she was drunk, seemingly something very important to her. Although Jiang Li was an orphan, there were many kinds of orphans. Some had no family from the very beginning, remaining alone throughout their lives. Or perhaps something had happened that led to her current situation, leaving her as a passive, solitary figure. Mo Jingchun wanted to ask, but feared touching Jiang Li's fragile heart. Mo Jingchun stepped forward and pushed open the shop window door. Without breaking, there could be no standing. If he remained hesitant, their relationship would never progress. Today was indeed quite idle. Perhaps it was due to Mo Jingchun's presence. The shop had only received one order all day, making it exceedingly bleak. Jiang Li glanced at her phone. In just a few more minutes, she could clock out. She sighed, not particularly looking forward to the end of her shift, merely bored. After all, once off work, Jiang Li would only return to that cold room. Solitude brought a slight sense of security, but it also fostered feelings of uncertainty. Today's work is nearly done. Mo Jingchun returned to the flower shop and sat beside Jiang Li. Indeed. By the way, how did your college entrance exam applications go? Mo Jingchun asked. By July, the admission results should be out, right? Aren't we supposed to apply to Hangqing University together? Jiang Li looked at Mo Jingchun with some curiosity. Is there something else you want to ask me? Nothing much, Mo Jingchun replied with an awkward smile. Hangqing University is a renowned institution nationwide. I'm just a bit worried about whether Su Fan will get in. Just do your best, Jiang Li responded. The atmosphere fell silent again. Mo Jingchun scratched his head. Does the pendant around your neck have any special significance? Finally, unable to hold back your curiosity, Jiang Li chuckled. She had chatted with Mo Jingchun for a long while today, nearly a whole day, and her mood seemed to have improved. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, seemingly contemplating something. It's nothing, I was just asking casually. Mo Jingchun, seeing her demeanor, did not wish to press her. It's fine, Jiang Li said. She reached out and pulled the peace talisman tied with a red string from her chest, placing it in the palm of her hand. Do you want to see it? Jiang Li stepped forward and extended her hand towards Mo Jingchun. Can I hold it? Mo Jingchun understood that this object must hold significant meaning for Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded. After receiving her consent, Mo Jingchun slowly picked up the peace talisman, which was marked with yellow spots. The peace talisman appeared to be made of jade with a pleasant texture and a vibrant yellow hue, looking rather extraordinary. Since it was still tied around Jiang Li's neck, the two were very close at this moment. The peace talisman still carried a faint warmth. As Mo Jingshan gazed at it, his eyes inadvertently fell into a delicate gap of pale skin. Mo Jingshan bit his lip and forcibly averted his gaze, returning it to the peace talisman in his hand. Jiangli, does this peace talisman signify? You want to know who gave it to me, right? Mo Jingshan nodded. Huh. Jiangli exhaled, her expression somewhat complex, her eyes darting as if recalling a distant memory. I'm sorry, Jiang Li's expression ultimately dimmed. I can't tell you about this. It's okay. Mo Jingshan did not feel disappointed. His tone was firm, instilling a sense of inexplicable reassurance. I believe it has a special meaning, just like the flowers blooming passionately here. So what is its significance? The meaning of this peace talisman. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. The meaning of this peace talisman. Her mind began to slowly operate and countless fragments flashed before her eyes, ultimately settling on that cold, snowy night. There's nothing valuable from your grandmother. This peace talisman is for you. If you ever meet someone worthy of entrusting your life, to give this peace talisman to him, so he can love you well on behalf of your grandmother. Do you understand? The words of the past echoed in her ears. This peace talisman, Jiang Li had treated it as an emotional support for most of the time, but she had overlooked the significance her grandmother had initially bestowed upon it. Someone worthy of entrusting one's life to. Mo Jingshan observed Jiang Li's changing expression, realizing he had touched upon something significant. It seemed he had to take the initiative. Mo Jingshan thought to himself. Ding dong. The clock on the wall chimed, reminding both that it was time to clock out. Jiang Li snapped back to reality, raising her head only to find Mo Jingshan already resting his hand on the shop window door. Come on, I'll take you home. Mo Jingshan, she said, standing on the steps outside the shop window and taking a deep breath. Do you smell what? Mo Jingshan had already descended the steps, and upon hearing Jiang Li's words, he inquired with a tilt of his body. It's the faint scent of soil mixed with the cold air around dusk as night approaches. Mo Jingshan was taken aback. Living in a city of concrete and steel, when had he ever smelled such a scent close to nature? Jiang Li seemed to have reacted as well. She smiled at Mo Jingshan and said, if I get the chance in the future, perhaps I can take you to experience this scent. Sounds good. Mo Jingshan nodded. He'll hold you to that. You can't trick me. I detest being deceived the most. Jiang Li's expression was also earnest. I certainly won't deceive you. All right. Mo Jingshan smiled again, his smile tender yet resolute. I believe you. Due to some real-life reasons, Manager Shun has once again been granted a week of paid leave. Efforts do not go unrewarded. Although Mo Jingshan and Jiang Li have not yet developed a substantive relationship, their interactions have visibly grown closer at an astonishing speed. At least that is what Mo Jingshan believes. As time gradually passes, students from various grades in high school and middle school welcome their summer vacation. Influenced by the hot weather and hormones, the rate at which couples send flowers is increasing at a visible pace. Although this adds to Jiang Li and Mo Jingshan's workload, it also makes them increasingly in sync. Even without speaking, they seem to understand each other's intentions. All right, I'll have the florist arrange it for you. When would you like to pick up the flowers? Mo Jingshan hung up the phone, holding the printed order, and walked towards the flower arrangement studio. Inside the studio, Jiang Li was holding a pair of scissors in one hand, supporting a bouquet that was about to take shape, with the other making final adjustments. Mo Jingshan's gaze swept around the workbench where 7 or 8 completed bouquets were already arranged. They had been labeled and were just waiting for their respective owners to come and collect them. Jiang Li, another order has come in. Mo Jingshan's slender fingers clutched a white order form, which was shaking and making a rustling noise. Jiang Li nodded, pointing to the empty space on the adjacent table. You can put it here, I'll handle it in a bit. Today is so busy. Yes, as July approaches, the number of people sending flowers is also increasing. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. What are we having to eat later? It's on me. No need, Jiang Li declined. Mo Jingshan raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, what's wrong? Are you planning to gnaw on those 2 dry and hard buns of yours again? Jiang Li paused her movements, turned to look at Mo Jingshan with her large almond-shaped eyes, and said somewhat helplessly, if I had known, I would have eaten faster back then, so you wouldn't keep bringing it up now. Mo Jingshan laughed, placing a hand on Jiang Li's slender shoulder. So let me take you out for a proper meal. At this moment, Jiang Li was wearing a blue top, her long black hair cascading down to her shoulders, and she shook her head with a smile, still not agreeing to the boy's proposal. So what do you plan to do? Sigh silly. Jiang Li's light pink lips curved upwards, revealing her white teeth. I brought food with me, so it's my turn to treat you to a meal now. That's fine. Mo Jingshan recalled the taste of the egg flour noodles from back then, and Jiang Li's cooking could not be considered bad. All right, you go out first, and I'll come find you once I finish this order. Jiang Li wiped the colorful liquid on her black apron, and then pushed Mo Jingshan out of the flower arrangements. As Mo Jingshan left, Jiang Li returned to her previous workbench. The order before her was nearing completion, requiring only the final tying and simple trimming. This was a bouquet of vibrant red roses adorned with small, delicate flowers to accentuate its brightness and the intensity of emotions. Jiangli had already cut dozens of similar bouquets over the past few days, and even her hands bore traces of the red roses. A faint smile graced Jiangli's face, and even she did not notice that the gloom that had lingered on her face had seemingly been replaced by something else. Was it because of the floral creations that came from her own hands, or was it perhaps influenced by a certain person? Jiangli tilted her head down, crouching to look beneath the workbench, where two large black baskets were placed, one of which had a small flower basket on top. Inside the basket were several pale pink and white bellflower blooms that seemed somewhat faded and not in the best condition. Jiangli picked one up and slowly brought it to her nose and lips. The girl and the flower thus formed a harmonious and beautiful picture. Mo Jingshun did not wait long. Jiangli quickly emerged from the flower arrangement studio. Mo Jingshun's keen eyes noticed that Jiangli's lips seemed to be stained with something. It was glistening, appearing like pollen. Jiangli was carrying a bag the size of a small backpack, from which she took out a thermos containing 3 dishes and 2 servings of rice, which she placed on the flat surface beneath the counter. The two sat together and almost simultaneously opened the thermos. The rice inside still seemed to have a hint of steam and had not completely cooled. Pat! With several crisp sounds, Mo Jingshun also opened the 3 lunch boxes. Spicy stir-fried meat, 3 saucy chicken legs, and garlic stir-fried lettuce. The state of these dishes was quite good. They were neither hot nor cold, just at the perfect temperature to eat. Mo Jingshun took a gentle whiff and found it very fragrant. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifted one of the chicken legs, and took a bite. The chicken leg was tender, and as he bit through the salty and fragrant skin, the juices flowed out. Jiangli handed Mo Jingshun 2 pieces of paper, and Mo Jingshun took them to wipe away the juices that had spilled out, while complimenting Jiangli. Delicious. Jiangli, I feel like you could totally open a restaurant. It would definitely be packed every day. I never thought about opening a restaurant, Jiangli replied, picking up a piece of green lettuce to eat. I still have to go to school. Haha, true. Mo Jingshun nodded, shoving rice into his mouth. Have you ever thought about being my girlfriend? Why is there a bug? Before Jiangli could retort, Mo Jingshun exclaimed as he rummaged through the spicy stir-fried meat with his chopsticks. Jiangli was startled, and she slightly stood up, leaning closer to examine the spicy stir-fried meat. Impossible. Where? Oh, I must have seen it wrong. Mo Jingshun stuffed the piece of stir-fried meat he had accused of being a bug into his mouth. I probably didn't sleep well last night and imagined it. Jiangli shook her head and returned to her seat. Mo Jingshun laughed heartily, chewing his food with his mouth. However, before he could bask in his triumph for long, a spicy sensation spread from the back of his tongue throughout his throat. Hisha. Mo Jingshun did not expect that the seemingly ordinary spicy stir-fried meat would be so spicy. His face flushed instantly, and one hand tugged at his collar, jumping around regardless of his image. Jiangli bit her lip, watching Mo Jingshun, who had lost control of his expression due to the spiciness, with a smile. Here, drink some water, and see if you dare to say there are bugs in my cooking again. Jiangli smilingly handed him a glass of water, and Mo Jingshun gulped it down in one go. I want dare. Mo Jingshun looked at the plate of spicy stir-fried meat with lingering fear, doubting whether it was really something that humans could eat. All right, you eat the chicken leg. Jiangli pushed the chicken leg toward Mo Jingshun. This plate of stir-fried meat is mine now. Mo Jingshun watched as Jiangli calmly ate several pieces of the spicy stir-fried meat without changing her expression, and he began to doubt whether his taste buds had malfunctioned earlier. Unconvinced, he picked up another piece, only to predictably find himself drenched in sweat from the spice. Jiangli had to help Mo Jingshun fetch another cup of water from the nearby water dispenser. As Jiangli laughed, and ate time at the dining table seemed to slow down with Mo Jingshun's company, yet Jiangli did not feel bored at all. Cough cough, dear Jiangli beauty, what are you doing? Mo Jingshun walked into the floral design studio with a rose in his mouth, and happened to see Jiangli fiddling with a basket of discarded bellflower. I'll just go outside. Jiangli blushed a little and pushed to get rid of Mo Jingshun. What are you doing? Let me see with our relationship, why are you hiding it? Mo Jingshun stood stubbornly in place like a pillar. No matter how hard Jiangli pushed, he couldn't budge an inch. A glint of cunning flashed in Mo Jingshun's eyes as he suddenly took a step back, causing Jiangli to stumble and fall into his embrace. This is you falling into my arms on your own accord, so it's not my fault. Mo Jingshun grinned as he held Jiangli, not forgetting to tease her. All right, let go of me. Jiangli's hands were pressed against Mo Jingshun's chest as she lowered her head to hide her blushing face. Jiangli's voice was soft, sounding nothing like a form of resistance, but rather like she was acting cute, making it hard for Mo Jingshun to resist the urge to continue teasing her. Mo Jingshun was quite satisfied. Ever since he took the initiative to break the ice, his relationship with Jiangli seemed to grow closer by the day. A month ago, Jiangli would probably have cut ties with him on the spot. So can you tell me what you were doing? Mo Jingshun let go of Jiang Li and walked with interest to the cutting table, resting his chin on his hand in a thoughtful gesture. I'm not doing anything. Jiang Li turned her head away, avoiding Mo Jingshun's gaze. She took out a piece of pink-colored paper and rolled the bellflowers on the table into a bunch forming the shape of a bouquet. Mo Jingshun's eyes shifted slightly. I see, master, you are innovating. Don't call me master. Jiang Li sighed helplessly as she looked at the increasingly playful Mo Jingshun. I'm just trying things out. I don't want to waste anything. Then why did you wrap it so tightly? Mo Jingshun glanced at the bellflowers in front of Jiang Li, then at the completed order nearby, pointing out their differences. If you wrap it so tightly, it feels a bit bulky and unattractive. Also, aren't you going to pair it with other flowers? No need. Jiang Li shook her head. One type of flower is enough. Besides, wrapping it tightly together gives a greater sense of security. Jiang Li expressed her thoughts. That's true. Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow, just like you, lacking a sense of security and still unwilling to let others. Jiang Li became a bit angry. Can you stop implying that about me? Sorry. Mo Jingshun clasped his hands together in apology while he took out the rose he had previously held in his mouth and stuck it next to the bellflowers. What are you doing? Jiang Li glared at Mo Jingshun, her cheeks puffed up. With me around, I will definitely give you a sense of security, Mo Jingshun said confidently. I'm asking why you put the rose on top. Didn't you say you're very smart? Mo Jingshun felt a bit wronged instead. I was just short of carving the words I like you on my face. Don't make jokes like that. Jiang Li reached to pull the rose out from next to the bellflowers. The rose is too red, the color doesn't match. Then what do you suggest? Mo Jingshun spread his hands. I think white with a hint of red looks nice, just like your face turning red when you're angry. Jiang Li picked up the bellflower in front of her and walked outside. She simply couldn't handle Mo Jingshun anymore. Hey, don't go. I still have things to say. Not listening like a turtle reciting scripture. Jiang Li's face slightly flushed. She looked down at the white bellflower, subconsciously touching her slightly warm cheek, wondering if she really looked, as Mo Jingshun described, white with a hint of red. Wait, what am I thinking? Jiang Li shook her head vigorously, pushed open the door, and walked out of the floral design studio. Mo Jingshun stood still, watching Jiang Li push open the door and step outside. He silently picked up the rose that Jiang Li had pulled out from the bellflower and carefully cradled it in his palms. I will give you a sense of security, I will. Jiang Li walked to the counter and set the bellflower she was holding aside. After being teased by Mo Jingshun, she completely lost her creative mood. At this moment, Jiang Li's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a sneaky figure appearing in the flower shop. Jiang Li's heart slowly formed a question mark as she walked around the counter to the window door. When she saw the person in front of her, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Mo Ling was cautiously bending down towards the window door of the Xingyue flower shop, holding a long object in her right hand that appeared heavy. She was wearing a red dress that stood out vividly among the greenery, which was why Jiang Li noticed her at first glance. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Li extended two delicate fingers and knocked on the window door, producing a crisp sound. Mo Ling looked up the sunlight from outside, making her sweat a lot, her bangs sticking tightly to her smooth forehead. Oh no, the surprise attack plan failed. Mo Ling stood up dejectedly. She wore a diamond-shaped blue crown on her head, and the long object in her right hand was a medieval longsword. The red dress she wore gave her an unexpectedly heroic air, almost like a female knight. Jiang Li opened the window door and invited Mo Ling in. Have you finished your fake homework, Mo Ling? Still coming out to play? You'll be a senior in the second half of the year, shouldn't you hurry up? Just then, Mo Jingshun came out of the cutting room and bumped into Mo Ling. You don't have the right to speak to me, the one who reports fake summer homework missing every year. Nonsense. It was clearly stolen, jealous of how perfectly I completed my summer homework. Mo Ling stuck out her tongue, somewhat speechless, and then leaped into Jiang Li's embrace. This scene made Mo Jingshun envious. He secretly vowed that once he pursued Jiang Li successfully, he would hold her to sleep every day. Cough, cough. Mo Ling suddenly remembered her identity as a female knight and quickly stepped out of Jiang Li's embrace, straightening her crown. Dear Bishop of the Holy Library, I have missed you greatly after many days and have come here to meet you. All right, Jiang Li nodded with a smile. I missed you too, Mo Ling. You, I understand your feelings. No need to say more. Mo Ling stammered shyly. What, you came alone? Didn't Su Fan come with you? Mo Jingshun asked Mo Ling. Oh no, I forgot about the demon lord. Mo Ling woke up from her dream and hurriedly pulled open the glass window, running outside. With no shelter from the scorching sun around him, Su Fan stood under the blazing heat, feeling as if he was about to faint from heat stroke. He now seriously suspected that Mo Ling had forgotten about him outside. Several times he wanted to go in on his own, but he recalled Mo Ling's earlier admonition. You just wait here while I, the Radiant Knight of Divine Grace, go ahead to scout the way. Hey, why not skip the scouting? Su Fan was wiping his sweat, but before he could stop Mo Ling, she had already dashed into the Xingyue flower shop. When Mo Ling awkwardly brought the sunburned Su Fan into the flower shop, he instantly felt rejuvenated. Bro, you need to manage your sister. I was almost heat-stroked. Su Fan complained while wiping his sweat. I can't control her as she's already invincible. Jiang Li. Su Fan looked at Jiang Li with a pitiful expression, but Jiang Li merely waved his hand, showing a helpless look. There was nothing to be done, and after all, Mo Ling was the only underage child left. Oh, it seemed Jiang Li was also not yet, but it was getting close. It was already July. Alright, what do you need us for? Mo Jingshun directly asked. We're both busy with our work-study program, so please don't disturb us. Work-study program. Su Fan shot Mo Jingshun a disdainful glance. Aren't you? Su Fan. Mo Jingshun put his arm around his good friend's shoulder. Speak properly. Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Ahem. Su Fan coughed a couple of times, placing his hand over his mouth to divert attention. How have you two? We haven't been together for a long time. Yeah, the director of the Holy Library, Mo Ling, echoed. You and the bishop are together every day? How's that going? Jiang Li sensed something was off, and looked at Mo Jingshun with a puzzled expression. However, the latter happened to turn his head away, chatting playfully with Su Fan. Mo Ling suppressed the corners of her mouth, controlling her elated heart, as a hint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Quickly tell me, director of the Holy Library, how's your time with the bishop been lately? Mo Ling grabbed one of Jiang Li's arms and rubbed her head against her. You guys. Jiang Li frowned, unsure if it was her illusion, but it felt like these three were hiding something from her. It turned out Jiang Li's intuition was quite sharp. Everything began 2 days ago. Mo Jingshun sat seriously in his room, while opposite him were his younger sister Mo Ling and his good friend Su Fan. What do you need us for? Don't we have work at the flower shop today? Su Fan casually sat down, kicking Mo Jingshun's. If the bishop has something to say, hurry up, the world is waiting for me to save it. Mo Ling, dressed in a black long skirt in the heat of summer, held a medieval long sword in her other hand, which she had somehow acquired. Mo Jingshun suddenly lost the desire to converse with the two in front of him. Alright, Su Fan stopped his actions, and also restrained Mo Ling. Hurry up and stop being childish, potential senior high student. Su Fan intentionally elongated the last word, trying to tease Mo Ling. Demon Lord, you really want to stop me from saving the world? Mo Ling became furious, drawing her longsword to confront Su Fan. Enough, I have something to say. Can you two be quiet? In the end, it was Mo Jingshun who could no longer tolerate it, and stop their actions. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Su Fan grabbed Mo Ling's wrist and pressed down on her shoulder, both glaring at each other. I like Jiang Li and plan to confess to her this month. Mo Jingshun laid everything on the table, no longer pretending. Although Su Fan already knew, he felt it necessary to formally inform the two, for they were a group of 4. In an instant, the room fell silent. Mo Ling and Su Fan, who were still in a scuffle, abruptly stopped their actions upon hearing the news. Mo Ling frowned, turning to look at her older brother, her face filled with confusion that seemed about to overflow. She glanced at her brother, and then at Su Fan, only to find that among the 3 present, she seemed to be the only. Wait, what did she just hear? The bishop likes the director of the Holy Library. No. It's her brother who hold on, why does Su Fan have no expression on his face, looking as if he already knew? Fine, they have their own secrets and didn't tell her, treating her like a child. Mo Jingshun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he watched his sister's expression shift from shock to confusion, then to joy, and finally to anger. She looked just like an emoji. Wait, it seemed she had overlooked something. Bro. Mo Ling unusually elongated her tone, and Mo Jingshun pulled Su Fan over to block himself in front of her, sweating profusely. You don't tell me anything, just go ahead and be with Su Fan. He'll just be with Sister Jiang Li instead. Mo Ling crossed her arms, her fair face puffing up into 2 round little bulges, looking quite upset. Hey, that's not okay. Su Fan came over, plopping down beside Mo Ling, and draped his arm over her slender shoulder. If your brother is going to be with Jiang Li, I can reluctantly be with you instead. Get off, Demon Lord, I misjudged you, won't tell me either. Mo Ling pushed away Su Fan's hand on her shoulder. Alright, Mo Ling, we didn't mean to keep it from you. Mo Jingshun rubbed his forehead. I just wanted to ask if you had any Of course, even if you had an opinion, it wouldn't matter. I'm definitely pursuing Jiang Li. How could I possibly have an opinion? Mo Ling raised her voice, standing up from her seat in excitement. Who would want to be with you all the time? Now that Jiang Li is here, at least I have a girl to keep me company. Bro, Mo Ling turned her anger into joy, laughing foolishly. So my future sister-in-law is already taken. MHM. Mo Jingshun nodded. Yage. Mo Ling shouted excitedly, then dashed onto Mo Jingshun's bed, jumping onto it. Sister Jiang Li is going to be my sister-in-law? That's just awesome. Mo Ling was a girl with a vivid imagination and had previously envisioned her older brother's future girlfriend. Now that she found out it was her favorite Jiang Li, she was naturally overjoyed. Sister Jiang Li was both gentle and beautiful, simply the best choice to be my sister-in-law. Mo Ling buried in her blanket, giggling foolishly, and in a moment of distraction, she drooled, leaving It was precisely because of this conversation that their actions in the Xingyue flower shop came to be. Jiang Li for now was unaware that she had already been deemed the best candidate for sister-in-law by Mo Ling. Jiang Li tightened her clothes, feeling that the gazes of the 3 individuals were somewhat off. However, the subsequent small talk somewhat alleviated Jiang Li's concerns, as it seemed that the two were genuinely seeking companionship due to their loneliness. Aside from some strange questions at the beginning, the conversation returned to normal. Should we go hiking around the 10th of July? Mo Ling suddenly suggested. Let's hike to North Summit. Zhang Li instinctively glanced at the blazing sun outside, wondering if hiking in this weather was not just a recipe for heatstroke. I think that's a good suggestion. Su Fan nudged Mo Jingshun with his elbow. What do you think, young man? Mo Jingshun nodded. It would be nice to go out and have some fun. Hee, what about you, Zhang Li? Mo Ling asked the last one who hadn't expressed an opinion. Zhang Li shook her head. Since you all agree, I naturally have no objections. Great, then we're going to hike to North. Mo Ling appeared quite happy while Su Fan raised his eyebrows at Mo Jingshun, the three exchanging knowing glances as if their purpose had been achieved. Zhang Li crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly, her long hair cascading to one side, looking somewhat puzzled. All right, Zhang Li, along with the main instructor Xin Fan and I will be leaving now, so we won't disturb your work. After Mo Ling finished speaking, she bounced over to open the window and walked outside. Then see you later. Su Fan pressed 2 fingers against his temple, then extended his hand towards Mo Jingshun and Zhang Li, walking in the direction Mo Ling had left. Something felt off. There was a sense of 9 parts wrong, yet Zhang Li couldn't pinpoint what was amiss, as it was quite normal for the 4 of them to go out together. Forget it, Zhang Li shook her head, realizing she couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. All right, let's. Mo Jingshun said to Zhang Li with a smile. Zhang Li nodded, intending to resolve her university tuition this summer, otherwise she might have to apply for a student loan. The two returned to their previous workstations, and the Xingyue flower shop continued to run in an orderly fashion. Half a month later at night, the day before their journey to North Summit. According to the broadcasting from relevant TV stations, the Meteorological Bureau predicts that there may be nighttime rain between the 17th and 18th. Citizens traveling should bring rain gear to avoid catching a cold from getting wet. Mo Jingshun sat alone by the computer desk in his room, the light of the computer screen casting a silvery glow that illuminated the room. There was excitement on Mo Jingshun's face, seemingly thrilled by the hiking trip planned for tomorrow. Although the weather forecast indicated possible rain tomorrow night, Mo Jingshun was unconcerned, firmly believing that heaven would be on his side. Mo Jingshun took out his phone and opened WeChat, where a small group chat appeared at the top. Love Strategy Alliance. This group chat was newly created by Mo Jingshun, containing only him, Mo Ling, and Su Fan. Zhang Li was not included. Mo Jingshun, main attacker brothers, tomorrow is the final battle. Is everyone prepared? Su Fan, support 1, don't worry brother, you've got this. Mo Ling, support 2, hee hee, Zhang Li is going to be my sister-in-law, hee hee. Mo Ling, support 2, panda expression pack, goofy smile. Mo Jingshun, main attacker, what if I'm a bit nervous? Worried about rejection, rubbing hands. Su Fan, support 1, tsk tisk, don't be timid. Mo Ling, support 2, you absolutely cannot be timid, otherwise when you get to university Zhang Li will be taken by someone else. Crying, Mo Jingshun, main attacker, don't worry, I won't let that happen. Sunglasses. Mo Jingshun, main attacker, everyone is clear on tomorrow's plan, wish me success. Mo Ling patted Mo Jingshun on the shoulder, signaling that the confession would be successful. Su Fan patted Mo Jingshun's head, saying he was a good boy. A pat was retracted. Su Fan patted Mo Jingshun on the shoulder, saying the confession would be successful. Mo Jingshun put down his phone, stood up from the chair, took a few steps forward, and laid down on the soft, comfortable gray bed. Mo Jingshun closed his eyes, unable to resist imagining the situations he might encounter tomorrow. He felt both nervous and excited if his first confession was hastily done due to external stimulation. Then this time it was a well-considered and prepared confession. Tomorrow is July 17th, and Mo Jingshun remembers clearly that Zhang Li had once told him during their part-time job at a Sichuan restaurant that her birthday is on that day. Perhaps heaven truly favored him. Coincidentally, there would be an astronomical phenomenon tomorrow night, allowing him to fulfill the promise he made while stargazing on the rooftop. Mo Jingshun recalled the spot he had scouted with Su Fan a few days earlier. It was an excellent viewpoint, not only less crowded, but also offering a panoramic view of Hangzhou City and Westlake. Most importantly, there were no tall buildings obstructing the view, making the sky appear exceptionally clear, a perfect stargazing location. Mo Jingshun clenched his fist and opened his eyes. The young heart within his chest beat powerfully, as if the roots planted long ago were gradually growing, about to bear the fruit of love tomorrow. Zhang Li, Zhang Li. Mo Jingshun stared blankly at the ceiling, murmuring Zhang Li's name. Meanwhile, on the other side at the 7th Welfare Institute, Zhang Li rubbed her itchy nose, suspecting she might be catching a cold. She had taken a few days off from the shop and was preparing to set off for North Summit tomorrow. According to Mo Ling and the others, after hiking North Summit, they would go play in Wuzhen. Wuzhen, Zhang Li had heard of it. It seemed to be an ancient town with a Jiangnan charm, featuring flowing flowers and waters along with azure bricks and tiles. To be honest, Zhang Li felt excited about tomorrow's events. She was currently standing in front of her wardrobe, rummaging through the clothes before her. However, the wardrobe was filled with long pants and short sleeves with hardly any clothes that showcased a woman's elegant figure. After a long search, Zhang Li found only a pair of dark blue trousers and a playful red short-sleeve shirt. This short sleeve was bought for her by Aunt Lin Yun. Previously, all the clothes Jiang Li had bought were too gender-neutral, so Aunt Lin Yun specifically chose this brightly colored short sleeve. Jiang Li had tossed this shirt into the wardrobe long ago and had never worn it. Firstly, the color was too vibrant standing out in a crowd, which did not align with Jiang Li's desire to remain inconspicuous. However, Jiang Li's mindset seemed to have slightly shifted. She ultimately took the shirt out. Everything was ready now, all that was left was to quietly await tomorrow. With a smile, Jiang Li lay on the bed, creating a nearly identical scene with Mo Jingchuan, who was also lying on his bed at that moment. The two in the picture were both young and beautiful, excited, and looking forward to the events about to unfold tomorrow. Love quietly spreads, sometimes even before you realize it. You may have already become a captive of love. And they were no exception. After a journey of 1 or 2 hours, the four of them arrived at the North High Peak of Hangzhou on the morning of July. After purchasing their tickets and preparing their gear, they came to a large yellow stone inscribed with the characters for North High Peak at the starting point to take photos. The sun today hung steadily in the azure sky, though it was no longer as scorching as before. Mo Jingchun and the group made sun protection preparations, and after a brief tidy-up, began their ascent toward their destination. Huff, huff, huff. After about 10 minutes of climbing, Mo Ling gradually fell from her initial leading position to the back of the group. At this moment, she was not wearing the thick black cloak as before, but had surprisingly dressed normally. She wore a pair of white shorts on her lower half and a light beige short-sleeve top on her upper half, looking like a pure little sister from the neighborhood, catching the eyes of passers-by. Are you okay? Su Fan slowed his pace to match Mo Ling's. Huff, huff, you. Are you underestimating me, the holy radiant night of the holy end of heaven? Mo Ling's originally fair face flushed red with beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. Su Fan shook his head, clicked his tongue, and pointed at Mo Jingchun and Jiang Li, who had already surpassed them by quite a distance. I think we won't catch up to the night. Nonsense. Mo Ling shouted defiantly, attracting surprised glances from those around. Young people today are so energetic, even climbing a mountain gets them all fired up. A middle-aged man in his 50s couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Mo Ling's enthusiasm. Mo Ling quickened her pace, running ahead to catch up. Su Fan watched her small figure struggling forward and couldn't help but smile helplessly, quickly lengthening his strides to keep up. Let's wait for them. Mo Ling seems to be lagging behind a bit. Jiang Li noticed that 2 people had fallen behind and reached out to tug at Mo Jingchuan, signaling him to pause for a moment. Sure, that's fine. After all, we just started climbing, and it's good to conserve some energy. By the way, Jiang Li will soon reach the Kaishan Temple. Why don't we go in and pay our respects? While saying this, Mo Jingchuan stopped and found a spot to sit down next to Jiang Li. Mo Ling dashed upwards for a short while, but soon her speed diminished like a deflated balloon as she began to climb slowly with heavy steps. Su Fan carried a large backpack with 2 bottles of mineral water on the sides. The backpack looked bulging, though it was unclear what it contained. Su Fan curled his right hand into a fist, shielding his forehead from the sunlight as he gazed into the distance. Upon seeing the other 2 sitting in the shade of the trees waiting for them, Su Fan reached out and pulled Mo Ling's arm, leading her upwards. Demon Lord, what are you doing? I want to climb the steps by my own ability, don't interfere with my training. Though Mo Ling said this, her body was honest, showing no sign of resistance as she allowed Su Fan to. As a seasoned Shinibu and not having to do much work daily, her physical stamina was naturally quite lacking. Having climbed less than a quarter of the entire North High Peak Trail, Mo Ling was already drenched in sweat, while Jiang Li appeared relaxed, as if the journey had no effect on her. How did the head librarian and the bishops of the Holy Library manage it? Mo Ling looked at the 2 in front of her sitting under a big tree, chatting happily as they waited for her, and Su Fan feeling a bit frustrated as she patted her delicate thigh. A vague red mark immediately appeared on her snow-white thigh, and Mo Ling winced from the pain of her own slap, causing Su Fan beside her to burst into laughter. Enough with the laughter. Demon Lord, have you forgotten our important business today? Mo Ling, unable to contain her frustration, had to divert Su Fan's attention to another matter. What's the rush? It's still not time, Su Fan said nonchalantly, having already scouted the area with Mo Jingchun beforehand, so he was not worried about any surprises. For now, all they needed to do was leisurely pass the day, enjoy their time, and keep their spirits high. As for the rest, Su Fan looked at the 2 who were now quite close, his smile fading. It would depend on him alone now. Jiang Li, Jingchuan, have we reached the Kaishan Temple at North High Peak? Su Fan released his grip, allowing Mo Ling to climb up by herself, while he took large strides to reach the 2 who had already rested for a while. So how about we go in and pay our respects? This is the Kaishan after all. Su Fan maintained his usual careful. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Most visitors climbing North High Peak wouldn't miss the Kaishan Temple, and many tourists had already entered the temple. No time to waste. Mo Jingchun waved his hand. Hey, are you ignoring me? Mo Ling finally caught up to the group, bending over with her hands on her knees, while also using her arms to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Mo Ling, let me help you climb. Jiang Li reached out to take Mo Ling's hand, but the latter shuddered at the kind offer and immediately took a few steps back. No, Jiang Li, no, the head librarian. I can do it. Mo Ling smiled, brightly, seemingly trying to mask her inner panic. If Jiang Li accompanied her up the mountain, how would her brother confess to Jiang Li? How could she trick Jiang Li into being her sister-in-law? No way, absolutely not. The more Mo Ling thought about it, the more anxious she became, so she hurriedly ran to Su Fan's side, hugging his arm and putting on a cute, dependent demeanor. As long as I have Su Fan, I'll be fine. It's okay, Jiang Li, Mo Ling has me. Su Fan momentarily paused, then quickly reacted, patting his chest with his other hand, as if making a promise. All right then, Jiang Li didn't insist. Having Su Fan accompany Mo Ling did indeed make her feel much more at ease. After the four of them tidied up, they headed toward the Kaishin Temple, one of the attractions of North High Peak. The Kaishin Temple was not very large, surrounded by a long red wall, with little else of interest around. Upon entering, there was a red-painted golden plaque and the statue of Kaishin right in the center of the temple. Many visitors stood at the feet of Caishin, holding 3 incense sticks worshipping. A faint fragrance filled the temple, evoking a sense of celebration similar to that of the New Year. Since they have come, they naturally need to pay their respects to the god of wealth. Thus in the temple they received a few sticks of incense lined up in a row, bowed a few times before the god of wealth, and then placed the incense in the nearby incense burner. Keep climbing. Once we reach Lingyin Temple, we will have lunch there. Mo Jingshun stood outside the temple, gazing at the peak of Beigafeng. Jiang Li nodded while Su Fan pulled up Mo Ling. The group readied themselves and returned to the steps of the mountain. The stairs leading up Beigafeng stretched forward, accompanied by several iron chains with a cable car slowly ascending. There weren't many people climbing Beigafeng today, so the paths were not crowded, giving the four of them more space to huff. Jiang Li walked forward, taking a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. A gust of wind blew through the woods surrounding Beigafeng, creating a rustling sound as the leaves slapped against each other, bringing a sense of tranquility. The cool breeze seemed to alleviate half of their climbing fatigue. Mo Jingshun rested her hand on the nearby wooden railing, turning to look at Jiang Li. How is it? The scenery is quite nice, isn't it? Jiang Li nodded, her gaze fixed ahead at the gradually distant god of wealth temple, and with a slight lift of her head, she could still see the tall buildings of Hangxing in the distance, surrounded by dense woods. The two did not stop their steps. They continued climbing slowly while enjoying the view. Mo Jingshun and Jiang Li walked side by side, followed by Su Fan and Mo Ling, who deliberately slowed their pace to create space for the two ahead. Mo Ling stared at the backs of the two ahead, unable to resist a silly smile, while Su Fan lightly tapped Mo Ling's head with his hand. What are you grinning about? Mo Ling rubbed her head where he tapped her beautiful big eyes, sparkling. If my brother's confession is successful, then Jiang Li will have to be my sister-in-law. Don't think too much, the road ahead is still long. Su Fan waved his hand, involuntarily shifting his gaze to the two ahead. Whether Jiang Li will become your sister-in-law in the future is hard to say. But I've never seen my brother so attentive to any girl, and he even took the initiative to accompany Jiang Li to do part-time. Mo Ling retorted, somewhat unconvinced. After finishing her words, she teased Su Fan, saying, "Hey demon lord, you haven't even held a girl's hand growing up, so are you jealous of the main character?" Ha ha, Su Fan laughed at Mo Ling's teasing. What are you laughing at? Mo Ling put her hands on her hips, looking cool. Su Fan stopped laughing, but his face still bore a smile. He raised his left hand, saying, "Look, I am currently holding a girl's hand, aren't I?" Su Fan's left hand firmly grasped Mo Ling's fair hand. She did not resist as he held her hand. If you're just jealous, Mo Ling's face flushed slightly as she turned her head away. Since leaving the temple, Su Fan had tightly held her hand, claiming it was to help her climb better. Mo Ling did not notice that as she turned her head, a hint of seriousness appeared on Su Fan's handsome face, though this seriousness did not last long before he spoke again. "Yeah, I've never seen him like this. Perhaps this is what they call liking someone." Liking? Mo Ling quietly murmured to herself upon hearing Su Fan's words. "Let's hurry up." Su Fan held Mo Ling's hand and flashed her a radiant smile. "Once we reach Lingyin Temple, our task will be halfway done." Mo Ling slowly turned to look at Su Fan, her expression adorably dazed as she nodded. It was a rather tranquil afternoon. The wind was gentle, the leaves rustled softly, and Jiang Li walked slowly ahead with Mo Jingshun by her side. Su Fan and Mo Ling playfully chased after them, jumping and laughing. As Lingyin Temple came into view, it marked that they had accomplished more than half of the climb up Beigafeng. Lingyin Temple is located on the mountainside of Beigafeng. True to its name, it is a place filled with spiritual energy that inexplicably evokes a sense of retreat. Unlike the god of wealth temple, Lingyin Temple is situated higher on the mountain and occupies a much larger area with separate outer and inner halls. There are also bamboo tubes for fortune-telling regarding love and career, greatly enhancing the sense of participation. Tall banyan trees surrounded the area, blocking out the sunlight in layers. The moment they stepped into Lingyin Temple, a coolness flowed from their feet to their entire body, washing away the heat from their previous journey. It was just noon, coinciding with the time when Lingyin Temple served its vegetarian meals. Jiang Li and the others followed a young monk into the dining hall. The vegetarian meal was very light, consisting of a plate of vegetables, some oil tofu, and a small dish of pickles forming the lunch for Jiang Li and her 3 companions. It is worth mentioning that there were many people in the dining hall, and quite a few came specifically to experience the vegetarian. After climbing for several hours, Mo Ling and Su Fan, feeling ravenous, picked up their bowls and began to eat. Jiang Li reached for a piece of vegetable with her chopsticks, and when she set down her bowl, a jar of open chili sauce appeared before her. Here the food is too bland. Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it. Mo Jingchun pushed the jar of chili sauce toward. Jiang Li remained silent, glancing at Mo Jingchun, but the latter seemed oblivious, continuing to eat on her own. The 4 of them did not have strong tastes, except for Jiang Li, who liked spicy food, which Mo Jingchun had specially brought for her. Jiang Li dipped her chopsticks into the jar and took a bit of chili sauce to put in her pale pink mouth. The spiciness carried a hint of sweetness, which was the flavor Jiang Li enjoyed. The heat spread in her mouth, gradually turning into a warm current, driving away the lingering cold within her body. Mo Ling, while biting her chopsticks with a silly smile, nudged Su Fan beside her. Su Fan shrugged, glancing at the 2 people across from him, who were focused on eating, feeling a sudden urge to laugh. Mo Jingchuan, this is not in line with your usual style. It seems you have finally found someone who can keep you in check. Ah, it's raining. At this moment, the previously quiet crowd in the dining hall suddenly stirred. With the call of "it's raining," the sound of light rain from outside Lingyin Temple gradually intensified. Pitter-patter. The bright noon sun turned into dark clouds in an instant, and the torrential rain that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time now fell unreservedly upon this world. The rain has been falling for a long time, transitioning from a torrential downpour half an hour ago to a gentle drizzle that has continued unabated for nearly 3 hours. Yet despite the prolonged rainfall, there are no signs of it stopping. A hazy mist envelopes the area, making the temple appear ethereal, as if it were a celestial abode hidden within the fog. Many tourists are trapped inside the temple, fortunate that it is Lingyin Temple. Had it been the Kaishin Temple at the foot of the mountain, it would likely be overcrowded by now. The temple is dimly lit with only a few candles flickering. Due to the rain, the surroundings seem somewhat gloomy as raindrops change direction with the wind. Mo Jingchun had known it would rain today, but he hadn't expected it to start so early. Oh, where was the promised nighttime rain? The group discussed briefly and made their way towards a corner of the back hall of Lingyin Temple, where there were fewer people, making it a suitable place for a chat. The only downside was that it was close to the eaves, making it easy to get splashed by the rain outside. There were just a few oil lamps lit here with no statues or plaques, only some grayish-purple wooden artifacts, adding a touch of somberness to the back hall. Jiang Li walked forward, and from their vantage point, they could see the large bell standing outside Lingyin Temple. The ancient bronze bell, worn down by the passage of time, had gradually developed a layer of grayish-black, complementing the silent mountains and forests in the distance. The bell hangs in a small pavilion, supported by 4 columns, becoming a silent shadow amidst the cascading rain. Taking a deep breath, the crisp scent of rain mixed with the air filled his nostrils, causing every pore in his body to involuntarily relax. The air in the mountains is already fresh, and after being washed by the rain, it feels even more transparent. Mo Ling and Su Fan have somehow found 2 small stools and are chatting under the oil lamp. At this moment, only Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun stood under the eaves outside the back hall of Lingyin Temple. Jiang Li quite liked this kind of weather. Compared to sunny days, she preferred rainy days. The dampness, the deserted streets, or the quiet wilderness made the world seem like spilled paint, gradually blurring into a mass. More importantly, this kind of weather seemed particularly suited to Jiang Li. Mo Jingchun looked at Jiang Li's profile, framed by the falling raindrops and the dim forest backdrop. Her profile appeared especially fair, with features that were 3-dimensional and exquisite, particularly her deep-set eyes, which resembled the silent mountains and forests outside, holding an unfathomable light. This scene is incredibly beautiful. The Lingyin Temple in the rain appeared ethereal, while Jiang Li stood quietly under the eaves, watching the raindrops fall to the ground. It was a beauty that was hard to define. It was not the fast-food cookie-cutter beauty often seen in bustling cities. This beauty had nothing to do with appearance. The cold and lonely feeling seemed to dominate the sensory experience. This beauty was more about the soul. The pale cheeks and light pink lips of the girl seemed to carry a hint of frailty, evoking a sense of pity. Yet those eyes revealed strength and contemplation, the coexistence of such contradictory traits in one person harmoniously blended together. Jiang Li embodied both solitude and bravery, both coolness and warmth, both strength and weakness. She resembled a woman who had walked out from the misty rain of Jiangnan, adhering to her own set of rules, rarely interacting with others, guarding her heart, and waiting for a fated encounter. What's wrong? Jiang Li noticed Mo Jingchun looking at her, and she turned her head to face him. It's nothing. Mo Jingchun quickly averted his gaze, pretending to focus on the rain blown by the wind, his eyes secretly glancing at Jiang Li. I wonder how much longer this rain will last. Yeah, who knows how long it will last. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and turned her attention back to the silent mountains in the distance. But I guess it won't last much longer. Jiang Li turned her head only to find that Mo Jingshun's expression seemed to— It turned out that Mo Jingshun had just turned his head away, but when Jiang Li glanced back after a moment he was caught off guard and almost exposed himself. Mo Jingshun. Jiang Li called out to the person beside her. What's wrong? Mo Jingshun leaned in a bit closer, their shoulders almost touching. You probably don't like this kind of weather, do you? Jiang Li didn't pay much attention to Mo Jingshun's actions or their increasing proximity. With your personality, you should prefer sunny days or a cloudless sky, which would be more suitable for stargazing. Mo Jingshun pondered for a moment, while he wouldn't say he hated rainy days, he couldn't say he liked them either. After all, the feeling of wet pant legs sticking to his skin wasn't a pleasant experience, not to mention the discomfort of wet shoes with no place to change. However, one must admit that the atmosphere on rainy days is indeed wonderful, not only due to the dark sky, but also the fresh air brought by the rain. Raindrops hitting the leaves and falling to the ground create a rhythmic, white noise, a sound that calms the mind, making it seem like previously difficult problems can be better resolved now. Just like now when Jiang Li asked about the weather, he inexplicably found his thoughts drifting towards matters of the opposite sex. Rainy days suited Jiang Li, and Jiang Li suited Mo Jingshun. In summary, rainy days suited Mo Jingshun as well, just as Mo Jingshun suited Jiang Li. I like rainy days, Mo Jingshun replied decisively, turning his head to fix his gaze on Jiang Li, as if he wanted to convey the tumultuous feelings within him through his eyes. Just like I like. Jiang Li's long eyelashes fluttered like dark butterflies stretching their wings, and her deep-set eyes stirred. Dong, dong. The rain continued to fall, and Mo Jingshun stood under the eaves of Lingyin Temple, with Jiang Li beside him. They stood in the spot closest to the mountain rain, as if they were immersed in the rain. That sentence almost slipped out, but the temple bell of Lingyin Temple rang, just in time, interrupting Mo Jingshun's words and reminding both of them of the time. The melodious sound of the bell echoed from within Lingyin Temple, extending into the distant mountains. Situated at the northern peak, there were no tall buildings to obstruct the sound, nor any honking cars or chaotic noises, making the bell's tone particularly clear and far-reaching. Jiang Li, Mo Jingshun was about to speak, but Jiang Li extended a delicate finger to his lips. Such an intimate gesture left Mo Jingshun momentarily stunned. Jiang Li's expression remained calm as she withdrew her finger, and the rain outside seemed to splash into her eyes. Was she calm without ripples? No, perhaps ripples had long since formed in her eyes. Master, are the Fadioflove divination sticks here truly accurate? Mo Ling held a bamboo cylinder filled with nearly half a bucket of slender bamboo slips. Upon closer inspection, faint inscriptions could be discerned etched beneath each slip. The bottom end of the cylinder was painted in distinct colors. An elderly monk clad in saffron robes and sporting a goatee chuckled softly as he shook his head. Disciple, matters of love and fate are never subject to coercion or control. Shaking these sticks yields only a rough glimpse into one's future affinities. Certainly no guarantee that you will meet your destined soulmate in any given month or season. Mo Ling's expression dimmed with mild disappointment. She had briefly imagined encountering a hidden NPC quest, but clearly she'd overthought it. The subtle threads of karmic causality are profoundly elusive. The goateed monk continued, smiling warmly. Since you have sought these Fadioflove sticks from me, you may certainly try shaking them. Though certainty is beyond promise, such an act may yet offer subtle guidance for what lies ahead. Mo Ling, let's give it a try first. Su Fan gently patted her shoulder, then cast a meaningful glance toward the two figures standing beneath the eaves. Mo Jingshun and Jiang Li still gazing silently at the rain. Thank you, master. We'll return the sticks ourselves once we're done, Su Fan said, bowing respectfully before the monk remained silent, merely nodding with a gentle smile. The divination set had hung on a cabinet beside an oil lamp in the rear hall. Su Fan had spotted it instantly and retrieved it only after receiving permission. The Fadioflove sticks bore the deep patina of time. The bamboo slips and cylinder alike had long since faded from their original hue, cloaked instead in the quiet dignity of age. Jiang Li, Jingshun, come inside. I have something wondrous to show you. Su Fan called out to the two, watching the rain beneath the eaves. Mo Jingshun turned and immediately noticed the divination cylinder cradled in Mo Ling's arms. The characters for fate and love were rendered in vivid red, striking and unmistakable. Jiang Li too saw them at once. The two stepped across the threshold and re-entered Lingyin Temple. Look, head librarian of the sacred library. This is a quest item. Mo Ling waved the cylinder excitedly. Mo Jingshun seized the moment to send Su Fan a subtle word. Su Fan understood perfectly. He took the cylinder from Mo Ling's hands. Well then, shall we all draw a stick? Let's see what destiny foretells for our romantic futures. I agree, Mo Jingshun declared without hesitation. Yes, I'm in too, Mo Ling chimed in. Jiang Li studied Mo Ling with an oddly searching gaze. Flustered under that quiet scrutiny, Mo Ling instinctively turned away. What is it? Nothing at all, Jiang Li replied, shaking her head. I was simply struck by the thought that Lady Knight Mo Ling of all people would find herself curious about matters of love. Of course, I am a girl after all. Mo Ling's cheeks flushed crimson. Had it not been for her elder brother, she would never have deigned to draw such a thing. After all, as a knight, she stood formidable and self-reliant, needing no one's protection. Zhongli smiled and nodded, accepting the invitation. Very well, let each of us draw a stick. As he spoke, Su Fan vigorously shook the cylinder and held it aloft between the four of them. They exchanged glances, then reached in unison for the slender bamboo slips. Su Fan swallowed hard and instinctively glanced sideways at Mo Ling. The tip of Mo Ling's slip gleamed crimson, the same auspicious, supreme fortune sign as his own, heralding smooth and harmonious romantic destinies ahead. As for the other two, Zhongli regarded her yellow slip with serene detachment. If karmic causality were to be measured, her life had already known profound sorrow. Yellow signified turbulent affinities, unfavorable indeed. Mo Jingshun frowned. He too had drawn a yellow slip, identical to Zhongli's. The four of them formed a stark dichotomy, two bearing illumined yellow slips, two holding crimson slips, promising felicitous unions. Did this pretend? No. Mo Jingshun refused to believe he'd chosen wrongly. Perhaps the yellow circles, turbulence, merely signaled trials yet to come. He feared no test. He believed, absolutely, that he and Zhongli would ultimately stand together, for she was that singular, irreplaceable soul, a truth immutable, unshakable. Oh dear. Su Fan acted swiftly, snatching each slip from their hands and tossing them all back into the cylinder in one deft motion. As heirs of socialism and steadfast materialist warriors, we must reject such ethereal, unsubstantiated notions. Su Fan spoke with such solemn conviction it was almost comical, given that he himself had just urged them all to draw. Mo Ling, come. We'll return these Fadiofluv sticks right away. He tugged her firmly toward the cabinet beneath the oil lamp, where they'd first found the set. This brief interlude left their spirits unmarred. As time passed, they lingered in easy conversation, and outside the rain softened, gradually dwindling at last to silence. By now it was nearing 6 o'clock. Lingyin Temple nestled mid-slope on Beigao Peak. Most visitors, sensing dusk's approach, began boarding the nearest cable car down the mountain. But Mo Jingshun knew. He must bring Zhongli to the summit tonight. Not only for the promised meteor shower, but for something far more vital he intended to do. So when he proposed a nocturnal ascent of Beigao Peak, Su Fan and Mo Ling nodded fervently, and Zhongli naturally raised no objection. The forest air, washed clean by rain, felt crisp and pure, far gentler than climbing beneath the scorching sun, though the stone steps were slicker underfoot. Lamps flickered to life along the trail, casting warm light upon the climber's path. Shortly after the four set off, Mo Ling accidentally twisted her ankle. After a brief examination, Su Fan announced he'd escort Mo Ling down immediately, then added with theatrical gravity that the sacred task of summiting now fell solely to Mo Jingshun and Zhongli. Su Fan's overwrought performance was so exaggerated that Mo Ling ducked her head, stifling laughter with visible strain. Anyone unaware might have assumed they were embarking on some epical, world-altering mission. Zhongli voiced no protest, only a quiet reminder for Su Fan to care for Mo Ling well. Mo Jingshun added he'd photograph the night view from the summit to share with them later. And so the quartet parted ways, one pair ascending, the other descending. Su Fan and Mo Ling maintained their charade only until Mo Jingshun and Zhongli vanished entirely from sight, then dropped the pretense at once. They wasted no time mocking each other's flamboyant acting. Instead, they hurried straight to Lingyin Temple's cable car station, determined to reach the summit first. Only one final step remained in their plan, the last act entrusted to Su Fan and Mo Ling. Seated aboard the ascending cable car, Su Fan opened the backpack he'd carried since the start of their climb, urged on by Mo Ling's impatient prompting. Inside lay dozens of delicate pink and white balloon flowers, each meticulously arranged into elegant bouquets. How are you? Are you tired? Mo Jingshun stopped in front, turning around to look at Zhongli, extending his hand from top to bottom. This was the final steep slope of the North High Peak. Climbing it was quite strenuous, but once they passed this section, the road ahead would be much easier. Zhongli shook her head, indicating that she could manage, pressing her hands on her knees and climbing up with great effort. Seeing this, Mo Jingshun had to retract his hand. In a place where Zhongli couldn't see, a hint of tension appeared on Mo Jingshun's handsome face as he pressed his hand against his heart, trying to calm his restless emotions. The two, each with their own thoughts, walked silently along the mountain path at night. The streetlights cast a faint glow on them, and their shadows seemed to dissolve into the damp ground. At 8 p.m., they finally left that difficult stretch of road and reached the last segment before the summit of the North High Peak. Zhongli's breathing was somewhat unsteady. After all, she was a girl, and her stamina was not as good as Mo Jingshun's. As they walked along the mountain path, the leaves, soaked by the rain, crunched softly beneath their feet. Mo Jingshun noticed Zhongli's condition and deliberately slowed down, standing beside her. Swish! A sudden rush of sound echoed as Zhongli's body swayed, and she almost fell to the side. With quick reflexes, Mo Jingchun swiftly caught Jiang Li's delicate wrist, preventing her from falling to the ground. The ground was slippery from the rain, and in the darkness, Jiang Li stepped onto a pile of somewhat rotten leaves, her foot slipping dangerously. Did you twist your ankle? Mo Jingchun saw that Jiang Li was silent, so he took the initiative to ask him. Jiang Li nodded, slowly bending down to touch her injured ankle. Mo Jingchun quickly stopped her, saying, "Let me take a look, don't move." Jiang Li remained silent, simply nodding quietly. Mo Jingchun crouched down, carefully examining Jiang Li's ankle. The originally fair skin was beginning to show red marks, confirming that she had indeed twisted it. Mo Jingchun reached out, touching Jiang Li's ankle. The contact made her shiver slightly, while Mo Jingchun mistakenly thought he had hurt her. "Does it hurt?" Mo Jingchun looked up at Jiang Li. Jiang Li lowered her head, watching him crouched by her feet, pinching her reddened ankle, and replied, "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt." Trying to be tough again, Mo Jingchun ignored Jiang Li's words as he didn't want to see her limping up the mountain. Mo Jingchun stood up, took a step forward, and then squatted down again, exposing his strong back with his hands resting between his thighs. "Get on, I'll carry you." Jiang Li stood still, not saying anything. The pain in her ankle reminded her that in her current state, she really couldn't climb up by herself. Mo Jingchun, "Actually, I can walk by myself." Jiang Li instinctively took 2 steps back, but a wave of pain shot through her ankle. "Jiang Li," Mo Jingchun urged again. Jiang Li bit her lip, and after a moment of hesitation stepped forward and leaned onto his back. A faint, barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of Mo Jingchun's mouth. His hands, which had been resting on his thighs, now securely held Jiang Li's legs. Jiang Li felt a bit nervous, her entire body tense and stiff, giving Mo Jingchun the impression that he was carrying not a person but a stone. "Don't be tense, relax, just put your hands on my neck." Mo Jingchun's voice was gentle, seemingly trying to soothe Jiang Li's anxious emotions. "Oh, okay." Jiang Li hesitated, nodding as she placed her hands around Mo Jingchun's neck, holding onto his. "Hold on tight, Jiang Li, I'll take you up the mountain." A satisfied smile appeared on Mo Jingchun's lips as he carried his favorite girl, walking with a somewhat buoyant stride. Pat pat. The mountain path of the North High Peak was quiet, with only faint insect chirps and the rhythmic sound of shoes rubbing against the water-soaked leaves. With Jiang Li on his back, Mo Jingchun felt very close to her. Jiang Li's breath warmed his neck, creating a comfortable sensation. Their hearts, separated by their bodies, gradually leaned towards each other. Jiang Li was light. On Mo Jingchun's back, she felt like a small backpack, perhaps even lighter. Her body was soft, her skin exuding a faint coolness, yet after a while it would feel warm. Mo Jingchun's face turned slightly red. At that moment, the 2 soft mounds on Jiang Li's chest pressed against his back, gently trembling with each step, as if giving him an incredibly gentle massage. Mo Jingchun slightly lowered his head, not daring to let her see his current expression. Jiang Li's face rested against his left shoulder, and he could even feel her long hair sliding down his shoulder to his neck. Their breaths collided. Mo Jingchun tightened his grip on Jiang Li's legs, making footprints as they climbed the mountain. Jiang Li leaned against Mo Jingchun's back, inhaling his scent and feeling an inexplicable sense of security. Jiang Li's heart was actually very chaotic. Although she appeared calm on the outside, her eyes as still as a stagnant pool, her mind was in utter disarray. Various strange thoughts kept appearing in her mind, disturbing Jiang Li's peace, passively sinking her into a melancholic state. Peaceful. This feeling was different from leaning against a wall in the corner. It was the warmth of a passionate heart, bringing her comfort, warm rather than cold. It was real, not fake. He could speak, comfort her, give her courage, and willingly share her pain, but was it really worth it for him to go to such lengths for her? Jiang Li did not know, for she was a lonely person herself. She closed her eyes, unconsciously tightening her grip around Mo Jingchun. The two had never been this close before. It was not one-sided, but mutual. Both wanted to be close to each other. Cuckoo, cuckoo. A clear bird's call echoed from the distant woods. Mo Jingchun and Jiang Li did not speak, and they found themselves thinking of the same thing, albeit from different starting points. One worried about whether they were worthy. The other, filled with passion, wondered if they would succeed today. Mo Jingchun, even such a version of me, would you still be willing to like me? Jiang Li closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Jiang Li, I like you. It's not casual nor a lie. I am not afraid that you will reject me, because I will persist until you agree. Mo Jingchun's gaze was firm. They were about to succeed in reaching the summit. We're here, hurry up and get down. Mo Ling urged Su Fan impatiently as they quickly disembarked from the cable car and hurried towards a certain spot on the North Peak. Phew, the director and the bishop of the Holy Library shouldn't be here so soon, right? Mo Ling patted her little chest, her adorable face filled with curiosity as she glanced around the small path. All right, Su Fan said as he placed the flowers down and walked over to Mo Ling's side. Don't get spotted, quickly hide. Oh, Mo Ling obediently nodded and hid behind a large rock with Su Fan. Demon Lord, how do you think my brother will talk to Sister Jiang Li later? Mo Ling asked excitedly, gripping Su Fan's arm and shaking him. How would I know? Su Fan replied while peeking out to observe the situation outside. At this moment, Mo Jingchun and Zhang Li had yet to reach the summit, and their position would be somewhat distant from where Su Fan and the others were hiding, likely unable to hear their conversation. Damn sly. Su Fan cursed his good brother in his heart. They were located near the cliff where smooth stones were arranged in a line for people to sit, and behind them was a small pavilion. This was a protrusion on the north peak, where sitting here one could gaze up at the bright moon and look down to overlook the entire Hangzhou city, as well as the glimmering West Lake in the middle. After the rain, the stars shone particularly bright in the night sky, and the crescent moon cast a beautiful light over the peak, creating a breathtaking scene. Pat pat. A sound of footsteps approached, causing Su Fan and Mo Ling to quickly hide. As their backup, they had completed their task. Now they just needed to see how Mo Jingchun, the main attacker, would fare. Mo Jingchun carried Zhang Li on his back and finally reached the summit of the north peak. However, he did not hurry to set Zhang Li down, but instead continued straight to the designated spot. Casually glancing into the corner of the pavilion, he spotted the bouquet of pink and white bellflowers, and a smile crept onto Mo Jingchun's lips. It seemed everything was going smoothly. The pink and white bellflowers bathed in moonlight were nearly undetectable. Mo Jingchun, still carrying Zhang Li, walked step by step to the row of stone seats meant for viewing. Let me down, I can do it myself. Zhang Li struggled, wanting Mo Jingchun to set her down, but he ignored her and gently squatted, safely placing her on the seat. After completing this, Mo Jingchun sat down next to Zhang Li. Zhang Li felt something was off, but she did not ask, and instead turned her gaze to the colorful urban night scene below. The night was enchanting. The tall buildings in Hangzhou sparkled with mesmerizing lights. At that moment, the West Lake transformed into a small dot embedded in the city, surrounded by glowing white streetlights that made it seem like a gigantic mirror. The moon and stars reflected upon it, merging into one. Mo Jingchun, do you have something to say to me? Zhang Li asked after a moment of silence. In truth, she had long sensed the unusualness of her friends around her, but she said nothing. She remained silent, yet understood everything. Perhaps due to her overly sensitive nature, Zhang Li was always keenly aware of the emotional fluctuation. Zhang Li, Mo Jingchun smiled, pointing to the sky. Do you remember what I told you on the rooftop back then? Zhang Li lowered her head. Oh, of course she remembered. It was the first time Mo Jingchun had taken her to watch the stars on the rooftop, where he had promised to take her to see shooting stars if he had the chance. So what do you want to say? Zhang Li pressed further. Mo Jingchun gazed at the girl beside him, who was bathed in moonlight, her figure illuminated in silver. This scene reminded Mo Jingchun of the time in the hospital, when Zhang Li had leaned weakly against him, pleading for him to take her away from there. At that time, Zhang Li had tightly closed her eyes, not allowing Mo Jingchun to see the tears in her eyes. No matter when or where, she never dared to show her weakness. She was afraid. Zhang Li had always lacked a sense of security. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily lost in thought, as if time had returned to the day they first met. Mo Jingchun stood at the door, flamboyant and carefree, his gaze fixed on Zhang Li. Zhang Li stood at the podium, nervously introducing herself, her gaze lingering on the suddenly appearing boy. Just then, the formerly calm surface of the West Lake suddenly shimmered with points of light, followed by countless stars falling from the vast sky, tracing elegant arcs before disappearing on the other side. As the two silently stared at each other, the meteor shower had unknowingly begun. They still did not speak, but turned their heads in unison to gaze at the sky. At that moment, countless stars fell deep into each other's eyes. The meteors were beautiful, like the universe, putting on an unparalleled grand fireworks display, capturing everyone's gaze. Zhang Li. Mo Jingchun's voice echoed once again, and Zhang Li turned her head, her dark hair flowing with her movements. Happy birthday. Mo Jingchun seemed to perform a magic trick as he produced a bouquet of flowers from his hand. Zhang Li stood there stunned. The boy's smile was dazzling, and the bouquet he held was the familiar bellflower. Congratulations, Zhang Li. Happy 18th birthday. From today on, you are an adult. In your adulthood, you may encounter many things, storms and tribulations, various hardships in life, but I hope you can always maintain your strength like today. Mo Jingchun gently extended his hand, placing the bellflower into Zhang Li's hands. Come on, make a wish. Wish upon this meteor shower, it will surely come true. Mo Jingchun, you know I won't agree to that. Zhang Li's legs pressed together, not taking the bellflower from Mo Jingchun, but slowly wrapping her arms around her knees, burying her head in them. Mo Jingchun sighed and placed the bellflower beside him. Zhang Li, you say you're a sensitive and fragile person with a strong sense of self-respect. Your family situation isn't good. Perhaps there are many things in your past that I don't know about, and your life may contain many dark places, but I don't know. Perhaps I haven't truly touched your inner thoughts this past year. Mo Jingchun paused, looking up at the night sky. But I don't care. I don't care about your past. I only care about the present you. It is because I followed the guidance of my heart that I walked to this point with you today. Zhang Li remained in her previous position, seemingly transformed into a silent statue, quietly listening to Mo Jingchun's heartfelt words. I know you won't agree, but so what? Mo Jingchun smiled. I love you. This is an unchangeable fact. No matter what you say, I will always love you. and I will maintain this original intention until you change your mind. The meteor shower continued, trailing long tails across the sky, carrying the wishes of every person watching it slowly drifting towards the further reaches of the universe. Perhaps in the end they would turn into nothingness, but the significance they once held would not disappear. Because people's wishes are beautiful and pure. Jiangli slowly lifted her head, looking into Mo Jingchun's eyes, which were incredibly clear, allowing her to see the stars without needing to look up, for the stars were in his eyes. Why is it me? Why you? Mo Jingchun smiled and shook his head. Because you are Jiangli, that's why it's you. Jiangli trembled slightly, slowly closing her eyes as 2 drops of tears fell. Grandma, can someone like me really be loved? But it just so happens that it is me. It just so happens to be someone like me. He says he doesn't care about my past, but I am very scared, really very scared. Jiangli trembled all over, tightly hugging herself. She hated loneliness, she hated solitude, but she had no choice if she could only endure silently, even though none of this was her fault. Mo Jingchun smiled, gently, tears flowing from his eyes. He had once vowed never to be weak again, never to shed another tear. But at this moment, watching Jiangli crying while holding herself, he could not help but let his tears fall in heartache. He truly loved her very much. Mo Jingchun embraced Jiangli without saying a word. They resembled 2 fireflies lost in the dark night, huddled close together, illuminating the darkness before each other with their own light. Grandma, perhaps I have truly found the one who can love me in your place. Mo Jingchun. Jiangli lifted her head, revealing her face. I'm here. Mo Jingchun straightened his body, waiting for Jiangli's response. You must promise me one thing. You must promise me if one day you find out that I lied to you, no matter what, you must not abandon me. Jiangli, with tears streaming down her face, gathered her courage, and once again laid her nearly shattered heart bare before someone. Jiangli, I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, whether you keep something from me or not, I will absolutely never abandon you. Mo Jingchun's expression was incredibly serious as he spoke each word deliberately. I love you, and I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Really? Jiangli stared blankly at the sky, the meteor shower already over. Then I love you too. Mo Jingchun tightly embraced Jiangli. Their lonely hearts finally found a home in each other today. Happiness, in essence, is finding peace and belonging within oneself. As long as that is the case, that is enough. Just this. That is enough. The next day, as the sun pierced through the clouds and cast its rays upon the world, a new day began once again. Jiangli lay on the bed of the inn, her snow-white face seemingly still adorned with the blush from yesterday's confession. Jiangli opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling above, her gaze filled with disbelief. It seemed she had yet to fully process what had happened. Just yesterday, she had been alone, yet today someone had forcefully intruded into her life, becoming an insect. The meteor shower and the bellflower from last night seemed to be just within reach, and she could almost hear Mo Jingchun's heartfelt confession echoing in her ears. Jiangli, I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, whether you conceal something from me or not, I will absolutely never abandon you. I love you, and I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Jiangli smiled. This time it was no longer an unconscious smile. She genuinely felt her smile, and that fragile, sensitive heart, which had been closed off for so long, suddenly experienced a sense of joyous liberation. She no longer had to endure solitude and coldness alone. Mo Jingchun was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, confidently walking to Jiangli's side. I will never abandon you, never. If not for special reasons, no one wishes to be alone. Everyone desires to meet that person who truly matters. Yet the distance between hearts is so vast, far enough to be unreachable, far enough to stretch to the ends of the earth, and far enough that they may never meet again. Jiangli was lucky if she met the best person at the best age. 2 equally lonely souls expressed their feelings yesterday, and they were no longer alone. Sister Jiangli. Mo Ling, who slept in the bed next to Jiangli, had just climbed out of bed and turned to look at her. Upon realizing that Jiangli was already awake, she jumped directly into Jiangli's bed. Hey Mo Ling, stop tickling me. Jiangli pressed her hands down on Mo Ling's head, stopping her from rubbing against her collarbone. Both girls wore matching loose pajamas. In the ensuing tussle, Mo Ling pulled down Jiangli's pajama top, revealing her snow-white shoulder and beautifully shaped chest. Mo Ling. Jiangli blushed. Although she had agreed to Mo Jingchun's confession yesterday, she was still not accustomed to such intimate gestures. Even though Mo Ling was also a girl, the feeling of being seen in such a vulnerable state made Jiangli feel both shy and angry. Sister Jiangli, I saw you confessing yesterday. Mo Ling's cute little face displayed an intriguing smile as she pressed her soft cheek against Jiangli's. You finally agreed to my brother. Wait, should I now call you sister-in-law? Jiangli's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She hadn't expected that Mo Ling and the others had been nearby during her confession last night. How had she not noticed them at that time? Let me think. Mo Ling lay on Jiangli's fair chest, looking up at her flushed cheeks, and began to fantasize about the future. The librarian and the archbishop are united. Doesn't that mean the forces of the light will become even stronger? It seems my holy virtue, radiant wheel knight, is finally gathering strength to save the world. Jiang Li could no longer contain herself. She pushed Mo Ling off her chest, put her pajamas back on, and covered the exposed part, saying, "Sister-in-law, is a bit too early to call, don't you think?" It's not too early. The Archbishop said he must bring you home." Mo Ling smiled happily, her gaze fixed on Jiang Li, growing more and more satisfied. Jiang Li felt a wave of embarrassment. Did this mean she had received the approval of Mo Jingshun's family? No, what am I thinking? Jiang Li's face flushed again as she hugged her cheeks, trying to stop her wild thoughts. Her previously calm eyes gradually became vibrant. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the table emitted a notification sound. Jiang Li sat up and picked up her phone, while Mo Ling curiously grabbed one of Jiang Li's arms, her eyes fixed on the phone screen. "Impressive, bro. Now I have a newfound respect for you." Early in the morning, Su Fan had already dressed and was sitting by the bed watching the stoic Mo Jingshun across from him. Mo Jingshun rested his chin on one hand, holding his phone in the other, seemingly sending a message to someone. Last night, after seeing Mo Jingshun's successful confession, Mo Ling and Su Fan hurriedly took the cable car down the mountain and rented 2 double rooms at the inn on the North Peak. Although Su Fan was incredibly excited at that time, nearly dragging his good brother to discuss how he managed to win over someone as aloof and indifferent to the world as Jiang Li. Su Fan was so eager that he was almost ready to write down his experiences on his face, and even brought a little note. However, Mo Jingshun was very aloof, simply saying he was tired and immediately falling asleep, which left Su Fan gnashing his teeth in frustration. This guy was a typical example of ungratefulness. He had just helped him execute the confession plan. Anger aside, Su Fan did not disturb Mo Jingshun, knowing as a good brother that he was also very excited and needed time to calm his heart. So he planned to interrogate Mo Jingshun first thing the next morning. And that led to the current situation. Mo Jingshun put down his phone, stuffing it back into his pocket. He was sitting on the sofa by the window, able to vaguely see the distant North Peak. And yesterday at the summit of the North Peak, he had finally confessed to Jiang Li successfully. "Actually, it's nothing much," Mo Jingshun said, a foolish smile spreading across his face. "True feelings exchange for true feelings. Do I believe she feels the same way? Well, looks like my aloof brother is gone for good. I really have no words for this smile of yours," Su Fan said, looking at Mo Jingshun with disdain. "What? Are you not convinced? Jealous of me for having a girlfriend?" Mo Jingshun unabashedly revealed his smile, appearing quite smug. All right, I concede. Su Fan put away his little notebook into his pocket, stood up with a smile, and said, "Then I also ask you to keep that true heart of yours intact." "I will," Mo Jingshun replied, his smile fading, returning to his usual demeanor. "Let's go, don't we still need to head to—" "Let's go," Mo Jingshun nodded. "What message did you send?" "Let me see." Mo Ling, with a cheerful expression, tried to grab the phone from Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li gently pushed Mo Ling away, putting her phone back in her pocket. "It's nothing. Your brother asked us to pack up and go to Wuzhen later." "Oh, sister, Jiang Li treating me like this right after you just started dating." Mo Ling pouted her rosy lips. Jiang Li shook her head and smiled. Wuzhen, located in the Tonglu County under Hangzhou, is quite a distance from the northern peak, where Jiang Li and the others are currently situated. By car, it would take approximately over an hour. True to its name, Wuzhen is a charming water town in the Jiangnan region, characterized by its intricate network of rivers, quaint bridges, flowing waters, lush greenery, and an abundance of ancient charm. Su Fan was driving with Mo Jingshun in the passenger seat, while Jiang Li and Mo Ling occupied the back. Perhaps it was because they had just confirmed their relationship. Jiang Li and Mo Jingshun seemed a bit shy, so they did not sit together. Mo Ling lay back in the car, resting her head on Jiang Li's lap, chattering away endlessly. With the success of Mo Jingshun's confession, she was lively and engaged in conversation with her good friend. As Mo Ling tilted her head slightly, Jiang Li's chest blocked her view, allowing her to see only half of his face. "The curator of the sacred library, I heard there are new battle armors available there. Should we give it a try?" "Battle armor?" Jiang Li was confused. How could a water town in Jiangnan have battle armor? "You mean the Hanfu shop, right, Mo Ling?" "Yes." Su Fan, who could keep up with Mo Ling's train of thought, immediately dispelled Jiang Li's confusion. "Sure, you guys can rent 2 outfits from the Hanfu shop, and then you can take more beautiful photos as keepsakes." While saying this, Su Fan nudged Mo Jingshun next to him. Mo Jingshun glanced at his good friend, then turned to look at the refreshing and elegant Jiang Li behind them, unconsciously imagining how she would look in a Hanfu. Having known Jiang Li for so long, Mo Jingshun had hardly ever seen her dressed up. She never wore accessories, did not wear makeup, let alone don any vibrant and pretty little skirts. Most of the time, Jiang Li appeared before them in her school uniform or casual clothes. This trip to Wuzhen was a perfect opportunity for her to dress up. Mo Jingshun bit his lip, already pondering how to make Jiang Li look beautiful. Su Fan glanced at Mo Jingshun with a hint of helplessness, realizing that a man in love even exuded a different aura. Su Fan's hands rested on the steering wheel, his eyes slightly shifting, lost in thought about what was going through his mind at that moment. In fact, the meteor shower from last night was not only witnessed by Mo Jingshun and Jiang Li, Mo Ling, and Su Fan, who were hiding nearby, also saw it. Su Fan understood that before that moment arrived, he needed to continue to endure. After nearly an hour of driving filled with lively banter among the group, they quickly arrived in Wuzhen, the beautiful water town of Jiangnan. Before stepping into Wuzhen, they were greeted by a winding river that flowed through the entire town, adorned with many small and exquisite arch bridges. The streets of Wuzhen are paved with bluestone slabs, exuding an ancient elegance. The Hui-style buildings are arranged in a picturesque manner, and the upturned eaves of the ancient structures seem to tell tales of 1,000 years of history. The group entered Wuzhen in a cacophony of voices, marveling at the beautiful scenery that felt like a delicate jade. As they walked through the narrow alleys, they were enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, as if they had traveled back to ancient times. Zhang had never been to a place like this. Although she had lived in the south before, she had never seen such a scene: quaint bridges and flowing waters bustling with life. The sights and colors here almost fulfilled everyone's imagination of Jiangnan. If a light rain were to fall, one could deeply experience the delicate and beautiful descriptions found in ancient poetry. Mo Jingshun turned to Zhang beside him, gently reaching out to hold her slightly cold hand. Zhang did not tie her hair, letting it fall over her shoulders. As she turned her head slightly, her beautiful eyes rested on Mo Jingshun. Gentle as water, the scenery here matched Zhang perfectly, for she was a delicate and fragile person, much like the night rain in Jiangnan. Zhang small face flushed slightly, adding a touch of shy sweetness to her inherently fresh and elegant demeanor. Mo Jingshun tightened his grip on Zhang hand, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Su Fan felt a slight bitterness in his heart. While the union of two friends was a good thing, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Is this the pain of being a single dog eating dog food? Su Fan covered his face, not wanting to reveal the pained expression he wore at that moment. Mo Ling, however, remained her carefree self, showing no signs of Su Fan's reaction. Mo Ling was looking around, seemingly searching for the battle armor she had mentioned earlier. The area was bustling with tourists, and there were many shops selling snacks and Jiangnan cuisine, such as light steamed base and fresh Longjing shrimp. The residents here lead a slow-paced life with simple customs. They navigate the rivers in wooden boats, leisurely enjoying the tranquility of life. To be honest, although there aren't many unique attractions to enjoy, one can still feel the charm of a Jiangnan water. It is composed of picturesque scenery and a leisurely lifestyle. Hand in hand, Zhang and Mo Jingshun walked here, as if they had distanced themselves from the hustle and bustle, fully enjoying a moment of tranquility and beauty. The extraordinary beauty of the four of them walking on the bluestone path attracted many glances. Especially Zhang and Mo Jingshun, with the young girl's long black hair cascading over her shoulders and her soft and gentle features. Her shy expression evoked a sense of affection. The young man's demeanor was striking, with handsome and rugged features. His slightly bold expression reminded one of a young man who had achieved great success in ancient times. Seeing such a pair walking hand in hand, one couldn't help but exclaim how well matched they were. Mo Jingshun's heart raced. Although he appeared calm, he was actually very excited inside. Previously, Mo Jingshun had a somewhat peculiar temperament. Although he was handsome, he had never had much luck with women. Even when he did, he would end up losing them himself. Of course, part of the reason for this was his search for that special someone, as mentioned by his mother. Zhang was Mo Jingshun's first love. This was also the first time he was holding the hand of the girl he liked in public. If he weren't worried about scaring Zhang, he would really want to embrace her and kiss her deeply. Thus, Mo Jingshun found himself in a strange predicament, feeling both nervous and shy, yet also eager to express his love. This might be a situation all young men and women experience when they first fall in love. Hey, come over quickly, I found the armor shop. Mo Ling, not knowing when she had run ahead of the group, stood on a row of bluestone steps, calling out to the others behind. Mo Jingshun's thoughts raced. It seemed Mo Ling had found the Hanfu shop. The image of Zhang in a Hanfu. Mo Jingshun imagined it for a moment, and quickly shut his mouth, glancing secretly at Zhang. The latter was smiling slightly, tilting her head to look at him. Mo Jingshun felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Zhang had seen his earlier expression. A few people did not hesitate and followed Mo Ling into the Hanfu store. To be fair, there were indeed quite a number of young ladies renting Hanfu inside, dressed in vibrant skirts, playing with the delicate hems of their garments. In a daze, Zhang and the others seemed to have returned to ancient times, back to the bustling capital of the past. Zhang slightly turned her head, only to find that the girls in Hanfu around her were all gazing at her. To be precise, their attention was on Mo Jingshun and Su Fan, who were walking behind her. Heroes love beauties, and beauties admire heroes. For centuries, this has not changed. Beauty always attracts beauty. Mo Jingshun seemed to realize this, as well, quickly drawing closer to Zhang, tightly gripping her hand, as if to declare his claim. Su Fan glanced around, but Mo Ling had vanished the moment they entered the Hanfu store, and he had no idea where she had gone. Upon seeing Mo Ling's head buried in a pile of exquisite Hanfu, Su Fan stepped forward and grabbed the collar of her outfit. Haha, this one fits my aura as the radiant knight of the divine grace. Su Fan lifted Mo Ling by her collar, resembling someone grabbing a little chick. Can you not run around like this? Can you show a bit of team spirit? We came out together. Mo Ling seemed to realize it was her fault, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times before pointing at the hanfu in front of her. Su Fan turned to look. It was a red hanfu entirely cut from red fabric and adorned with a white light veil on top, giving it a heroic style reminiscent of an ancient riding outfit. Zhang Li, why don't you choose one as well? See if there's anything you like. Mo Jingshun said to Zhang Li while also holding her hand as they searched for suitable clothing. This one looks quite nice, but the color is too bright. This one won't do, the hem is too long, and it will be hard to walk later. This one doesn't seem right either. Mo Jingshun was considering in his heart, while glancing at Zhang Li. I wonder what kind she would like. I've made my... Compared to Mo Jingshun, Zhang Li appeared much more decisive. She didn't have trouble choosing and immediately fixated on the hanfu hanging in the corner. Following her gaze, Mo Jingshun saw a dark black hanfu entirely in a single color looking quite this. After a brief surprise, Mo Jingshun quickly responded, Zhang Li's choice of this color hanfu did match her personality. Mo Jingshun glanced outside and was relieved that the sunlight today was not too strong as thick clouds shielded it, cutting off most of the heat. Hello, may I confirm that this is the one? The shop assistant approached Zhang Li and Mo Jingshun holding the black hanfu and asked them. Zhang Li nodded. Alright then, should we do makeup first or get dressed? The shop assistant smiled and eagerly took Zhang Li's hand. Zhang Li discreetly pushed the shop assistant's hand away, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Do we need makeup? Yes, the shop assistant replied, placing her hands on her chest. Hanfu stores usually offer such services. What do you think? Would you like to try it? Mo Jingshun stepped forward, curious about Zhang Li's makeup look. Zhang Li shook her head. She didn't want makeup as it didn't feel comfortable. Seeing Zhang Li's refusal, the shop assistant immediately said, if you don't want makeup, we can also braid your hair nice. Tada! Look at my knight shining on stage. At that moment, Mo Ling had already changed into the red hanfu. She previously liked jumping out of the changing room with exuberance. Many people's gazes were drawn to Mo Ling, and Su Fan stood not far away watching her every movement. The young girl in red attire, her pretty face adorned with a radiant smile, her plump red lips, made her look full of life, resembling a brilliantly blooming camellia. Alright then, Zhang Li was not affected. She nodded in agreement. Since Mo Ling had already changed, she couldn't delay too long either. I'll wait for you outside, Zhang Li. Zhang Li nodded, glancing at Mo Jingshun before taking the black hanfu into the changing room. Mo Jingshun walked a few steps forward, and Su Fan and Mo Ling were sitting at the innermost makeup station, also close to the changing room. Mo Ling chattered about wanting to do her own makeup, but as a result, she ended up with big red sausage lips. Su Fan wore a dark expression, grabbing 2 tissues and forcefully cleaning her up. Sorry, you should do her makeup instead. Su Fan said apologetically to the shop assistant beside him. No way, this is my magical face that enhances my power, Mo Ling protested. Just ignore her, Su Fan said cheerfully to the hesitant shop assistant. Just go ahead and do her makeup, but don't make it. Mo Jingshun chuckled. They were still the same as before. Hey handsome, your girlfriend is quite adorable. How about introducing us? A girl in hanfu passing by said with a smile to Su Fan. No need, I already have her, that's enough for me. Su Fan politely declined with a smile. Mo Ling suddenly became obedient, sitting quietly in her previous seat. Moi. Mo Jingshun sensed something unusual, but before he could ask, the changing room next to him opened. Zhang Li walked out wearing a black hanfu. As Zhang Li approached the makeup table, the shop assistant gathered her long hair with a hair tie, while also braiding a small section on the left side of her face, adding a touch of gentleness to her demeanor. The noise in the store seemed to lower after Zhang Li came out. Everyone fell silent, and both men and women unconsciously focused their gazes on Zhang Li. Once the 4 of them finished everything and left the hanfu store, they rented 2 flower boats by the bridge and set off downstream. When Mo Jingshun finally thought of an adjective, Zhang Li wore an elegant black hanfu. Her snow-white skin, made even more pronounced, and her originally light pink lips seemed to be overshadowed by the white, appearing colorless. The braid on the left side of her face lay softly against her cheek, adding to her delicate charm. It was an extreme beauty, the kind that resembled Lin Dai's frail elegance. Mo Jingshun sat in the center of the boat, while Zhang Li quietly sat at the front at the bow. The river flowed calmly forward, passing under arching bridges. The spring water is clearer than the sky, and I listen to the rain while asleep by the window. The person by the stove resembles the moon, and her fair wrist gleams like frost and snow. This was the only description Mo Jingshun could think of. Bright colors didn't suit Zhang Li. She was a gentle and silent girl. Simply sitting there was enough to astonish. Her aura seemed to silence those around her. Mo Jingshun tried several times to open his mouth, but couldn't utter a word, having been conquered by that unparalleled sensation. Delicate, pitiable, a beauty that one wished to possess. She came from the misty reign of Jiangnan, waiting only for her beloved. Do I look good? Zhang Li looked down at herself, then noticed Mo Jingshun staring at her in a daze. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Why do you look like that? Do I look strange? No. Mo Jingchun was completely mesmerized, his handsome face even showing a silly expression that was usually seen on Mo Ling. Jiang Li's light-colored lips curled up, revealing a smile. So silly. Mo Jingchun moved a few steps forward and sat beside Jiang Li with the boatman still lightly rowing behind them. Mo Jingchun gently held Jiang Li's hand in a posture almost reverent, as if what lay before him was a fragile work of art. His right hand moved forward, 2 fingers grasping Jiang Li's chin. Mo Jingchun could no longer contain himself, such a person quietly sitting beside him, and he was holding her chin. His throat bobbed up and down, his heart racing faster. Jiang Li's big black eyes blinked as she looked at Mo Jingchun, who was drawing closer. A faint blush appeared on Jiang Li's snow-white face as she knew what he was about to do, but she didn't stop him, simply waiting quietly. And Jiang Li's posture of inviting him to take the initiative only further affirmed Mo Jingchun's actions. Finally their lips met. Jiang Li's lips were soft, cool to the touch, making kissing feel quite pleasant. Neither Mo Jingchun nor Jiang Li had any kissing experience, so their first kiss only lingered on the contact of their lips, without progressing further. Yet even though it was merely the contact of their lips, Mo Jingchun still relentlessly pressed his lips against Jiang Li's for 2 to 3 minutes. Naturally, this scene was clearly witnessed by Su Fan and Mo Ling on another boat. Su Fan smacked his lips, saying it would be a lie to claim he wasn't envious. At this age, who wouldn't want to experience the excitement of falling in love? Su Fan felt sour, truly becoming a lemon. Su Fan covered his face, trying to prevent the tears of a single dog from flowing down. Mo Ling was carefree, standing out on the flower boat in her red hanfu. Mo Ling chuckled, thinking that Jiang Li becoming her sister-in-law seemed increasingly certain now. Jiang Li heard Mo Ling's laughter, and realizing they were watching her and Mo Jingchun, she hurriedly pushed Mo Jingchun away from her shoulders. Mo Jingchun's handsome face was filled with reluctance. He licked his lips, planning to study how to kiss properly. Jiang Li used her black hanfu to cover her flushed face, but Mo Jingchun embraced her, letting her lean again. Mo Jingchun truly felt triumphant, wearing a successful person's smile and casting a proud glance at his brother and his sister. Su Fan feigned a painful expression, while Mo Ling gave a thumbs up. They rented the hanfu for the entire day, so Jiang Li and Mo Ling wore their hanfu throughout their time in Wuzhen. Jiang Li walked quietly on the stone-paved road, attracting many gazes. After all, it was rare to see such a gentle girl who didn't wear makeup. Mo Jingchun felt both proud and a bit worried, so he tightly held Jiang Li's hand, while using a fierce gaze to deter anyone attempting to approach, or any man with a camera claiming to take pictures of Jiang Li. This is my girlfriend, Mo Jingchun thought to himself, feeling smug as his walking posture became more arrogant. Jiang Li quietly watched him, merely smiling without speaking. Finally night fell. The vendors around Wuzhen hung red lanterns, and many girls dressed in hanfu wandered through this Jiangnan water town, creating an enchanting dreamlike atmosphere. The still river reflected the red candlelight and the silhouettes of passing people. It had silently witnessed countless beautiful scenes over the centuries. Near the riverbank, some vendors sold flower lanterns for 51 yuan each. Upon learning the price, Jiang Li immediately set the lantern in her hand down. Though tourist spots may be a bit expensive, this price was truly outrageous. Mo Jingchun's eyes curved with a smile, as he wasn't concerned about the money. Mo Ling held a red flower lantern, feeling that it matched perfectly with her outfit. Thus, Mo Jingchun bought 4 lanterns, one for each of them, and they made their way to the nearest riverbank. Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed. During these days out, it had always been Mo Jingchun and Su Fan paying, which added to her sense of psychological burden. Mo Jingchun seemed to guess what Jiang Li was thinking. Holding a flower lantern, his handsome face, flushed by the firelight, looked bright and dazzling. Don't think too much. Mo Jingchun took Jiang Li's hand. Let's go release the lanterns first. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Jiang Li felt warm inside and slightly raised her head to look at Mo Jingchun. Okay. Hurry up, hurry up. Mo Ling was still leading the way, while Su Fan slowly followed behind her, holding a... At this moment, the river surface was already dotted with many glowing flower lanterns. They came in various shapes, all drifting on the river, turning into countless stars. Indeed, at this moment, the river surface resembled the night sky, and the flower lanterns were like twinkling stars. Mo Ling lightly set down her flower lantern not far from the riverbank, joining her hands together while muttering some strange words. Su Fan quietly walked over. He wasn't as dramatic as Mo Ling, simply placing his lantern on the surface of the lake before walking away. He even pulled Mo Ling away. Mo Jingchun and Jiang Li ignored the playful couple and walked down the steps together to the riverbank. The river was calm as Jiang Li and Mo Jingchun exchanged glances, and together they released their flower lanterns. The lanterns floated on the water's surface, slowly drifting toward the center of the river, gathering together with the surrounding lanterns. The water rippled, and the firelight on the lanterns merged into a single glow, gradually becoming blurred in their sights. Everything felt like a dream. Jiang Li gently stroked her black collar, as if lost in a beautiful dream amidst the misty rain of Jiangnan.